Me. Can anybody hear me? Alright, I need feedback immediately. Let's know if you can hear me, okay? Alright, so let's try this. Try that again. Okay, microphone's recognized. Alright, so Skype, try that again. No answer. Fuck. Okay, Joe Tai. Oh, thank God to my ancestors. Okay, we need upvotes as usual. As soon as we're starting, we get slammed by downvotes by the enemy, which is the Adamites, the Cult of Chaos. I don't know if anyone was able to hear me earlier, but thank God for Joe Tai. So, Joe Tai, were you able to hear me earlier while I was on and meandering there?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot all about it. I'm glad you called.
Yeah. No worries. I have no idea what you're saying, but are you at work? Are you okay? Are you available?
Yeah, I'm available. Absolutely.
Oh, thank God. Okay, so I just want everyone to know that I started the program a little bit early, but it really didn't help because nobody could hear me anyway because the microphone was not recognized by the computer because I have, basically the need for new equipment that I cannot afford. And so I was reminding everyone that, yes, our enemies hit this stream as soon as it starts with downvotes anyway, so we need your help with upvotes. Life is a struggle, and it's up to you if you want to keep that flame of life alive, and thereby counter the forces of entropy and decay, which are consistently striving to dismantle our universe, atom by atom, molecule by molecule, galaxy by galaxy, ultimately. This is represented, this force of disintegration, disintegration, separation and destruction is represented by those who worship those forces, and they are the Adamites, the cults of chaos. And people have had no idea of their existence, or rather the overwhelming majority of people have had no idea of their existence for recorded, throughout the prehistoric and recorded history of humanity. But they are the enemy, the eternal enemy, and one of their great believers is Stephen Outram, a man who managed to sell short in time because he was given insider trading information by Michael Aquino, and sold his company Sausage Software short for $77 million before the Silicon Valley bubble burst, and then spent the rest of his life saying what a great, high-tech, brilliant genius he was. Obviously, unbelievable in light of other people who have succeeded him. He was only exceptional in that he was one of the first defense contractors for software, and therefore got the insider trading dope. And he funds, through his information technology background, very cheap Autobots, and the cheap Autobots that he purchases get filtered out by YouTube within a matter of an hour or two. But in that time, they've done their damage. He slams us with downvotes, and they prevent us from showing up on searches. So the only way to counter that is for all of you to fight as dirty as the enemy does, and basically provide as many upvotes as you can from as many IP addresses as you can. Make certain to hit from your laptop, your PC, your iPad, your cell phone, whatever you've got, slam an upvote from a different IP address, and then that helps us appear on searches, and then more people are aware of the transmission. There's no other way we're going to make it, and again, it's your war, not mine. You've got to fight it, and if you value life and want to keep that torch, you want to bear that torch of life and existence, then you've got to do something, and this is one of the things you've got to do. Slam up votes and support myself financially. As I said, this is going to be a difficult month, one of the most difficult I've had in a long time. You can see the sweat on my face in the photograph that we've embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight. Look close enough and you'll see that bead of sweat. It is indeed sweltering in San Francisco, even for someone like myself. Normally that would not bother me. It bothers me profoundly just when we start these transmissions, and I was just not prepared, woke up too late, and just didn't even bother to set up the throne of cushions that I normally set up to disambiguate my positioning from my usual positioning of sitting slovenly on the bed. So we're just going to do this casual tonight. I'm past the point of caring. David Fitzsimons says, "Hey Doug," and a shout out to David Fitzsimons. Shout out to a wonderful individual who gifted myself some colloidal silver and our silver solution. I don't remember who it was. It came in a package. I opened the package, and the package has since wound up in the slush pile somewhere around the house. And I have no idea who this wonderful person was, but a wonderful contributor sent me a bottle of colloidal silver, which is certainly needed in this environment. And aside from all of that, let's see if we can ask some other people if they might be able to join us with Joe. While I'm searching for other people, tell us, Joe, about yourself, how your day's going.
Oh, that's great. It's been raining out here in the East Coast. Today it cleared up a bit, and yeah, I think I injured my heel going to the Saratoga Springs
Oh Jesus!
Creek to have a water day with my friend Stefano.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
A potential romantic interest?
Oh no, we're just friends. I just met him, and he has a non-profit, and it's a dream come true. I mean, he does all these organic these farms in Brooklyn, and has come up into Albany, New York to start a farm, and I seem to be enlisted into the program, and now I'm trying to help him remodel a mansion that I'm going to be living in.
Wow!
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah, things happen for a reason. Like I said, the yin yang tree, the lightning hit my neighbor's willow tree and hit my willow tree, and half of the tree is dead and half of it is alive. So it's time to move on. Yeah.
Oh wow! Oh my God! Speak about other things that are going on with yourself.
Oh, well, yeah, that's about it. I'm just waiting for my union to tell me what I'm gonna do, but I applied for a couple more jobs, and I think I might have a date on Sunday. So.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Well, the actual potentially romantic date.
Hopefully. I'm still interested in women, but yeah. But
Well, you say still as if that you say still as if that has potential to change. I'm presuming that.
Oh yeah. I seen customers in rain. I'm right next to the LBG organization right next door, and I met guys that were straight, but all of them turned homosexual later on, and they have kids. You never know. Maybe one of these days, the thing doesn't work, and it might be maybe that's why they turn, because they think might not work, and they feel that somebody loves them enough to put that thing in them. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well, thank you for your courage in sharing that. Just the entire scene like that. Yeah. Definitely. Aside from that, all right.
As you say, friction is friction, right?
No, that wasn't what I was advocating. I was simply saying that's the way it is with a lot of guys who do turn gay. Yes, or start. Yeah. Who just. They're looking for that friction, and in the end, they got tired of going through the motions to get it, so they just become gay, and it's readily much more available when you swing that way than otherwise, because otherwise.
I think it's other reasons, because when some of these women are programmed to mess up their marriages and cause them to become, sometimes maybe push the men to become gay.
Maybe I don't think that's how it works, but a lot of people say that. A lot of people say that.
Because this person I knew, I don't want to put his name out. He's a handsome guy, and he has two daughters with this lady, and somehow he just, I don't know why he would turn gay. He's a handsome thing, could get any girl he wants, but he chose a guy later on in his life that goes to Rain Restaurant all the time.
Well, in a certain sense, homosexuality, which is, by the way, not a preferred term, but gayness can be seen in men in particular as a form of narcissism. So that's not necessarily surprising.
Well, I got a challenge on my perspective on homosexuality and religion. So, for instance, if they say sexuality is not normal, I would say if God created hermaphrodites, then homosexuality is acceptable if nature allows it, right?
Yeah, sure. I'm not quite sure about the connection between hermaphroditic condition and
Okay, for
homosexuality because that
instance,
would imply it's just a physiological condition as opposed to an orientation. But believe me, I'm on your side. I understand what you're
oh,
saying.
absolutely, it's just
Yeah.
a perception. Um, so if a hermaphrodite has both organs, both sexes, and he or she has a relationship with a single sex person, he would he would literally be having a hetero and homosexual uh, relationship at the same time, right?
I guess.
That would be an
Yeah.
argument, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah. I guess. I'm right now trying to struggle with multiple things at once. So forgive me for not having my full attention
hey, no
on you.
problem.
Okay.
But that's
Um.
my concept of why if there's no reason for people to look down on homosexuality. Because if God wouldn't create a hermaphrodite if He did not allow homosexuality.
So let me see now. Where's this on here? Okay. And then let me try and reach for Sammy again. Okay. All right. Give me a few minutes here. Try and get myself together. Okay.
So how was your weekend? What did you do,
Weekend.
Douglas?
Oh, right. It was Labor Day weekend. Yeah, we did do something. I tell you the truth, but it was like one of those things where I'll tell you right now. Let me concentrate on that in a second. Let me try and get some other stuff in here. Try and burn bandwidth while I do that. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things going on, and I was reading up on how Russia is in control of our nuclear industry and how everybody is dependent on nuclear fuel from Russia. So there's a dilemma of how we are using nuclear power and why Russia is so important because they are certified with their nuclear fuel to process these nuclear fuels to other countries like South Korea, Czechoslovakia, and all these other countries. So it's interesting. The world is connected, no matter if you like them or not. Even though they committed an act of war.
That was an interesting sound. Is that Sammy's sound?
Yeah, that's Sammy sound. You got it.
Okay. Well,
Yo,
Sammy Romero now joins us, and thank the gods of my ancestors for you two gentlemen. I left a message with Vivian Sanchez asking if she's available tonight, but I had honestly didn't even think of calling her tonight because the last two episodes she had left a message saying she was unavailable, so I hadn't even thought of calling her tonight. So when I did, it was well after I called Joe, and then we'll see if she responds at some point during the night. But other than that, it looks like it's just us for right now. And how is your work schedule at the moment, Sammy? What are you doing? Are you at work or what? Just curious.
yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, am I
Yeah.
audible?
Yes. Oh, good
Okay.
quality. Good quality. You're audible and you're in a
Okay.
good cell area.
I'm indoors right now, but we're suffering from fires in Hemet. So the sky is like orange, but
Cool.
I'm doing okay. I'm doing some training online, but it's pretty boring. So you know, just came here to support.
Oh, thank you. No, deeply appreciate it. Believe me. And I don't know if you remember, but well, I'll go into it some other time. But I was asked by a number of people about occult self-defense, and so I've gone into this in the past. I might have to go into that a little bit again tonight. Certainly, what I had to do first was just find some people to help hold bandwidth while I puttered around. I'm not even going to bother setting up my throne of pillows that I usually do to disambiguate my positioning and kind of give myself a different headspace just by being in a different kind of position when I'm hosting the show. Tonight, I'll probably just do full casual and just sit here flat on the bed like I'm keyboarding for my normal activities and just carry out throughout the night like that simply because I woke up too late to take care of anything and heated myself up some food to give myself some calories. And basically, these two gentlemen are here to buy me time so I can actually munch on that in a manner that nobody can hear me. I can go mute while they talk. But other than that, I hope that both of you are doing well. Joe Ty was already explaining to us some exciting things he was involved with. He has a potential date coming up. He is working on man to rebuild a estate which he apparently expects to be living in himself along with this gentleman. I mean, the gentleman, could you explain a little bit about that, whatever you're comfortable explaining or whatever you feel is correct to share? What is it, Joe? You'll be living in like an extension of this estate, or kind of like a what?
Well, it's going to be a cooking school, and I'm a chef, so I was talking to his partner about interest in purchasing farmland, but he went ahead and did it, and I just came in late, but it worked out for the better, and it looks like I'm going to be a part of the non-for-profit organization to bringing fresh farm food into the inner city of Albany.
Okay, wow, that's incredible. I mean, is that like a charity kind of thing, like what or what?
It's a non-for-profit. It's to promote farm to inner cities and trying to promote to establish workable wages for employees of the restaurant industry. So I just ran into this by accident.
Wow.
I was actually looking for a house to live in with my so-called girlfriend that wanted to come here back to Albany from Las Vegas. So that's how I ran into Vernon. And Vernon is connected to Stefano and his project of making this dream of reality in New York, Albany.
Okay, thank you, and deeply appreciate you sharing that. And so I want to say hello to some people in the chat room before we turn to Sammy. Vicky Johnson says, hello, DDD. Hello, everyone. And with her eyes wide, perhaps surprised at something that I said. Goddess bless you, honey. Thank you for joining us. Veronica Bartolini, Codebreaker, Real Talk, says, hola from Arizona. Hello, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. I remember you from the past, and glad to see you joining us again. With that, of course, hopefully other people will also become active in the chat room, and I look forward now to hearing whatever else Sammy has to share with us that he's willing to share about how, aside from boring ass training that they've assigned him to, what else he can talk about. Of course, the two of you gentlemen, do me a favor, join in conversation, start talking so I can go mute, do some chewing, get the hyperlinks up, and that'll enable me to take care of at least some minor chores in preparation for tonight, okay? So
Absolutely, Prince Lum.
Okay, these two gentlemen will talk. Our brother Sammy will start for the moment and tell us about whatever he feels is relevant. So take it from there, dear Sammy.
Yeah. For some reason, well, this is just something I wanted to tell you, but I mean, I'll tell you right now. I've been experiencing where I live. The best way I can put it is a drive-by. It's like somebody's been dumping their garbage, and it's someone homeless has been dumping their garbage right in front of my place. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're all here. Yeah.
Your place? Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're totally audible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on.
All right.
And so this is horrible. I mean, this sort of thing happens, and by the way,
Well,
and it might be targeting. It might be targeting, but
well,
go on.
it's very interesting because it's the shopping carts. The shopping carts. I mean, look, I'm not really don't really care. It is what it is. It's not really on where I live, but it's like outside. The thing about it is inside. There's just very miscellaneous things like a leather suitcase. I think I saw again more arts and crafts for some reason.
Oh my God! Yeah,
is it that same homeless lady camping in front of your house?
No.
I'm not. No, this is something else. They just leave the stuff there. Just very miscellaneous stuff like it looks like a homeless person, but not necessarily because I mean, like I told you, what type of homeless person has they look semi-valuable, kind of. It just looks odd, but I mean, it is what it is. I just call the city and they usually come pick it up. But yeah, it's just it's a little annoying, but yeah.
Why don't you set up a camera towards the front of the house so you know who is leaving the presents in front of your house?
Well, here's the thing. The problem with that is it doesn't really matter because it's one of those things where you just deal with it. I live in the part of Los Angeles where let's just say it's a waste of time.
Oh, absolutely.
I live in a very urban area, quote unquote. So, I mean, as long as it's not really a nuisance to me in a sense of invading my space, which it kind of is, but it's almost like right outside my place. But, it is what it is.
Well, it's a better protection. It's easy now. Those doorbells with the camera on it.
Well, the
might be
person's not coming to his door, though. The individual's not coming directly.
No.
So cameras could be set up in area, but the point is, it's like, I'm not quite sure that helps. The problem is that we don't have that kind of legal system where they respond to that. That's basically...
Right.
But what can be done would be... if you did set up cameras, they could at least provide a kind of timing, maybe. If the person is coming by at a particular time, then maybe you would be prepared to call the police at that time. That would tend to stop it. But that would count on the police responding fairly quickly.
Right.
Well, at least you'll have evidence and see if anybody's targeted.
Let me put it this way, okay? And it's not that I can't do anything about it, but to a certain degree, you kind of have to just deal with it.
Yes.
I don't really pay much attention because it's not directly affecting me, but it's just a nuisance. But what I noticed in the shopping cart is just, to me, it doesn't seem like a regular homeless person. There's just like, there's arts and crafts type of stuff. It's just very, I hate to put it, like, this person is very artistic with their junk.
But that seems to be what we have in common with the people who tend to encamp themselves outside of your domicile.
Right.
So
I think it's one of JMO's friends. You know how JMO's does the refrigerated artwork? Probably has one of these crazy guys putting those artwork in front.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna tell my landlady to investigate this.
Yes.
Yes. And then we'll go from there because it's just it's almost like, and I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that there was this homeless person, this lady eating off the sidewalk, literally. So I was wondering if it was her, but then again, so I'll just talk to my landlady, but it's just annoying.
Well, it's beyond that. It's downright. How would we say it? Intimidating. It's one of these things where you have anybody who knows myself. They wind up experiencing these bizarre, borderline occult, and ultimately, genuinely occult experiences.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not necessarily that I'm not spooked in a sense. It's just annoying in a sense that it's almost to me childish.
Yeah.
And the problem with engaging with the homeless is you don't really know their mental state.
Yes. There's no point, really.
Um,
There's
right.
oftentimes no
It's
point. Go on.
it's like you know it's just you're better off just calling the police. But then again, I'll just communicate that with my landlady. I think she she'd probably be more of a help than but another too, I might just get involved with my neighbors and just talk to them as well.
I think that's wise. That's important. Kind of a neighborhood
Yeah.
watch is always good to establish. And but that being
Anyways,
go on.
yeah. Well, besides that, I mean, it's pretty much been, just a regular work week with, chores and, etc. But yeah.
And so that being said, certainly there's other things you can burn bandwidth about the both of you.
Of course, yes.
So, Sammy, are you taking OSHA 40 so you can do your work, or is that the reason why you have to take those classes over online?
Along with OSHA, I also have to take because
By the way, I'm
I help-
impressed that Joe Ty, it starts off with OSHA. I mean, that's pretty. You're well aware of these kinds of employment standards or something like that. How the fuck
No, I'm getting it from this guy who's a lieutenant colonel, who's half out of his mind. But the only thing he's claiming that he has a computer chip in his head, and that's why he's still operational.
And
So-
see, this is where everything just goes blank.
Okay.
To me, there's no connection between this individual and his issues and what you've just said about OSHA. Help me out here.
This guy has so much info that I would not know as a regular citizen. He's like I told you, he's like a homeless vet, but he's not homeless. He has a property with a tent on it in the middle of the road, right across from the cops. So he's homeless in a tent, but he's like drunk as hell.
A lieutenant colonel homeless in a tent. I mean, really?
Yes,
Really?
really.
No, wait a second. This is one of those things where you do realize the salary or the retirement that a lieutenant colonel would get would tend to prevent that kind of situation.
Yes, and he has 2 pensions, and that's the funny thing.
So
But
what does he do?
He's half out of his mind because he's been struck by a drunk driver twice, not once, twice.
He's been, I mean, like 2 different times, or did the original guy
2
hit him and then
different
back
times.
up?
2 different times, 2 ladies,
Wow.
one black, one white.
That's
I'm
like so he puts himself in that situation because somehow he feels that he deserves to be homeless or something like this, right?
I think it's karma because he polluted on the land where he's living right now, things come around. I'm surprised, I guess karma does, you put out what you get back, so.
You mean
So-
you get back what you put out is what you're trying to
Yeah,
say.
you get because he worked for GE
Worked for
in Schenectady, and that place is nuked as hell, so he's irradiated, and he's lead poisoned from all the industry that he was involved with, construction. So he was telling me all these things about certifications and how government works. It's interesting.
So this is how you got to know about OSHA. This is mind blowing. Okay.
30. So he knows what the hell he's talking about. I'm just wondering how he could be so so knowledgeable after all the alcohol he drinks? Because that's supposed to kill all your brain cells. But he's claiming that they put in there's only a couple of them put with these special chips, like Total Recall, and only one of his relatives in the National Guard also has it, and him.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I
don't know if it's. Yeah.
I don't know about the exceptionalism of this. I mean, there are plenty of people who have had chips installed. But in terms of, it's still interesting. It's still very interesting. Naturally, people tend to say all kinds of bullshit where, it's only me.
I have to find out what's the truth and what's the fake. And the truth is he's right about a lot of these programs he did for the government. But if you get you ask some other, you have to admit he's fucking crazy half of the way, but he's not crazy if he's able to stay in his tent in the middle of the street and the cops don't bother him. So
maybe that speaks more about the cops in Albany and
no, it's not in Albany, it's in Glensville. Glensville. It's right in Schenectady. He was telling me the history of Schenectady and how he grew up there. It was interesting. Schenectady means the end of the road for the Mohawk Indians.
Okay.
That's what Schenectady means.
Yeah, well, it's certainly the end of the road for him. I mean, yeah.
Exactly. He has a bunch of diseases. He's sort of out of his mind.
How did you wind up talking to somebody like this? I mean, what causes you to just stop on the street and just... What?
I was curious. I had to have my motorcycle fixed, so I was leaving my motorcycle like up the street where this guy is.
Hey,
and I
Joe.
I was curious, and he just waved back, and we started talking.
Oh my God.
And, hey, Joe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, shame on you. You know why? Can I tell you something?
Please, go ahead.
You need to tell this colonel you need to break himself, and you need to send about, pretty much send his pension to Doug.
Thank you. Yes, I could use it. Yeah, he's not using it. I could use it.
And a pack of Newports too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he smokes like he smokes like crazy and drinks beer like crazy.
That's the joke, dog.
Yeah, I understand. No, I get it. Yeah, I could do without the Newports, but yeah, the money I could use. Apparently, the guy's spending it all on beer and cigs.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
And he got tons of money. I just don't know why the hell he's in the goddamn middle of the road with a tent. He clearly has a place to stay.
Yeah, he needs to break himself and give Doug his pension pretty much, because Doug's done more work than him.
Thank you.
He's got 3 pensions. The guy has 3 pensions. One from GE, one from UPS, and one from the National Guard.
Yeah. Oh God, disgusting.
I don't know how he can get those 3. Well,
there's nothing illegal about that. That's he's worked 3 jobs. He gets a pension from each of them. I don't think that there's anything conflicting there in terms of interest.
And he has another business of his own.
Business that he runs from his tent?
No, from his warehouse.
Now, is he a stripper on the weekends too?
I was about to say. I was thinking if that's the first thing I thought of was Daniel Orella and his fucking warehouse, which he's probably had to go back to and shit. Which is why he was all salty and butthurt.
But Sam, is that correct? OSHA 30 is for people that only can work for themselves, but OSHA 40 is for somebody that can work under them.
Yeah, I'm not there on part of my training, and to tell you the truth, I have, I try to follow all the OSHA stuff. The problem is getting the airlines to comply. The problem with the airlines is they don't give a damn, because most of them are international. That's one of the things that I figured out, that most of the time they only care about the bottom line. As far as juggling all the OSHA regulations and FAA regulations. It's really up to us, but for the most part, the airlines pretty much have immunity because most of their headquarters are overseas. So, it's a lot of gray areas.
Yeah, the airline also are allowed to use leaded fuel, right? I heard.
Um, I don't really work in the department, but what I
Oh,
can tell you is, um, yeah, I we pretty much have to babysit them to a
oh,
certain degree. But
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. So, you got a new black lady that doesn't beat you up in the work, or?
um,
Was something like that
mm,
described in the past that I forgot, or
no,
what?
no, this was a work on violence thing
Okay.
training I had a couple weeks ago,
Oh, okay.
and I gave an example of this girl that um, physically, quote unquote, assaulted me.
Oh,
Um,
right.
and
She was black?
yes, yes, yes.
Oh my god.
But
That
here's
makes
here's the
everything much
thing.
more difficult. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. It wasn't really the fact that I was quote unquote assaulted. It was nothing. It
Right.
was mostly that because you have to deal with corporate, or you have to deal with pretty much a job setting. Okay,
Yes.
I can't rearrange this girl's hair. First of all, I'm not gonna put my hands on a woman, let alone on federal property. I mean, you have to use logic, right? Um, but the problem is I have to report it, even though I didn't want to, because I thought it was a waste of time. And I mean, come on. Um, when I did, management told me, "Well, why didn't you hit her back?"
You're serious.
No,
Why would they
I'm
say
dead
that? I
ass.
mean, it's not that I'm disbelieving you. I'm just thinking, did they just not give a shit? They truly sound like they're past the point of fucking caring.
Well, here's the
That because
thing.
that would
I
bring a
told them,
lawsuit against them.
of course. I mean, this is a mentality of quote unquote upper management, right? What I told them is, you have to understand is the fact of hitting her is not the problem. The fact is how hard I'm gonna hit her if I actually gave a damn.
Yes.
But it was not a big deal. In the you mean the big? I mean at that point, I was annoyed because there was people around, especially there was other women around. But you also have to use your head. Like, this is federal property. Like, I'm not gonna react to something small when you know what I mean. It's stupid. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'll put
Yes.
it this way: this girl probably liked me, and she was just pretty much her only way of showing that she
Expressing
liked
that.
me.
No, I get it. I get it.
You know
Her
what I
only
mean?
way of expressing that would be by that would be the closest she could ever get to physical intimacy with you, was
All right.
to basically lash out physically, and in
So
a
if
sense,
if
right?
if I would have knocked her dingleberry for what? Like that'd be like, what are you doing? Like that'd be that'd be more erratic on my part, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So it was just one of those things where you kind of have to, do as a Romans do when it comes to a work setting. And they talked to her, but I pretty much told her, hey, this is just part of the work. I have to report this because in case someone does this, then they're going to look back on this. And in other words, you got to cover yourself.
Absolutely. And you did the right thing, of course. I mean, no denying that. And one of the things that I'll do before Peter gets on, because the first thing that Peter Moon would say is he'd tell me that I shouldn't even acknowledge this or dignify it with reading it out loud. But the truth is that I have a very warped sense of humor, and I tend to find morbid entertainment in this sort of thing. But basically, let's take a look at our PayPal contributions. And in terms of let me see. Oh, great. A survey from HostGator. Yeah, let's tell us about your HostGator experience. It fucking sucked. Yeah. Yeah, how's that? I'm scrolling down through my emails here, and okay, let's take a look at PayPal. Notification of donation received. And of course, people are welcome to send messages with their donations. Now, for some reason, nobody is using the new personal donation, which is like the personal account, and maybe because nothing's going through there, like it's not accepting money, which is what happened with Peter Moon. But I'd like somebody to ultimately test that out and see if it works for them, and that is on the screen. It's paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. And I may change that in the future. I may call them and see if there's a possibility to change the name on that so that it's easier for people to remember, because that D really doesn't stick with people. So everybody just goes to the Douglas Dietrich, which is a business account, and then money gets taken out. By the way, somebody wrote getting background noise. Joe, is that you, Joe? Just curious. That background noise.
Oh, the fan. I should shut it.
Yeah, please. I mean, oh my God. And so that being said, of course, here's the messages and the amounts that were sent. First off, somebody sent $4.14. $4.14 from the contributor Common Sense Secures. So shout out to Common Sense Secures, whose message was, "Here, Grandpa. Hopefully we all don't go oblivion by the time you get this." Then kind of like a smiley face emoji. Love, Entity, Jonathan, Eve, and Gabriella. P.S. How's it feel living with all that lively scum on Earth too? Hey, hey. I hope Jamie sucks your dick soon. Hope you kids didn't spend all your parents' allowance on this and break yourselves. Then they sent $1 after that. Again, the dollar from Common Sense Secures with the message, "Sorry, we meant to say we hope Julie sucks your dick soon. One of those dumb fucks confused us." I have the feeling that there was a bong being passed around with some psychedelic laced pot in it or something of that nature. Whatever it was some good shit. And thanks for the contribution. At that rate, it's you appreciate the sentiment, but I think it's kind of right. I think it's all right to ask, why do you bother? Well, to get the message across, obviously, whatever that message is. Like when they say, "Okay, sorry, we didn't mean JMO. We hope Julie sucks your dick soon." I mean, that's cool. I mean, I prefer it from a Julie rather than a JMO, but who the fuck is Julie?
Judith Ager, I think.
That's what I was wondering. Is that what they meant? We'll never find out because I'm not quite sure.
High as a kite,
Yes. So just wanted to share that with everyone because that's morbid entertainment. Sammy says, I'm sounding good. Okay, sound loud and clear now that Joe has shut his fan down. By the way, yes, everybody bear in mind that, when you're on with myself, for God's sakes, turn off your air conditioners and fans. I understand that this is life or death for some people in certain situations, but certainly not on the East Coast right now where it's raining, as Joe Tai was saying. So that being said, air conditions are more like the lifeline for people in Los Angeles, where Sammy Romero is. So, having shared that little bemusing thing, why don't you two men take over for a bit? I'm going to start chewing, and I'll just kind of... we'll hold it to the top of the hour when Peter Moon comes on. And at that point, he can kind of help me balance out, buy me time, and, we'll go through the usual motions. And then I'll call you guys back, when he takes off for the night, see if both of you are up and about. And, we'll take it from there. And then probably sooner than later, I'll go into the monologue mode tonight, simply because there is far too much to talk about. So that being said, I'll go mute. I'll be here. I'll be listening. But both of you guys, I'm sure there must be all kinds of things to talk about. I have to admit, when Joe Tai goes talking to homeless weirdos, it does provide morbid entertainment, even apparently a degree of education. But it's one of those things that I stopped doing that stuff when I was a kid. I just got over the mystique of talking to eccentric crazies that that tend to be everywhere. I mean, our world is seething with eccentric crazies who are homeless and waiting for an ear to fill with the horror of their lives, the the terminal exceptionalism of why they're there to speak to you on the street. I mean, what makes this so pathetic is that in this level of this day and age, any one of them could plug into their local trailer. I mean, if the guy's living in a tent, he should be creative enough to set up a tent near some trailer home and just jack their juice. And he could start his own podcast and bitch to his therapeutic content. But no, he waits for some Asian Pacific Islander American victim to traipse along. In the form of Joe, and there's something stereotypically funny about that too. Joe, like Hey Joe, the archetypal American name, you know, Hey Joe, and this Chinese guy comes along, you know, and he's like, you know, let me tell you something, yeah, and it all kind of goes downhill from there. All right, so I'm not quite sure if any of that was coherent to anybody, but basically it's like, don't talk to strangers, people. Nothing productive will come of it. So, all that being said, I'll leave you two to talk, and I'd like to think we're not strangers here. That being said, I'll go mute, but I'm here, and I'm listening, and if I feel the need to participate, I will. Take us to the top of the hour, dear gentlemen. It's yours. Then I'll start at once.
Yeah, go ahead. So, Joe, when you're going to work for the nonprofit, how does coming up with a menu work? Who's in charge of that?
Well, it's just started. I mean, he has the organization working in Brooklyn right now, and that's running. It's like they were complaining how these inner cities don't have healthy groceries and all this stuff. So I think it's a grant that he gets from the state of New York to move this forward. And
Right.
he has a couple of kitchens. He has a couple of restaurants. And, you know, it's just fate. Certain things happen for a certain reason. Like the homeless guy. It's like, I don't talk to every homeless guy. But he was very, he was very eccentric. And half of the things he would talk about has been verified because I met bunches of people that he claims that he did have a Lamborghini, and he had a bunch of big industry in the town.
I'm sorry, I've got to break in at that point. Oh my God! I mean, please, I had a Lamborghini. Yeah, you know my gang stalkers. They claim that I've got a Maserati, you know.
Doug picked me up in it. Yeah, Doug picked me up, and it's flying up Maserati.
Yeah.
This was the mechanic across the street from this place. So.
Oh my God. It's like, you know, why would he even have to say that? It's like he's trying to qualify himself. You know, I wasn't always like this. You know, I once had a Maserati. It's kind of like Joe's defensiveness when he says, you know, I don't talk to every homeless person I see, but there was something compelling about this one. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not getting any sense from any of this. It's just like,
I don't know. That's like me going.
He got people delivering him moonshine, okay, without no money, okay. This is some weird ass shit I haven't seen. And
dude, moonshine is like, that's like a waste product. That's like industrial effluvia. They're giving it to him because they don't want to pollute the environment by putting it in a waste dump, okay? That's.
And it's not like it's Dom Perignon. Come on, man.
I saw the halfway home that he was living in, and it's all painted in black.
Okay. The significance of that, I mean, aside from black is a morbid color and usually funerary in nature, so are you saying it's a converted mortuary or something? I mean, like, what the fuck? It's like,
oh, it's right. Yeah, I thought he was half out of his mind, but a lot of things do check out with this info. But
okay. But why isn't he there? Why is he in the tent? It's because he feels freer, or somehow?
Yeah, he can't be strapped into a nursing home that they put him in because he's he needs to smoke and he needs to drink.
I get it. I get it.
That's the only reason why he's homeless.
Okay, I get it. Okay, now that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, it's beginning to gel here. But
Yeah.
like Sammy said, tell him to send the fucking money to me so I don't wind up like
Yeah.
him. you know?
Well, he figured a way out for me to get you some money because
did he?
he's
Really?
telling me how certain things work in the military and how you can take advantage of certain things. Is it true that military guys don't need to pay property taxes? Because that's what he's keep on claiming. DD 214, some shit like that.
Actually, to an extent, it's true. I mean, there's like certain benefits they get with loans for homes, with home loans and shit like that. But it's like
that I know, but
okay.
no taxes, no property taxes, school taxes he has to pay. But he's claiming that you don't have to pay property taxes.
I don't know. I've never investigated
Hey man,
that.
just tell him to send the money to Doug.
Yeah,
just clean out his account. And just
I'm
send
trying.
it to Doug.
Trust me, if I could, I would. Okay, and I'm trying to work on a project for Douglas if he really wants to get some real cash. Why couldn't you still take advantage of the home loan mortgage thing? Have you used it?
Why are you asking me? I'm not a veteran. Don't forget, I was dishonorably discharged.
Yes.
I'm a combat veteran, but I'm not a veteran in the legal sense. I have none of these benefits. So, I mean, it's the fact that you bring this up is actually, don't take it the wrong way. It's offensive. Yes. I know you don't intend to be offensive, so don't take it the wrong way. I'm not offended, but it is offensive. It's offensive in the sense that it's like you know my story.
I know your story, but you said even this dishonorably discharged veterans still can do a lot of things. Like you said, your father killed one of these guys that got dishonorably discharged but got re-enlisted as the army.
Yes. Believe me, it's not what people think it is. But at the same time, these are like, it's like, there's no way to really explain these situations. Once you're in situations like this, there's no such thing as a pattern, and there's no such thing as a real right or wrong way to. It's like taking antacids or various other kinds of meds you buy off the shelf. With a lot of these things, there's no real right or wrong way to apply them. You're just kind of self-medicating based on your intuition. And when it comes to somebody in a situation as exceptional, truly exceptional, like a dishonorable discharge, the situation itself is already so extreme, so rare, that some people are able to work with it and some people aren't. It's just that it's like somebody who wins the Congressional Medal of Honor. It's like when you deal with somebody at that level of award, this is one thing I can tell you, I've mentioned this in the past, this I do know, is that when you win the Congressional Medal of Honor, you no longer pay income taxes. So you're free the rest of your life from ever paying income taxes. Again, this is why the government takes that medal so seriously, and they don't allow forgeries of it. Even G.I. Joe miniature medals made in its likeness, they will basically revoke the company Mattel's ability, or Hasbro, whoever absorbed the G.I. Joe product line. They made them take all those products off the shelf. This is how seriously they take it, because they feel that that little metal can be used by other people to forge bigger metals based on its pattern. So, but what's so stupid about that is that, of course, forging a medal, a Congressional Medal of Honor, which happened, say, for instance, with this one guy who worked at a metal-making company. He worked at a metal-making company, and he made himself a Congressional Medal of Honor. And then he put that on, and he went around saying he had done all this great shit, and he was this big hero. And it was all a lie. But, it's not like that. A forgery is not going to get you freedom from income taxes, because there's nothing on paper. So because there's nothing on paper that you were awarded this, it's not a benefit. So they have this almost superstitious thing about it, simply because they feel it can get out of hand eventually, and I can understand that. But, when you deal with real Congressional Medal of Honor winners, you'll find that once you get something like that and you're in that position of privilege, you really don't interact with society the same way anymore. It's just basically you've checked out. At that point, police will stop you, And then when they look you up and see you're a Congressional Medal of Honor winner, no matter what you've done, they'll just let you go. And after a while, you just stop caring, and most of these people, they just die. They just, because they're no longer really interacting with anybody, and so they just kind of check out, and they just die. I mean, you can look up the records. It's always the same. When it comes to somebody like me, a dishonorable discharge, you're either going to thrive or somehow it's going to destroy you. But in the case of the one thing I can tell you, I'm not going to get any benefits. So that being said, we're going to bring Peter on, and but I understand people will ask about the military thing. They'll say, hey, you were in the military. Can you take advantage of this? And I appreciate people trying to be helpful, but understand that the one thing I could get if I were exposed to Agent Orange, I could get treated for Agent Orange. That's what I get. That's how.
How about the burn pits? I mean,
I think the Agent Orange, it broke the VA. That almost broke the VA. I don't know about the burn pits. It probably won't do anything like the Agent Orange thing again. By the way, both of you gentlemen say hello and goodbye to Peter, and Peter will come on and segue from here, and I'll call you gentlemen later. Just checking in with both of you. But both of you say hi.
Peter.
Hi to Peter. Welcome
Hello.
aboard.
Hi, Peter. How you doing?
Hello.
I mean, Master Moon. You got a good title. I have to respect it.
Okay, I'll come back later on.
Yes, my love to both of you. Okay, both of you gentlemen, and I like Joe's respect for Peter, Master Moon. That's lovely. And so Joe, anything else you want to say before you check out, dear Joe, for the moment?
You got the perfect Dallas name, Peter and Moon.
Yeah.
Peter for the front and Mooning for somebody else.
That's delightful. Thank you. I thought of that myself. I honestly thought it was the name of a band.
It is the name of a famous Hawaiian, guitarist,
Interesting.
Peter Moon.
Yeah. Wow. So there you go. And I thought it was honestly like a childish kind of joke, just like that. That was like a high school band that Peter had been in, and then he kind of like.
I wasn't. I had a classmate who used the name Peter Moon, but it never went anywhere. He ended up playing for the Lost Riders of the Purple Sage, the Grateful Dead's warm-up band. He played for them, but he didn't go anywhere with Peter Moon.
Interesting.
But he was very intelligent and very gifted. But that's not why I picked. I just, of all the names I picked, I said this is the name I want to pick. It's the best pen name I've heard. So I didn't want to use Mark Twain.
Right. No, of course not. Obviously.
Already been used.
Yes, that's cute. Okay, Joe. So you take care, Joe. We'll see. I'll check in with you later. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, and I don't know if you heard earlier, but Joe...
Yeah, I heard about the benefits. I heard about the
benefits. I was going to say more. It was more astonishing that he would stop and talk to a homeless guy in a tent in the first place. But yeah. All that being said, so Peter, by all means, share with us everything that's been going on with you. I hope your Labor Day has gone well. Any barbecue?
No, I just, most of my Labor Day was working on, the Montauk Revisited, finishing that. That went out today or yesterday, and then I'm doing Encounter in the Pleiades. It's like redoing old books. Because I want to keep them in print. So,
excellent.
Blah blah blah. It's not been very interesting or exciting.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
it is to some degree, but it's work.
Yes, understood. And of course, everything you do is always interesting and exciting, and sharing that with us is what we're looking forward to. I do want to say that Crystal River has asked me to speak to the subject of Izanagi and Izanami tonight, so I will do that. I want her to know I will live up to that promise and honor her request. So,
I didn't even understand what you said.
Oh, no worries. What
is it? I don't expect you to go into it right now, but what is it?
Oh, it's simply the creator god and goddess of Japan. So she wanted me to speak about the Shinto god and goddess who created the Japanese home islands in their mythos, in their cosmology. And so I will be explaining that shortly after you take off tonight, go into that and kind of explain the relevance of that. And so I was very flattered by her asking about that. Another thing I do want to bring up while you're here, and of course we can go into your subject immediately, but I just wanted to say that I had sent you the other day and then published a little response to Brendan Zogit, who had asked me about a Japanese handgun that was used in World War II. And that column is published on my Facebook timeline, and I sent it to Peter, and certainly he's welcome to share that with you.
I did read it.
Yeah. One of the points that I wanted to make about that was that I didn't go into it into the column because I just, wasn't in the mood to type too long an essay. But this is something that I think is specific to what we deal with, the Roswell and the Rising Sun, this kind of American mentality of converting something, a certain phenomena, into something else entirely. And when it comes to the Nambu handgun, if anybody just looks up Nambu firearm, Japanese World War II, or Japanese World War II Nambu firearm handgun, they're just going to find a plethora of Americans talking about this as being the worst firearm ever made. And they go into extraordinary detail. You're going to find entire, people write books about this. And you end up asking yourself why, because it does seem very bizarre that people would obsess on this. And it really comes down to the fact that I didn't explain in the column, was that basically you had a firearm that had a built-in flaw that is glaringly obvious. But because all the Japanese knew about that flaw, none of them were harmed by it. In other words, there's this one column that's very, very long. It has to be something like a half-hour read at least, if somebody were to venture into that and just read this online, where the guy ends the column about this gun. Again, they always refer to it as the most dangerous firearm ever manufactured, and they'll mean for the owner or the person firing it as opposed to the person at the receiving end. And the person ended that column by saying, "We don't know how many Japanese officers and men, etc., were killed by this firearm because no records were ever maintained of that. We'll just never know." And no records were maintained of it because none of them were ever killed by it. Everyone was aware of the flaw in Japan and therefore handled the firearm in a certain way that it didn't harm them. But what people don't understand is that if they just look this up as well, they'll find out all of it is true. The Americans were pathological looters, and when the Americans would kill Japanese, they wouldn't just loot the uniforms and everything that they could steal. They would tear out every body piece that they could. Americans stole teeth to make necklaces. They stole ears to leather. They stole skulls. I mean, just Japanese bodies were prizes and ornaments to them to make tools out of and send home. And if you look this up, even on something as readily available as YouTube, you'll find entire little vignettes on this, people explaining this. It's not something that's unknown. It is talked about. Nobody ever condemns it, however. The amazing thing is that they'll claim that the Germans were making lampshades out of human skin, and that they were making soap bars out of Jewish fat. All of this is true to a degree in certain situations of industrial exploitation of body parts, but it's very different from the ghoulishness of Americans sending this home to loved ones. An entirely different process. This isn't like the Germans were distributing these in homes as oh, I knowingly have some element of a Jewish body part in my home and want it for that reason. This is Americans, however, did. And there's a whole underworld of trade in Japanese body parts that still takes place online in the dark web. So when it comes to all of this, the Japanese, knowing that the Americans did this, produced a firearm which, once the Americans looted it, they would kill themselves with it. And so basically thousands of Americans, by the way, I'm not exaggerating, thousands of Americans were killed by this handgun looting it. This is why the Japanese referred to it as a surrender pistol. Not that they would ever surrender themselves, but it was the pistol to be placed where it could be grabbed by Americans at the moment of their death. And so all the Americans would grab it, wind up killing themselves or a fellow American while they were handling it. And they're still salty and butthurt about it. And they never speak of that. It's like a open agreement, like an open conspiracy. No one ever refers to that. So instead, they just say this is a horrible handgun and all the Japanese must have died using it, which is not the case at all. So this is a complete historical inversion that, again, should be integrated into a work of ours or a newsletter or something, and just so people get another understanding of the layers.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
I mean, what's in the book about the skulls
Yeah.
is like, I mean, Americans, you know, I mean, this is like a little corner of the world of people obsessed with Japanese, you know, what they call Japanese malfeasance, you know, but it's like, God, I mean, you know, we have to take a much bigger approach.
Yes,
'Cause
understood.
most people aren't even going to care about that, and those few who would care about it aren't going to change their minds anyway.
Point well taken. Yes. So take it from there, dear Peter.
Well, okay. We first off, I want to let everybody know what I mentioned in the broadcast or in the email was that Douglas has made a lot of progress in pursuing his enemies that you've all known and heard about if you followed the show. These people have wilted up. They have been on the run because they have been, you know, they've been
Exposed, basically.
law enforcement, and their internet presence is next to nil, it's as good as nil, and they're kind of regrouping back to each other. But it's kind of sad because they have no. In other words, the only claim to importance they ever seemed to have was to get on the vital communication lines of Douglas Dietrich, for whatever reason, you know, perhaps because it was cutting edge and they were on the cutting edge of something. That would seemingly be their motivation. But whatever it was, they could get some airtime and some attention. And then as things would begin to, as the worm would begin to turn, they began to turn against Douglas because they, whatever their agenda was sick, sour, and sad. And now, but some of them had to make up their mind. Should I be with Douglas? They'd waver. They'd waver on the fence. And as I said to Douglas, this guy's wavering. He'll always waver. If he has to waver about this, you know, whether he, you know, what's more important to him, his support of Douglas Dietrich and the work of Douglas Dietrich, or, you know, anal intercourse with somebody who's, you know, I'm serious. Yeah,
Yes,
I'm serious.
that's
Douglas,
what it was. Yes.
But it's like they opted for their anal intercourse partner, who was, you know, really quite, as one of the people on the chat room referred to him as a misanthrope, and quite accurately, I think.
Yes.
So, in other words, it was hard to make up his mind. So these people have been on the run, but they've exposed themselves. They've embarrassed themselves. They've made complete fools out of themselves. We do not need to name them because they're just a passing delinquency that we've had to put up with and don't have to put up with anymore. But why were they there in the first place? They were attracted to Douglas like a magnet. Whatever reason, they liked his darkness, or what they perceived to be his darkness. They wanted his power. I think that's what it is. They saw power, they wanted power, and they could have inflated power themselves, even to get on the air and talk to an audience. I guess that can be inflating to one's ego. And okay, so they're gone. That's good. They're gone. But what do we have now? I'm not, what I have to say here is I'm not targeting our audience. I'm targeting the people who should be Douglas's audience and are not. The opinion leaders, the people that are perceived as the vanguards of conspiracy, the vanguards of, cutting edge geopolitical fodder. Who are these people? They're people that are listened to and either have respect or act like they have respect. Who are these people? What are their topical issues of the day? The stuff about Trump and Biden, either or, has gotten very old. In the Biden case, you have the Hunter Biden scandal. In the Trump case, we've heard about for too long, but nothing happens. Just like nothing happened with Jeffrey Epstein. They put Ghislaine Maxwell behind bars, but that was rather anticlimactic. Yes. She apparently didn't tell on anybody, and she seems content to stand behind bars. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll let her out in 5 years for shutting her mouth.
That's what she's banking on, no doubt.
Yeah. But I'm saying is, people who are complaining about Trump or Biden should be complaining about Jeffrey Epstein. And I think one of the most telling things about Donald Trump, at least as far as his vulnerabilities go, is he never referred to Joe Biden as Creepy Joe. He always called him Sleepy Joe. And because if he called him Creepy Joe, they'd say those who live in a glass house shouldn't throw stones. Because, he knew better than to do that. Although he should have called him Creepy Joe. Very Creepy Joe.
Yes. By the way, there is footage of that one young girl whose head he kept kissing. I don't know if you recall that. That was a while back.
There were so many of them.
Yeah.
And they don't show them anymore. I don't see them on YouTube anymore. But,
that's right. It's like they've been scrubbed.
They've had their life. I don't know. They're just. And the other one I used to hate is when people would refer to Michelle Obama as Mike and insist that she's a man.
Right. That was bad. That was just.
Yeah. In other words, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the appeal of that is. I don't know what the appeal of it is.
It's a combination of homophobia with transphobia and just projecting that onto the liberal social justice movement. It's like you see these people are really representing themselves when they advocate for these minorities. They really are members of those minorities, and that's their agenda, is to turn us all like that. It's all part of this overall paranoia of what's different.
Yeah, Michelle Obama is despicable. She's truly a despicable human being, but not for those reasons.
There.
Her despicability has to do with her role as an attorney for it was the law firm that dealt with British Petroleum and what's called cap and trade. So that they put together this cap and trade green exchange. So if you polluted, you'd be you get fined. And the money would go to this green exchange, which nobody seemed to realize was owned by BP, British Petroleum, So they were like, the beneficiaries of the oil business going down.
And not just any oil business, but British Petroleum is what devastated the Gulf of Mexico with that. Yeah.
Well, this occurred before then. So, I mean, they were already engineering. And of course, the Obamas were big supporters and enablers of BP, particularly Michelle, but Barack too. So, I mean, they're just, this is what.
There was also the Acorn scandal, etc. Yes, much that they were involved in. Yes.
Yeah. So it's like, but this is par for the course with politics. We shouldn't be, surprised, so on and so forth. And I have to hand it to Donald Trump, though, when they wanted him to put all his assets into a blind trust. He was so smart not to do that, and people were outraged. How can he do this? Well, look what happened to Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter had a peanut farm was either $1 or $4 million. He put it into a blind trust when he went into the presidency.
Jesus Christ.
When he came out, it was worth absolutely nothing.
So sad. Was he a pauper at that time? He sure acted like it. I remember that.
He was a pauper when he came out of the White House.
Yeah.
He had his salary, his $100,000+ a year, plus the presidential library, but he was having a hard time making ends meet. But I'm saying is, how much could he use his office as president to manipulate a peanut farm? It's like, and to tell you the truth, we wouldn't have had much time to run his peanut farm, but probably a few phone calls every weekend would have probably kept it on the rails if he had the right people. Instead, you put it in a blind trust, and where did the guys go? They go out there and boil the peanuts? What the hell did they do? It's like whoever they put it in trust, I thought he was such an idiot to do that. Here I'm going to put it in a blind trust. I'm going to run the country down for 4 years, and then I'm going to run, then I won't have a business either.
He's remembered as an idealistic fool. I mean, that's basically how he's remembered.
Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, I mean, the politics is, the politics is what it is. It's not getting better. It's not getting better at all. The way people behave. In fact, it's getting worse because, we have, you don't see Biden going after congressmen for being, voted in for life with their health care and whatnot and their pensions. The easiest way to get rich is to become a congressman. Yes, it's true. And talk about who wants a Congressional Medal of Honor when you can be a congressman. It's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to be a congressman than it is to get a Congressional Medal of Honor.
It's true, and who the hell needs exemption from income tax when you're making that much money, as congressmen do?
Exactly. But let's move beyond the politics. We have different people who are authors, pontificators of UFOs, conspiracy, but they don't seem very interested in what Douglas has to talk about.
At all.
They don't seem interested at all. In fact, when they find out, they might be inclined to challenge. What is this about? What is this about? First time I heard of Douglas, I was utterly fascinated.
Thank you.
I didn't know who he was. And I'm very quick to take any person on the circuit as a, somebody that's not worth listening to. That's my first inclination with anybody. But his argument was compelling. It wasn't compelling because I had a personal interest in Roswell or Japan, which I didn't really, but because the information he presented was compelling. He's telling all sorts of things that you don't know. People aren't interested in what they don't know. They're interested in what they call confirmation of their idiocy or their ignorance, might be a better word. They want to confirm what they know. They want to read about that which suits their mindset. And it seems to me that learning the truth is not part of their agenda.
Too true.
And so I'm saying, so what are we dealing with? So it's almost as if I say, I should start going on to my Facebook and start targeting people.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the natural, or that's the most, like, who are these people? What are these people? I'm not talking about my friends on Facebook. I mean, they might be friends, but people who are profile people.
Yes.
And, I don't know how much time I can put into that.
Well, people who claim to be basically seeking alternative perspectives and yet aren't doing so at all. As a matter of fact, they reinforce the same people over and over again, like George Norrie did by bringing on the same guests over and over again.
Well, yes, exactly. Now let's go to Edge of Wonder.
Yeah. There's one. Yes.
Edge of Wonder. Now, I think they got taken off of
YouTube or whatever venue.
Off of YouTube, I think, back around the election,
Interesting.
because they were very pro-Trump, and the social media just kind of squelched, because they were covering certain stories. I don't know what they were doing. And let me see, Edge of Wonder. Our goal is not to make you believe or prove anything, but to open your mind and encourage you to do your own research. Well, they sure didn't welcome your book. They said, we're interested in all things aliens, da-da-da-da-da. Edge of Wonder TV. I think they have their own website now.
Okay.
And let me see here. Edge of Wonder. Join Ben and Rob on deep dives into mysterious, spiritual, and out-of-this-world topics you were never told the truth about. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is politics. Midterm battleground, Putin's death blow to Europe, globalist speech, PSYOP, energy wars, Chronicles of Psychic Spy. Is that Snowden? I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. They're not interested in your stuff.
No.
And one has to wonder. The Edge of Wonder. And they really go into politics. And when they go into politics, they just become one of many voices.
That's true. At that point, they simply become part of a chorus. Yes.
Yeah, and okay, here. Right-leaning media equates Biden's recent speech to Hitler. leaning media uses entirely different photos. How can two audiences be manipulated to see the same event entirely differently? What staged reactions have been used to divide the people against each other? Is this all a psyop? Join Ben, Rob, and Seth for Friday Night Live with Dig Deep Q&A. It sounds like they're trying to have an intelligent discussion about, pitting the left against the right. I've gotten very bored.
Yes, I was about to say.
With politics. I can't read any articles on Donald Trump because they're so prejudiced. And even when they don't read as particularly prejudiced and they're pursuing the data trail, I get the sense that these are not going anywhere. The information trail is going nowhere without even questioning the veracity of it. It's like, this is not going to amount to anything. It's like watching a couple of last place teams play in the NFL. Okay, maybe it'll be a good contest. That's the most you can hope for. But the games are meaningless. So it's like, this is, and then the same thing with Hunter Biden. We've heard everything. We just don't see any movement forward on prosecuting him because now they're investigating the FBI guy who wouldn't investigate him, but they're not investigating Hunter Biden, or they're not doing anything with Hunter Biden. Instead, they're making the story about the guy who didn't investigate Hunter Biden. I mean, why not just investigate Hunter Biden? It's just crazy. So, I guess we have a Stepford audience. We have a Stepford, public, I should say.
Yeah, there we are.
And there are indeed different avenues of approach. I'm just mentioning that, because, I'm still, we're going into retrograde, Mercury retrograde. This is a good time to reevaluate things. Say, well, where am I going to go with this? Mm-hmm. Where am I going to go with these people? Should I start exposing people and just, start saying what knuckleheads they are?
Yeah. And
showing them to be knuckleheads. I don't know if I want to do that. It's not something I would naturally want to do. But people are asking for it.
Yes.
They're asking for it. I'm reluctant to name any names right now.
Understood.
But the audience out there might want to suggest people.
Yes, if there's anyone in the chat room, we'll certainly look at it. I myself, of course, have a few people that immediately come to mind. By the way, return kisses to Veronica, Bartolini Codebreaker Real Talk from Arizona. Nathan A. Brooks says greetings to all the beloved, referring to everybody else in the chat room, and welcome aboard, Nathan Brooks. One of the things that I was going to bring up with Peter earlier was Joe Rogan, of course, is supposed to be investigating a lot of perspectives out there, but obviously is not really interested in, certainly in my case, unless it's brought to his attention. We would see how he responded. The challenge would be even bringing it to these people's attention. I think that they just have no concept of what's being spoken of, and then the subject itself is just so overwhelming. The Americans lost World War II. You've been lied to all this time. You started the war. The Japanese ended it. These are just incredibly paradigm-shattering shifts for people to absorb.
Excellent point. And in the case of this is the problem with somebody like Joe Rogan. I really don't know Joe Rogan. I really don't know anything about him. Somebody told me I should get on Joe Rogan once, and I that's the first time I ever heard his name. But they offered to recommend me to Joe Rogan, but I didn't even know who he was. But the thing is, from what I've seen, the problem with this, not just your information, but my information as well, even my information without Douglas Dietrich, it's like you can't do it in an hour.
Yeah.
An hour is not good. It's like you have to dedicate a whole week of a show to it. It's that substantive, So either one of us, you can't just start talking. One has to go deeper into the, into the core of everything. So how much can you ask of Joe Rogan? And then there's the problem with the paradigm shift. Then what happens is he becomes a supporter, and he is driving an agenda. It would be our agenda. But why would he drive our agenda? Okay? Because he's on an agenda that is comparatively safe.
Right. Thank you.
Comparatively safe.
Thank you.
I don't know. I think he got in a lot of trouble with somebody, I heard, because he said the wrong thing or it was misinterpreted. I think he said something about, some sensitive subject. If it wasn't Hitler, it was, LGBTQT plus or something like that. I don't know what it was. He said something that could be interpreted as insensitive, and he clarified his position so that, which was the right thing to do, at least as maintaining his, it's asking for him to get in trouble. And then, as you pointed out there, I didn't have time to watch this with the damage control they were doing on Japan.
Right.
I don't know. It's like I don't think they don't really need to do damage control. They just need to keep doing what they're doing. Just put out these tired old documentaries.
Yes.
And just keep at it. It's like, well, no, you're in Japan. If Japan had, done this and done that, they could have beaten us, but whatever it is, it's the world is asleep.
Yes, it is. It is. By the way, just to clarify on Joe Rogan, I have no idea what he did that was damaging in a sense, or shall we say, got into whatever dangerous territory.
Politically incorrect.
Yeah, politically incorrect. Just this sensitive territory. I mean, it's obviously this is what he thrives on. So he's going to be at some point that is going to be inevitable that he's going to step on his tongue and break his neck, or step on his dick somehow in what he does. But one of the things I was trying to point out to Peter Moon the other day was that Joe Rogan has explained quite openly that he uses TRT, which is testosterone replacement therapy, and HGH, human growth hormone. So basically what I find despicable about him as a person is that basically he's transphobic and consistently makes a career out of saying that that trans people are unnatural, etc. Obviously, and but he's doing exactly what trans people do. This is what trans people who are basically committing themselves to a sex change is they're taking various kinds of replacement therapies with steroids, and they're also using the kinds of variants of human growth hormone. So he's doing exactly what a trans person does.
He's doing it for purposes of maintaining his physical youth/strength.
Yes.
Whereas they're doing it for different reasons.
That's right. But for him, it's okay. This is what I find. This is a kind of paradoxical, I would call that a paradoxical stance to assume.
Well, I mean, I certainly understand what you're saying. He shouldn't be using these things, in my opinion. But there's better ways. There's better things to do.
Yes.
But, he might end up like Jose Canseco with, tiny testicles.
Yes.
But, he can talk himself into a, tough guy posture, because that's what I understand he is.
Yes, that's his posture. Yes.
But be that as it may, he's trying. I mean, he doesn't have a gender identity crisis or a gender identity issue, and I would highly question anybody taking gender bending substances. I could understand if you had a deficiency that you needed to take some estrogen or testosterone because you had an imbalance. But because that happens for sure in the course of living. But when it gets to the point where you're changing your gender, that gets into a very sensitive area for the individual, and it's very open to being, I guess what you would say, imbalanced. And I just saw some people on TV that had gender surgery, and they reverted back to the original gender, and were telling the horrors of, what had happened.
Oh, understood. Do understand as well that that's quite rare, and they're usually brought up by conservative groups and kind of paraded around as an example. That's not usually the case that people do that. It's much rarer than people would get the impression of, because these people are given a lot of airtime. But certainly what you say is appreciated. It's obviously something that should not be done lightly. Nobody should be doing this casually. Yeah.
And I guess you hear stuff that people are being encouraged to do it. Like, well, you could be a girl, you can be a boy.
That's
like, you don't know. Are you sure? Are you sure? You need somebody who looks like Joe Biden in your face in the 7th grade, telling you, I don't know about you. When I was in the 7th grade, we had, a couple of gay teachers who were, kind of probing us, trying.
Oh my God.
I don't mean probing us physically. They went after my neighbor.
So, in other words, they were probing in the sense of course, seeing if anyone was interested. In other words, these
for vulnerable teenage kids, and they, got my neighbor, my friend, and who I walked to school with every day, and they took one of them. The teachers took him to Europe.
Oh my God!
Yeah, because one day, it was summer. It was summer. Or maybe it wasn't summer. So my neighbor, he says, seldom did I go in his house. I did go in his house, but seldom. And he says, oh, you want to come over and watch, we're showing the slideshow of, Butch Carlson, or not Butch, but what the hell is this? Anyway, it was the principal of the junior high school. What was his name? I think it was Lee Carlson. He was Swedish. And he loved to show slides. We'd have to see his goddamn slides of Sweden at the end of every school year.
Oh my God.
I didn't want to see his slides. So anyway, I was brought over there, and they're showing slides of Europe. It's me, a couple of kids from the neighborhood, my friend John, his parents, and Mr. Carlson, and I think Mr. Bell. And Mr. Bell was our homeroom teacher, though, and so I said, what the hell's Mr. Carlson doing here, Mr. Carlson didn't come into your house, but he came into my, he's right next door. You didn't want him to come into your house. But anyway, said, so they're showing these slides, and all of a sudden, John's parents, mother was very elegant, and she says, is this where you'll be taking John this year? Is this where you'll be taking John this year? She's saying, oh yeah, we're good. So anyway, we all kind of found out that John was going to Europe with Mr. Bell.
Why would the
And of
parents allow
course,
that?
when you have the principal there, it adds a certain legitimacy to him taking John to Europe.
Was the principal somehow involved with this?
The principal wasn't involved. The principal wasn't that way. The principal would just love to show slides of his family in Sweden. That's all. He loved it. He was a sucker for that.
Okay.
And he loved to show slides. I couldn't stand the slides.
Well, nobody can stand slideshows of people's.
I don't know, but he used to get away with it.
Oh my God.
I felt that he was as the principal, that he was there to show slides. And so anyway, I mean, the slides were okay, and it wasn't all his. I think Mr. Bell had some slides. I don't know, but they were, because they all see that there were certain teachers that went to Europe, and they kind of played off each other.
Right.
So it was sort of networked.
Yeah.
And they'd buy cars. They'd buy the Citroen car from France and import it. There was a bunch of teachers that imported cars from France. And so they kind of networked.
It sounds like they were part of a ring. Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't a gay ring. There was just Mr. Turner and Mr. Bell. And they would notoriously sue anybody who accused them of being a homosexual.
Really?
Oh, yeah, notoriously. They had a reputation. So you didn't say anything. Of course, we were too young to really we were just kind of, finding out. And so, my friend John, and I found this out afterwards, and he said, they were, in some hotel in Copenhagen. It was the first stop, and, he ordered a room with one bed, and my friend John said, no, two beds. And I think, he was, they ended up in one bed, and, Mr. Bell was, had his member down there where it shouldn't be, kind of trying to, poke around. And my friend had some issues with him.
No doubt. This is like, by the way, this is like, at this point, you're going beyond just gayness or homosexuality. This is child predation.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And he never really got anywhere, except that he, exposed himself, tried, and, because, my friend had a lot of psychological issues. He eventually died at a young age of drug overdose.
Oh, God.
His 20s. But, I mean, I was not connected to him at that point. But he had a lot of psychological issues. But, this guy was, he saw my friend as, as young, cute, and vulnerable. Yeah. And he didn't get very far. I mean, he got enough to, I guess, upset him and mess with him. But it was, he kept trying. But he was just displaying his sexuality to a kid. I think he took another friend of mine. The two of them went to Scotty's Castle in California, and there was some, incidents there. That, as they say, he didn't actually have sex with either one of these kids, but he made a foolish spectacle of himself. So this is just I don't know how I got off on this subject. It takes me back.
We're talking about Joe Rogan and, of course, his stance, which was semi-paradoxical. The subject's understandable.
Yeah. People, doing hormones and stuff, and these guys, well, and these, as I say, these were teachers. That I was talking about seventh graders, whispering to the seventh grade kid, "What's your gender? What's your gender?" Well, they say, yeah, we were being, tested, I guess.
Yeah, probed. What Peter's talking about is, in this case, looking for vulnerable children who might then re-identify themselves or quote unquote discover their identity. Of course, I've always thought that such things are innate, that the person is innately gay. It's not something that you really convert to, which is kind of like what Joe was bringing up earlier, Joe Tai, not Biden. And and so this is how we got on it, was because Joe Rogan has a very vocal stance on it, and therefore it is, when he does something that then treads those same waters, really, in terms of what it does to the body, including shortening one's lifespan or statistically exposing one to greater chances of stroke or cancer, etc., then and he serves as this role model. Then we see, as Peter brought up, from teachers kind of taking advantage of their position to actually kind of look for victims, really. This wasn't even a case of conversion, more like victims, and while suing people who are accusing them of being something that they obviously are.
Accusing them of doing what they're doing.
Yeah. Then this is obviously these are horror stories, and but the anecdotes are well taken, and but they bring us back to, here's the problem with people who are conspiracy theorists. In essence, when it comes to somebody like Joe Rogan, he's quote unquote exposing different truths, so he brings different people on. Now, they go into things like Hitler escaped and survived the war. They go into subjects like this at great length, and they bring the subject on. But it's as Peter says, these venues just aren't meant for the enormity of what I'm exposing, and therefore are really incapable of handling it. What I'm exposing is just so monumental that it's people can't handle it, and then they shut down. So the best way
Excellent point.
Yeah.
Excellent point.
Yeah.
Just excellent point.
So they just turn away. Yeah, and
shut down. And as I was saying, it's like, you can't be talking too much about Michael Aquino at the dinner party.
Yes.
It's socially inappropriate. And there's a time and place for everything. And then, of course, when you think of the time and place for God is on Sundays in church, or used to be. And that presents all sorts of other issues. Because what is the time they spend in church? Some people still go to church, or the equivalent thereof, and this is where they process certain things. And it has a degree of workability for them. I remember a couple of my friends from West Virginia, when I was in Scientology, they were talking about how they go to church and every Sunday. I'd say, what the hell were you guys going to church for? Because they weren't churchgoers. They said, oh, because, the girls would be
I knew they'd say that.
Oh, that's why we went. We went to see the girls. Okay, I understand. I said, I still don't think that's a good enough reason to go to church. But, whatever. So, but people go to church to process certain things, and people will use it because it's a dependency, it's a crutch for certain things, and that's understandable. But, when people who are wrestling with spiritual issues, this sort of stuff could send them over the edge because they're psychologically unstable as it is.
Yes.
And that's the problem we've had with these defectors, people who've defected from your camp, because they're psychologically unstable, or worse yet, damaged. So, this is what you're dealing, and this is what was discovered in Scientology. When you begin to open up a case, meaning a person's world of dysfunction, you find out that they're much more messed up than you could have imagined. Therefore, they need a lot of attention. Not everybody, but typically this is the case. So, it's not like there's a whole world of dysfunction there that has nothing to do with Scientology. It has to do with elaborate dysfunction with people, and so it's like, wow, if you're doing Qigong teaching people Qigong, you can find out some people will have such elaborate dysfunction, they'll fight you. Anything you can do to help them, they'll fight you.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, you know.
I imagine that's what Joe Rogan would do if you tried to teach him the Qigong. I think he lacks the discipline. That's why he goes for the pills and just injections. I mean, it's a lazy man's way to do what you do by discipline.
I don't know what he does. So, I mean, I think he works out and stuff. I think he was a mixed martial artist or something.
That's true. He was. Yes.
But I would say this about that is one of the things my teacher had pointed out to me. He says so many, you know, quote unquote great martial artists, you know, you'd see them taking liquor or dope or whatever because they're trying to kill the pain, because they don't balance themselves. In other words, they're focusing too much on the martial aspect and not the healing aspect. Therefore, they become very imbalanced. They may be tougher than nails, but they're in a very harsh battle with themselves.
Yes.
Doesn't mean they're not tough, but the biggest battle you'll ever fight is with yourself.
Yes.
So, you know, that becomes the challenge. And if one is, you know, pilling their way to whatever it is, I don't know. I don't know enough about what he does, but I'm, you know, just talking about from his stance on things. He must be a pretty entertaining conversationalist, or he wouldn't be so damn popular.
But then, so am I, right? But I have something to say that threatens people.
Well, you're coming from a totally different place.
Yes.
And he appears to have an open mind. He appears to have enough testosterone to take on an argument and not back away from it. That's part of his appeal, I think,
Yes.
from what little I've seen of him.
Yes.
In other words, he's not afraid of issues, or appears to be not afraid of issues.
Well, people can relate to him because he has, like Bruce Willis, has the appeal of the common man, and is a man's man. So there's that. It's just the appeal of commonality. So that I certainly do not have. But go on.
No, yeah, but yeah, it's so. You know, these are different venues,
Yes.
you know, that are out there.
Yes.
And those people who are going to be, you're going to appeal to, are going to be people who are tired of hearing the same old stuff.
Thank you.
They're tired of hearing the same old narrative,
Yes.
and they want to hear a new narrative,
Yes.
and they want to learn something, because they're tired of the same old stuff.
Yes.
And of course, there's a lot of same old stuff out there.
Yes.
Where our stuff, I think, gets the most interesting is when we get into the deeper aspects of the Artilect and some of the deeper occult aspects of what's behind the politics.
Yes.
And then it gets interesting to me. And if it gets interesting to me, it gets interesting to the audience, generally speaking.
Most certainly. Yes.
And I, as I say, I haven't had time to focus on that since I've been back, because I've been doing.
Well, you've been working on getting that book out that you needed to get back
And
out.
I got it out, and I'm getting another one out too, which was mostly already done. I just had to do the cover. So that'll be a print-on-demand book, Encountering the Pleiades. And it's been interesting to revisit. I can't go into the details, but I've had some big breakthroughs lately, and such breakthroughs tell me that if I can break through in certain areas, you know, breaking through with your book should be relatively easy.
Thank you. Yeah.
It should be.
Yeah.
But then I think, you know, let's target this to do better, because there's too many books sitting on the shelf waiting to be sold.
Understood.
And this it can do so much better.
Yes.
And just looking at the situation, assessing the situation, it's possible. It's possible to do anything.
Yes.
It's possible to do anything. It just takes time to sit down and engage it. And as I say, going away to Romania for 2 weeks it's a big chunk out of my life because I'm preparing for it for, weeks ahead of time.
Yes.
And then I come back and I'm recovering from it.
Yes.
What's today, the 7th?
It
I got
is,
back
yes.
16th of October.
Yeah.
So I'm barely back 3 weeks. It seems like I've been back longer. And a lot has changed here for the better.
Right.
A lot has transpired.
Yes. August, you
Like-
came back in August. You said October. We're heading into October.
October 16th.
Yeah.
I mean, August 16th I came back.
But believe me, I get it. I get the time. I get the time effect. This is a form of time travel in and of itself, by the way. It happens when you travel, especially to a place like Romania and going into those various caves. It takes you into a different time phase.
Yeah, and what's so special about it is that I haven't been there in 3 years, and I'm stirring up all this old energy. And for like say my friend Catalin, who paved the way for me to go. He didn't even go. He got sick. I saw him one day at Atlanticron. He came to pick up his kids, and I spent, an hour with him or so. And he was supposed to go on the trip, but then he got sick. So, but he carried through with the application, so we got to go in the cave. And that's a friendship that's, been cooking for years. Yet the friendship was like carried me through, pushed me in the right direction. He deferred his application to the, German, the camp owner, and, it all worked out. But I mean, these are like all these like dominoes I've set up years before, all started clicking together. And, to all to great benefit, all to great, to what made to an extraordinary experience. So it's like I'm prepping the way. I heard from my Korean teddy bear last night. I don't know if she's listening. The girl, I called her my Korean teddy bear.
Cool.
Because she's like a teddy. She's so cute.
Wow.
She had just gotten back from Ireland, and she called me. And I told her, yeah, I remember you. She still wants to go to Romania. She said she wants to move to Ireland. I said, you better spend a winter there before you make that decision. Yes, that's what everybody tells me. So, but she definitely wants to go to Romania.
Okay.
She's pledged. I also heard from Jonathan Shalimar yesterday.
Oh, wonderful. Yes.
And this device he's supposed to send me didn't get there. It got sent back to him. He seems to have the greatest difficulty in using the U.S. mail between Shasta and where I live in Westbury. And it's like, why is it such a problem to get a piece of mail? He's going to send me a FedEx to get this device to me. It's a healing device.
Wow.
Which I wanted for my meniscus, but I don't no longer need it for my meniscus because that's all better.
Explain meniscus, the condition, please.
Well, meniscus is a complicated thing to discuss. There's different, I don't know if it's like inner or outer or whatever, but the meniscus is basically a muscle in your knee. But it's not just the meniscus, it's the whole complex of tendons, ligaments, and fascia. And so when you have a meniscus strained, mine was strained, it wasn't torn. It's all of those other ligaments and fascia and stuff down there. So it's a combination of things. It's not just one piece of meat. Torn meniscus is a different issue. That's more serious. But still, it was the point where I really couldn't run. And, but as you say, there's exercises. My friend Greg showed me a chair pose, which you can look yoga chair pose to help heal a meniscus. I basically rested it and did some physical therapy exercises that I got off of YouTube. But yeah, but I was hoping to put this device on it, which is supposed to be spectacular.
Wow.
And I don't know what I'll put it on. Maybe I'll go find one of my friends at football that's got an injury and try them. But
Sounds good. I do want to let people know Brendan Zoget looked up the laser that was basically sold to us by that young man, the son of John Henry Hagman, the runaway. And he said that it's definitely out there. The color is green, by the way. People have asked me about the color of the laser light itself, which is considered a healing color in the West, an evil color in the East, however. But obviously, I can adapt pretty quickly when it comes to paradigm shifts. But he found it was out there for about $375 or so, something like that. So definitely V paid about the right price for it, and definitely it worked for me. I of course have a very significantly unique situation that the young man apparently understood enough about from what his father said, even while he was extraordinarily young at the time before running away. He still knew this much, that this was something that would be of use to me someday. So whether these things are useful for us or somebody else, it's always nice to have such miracle technology around. And so yes, hopefully hopefully Jonathan Shalimar gets that to you. I suspect that because he's in that kind of a vortex up there in Mount Shasta, that everything just kind of like goes into kind of a vacuum. It's probably very hard for any services that you and I would take for granted. Probably hard for them to even function in their own way. I remember Laura Lee Solomon was living in a kind of isolated part of Texas. Wasn't even that isolated, but isolated enough where things would take a while to reach her, or reach me from her. So, probably a case similar like that with him.
More to the point, though, he said how bad the fires have gotten.
Yes.
And it's that same old time of year, and that was very disappointing to hear. And he said one whole area of Weed is right north of Shasta.
That's right. That's the name of a town, just so people understand that it's not a patch of marijuana. Okay, so go on.
Right, and there was a community that was a black community that had lived there for over a century.
Oh my God.
They went back into a long, I think, service relationship with the town. But that whole black community was wiped out.
Jesus.
And this is, California, and they're showing the governor, Gavin Newsom, is saying, okay, rolling blackouts, don't use appliances, heavy-duty appliances after 4 p.m. We're going to get rid of your internal combustion engines, but now you're going to, because we're going to put the world on electric cars, but it's going to suck even more energy. So this is a big problem. And of course, the easiest, fastest solution is the time reactor. That's the easiest, fastest, energetic, and the cheapest. Of course, to do the time reactor, that creates a lot of other existential issues, because if you're changing time to produce energy, it's like people are gonna, like jump in the time reactor or something.
Right. I mean, you can imagine the kind of
This idiot who jumped in the tank at SeaWorld with a big killer whale. He got killed. What? With the killer whale, with the orcas. And, the orca, just treated him like a piece of fish or something. And, knocked him cold, and the guy died. He thought he was, going to go have a warm,
Seal
lovey-dovey
meal.
session with the orca, and he, died. I mean, so that's what you could have, is somebody, jumping in the time reactor and God knows what.
It's amazing what people do. I mean, these are cases of natural selection, if ever there were any. But this is what people are determined to prove: is that evolution is at work. And
this is the classic case of, what was his name, Mr. Smith or Dr. Smith from Lost in Space. Remember that?
Yes. How could I forget? Yes.
The stowaway.
Yes.
The stowaway who was the evil on the ship.
Yes, and a flaming gay man, if ever there was one. Yeah. Shamelessly.
He seemed to keep his polite distance with Willie Mummy on that show.
Actually, they were always together. It was.
I know, but he seemed to behave himself.
Yes, he behaved himself because he was always in so much trouble. He was always in so much trouble. He didn't have time to get into trouble with little Willie. Yes. By the way, just so people understand that, there was actual Gold Key comic called Lost in Space that was far more wholesome. There was no Dr. Smith. There was just the mother and father and son and daughter, basically. I think it was just...
that prior to the TV show? The TV show was based on that?
I don't know. I'd have to look that up. But the comic, the ship looked completely different. It was far more aesthetic looking. The show was just a simplistic saucer. The ship in the comic was much more realistic. It was like it had its own ecosystem. In other words, they had gardens inside of it and whatnot, which made perfect sense because they're sustaining themselves. But obviously the biggest problem would be that the situation would potentially get incestuous after too much time in space, which they were lost in. But I'm presuming that they may ultimately have found Earth. I don't know. But that I would prefer that storyline infinitely to what ultimately showed up on television, which I actually adored when I was young, simply because of the over-the-top nature of Dr. Smith's behavior and the robot. Of course, that's all anyone remembers is Dr. Smith and the robot, and they remember the kid is basically a straight man between them, just basically the foil between Dr. Smith and the robot. Everybody else was obviously completely secondary, but understand that I think that there is a much more wholesome alternative. And everybody knows I'm not a prude. Far from it. I'm a sexaholic and a pornoholic. But there was something about when I take a look at Lost in Space today, and I take a look at just the whole situation with the stowaway Dr. Smith, and it just all seems rather, it gets rather, there's something about it that just, knowing, of course, the real actor behind Dr. Smith, he was just so flaming and actively gay, and just thinking of him with little Willie all the time, there's something creepy about it. It really is. It just gets creepy.
The thing is that the whole, what I think that the whole significance of that is that you have a stowaway.
Yes.
So it's like, wow, you've got a problem on your hands. So I was alluding to the time reactor, being used for
something like
energy.
that. Yeah.
But so you've got somebody. So suppose you're going to have somebody running the time reactor. You've got a utility crew there, and then what's to prevent somebody from going in and accessing it and being a bad little boy?
Yes.
See, this is the whole problem. And what David Anderson had said, we have to have a moral compass for this technology. Well, once you have the technology, you have the same problem with the time reactor that you have without the time reactor. The problem when we don't have the time reactor, or at least in a public service that we're aware of, is because people they jealously guard using that power.
Yes.
But then if you have it being used, there's the other problem, is that people are jealously guarding it because it's being used. So you have somebody, this whole moral compass thing, which seems ridiculous. Like, okay, we're going to have a moral compass to see, what we should and shouldn't do in time. We're going to have a council that would approve what we should and shouldn't do. It's the same problem you have without the council,
Yes.
because you still have powers that be. So it's like, we're damned without a time reactor, we're damned with it,
Yes.
because you still have that human element of Dr. Smith.
Yes. Thank you.
That's the challenge. And you hope it's only Dr. Smith and not Michael Aquino.
Yes, compare the twain. I don't know. There were some similarities between both to a degree. That's totally unfair. I shouldn't say that, but
He was. Dr. Smith was benign compared to
Aquino. Yes, true enough.
compared to, yeah.
Yes. But he was a schemer. He was always scheming, and that was one of the reasons that he was getting everybody into trouble. He would scheme with whomever they encountered. So
There were no shortage of encounters.
yes, that alone was how do we say that? Obviously, it was incredible that the show lasted as long as it did, but we understand its appeal. It just was what it was. That being covered, as anything else you want to go into, by all means. There's when we were speaking about the inability of many of the people to follow what I'm saying, or they just shut down. The people who should be open to this most are the so-called conspiracy theorists, but they're not, because in the end they have their own quote-unquote patriotic agenda, and this strikes them as unpatriotic. I mean, this is the stupidity of the...
Well, I don't, now that's interesting that you compare conspiracy theory to patriotism. Now, certainly that's not 100% true. It's certainly considerably true, though. And we go back to the militia movement. The militia movement, the internet gave rise to the militia movement, and the militia movement was riding the back of conspiracy.
Yes.
Andy Weaver.
Yes.
And then as it evolved into the Waco, and then it got really bad because, the United States government was showing how evil it was with Waco. Ruby Ridge could have been considered an isolated incident, with people being too aggressive over a tax protester. But when Waco happening, that was just no reason for burning those kids. And then of course the whole Oklahoma City bombing. It was like the government was completely, had gone bonkers.
Right.
It was bonkers. And that kind of was a patriotism, but that wasn't the same patriotism we saw with 9/11. There were two types of patriotism. The militia patriotism wanted to overthrow the government because it was evil. The unfortunate thing with those people is they would have made a bigger mess of things than the extant government. They would have made a bigger mess.
Yes. No, I agree. I mean, it's
that's
like...
not because they were bad. It's because of the nature of the way things are. So then, when we had 9/11, we had a conspiracy executed, but we had false patriotism. Let's go fight the Taliban. And, what's his name?
Osama bin Laden. Yes.
What was the football player?
Tillman. Patrick Tillman.
Yeah. And that was the epitome of patriotism. We're going to go fight, and everybody had their hand over their heart. America's great. America's great. And that kind of worked until Trump came along. And then he repelled. The liberals couldn't get behind America then. They wanted to tear America down. But before that, they were okay with America. But Trump was too revolting to them. Yeah. So it's unfortunate.
Yes, an unfortunate situation all the way around. Go on.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's like people, uh, you know, basically the herd is very much indoctrinated to taking it on the chin, you know, taking it on the chin. Taking 9/11, you know, get your vaccination. You're all going to lose your jobs. You're all going to have health care. Health care is not good for you, but you're going to have it anyway. You got to spend for it. You know, all of these different circumstances. You're all going to lose your jobs, or so many of you. So people are very good at taking it on the chin. And COVID was the epitome of that. So this is what happens to people. They get roughed up, they get beat up, and now they have to pay high gas prices. But people are happier because they've come down a bit.
Yes.
They've come down quite a bit because there's an election coming up. I don't quite know how they've managed to finagle that, but apparently they have. So, you know, you have, so the question becomes how much information can people absorb?
Yes.
And apparently it's a slow process.
Mm-hmm. It is, but we'll get there. We're doing our bit. So
I have to go back to Scientology now. Scientology had a whole, I guess what you call gravy train of information and organizations to proliferate the information. And it was, you know, if I think back to 30 years ago, 40 years ago, it was very easy to walk into an environment in Scientology where you would run into people who've been sold on all sorts of different ideas on the workability of Scientology. And part of that sales process of workability was it was demonstrably workable on some level. So you had people who were sold on this whole idea of going clear or having abilities that would reach beyond and into the paranormal. So, you know, there was people that signed up for this trip.
right.
They signed up for the trip and they were sold on the idea that XYZ could happen. And of course, the only thing that's going to make it work is your own creativity.
Yes.
And that there was hope there. But then that all gets adulterated. So whatever hope there was becomes watered down and inverted. So you don't have I'm just thinking about information. So, but the thing is, even to this day, there's people who are active in Scientology and are still believing in the dream.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dream that will never happen for them.
So sad.
It will not happen. There's plenty of people that dream and it will never happen to them. So, but the point is, they could assimilate a lot of information. They could be sold on a bill of goods. And so when you're processing information, you're basically selling information. And I'm not just talking about selling a book. I'm talking about selling ideas. Like what can we do with this idea? Where are we going to take it? Where are we going to go with it? I did a workshop at Chuck Lavina,
Mm-hmm.
and it was on writing. And I tried to record it, but my iPad ran out of room.
Oh.
So anyway, but basically, I said, how many people want to be writers? I mean, it's like 30 kids there. Nobody raised their hand. Nobody wanted, and I didn't blame them. But I said, you're all going to write anyway. You're going to be writing websites. You're going to be writing this. You're going to be writing that.
Yes.
So everybody's a writer. It's just that they had no interest in being a professional writer, which I don't blame them. It's not something they're going to make money at. But nevertheless, everybody's a writer anyway. But that it's interesting. So in terms of selling information, everybody's selling information, even people who are not, quote unquote, in the information business.
It's so true. I mean, this is what my gang stalkers claim to do, is sell information. They're basically, but all their information is just misinformation about myself.
Douglas Dietrich is bad.
Yes.
Douglas said this about me. Douglas Dietrich insulted Yuri Hambright. Yuri Hambright's really good. So was Michael Aquino.
Yes.
It's like, this is so retarded. It is so self-defeating, and this is the problem. These people are so self-defeating. There is a degeneracy that is beyond the imagination. How could you be that degenerate?
Thank you.
Because even if you were that degenerate, you'd think you'd at least want to have a better cover story.
Thank you. Yes.
So they have no defense.
It's true. Thank you. And they are indefensible, and this is why they're at where they're at now, which is at this point effectively invisible by their own hand. They painted themselves into a corner. So by trying to paint me black as possible, that being said, in terms of Mr. Shalimar talking about the fires, I do want people to understand, the situation is serious here in California. There's a brutal heat wave baking the western United States, and it's brought record-breaking temperatures and threatened widespread power outages, as Peter Moon has said, throughout this week. And in California, where Brendan Zogid is working, he says he's nearly heat-stroked out right now. Sacramento, the capital of our Golden State, our state nation, as I always call it, just remember, we're your economy. It hit 116 degrees yesterday, the hottest day on record for the state capital, according to the National Weather Service. Which I'm looking at right now. And the records have also been surpassed in parts of Northern California, Utah, and Montana, with some cities shattering previous daily highs by more than 10 degrees. As a result, some of our nation's largest utility companies are notifying their customers to prepare for potential rotating power outages. And for what it's worth, forecasts show that the oppressive heat across much of the West is expected to last through at least Friday. So I'm kind of buggy myself over here. You believe me, it does impact you. I'm impacted least of anybody because I almost never go out, and I'm spending most of my time in the crypt when I'm not being transported by my son or the gang brothers, who I'll be dealing with both of them through the Moon Festival this next weekend. What happened this past Labor Day weekend, I will share with some people later. Might even put up some photographs, probably by Sunday night or the like, and into Wednesday I'll share some of what happened on Sunday in terms of photographs taken. But definitely, all I can say is I'm just glad you're all along with me for the ride. And with Peter here, of course, we can certainly work towards one thing. We need your help in making the book sell as well, because simply we want to get the information out there. And it's not even for the sales of the books itself in terms of an income, though that would be nice. Certainly, I hope to get through the month by fundraising with all of you. Honestly, I wouldn't have made it through last month without the help of yourself and Peter's. And so we'll make certain to have you participate as much as you're able this month as well. But definitely what really counts as well as the book and the information that it conveys. I want you all to make this a point to make people aware of the book. And this is guerrilla marketing, and we need your help. We don't have the income to put into a marketing campaign behind it. Maybe someday, but certainly for now, it's all up to you. It's your struggle, and it's a struggle that's worthwhile. In the old days, the bad old days of Art Bell, that son of a bitch had all kinds of issues I was thinking about the other day as well, and just very similar to exactly what Peter was saying about this kind of mental shutdown. Art Bell, for instance, his big point of hypocrisy was 9/11, where he would not acknowledge the conspiracy behind it and would condemn everybody who would expose the conspiracy. Basically insulting them, defaming them. Granted, there arose a lot of misinformation shills that were state-funded specifically to discredit the entire exposition of what happened with 9/11. It's truly horrible what's happened in America. It's a very totalitarian state in its own way. And if you don't believe that, just see how I'm suppressed. I am not only suppressed, but subjected to a campaign of terrorism. So I've had to deal with the terrorism myself, and the enemy is in-recessional now. Evil is in recession in general. A lot of evil is retreating worldwide. There's a lot of things happening to cause the forces that are constructive to be in the ascendant right now. And that's all a positive, and we hope to ride that wave by having you help us. And you can do that by, again, just saying that a book is out there, written by Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon. The title, tell people that is almost inconsequential. Roswell, rather the subtitle, The Demystification of World War II, is the far more important aspect of the title. The Roswell atrocity being simply the apex or negatively climactic orgasm of this orgy of lies and misinformation that have caused everyone to realize that they're being lied to. Now, when it came to the years that Peter was conscious in the 60s, I was born into the decade of the 60s while Peter was coming into a greater awareness of the social situation. At that time, everybody was exposed to the Nixon scandal, and that, with the climax of the Vietnam War, brought everyone to this extraordinarily crushed devastation in terms of emotional severance from the America they had known that had been created on the lies of World War II and World War One before it. So when they finally realized everything they had been told was a lie, they had no grasp of to what extent. The lie was so bold that they could only grasp an element thereof, bits and pieces of it. At that time, the real public informant, the pioneer of public informants to a degree, was Daniel Ellsberg, a fellow Marine, a Marine Corps veteran, who then basically exposed the Pentagon Papers and would have paid for it with a lifetime in prison had Nixon just restrained himself. But Nixon was adamant to try and defame this person, expose him in the most negative way possible, the most negative light. And so he had his men break into the office of Ellsberg's psychiatrist, who was treating him for post-traumatic stress disorder, which in those days they didn't even have a name for. They really just called it battle fatigue or shell shock back in World War One. People didn't have names for these conditions. It was when they developed a name for it there was both positive and negative. You suddenly had something to grip onto, but then again, you also had exploitation of that condition by many people who did not have it, claiming or using it as an excuse, exploiting it as an excuse so they could do outrageous things and harm other people, and they then try to use that as their defense. But with Ellsberg, it was only when he was on trial and the judge was literally about to put the gavel down and sentence him to multiple life sentences for leaking government secrets, the Pentagon Papers, that a man came up to the stand and whispered in the judge's ear and told him on the dais that the entire case had been compromised because they had stolen documents from Ellsberg's psychiatrist to expose him as a man under psychiatric care, which in those days was considered unmasculine and a tremendous negative. This is why I've always been open about everything about me. There's nothing that I hide. Everybody knows everything about me, from my physical condition to my sex life in general, in a generic sense. So I've tried to avoid that trap that almost, actually was the salvation of Daniel Ellsberg, because they were trying to expose that about him, and that ended up backfiring. Because that corrupted the case and the judge had to throw the case out. And that's the only reason Ellsberg walked back out onto the streets a free man. But what I'm giving you is the Pentagon Papers of World War II. And that's a far greater conflict than Vietnam, and one which, the only one that America rides its identity on. All of the foul patriotism that Americans have is this bullshit back-to-back World War winners, and they have no idea how they won World War One. If you ever asked them how did World War One end, they'll give you incredibly stupid answers that have nothing to do with anything. None of them really knows. It ended with a plague, which somehow has been wiped from the American mind. And when it comes to World War II, that too would have ended with a plague. One of the things Peter Moon was alluding to was a link I provided him in terms of damage control that just literally went up yesterday. And when it came to this link, it was basically, I'm going to look at the link right now. You had this, I told him I didn't even have the stomach to review it. When I look at these things, they literally make me sick. A lot of these so-called historical perspectives. But this one was how Japan could have won World War II. And it's like, Japan attacks, and they go into biological weapons. Well, Japan won World War II through the mere threat of deploying the biological weapons, which they had every capability of unleashing. And America sued for peace. Now, this is something now that they're just kind of like insinuating this bit by bit. Now, maybe someone could say, well, Douglas, maybe these are... I hate this shit. People write me this stuff, and I appreciate it. They're trying to be helpful. They're saying, Douglas, maybe these are the white hats in the deep state, the secret state, who are trying to help you and trying to help, precondition the public with preconditional programming, basically, so that they can accept what you're saying. Well, this can be exploited to that direction. Of that, I have no doubt, and it's our job to do so. But the horror is that no, it's not helping, because the way it's presented, they present it to you as if, yeah, Japan could have done this, but they didn't. And so how does that help? It's well, maybe it does in its own way, because then the idea is planted. It's a seed. Then people understand, and then finally they can confront the truth that, wow, hell, the Japanese threatened to do this, and look where we're at now. So all of that being stated, I do want to point out as well that the enemies who were trying to prevent my reaching you by defaming me, calling myself and Peter Moon a criminal like Penny Bradley did, her Gurren radio network has been shut down. And again, evil is in retreat. There we have that. This is the kind of, all of these people aligned themselves openly and proudly with Cthulhu, the Great Abandoner, the Great Forsaker. What did they expect other than to be abandoned and forsaken? But this is what they sought, and they knew not what they sought. That is the problem. They thought that aligning with the Forsaker, the Great Abandoner, would somehow exempt their case, that their case would be exceptional. They would be gifted. They would be empowered, and all they had to do was attack myself. They felt that together, in a wave, they could do this. But all they did was prove that they were a network of cultists, that everything I said is not paranoia. It is exposed now. It is open. These are all cultists who are siding with the kings of Edom. They thought openly that by defaming me and proudly exhorting Cthulhu and the agents of chaos, the entropic entities whom they worship, that this would bring them power in this world, that they would be able to remake it in their image, in which they alone would live, as in the case of James and Reese. He was the most honest and virulent about all of their ultimate objectives. So where they're at now is where they belong, in obscurity. And of course, they have still been attempting to network. They've tried to do so through my manageris, and we can speak to that in the near future, how that has settled. But I had to take control of my own website, which is why the posts won't be going up for a bit until I learn how to even work it. So I do want people to understand I'm trying to purchase a unlimited amount of access to consultants with the Blue Sky program, which is part of the Bluehost, which hosts my website. But this is going to cost at great discount, because normally the price would be $1,000 for 6 months worth of everyday access. The price at great discount is $774. So I need someone to put out that amount just for that. I mean, that's almost the price of my rent, which is actually $882, which, like I said, I was thinking of the months beforehand, before they raised the rent, when I miscalculated with the latest rent, but was able to pay it thanks to contributors such as Peter Moon, Stephen Myers, and Danielle McCary. And without any of you out there, I couldn't even, I'd be like the homeless lieutenant colonel living in his tent. Well, could never be like that, because that guy gets 3 pensions plus he owns a business, apparently, and has kind of become a guru to our man Joe Tai, which I find incredibly funny. But aside from that morbid entertainment, we do want people to know. Oh, wait, here's an incoming message. By the way, Peter Moon, he can admonish me for this, and he's right to do so. He'd probably say, Doug, ignore that dumb shit. But, it's hard to resist. Getting an incoming notification from somebody saying on my YouTube thread, Prophet of Truth commented, this is a total troll, by the way, what's your deal with Rocco Fowler, bro? He hates you for some reason. He hates everybody. Okay, that's all we need to say about that. I don't understand why that's even a question. But that being said, it reminds us of people out there who have said negative things. And again, I've already stated what's happened to so many of them. And checking in, of course, with the chat room on live stream. I want to thank all of you for participating. Christopher Fay says, aloha from West Palm Beach, working through the 7 Sky books the night before Peter headed back to Romania on July, what was it? July is the 7th month, right? Yeah, July 28th. Kudos for the speedy delivery. Finishing up with Transylvania's Sunrise. Loving it. See. So that's Christopher Fay. Loving every bit of what you've put out there, Peter. And Troy Bellamy says, good luck on the book. Stay vigilant because there are forces that fear the truth. That is why I love DDD and the crew. Dr. Smith in today's culture would definitely be considered gay, but he as a kid, we thought he was just very proper. I like that. The stowaway storyline and his relationship with
proper, what was proper about him?
Thank you.
I mean, he was twisted.
Yes.
Nothing proper about him. might have had some, I guess what do you call those?
He had a sense of manner. He had a sense
Yeah,
of
Victorian manners or something.
yes, yes. He had a
But
sense of Victorian mannerism that made him seem almost cosmopolitan, urbane, or to a level even sophisticated. But it was ruined by the strident nature of his shrillness. He was too shrill. And then Troy Bellamy says the stowaway storyline and his relationship with the robot did seem creepy. Do you have any info on the Pat Tillman situation, being that he was killed by friendly fire? I know that could happen, but our intel was either bad or he was killed to stay quiet about the situation. And Troy Bellamy was saying just his
by
manners
friendly
were.
fire, he was killed by unfriendly fire of his own troops.
Yes, yes. By the way, just so I can sum that up as quickly as possible for Troy Bellamy and for everybody else, understand the horror of Pat Tillman was this was a truly sincere and earnest American nationalist. I hate the term patriot. Everybody who listens to me knows that by now, and that's because it literally is the Latin term for father fucker, as in father lover. And it used to be bandied about as an insult, just basically the way we use the term motherfucker. That's how they used to use the term patriot in the Roman Empire. Somehow, over thousands of years, this meaning got completely misread. I mean, if somebody called you a mother lover now, you would not take it well. Yet somebody calls you father lover, and you say, yeah! I don't get it. I don't get it. There's something sick here about the patriarchy. But that being said, what people would think of when they thought of patriotism in their misguided ignorance would be Patrick Tillman. And Patrick Tillman was truly a victim. He was a victim of propaganda. He was a victim of a sense of national identity that he wanted to live up to. He gave up a multi-million-dollar football contract to join the U.S. Army Special Forces in the sense of the Black Berets, what we used to call the Black Berets, which was the U.S. Army Rangers, an elite unit that really is based on the old operational nature of the U.S. Army Special Forces, the Green Berets. The Black Berets, or the U.S. Army Rangers, were really more elite than them in some ways. They were the killers of the battlefield, whereas the Green Berets were Peace Corps with just basically an armed version of the Peace Corps. That's what President Kennedy created them to be, an armed Peace Corps. They were there to teach friendly populations behind enemy lines how to be self-sufficient and therefore not depend on their own state and therefore wage war against their state because they were not dependent on the state. And this is very subversive, and we certainly wouldn't consider that fair play. And they're quite sinister when you look at them in that regard. And of course, that explains why Aquino was one of their members, as was Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez, the uncle who taught Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, everything he knew. The Night Stalker was just doing what his uncle did, except here on the American home front. So when it comes to the Black Berets, U.S. Army Rangers that Patrick Tillman joined, he joined as soon as the towers collapsed, 9/11 happened. He wanted to do good, and he found himself in an environment which he was in no way, shape, or form ever prepared for and could not understand. You're talking about a golden boy who suddenly finds himself amidst a bunch of satanic baby raping pieces of shit. And in this sewer of shit, he said, come on, we're here to fight. We're here to find... No, and everybody told him, no, you dumb son of a bitch. We're here to fuck kids. We're here to have sex with kids. That's why I signed up. You can fuck kids in this country and get away with it. And I don't have to spend time in jail. And he said, what's wrong with you? Are you people sick? Come on, we're Americans. We don't do things like this. He would actually stop men from raping kids. And they'd say, we'll kill you for that. Finally, he said, hey, the Taliban, they've got this stronghold. Let's charge that hill. And they said, you charge that hill, you dumb son of a bitch. You're going to be alone doing it, too. He said, come on, I'll lead by example. Follow me. He went up there, and they blew him away behind his back. Now, by the way, the U.S. Army forensic pathologist who analyzed his body, dissected his cadaver, said every bullet hole in this man is in his spine. Every single one of them is an American round. Every single one of them sourced from his own troops. His entire squad blew him away from behind. Every squad member must have participated. There's enough rounds of lead in this man where if I threw him into the sea, he would sink. I wouldn't even need to put weights on him. And that's the story of Patrick Tillman. So I can't imagine anything more tragic, more pathetic, more misguided. This is what happens to men who join your military trying to do good. It's like an innocent man in prison. So there you have that. Hopefully that puts that into some perspective for all of you. And of course, this is the horror that people hate about me. Imagine my trying to say this to Joe Rogan. Imagine my trying to say this to George Norrie. This is like something, they'll just shut you down. They'll just say, get off my show. We can't have you here. But this is the reality of your military. This is why the entire military needs to be reformed by eliminating the so-called professional military, which is anything but, and reinstituting a draft where we get common men serving so that they can't have this mystique of being some select force of patriots serving you. So as Troy Bellamy says, holy shnikey, sad story of Tillman. Thank you. Yes. I'll turn it back to Peter with that.
It's a horrible story, but it's a very sober story. And of course, this is sobriety that people really, it's hard for people to accept. And, you know, the reason it's so accepted is because his family was outraged at what happened.
Yes.
That they were being lied to.
Yes.
And, you know, because the military tried to turn him into a hero.
Yes.
And, you know, they tried to exploit him and use his name, and the family actually ended up resenting that. So as much as they believed in his sincerity, there's no question the guy was sincere. He was just naive, or at the time, I would have said stupid.
Thank you. Yes, there's that element as well. By the way, that's horrible, but at the same time, it's true to a degree.
It is true. It could be considered insensitive, but it's more true than it is insensitive. Because this is what the military is. It's what it's done. It's what it's always done.
Yes, I mean, just to give people an example, so they have a better comprehension of how they get away with this. This guy who I'll name out, he was on this show a few times as a guest, and I've called him out before. This motherfucker was, you know, a stupid kid who joined the U.S. Army when he was young. And like I said, what happens to these people is they get into a position of quote-unquote responsibility in the military they'll never have again in life anywhere else. And nothing else you will ever do will ever feel the way you feel when you're in the military and you're in a position where you're told you're doing something that's top secret, something that's something that matters, something that, you know, the security of the free world is dependent on what you do, unless you're a spy or sometimes in the line of, one of the blue-collar mafias, fireman or first responder or law enforcement agent or something. You know, there's very few other positions you have where you have this instant life and death power, and it feels like what you're doing matters. So when he was in the military, he happened to be put in charge of collating documents that concerning NATO, what at that time was SACEUR, Supreme Allied Command Europe, is what they used to call it in World War II, then evolved into NATO High Command in Brussels, Belgium. But he was working in Germany He actually was a victim at one point of the Baader-Meinhof terrorist attack. He was like collaterally received an injury in one of those attacks and then claimed PTSD from that bullshit. You know, he really didn't have it at all. He was just exploiting it for that. But this fucker used to collate documents that he'd sign off on, saying these are properly collated. And those documents would be turned over to the president. So whatever was going on, Russian positions in the east, etc. So people would tell him, "Hey, remember, you know, you're the signature that Richard Nixon sees when he opens that folder. The first thing he sees is your signature signing off on those documents." Okay, no one's ever going to get that feeling of importance ever again. So this dumb fucker, wanted to go into intelligence analysis, but he wound up, pursuing a life of total self-indulgence and wound up, he actually lived in Japan for a while in the military. A Japanese woman offered to marry him, and he said, "No, I don't want to get trapped." And it was like, then he wound up living alone in the house he inherited from his parents and, selling off the mortgage so he could pay for, starting his own little military gaming company. And these kind of childlike indulgences as an adult got him ultimately nowhere. And he wound up alone with a lot of debt and having to work these petty ante jobs like packaging in a fucking Target, where he was in the back room packaging enormous boxes that ultimately broke his hands and broke his spine, and they had to fire him because he couldn't package anymore. When I brought him on my show, he was trying to ambush myself, and it found out that he was trying to impress Michael Aquino, who was still alive at the time, thinking that if he ambushed me on my own show, Aquino's worst enemy, Aquino, might bring him back into the fold and put him in some kind of intelligence analysis department or something. So he was trying to argue with me about expertise on World War II on my own program about the Japanese, because he had spent time in Japan and had read up a lot about the subject, but he was trying to pervert it all from an American perspective. But that's just his background, the context. The horrible thing about him was, one time he was stationed in the army in Panama, and a bunch of bored guys were supposed to be doing military drills with a mortar, and they were just really bored, and they were annoyed at a bunch of kids who were playing soccer over in a field that was nearby, and they said, "Hey, you know what, let's have some fun." They turned the mortar around, and they blew all the kids away with live ammo. Killed about a dozen of them. And then they said, "Oh, hey, backfire, mortar backfired." Yeah. And they had done it completely intentionally, made a bet on how many kids they could kill, laughed their ass off. And by the way, this is nothing so innocuous as a quick death. These kids were bleeding out with arms and legs missing, watching in horror as their veins were pouring out blood so fast that they could see themselves die. They couldn't get them to the hospital in time before they bled out, with these Americans sitting there laughing at them and eating sandwiches. When I asked him, "Why didn't you report it?" he said, "Oh, because, I'd lose my pension. I want my pension." I said, "Why don't you report it now? It's like 20, 30 years later." I said, "They'll take my pension away." So every single one of these military motherfuckers is bribed by their pension. As a dishonorably discharged veteran, I don't have to worry about that. They can't take anything away from me because I have fucking nothing. There's no benefits they can take from me. Everything I get, I earned on my own. So with these motherfuckers, they're on welfare, and they'll take their check away if they talk about their crimes. And this guy had that. They've all got something. Every one of them's got a dozen similar stories just like that. Kids they raped, kids they killed. They can get away with it because they do it in other countries. They come home, they're in a code of silence because they don't want their pension taken away, their military benefits. Don't forget, these motherfuckers get everything for free. Everything. It's like Joe Ty when he's saying, "Hey, the guy in the tent says, why don't you get your free house like these veterans get?" Yeah, because I'm dishonorably discharged. So it's like, but veterans get free housing. They just say, "I want this house," and they can get a loan that is so cheap that it's practically they're giving the house for free, and they get delays on paying it back, all this other shit. These people are. This is the ultimate satanic baby rapist cult, where they've supported each other. They're the 1%. You want to get rid of the 1% of those people who are sacrificing kids? Get rid of your goddamn military. Rehabilitate it. This is what we're dealing with. So, at any rate, so now that I've vented that, cathartic that, by all means, back to Peter for.
Well, it's all important things that you mentioned there, and it should be mentioned. It's not duly recognized. But what I'd like to address is, with regards to the fires,
Yes.
there's a lot of. I saw a picture, and I assume it's true, of the reservoir or of the Colorado River.
Yes.
And of course, the Colorado River is the main supply source for the city of Los Angeles. And the water rights were purchased many years ago by a guy named Mulholland. And no matter how hard the people of Colorado or Arizona or whatever have tried to break that, they can never break it because it's a legal agreement for LA purchased the water rights to the Colorado River, which originates in Colorado from the Rockies and finds its way down through, it forms largely the border of Arizona and in between Arizona and California, and then goes down to the Gulf of California, which is, in Mexico. Of course, the river has dried up because LA siphons so much water from it. But there's other areas where it's really drying up. Now, that being said, we've heard of water shortages in California, not enough rain in Shasta. And I am under the deliberate impression that water isn't anywhere near as hard to access as they make it sound like. I'm talking about underground water. And I remember this because my father took me on a job once. He was not allowed to take me on jobs, but he did take me on a job to Palm Springs, or the area of Palm Springs and surrounding areas, because he was going to meet with somebody about, they needed consultation on where to dig a water well. Okay, so he says, normally we dig oil wells, but these people want a water well. So it was for the general area. I remember the guy who, we saw was in Palm Springs. But it was like, okay, there's water underground. The whole city or state of Israel is based upon underground water,
Yeah.
and accessing underground water. You yourself have said that there's more fresh water underneath the
Absolutely.
earth. So there's a lot of different ways to access water under the ground, but it's not being aggressively pursued. Any comment from you on this?
Oh, God. I mean, you said it all. I mean, anything else would be simple detail. Geophysics, which would bore people to tears, but yes.
Well,
yeah.
so we don't need to argue about whether it's possible. What we need to discuss is what is the geopolitical
Reason for depriving us of fresh water. Yes.
and to control us.
Yes. It's well, as you said, I mean, you said it right there. It seems to be a rhetorical question. Honestly, there's no need for us to be suffering like this. So,
Exactly.
But as you notice, they take it's a steam valve, right? Society is like a steam valve engine, like a steam engine. They take a valve here and they loosen it, let some of the steam out so that the pressure doesn't blow the pressure cooker up. We basically have been under a lot of pressure, and now, of course, I take the stance that COVID is a very real phenomenon. But at the same time, yeah, it's been hard, and but at the same time, you know, in terms of where we are at now with something like water or the energy prices. Granted, there are external factors, of course, the Sino-Slavic synaxis and their aggressions, but honestly, mobilizing for war would relieve a lot of these issues. It's amazing how in World War II we had this, right? We had this Great Depression, right? Then suddenly, when they needed to mobilize for war, everybody had everything they wanted. That's the miracle of mass mobilization, but they never want to go there because America's not allowed to declare war ever again. See, that's something that I think needs to be broken towards a higher purpose. And certainly, as I said, we live in a situation we have to mobilize against anyway. The poverty, the kind of climate change, the various things that are creating drought conditions in the first. Now, granted, it might take a lot of work to assess the amount of water that would be needed to maintain an entire civilization like we need to do, but it can be done, and it's something that it's just sad to see it in the situation it is right now. Everybody's moving into the Southwest in time for it to dry up. They're moving there because of cheap prices. You know, I mean, it's inexpensive to live there, but the reason why it's so cheap and inexpensive is because the water's running out. And now all of that can be solved. Water can be found, dredged up, and rendered accessible. But, you know, nobody's doing it right now. So we're going to see this kind of dry up first. Now, you know, saying that they're doing this as a means of control can only be taken so far, because at some point you would think that they'd have to access it anyway just to maintain a population base. If you want to have a population alive to control, right? And we can only give them so much credit. After a while, the train is off the rails, and they're just plain stupid. They're no longer in control. They've lost. How do they say it? They've lost the plot. They've lost the plot, and therefore things are out of their control now. It's kind of like Putin with Ukraine, and so when we're where we're at now, it's going to result in massive social change. At some point, if people don't have water, I mean, forget the cost of gas. If you just don't have access to water, you know, they maintain it as kind of like a mass black hostage situation in places like Flint, Michigan, where, you know, they pipe in water to people only in the sense of, you know, bringing bottles for them to distribute and shit. But you can't maintain something like that for very long. And you certainly can't do that in extraordinarily large numbers like what we have in the Southwest and California and the whole American frontier West. So definitely this will lead to social revolution. This will be their downfall, one of their major factors of their downfall. So there we have that. And
thank you for mentioning that and acknowledging it, because I've always been somebody who, you know, look at situations like that, and I never take them at face value. You know, running out of water, we're running out of this, we're running out of that. It seems like it's an invention. We're running out of money. Because, of course, like this whole thing with the taxes, you know, the amount of taxes that get paid compared to the amount of money that goes out is nothing. Like our you know, what we pay in taxes is nothing. We're not, our taxes are not running the government by any stretch of the imagination. Not even close. So why do we even have taxes? You know, it's a form of control. It's with the amount of technology we have today and amount of equipment, yeah, all you need is a will. It's like Donald Trump trying to build a wall. He had a will, but he had a lot of opposition. He still got, great portions of the wall built because he had a will. If we had somebody doing that, digging for water in certain areas, we don't seem to be hard up for water in New York State. We seem to be pretty okay. We have underground aquifers where I live that, water seems to be in good shape. There's been rain, but in California, in some places, it's a tough situation. I think the first thing I would do is talk to experts and find out how easy it is or isn't. But we don't hear that. Instead, it's used as a political ploy to control people. That's the way it seems to me, anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
But water, it's a big issue. It could become a bigger issue. And from what you're saying is, it's quite an issue in the Southwest.
Yes, yeah. In particular, but certainly California and the entire frontier west, the Pacific Northwest as well. I mean, just basically, the West is drying up, people. And the Colorado there's a famous PBS documentary on the Colorado River. The American Nile is what they call it. If our Nile dries up, we're fucked. Now, it's different for us here on the Pacific coast, but, they're fucked more inland. And as Peter says, I mean, this is a combination of poor management and a lack of foresight, a refusal to deal with massive problems. We're all going to pay the price for this, but the price will be social change that we need, hopefully in a constructive sense. And of course, there will be a lot of the population will simply die off, and during that period of time, there will be less people to feed and take care of. So there's that advantage, as horrible as it is. That's one of the things that will come about. That being said, in terms of you did right to move out of this environment in a sense, to go to the East Coast, and it's certainly it's worked out well for you.
I didn't move out.
Consciously.
Life ended up here. I didn't.
Yeah.
I never wanted to leave California. It just worked out that way. I was in Florida. I got married and we decided to come to New York instead of California, only because my wife's parents were alive. My parents were dead, so I said, we have children. We want to be near some grandparents. So that's how I ended up in New York. But no, so I've had no ostensible reason to go back, at least economically. Now I've been here for almost 40 years. Don't want to leave now. I like it too much, believe it or not.
Oh, no, I can understand. The changing of the seasons, as you said, is incredible. As you said, this is the most beautiful time of the year coming up, right?
Exactly. But I was going to go to the chat room and see what's going on there, because I'm kind of...
No, understood. If you want to take off a bit early tonight, I understand. I'll bring some of the other guys on and give myself a break while they hold the stage. But you did well, and as always, definitely appreciate your participating on the front lines of the struggle with me. And just remember, everyone, our struggle that Peter Moon and I are waging. This is in your service, as opposed to what so-called servicemen say in the military. Peter and I are waging your war. We need your help. Myself financially, Peter in the sense of you're making certain that people are aware of the Roswell deception and making certain that it gets out there, making certain people are aware of it, making certain people understand the enormity of what it exposes. So there we have that. And aside from that, Peter, certainly there's some other things that might come to your mind, or do you want to?
Oh, that's it. I'm
Yeah.
I'm ready to retire.
Yes. Okay. Love you dearly. You have yourself a blessed night, and we'll be speaking again quite soon. And aside from that, share our love with Paula. Okay.
Okay. All right. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Most blessed be. We'll speak again soon. Take
Okay.
care. All right. And so, that being said, I'm going to bring on the gentlemen who were with us before. Joe Tai stayed on the call. So, Joe Tai, if you'll come back on, and then we'll reach out again to our friend, Mr. Sammy Romero. Let's see if there's anyone else we can bring on as well. And I think I hear Joe Tai. Is that you?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
there we are. Good. Let me see if I can bring on Joe so the two of you can hold the conversation, take over the stage for me. All right. And trying to press that call button. I'll press it with Viviana as well, just in case. We'll see if we can get other people in to participate that I might be able to think of. Okay, let's call Noreen here. Call. Now, the time over there would be about 11-ish, I guess. Brandon Young might be asleep at this point, so I won't disturb him. And of course, George Knight, we may as well call him now because he may want to drop in later. Let's press that add button. Okay, that seems to be a fair number of people. We'll see who responds. Aside from that, dear Joe Tai, we had some fun with the individual in the tent. I'm sure there's other stories you can share, not just about him, but about other people in your life as well, yes? Say,
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
Where did you meet this young lady who you might be dating soon?
Oh, Plenty of Fish.
Oh, okay. That's explain that to people. That's a singles website, yes.
Yeah, that's part of Tinder, I think. It's a group of these dating sites. But, yeah, I thought I'd give it a shot. You know, just, something to do. And people who are on the app are ready for somebody. In the old days, you probably had a hard time. The only way you go meet a person is probably on the bar or at a concert or something, and hopefully they don't have a ring. The apps makes it a lot easier, right? And I think that's the way to go, But how about you, Douglas? Have you tried any of these apps?
No, but I thank you for asking. It's nothing against them. The problem is, of course, that the men outnumber the woman by 10-1 or something like that. So I'm surprised that you were able to hook up at all.
I'm not looking for the young or super young ones. I'm just looking for, someone close to my age or even older. I don't mind. I say, I guess I like it mature. I'm not like a pedophile of any sort. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. I mean, that was never thought. I mean, no one had.
Yeah, some people go for the younger look. I like the mature. More voluptuous type.
As I've said before, I myself am pretty eclectic. I go for all sorts, other than they'd have to be pretty extremely repulsive for me to be, revolted. But I wouldn't say I even had a particular type. I certainly, there are some that excite me in a different way than others in terms of physiology. But, honestly, I just think that, anyhow, let's drop that topic because I don't want to trip over don't want to stick my foot in my mouth saying something. But,
well, I thought you might want a partnership of some sort. We got more choices in this century than any other. I,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually had a friend who was on the DARPA thing. His father was a physicist, and they were the first. They were the first people to be dating on the web, and
Wow,
yeah,
that's incredible. Yeah. By the way,
Peter Bateman. I think that's my friend.
okay.
His father was a physicist, and he was a pothead man. He was like the pothead before they were made things legal. But I went to his church when his father passed away. I think a Unitarian church. I was
Okay.
still exploring during that time all the different churches and trying to understand the different religions.
Understood. Yeah. By the way, Chris Collins shares an experience. Chris Collins is in the chat room as Shining Shadows. He says, I met my 5-year disaster of an ex on a dating app. Ha 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 ha. Not to be, I'm not laughing at him. He's laughing. I'm reading that out loud. Not to besmirch the entire medium. This is what I'm afraid of. See, this is what I'm afraid of with these mediums. I met Judith Agard on Facebook. Met Laura Lee Solomon on Facebook. Any number. Met Lena Shea on Facebook. Yeah.
Oh shit! So that's a pretty good app. I just haven't seen any.
That's
I haven't. Facebook hasn't worked for me. I haven't found anything.
dude, did you get the nature of what I just said? It's an object lesson. You ain't missing shit. I was just all I got was a series of miserable experiences from miserable people who were determined to make myself as miserable as they are. Yeah, it's.
So what do you want to do? Go have a arranged marriage like I did?
Well, there's something to be said for that. There's a reason that marriages were arranged in many cultures. I mean, you avoided a lot of the bullshit. In terms of people seeking, true love or a soulmate, you're spinning your wheels. But I will make the argument myself personally. I prefer the wheel spinning. I don't mind the wheel spinning, but then again, I'm getting older and can't keep that up forever. So I definitely want to find somebody sometime soon and move in with them out of this shithole, the crypt, and it's a necessity. I have to do that. I can't. Literally, I can't live here. It's unlivable. But that being said, I'm trying to get somebody on to talk with Joe and hold the stage so I can refresh myself and eat. I didn't get a chance to do
Right.
that. Well,
You gotta eat. Hey, Sam.
Hello.
oh, there we are. Oh, thank
Hey.
God. Thank God. Now, before
Reporting from hell.
Yes. Before
Yeah.
I go eat, refresh myself and then gorge a little bit, get some calories in myself. When I come back, I want to, speak to a few things, such as some people, like I said, were asking me about occult self-defense. I want to cover a little bit on that topic and then move gradually towards the monologue. But definitely, while you're here, I'll take full advantage of that. Is there something you want to tell me now before I, take my break? Or ask of me, or anything.
Well, nothing really. I mean, nothing that you already didn't answer.
Okay.
But even one of the things that I was talking to Maria about today was that you told me about pretty much getting rid of anything. And this is just an example: is an ex lover or ex girlfriend or wherever. If they do try to, hex you or do some type of occult attack on you, is to get rid of whatever the hell you have from them, any connection.
Yes.
And that makes a lot of sense because I do remember you talking about a couple of years ago when you talked about voodoo.
Yeah.
And you also talked about a book, something in a book that you even referred to our former executive producer, um, uh, Voodoo. I believe he called it. It's a book. It's a book he talked about.
Yeah, that wouldn't
Um,
be what we would use in this case. However, one of
well,
the
right.
yeah. Go on.
Well, but in a sense, though, I mean, the connection as far as the cult magic. If you have anything involving with your ex, there is a connection to them as far as physical, in the sense of material,
Yes.
which I pretty much advise
Yeah, the
Maria.
artifact, getting rid of the artifact. What is it?
Well, yes,
Artilica,
yes.
Artilica.
That
Right.
was in the case of Mae Brussels, where
Yeah, May Brussels. Yeah.
yeah, where what she had was being exploited as a form of artilica by its very nature. But in terms of what Sam is talking about is actually just so people understand. This has nothing to do with anything that's happening to Sam himself. I want to clarify
No,
this. Yeah, so Sam is not suffering any occult attack, just so people understand this. Well, maybe he is with this homeless guy jumping, the shopping cart's full of arts and crafts.
It sounds like Jameson's, Reese's, all these. He's probably been programmed. It's like these artwork that children get molested and the cops tell them to draw something.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, it's not like that, but I doubt it's like that with what Sam Romero is dealing with. But I'll tell
No,
you,
this is just junk. The
Yeah.
thing is, this is just junk, like miscellaneous junk.
Yeah.
But it's very the way these shopping carts are just left by my place. It's almost like, and I look around my neighborhood, and this is the only part of the neighborhood that it's there. It's literally right there, and it's just annoying. I mean, I can care less. I mean, it is what it is, but at the same time, it's just annoying. It's annoying.
Yeah, and it's beyond that. It's disconcerting, and it seems to be of the same pattern as with the homeless woman who was building all the arts and crafts in front of your home. It seems to be part of that pattern, and I would not discount it as a form of occult intimidation, but it's an invasion of one's space. So, but I think your idea of the neighborhood watch, so to speak, is brilliant and needs to be followed up on. I'll get back to talking about the other individual that we're addressing, who is suffering an occult assault, when I return. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to refresh myself. And definitely the good start is, of course, getting rid of all past connections that one had with this person. By the way, in the case of the individual that we're talking about, I'm not going to go into any particular personal details, and I'll discuss that with Sam later. But certainly the general overall self-defense that one has. Also, there are many people who conduct saging and basically surround their home with salt. Kind of like salt around the outer edges of the home is something that might be done in even Sammy Romero's case. Is kind of like a protective barrier. This is often done, and so all this sort of thing is kind of a defense against the kind of attacks that one will suffer if one has enemies that are of an occult nature, which is what we have. Anyone involved with myself has that. So that being said, basically, I do want to thank both of these gentlemen for being here, and I couldn't do it without them, and I will definitely now refresh myself, try to get myself into some space where I can speak coherently, get a few calories in myself so I can last throughout the night, and in the meantime these men will hold the stage. So I have every confidence the two of you can do this. And all right, so I will go mute and be back in about 10-15 minutes at the longest. I do want people, don't go away. I will be back. It'll be worth the wait, and these men have something to share. Do engage them. engage them. Then we'll both take a quick check into the chat room. Each one of them will do that, in cycles. And that way they'll see if anyone's asking them any specific questions. By the way, our man Joe Tai met somebody on Plenty of Fish, which is a dating app. Maybe the two of you could start the conversation with that. What I don't know if Sammy's... I don't get the feeling that Sammy's ever used one of those things or felt the need to, but he'll share with us his own thoughts or insights into that sort of thing with Joe, and maybe that's a start, or whatever they want to start on. In the meantime, bless you both. Hugs. I'm gonna go mute. Thank you. I don't hear.
Oh, so Joe,
there we are. Thank you. Go on.
how you been?
Not bad, not bad. It's been a trying couple of weeks, but things are working out.
How's your rehabilitation? How's your body?
Oh yeah, it's I have a car. I'm working on a chiropractor, but I think I messed up my heel on walking on some stones in a river stream in Saratoga.
Oh, okay.
They're famous for their sparkling water in a blue bottle.
Oh, okay.
Mineral water. The guy, Stefano likes the springs over there, so he said he gets recharged and refreshed. So we went up there and we drove this homeless tent guy up to Saratoga to see his friends and family in Saratoga, and we dropped them off, and we just went to the springs. And that's about it, basically. And
okay.
I realized I probably injured my heel by walking onto those stones and keeping it off the floor for a while now. But how about you? What's up with you besides taking the test? And
I had to take a break from all the other exams I'm doing because a lot of when you're doing exams and you're reading and you have to study a little bit, you have to give your mind a break.
You're right. I just took a motorcycle course test, and
Right.
I thought I already took it once, but I didn't do the online the road test, and I had a 2-day thing, and I failed the second day because I ran the motorcycle to another motorcycle, so I had to wait another month to take it back, and this time I made sure I took the test and passed it before I took the written test again over online. But I thought I could zoom through it in one day. It's like a 5-hour course, but
Wow.
you can't continue to go on because your brain doesn't function that way. And I just had to stop in the middle, because
Right.
your brain farts. You can't fill out the tests properly, but that's
Right.
I understand where you're coming from.
Oh yeah, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Do you want to check the chat room? Maybe someone has a question for us.
Get my phone. I gotta check it out. I'm on Zoom on my iPad, but let me check. Oh yeah, Miss Simon. Whose boyfriend? Who was she? Boyfriend was Rocco. How the hell would you date a person named Rocco and has an ex that's a Satanist? It doesn't make sense, right?
Hey, I mean,
yeah.
Hey, to each their own. I can really care less.
Yeah. But I was, what you're trying to supposedly get away from my lab, but you're dealing with the community of my lab. I told her that oxys get used, and she's being used, and she refused to accept that. But what are you gonna do, right? But I was.
Who are you talking about?
You're trying to supposedly get away from. Forgot what's her name. She's in the Midwest.
Oh, okay. Anyways, but as far as for me right now, and talking about the weather, I overheard Doug and Peter Moon talking about the weather, and obviously I'm located in Southern California, and it's been really, really hot over here. To the point where they're really having problems trying to deal with and there hasn't been a power outage, thank God, but they keep alluding to what to do during a power outage, which is I think sometimes it's great to have these messages as far as getting the public ready, but I
Yeah,
don't
they're
think the
hitting
pro
the triple digits, 119 degrees.
right,
They're breaking records all over the place. I think
right.
Montana has the problem. I think
Okay,
most of the West Coast is having the problem, and plus you got, you know, most of America, a whole of the world is running out of water, basically. But the
right,
funny thing is that the ice caps are melting. And it's supposed to, you know, increase the water level. So Mother Nature has this way of getting rid of people, and people don't realize that you can't fight Mother Nature. You're supposed to work with it, like go with the flow, like the Taoists. But people think that they're all above that. But hey, you can't fight nature. Nature, once you're gone, you're gone. Hello, hello, hello.
so hi Joe.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Sorry about the background noise, I apologize.
Hey, don't worry
uh
about
so no, anyway, so just this weather, I think it sometimes can get a little you do get the feeling that uh at times it's controlled, but it's just it's really the global warming, in my opinion. It's just
it. Yeah,
global warming is caught up to us, and it's at
El
this point,
Nino. Yeah.
at this point we have to pretty much come to grips as far as things that we don't need. For example, fossil fuels. You got to get rid of fossil fuels, in my opinion. You have to move on to more alternative ways of using energy. But obviously, this is the subject that's been talked about. But at the same
Well,
time, it's important.
it's interesting. I mean, you heard what Douglas and Peter Moon were talking about, how BP made those cap and trade thing that they were trying to monetize on pollution. But they did a study with Texaco, basically Exxon. They knew that the collapse is going to come, that the global warming. They claim when they were doing this study, it's probably in the late 70s and early 80s that the world was going to screw up with all these global warming. But the
Right.
one thing I have a problem with is, when you're out in the country and you have good air and all, people want to stop global warming, stop uh, drying their clothes when the weather is nice and in the dryer, and
Right.
especially in this hot weather, nobody should be using dryers anyways. Just leaving your clothes out for like a couple minutes outside at 119 degrees would would probably dry out your clothes already. So if people really want to stop the blackouts, they can do simple things like, hey, stop turning on the heater in your house to dry your clothes when you can dry your clothes outside. I can't blame Douglas because he's in the basement with dampness and all, but and plus San Francisco is so close to the shore, so he gets the wind chills at night, and
Right.
and the wet dampness of the sea. But if you're out in the country and and it's hot as hell, like the West Coast, Yeah, that would if everybody chipped in and not dry their clothes in the dryer. The global warm. In the wintertime we got no choice. We got to turn on the heat, but there's simple things that people should think about. Hey, you don't
Right.
want to. Wouldn't you want to keep your air conditioner on and not have a rollout? I think these are the simple things that can be done. I mean,
Well, no, and you're right. I just think what's very tough in America and in the United States is getting people to mobilize and actually do things accordingly. And unfortunately, the only way we can do that is if people die. If you take a look at the pandemic, well, I mean, technically we still are in the pandemic, but when
well,
we
it's
were at that,
yeah, you're right.
when we were in the height of the pandemic, people were actually wearing their masks, and it really wasn't because they were scared of COVID. They didn't want to die. They really thought COVID was a death sentence. So and this is 2 years ago. But in reality, it
Yeah,
was yesterday. So, people have to die, unfortunately, for people to actually care. I'm talking about nowadays, today, but really
yeah.
in humanity. So it's sad, but I think we're going to get to the point where some
There's
people are
a
going to have to
great.
die. And
Yeah,
I don't want to sound like a nihilist. I'm not, but I mean, especially Americans, we don't care. So, what do you think, Joe?
well, that's what Reese was. That's what the Shake was talking about. How many people should be dying, but I mean, we have no choice in this matter. As I said, nature can wipe you out in a minute. It's you think you want to be careless and disregard nature. We're going to pollute our own waters, and when we pollute our own waters, we just shitting in our own wells. That's basically what's happening. But there should be better use of energy. I mean, we should be doing geothermal for everything. I mean, if you want to get rid of, we can't really get rid of all the fossil fuels, but geothermal is fossil fuel, but it's already in the ground, and that's what we should be going after, the natural geothermal. I mean, Biden is doing a great job. He's trying to get people to what is it called? What is it? Thermal. He was trying to use thermal transfer or something company to use heat exchanges using the water to heat and cool a building. That's the future. And I don't think we're, because the 80s and 70s, they couldn't put a meter on the sun, so they made sure people put a meter on the water and on the electrical. But this, our money is really not represented in our use of the nature. I mean, if we put a real price on everything, there should be a real cost and a real limit, because then you'll know what the real price of our resources are. This is the big problem with our value of our money. We don't really we don't have a representation of the limits with the number and value of life. They try to do that in the court systems, where a certain age you're worth so much, and how much, but they don't do it for nature. Hello?
Yeah, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. You say that, especially with the geothermal, which I never really paid attention to it, but sounds interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, I think that's the future. If we we're letting like this little town. I think it's Centurio. It's right by Fort Douglas in Pennsylvania. It's uncontrolled burn of the coal town, and I mean that's already burning, right? So why aren't
Right.
we using that energy to heat our homes and trucking more petrol from Canada or from the Middle East? You know, it's burning. It's already producing heat. I mean, all we have to why are we using nuclear over there if we got a burning furnace already in Pennsylvania? And in the capital of Pennsylvania, Harrisburg, they had the 3 Mile Island thing, but that was burning even earlier than they had nuclear. So, so there's shit that don't make sense, you know? You should be using the resources in the area that's closest to you. And it's still burning. I mean, there's a place, I think, in some stand in by Russia and the Middle East there, Tajikistan or something. There's a big hole that they burn so the methane doesn't poison in the atmosphere. But I don't know why people aren't using that heat that's coming out of that hole there. You know what I'm saying? That's been burning. There's things that just don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? We should utilize nature in our progress in human evolution, but we're not. You know, we're polluting where we. It's like the company up here that was doing the burning of these foam of these dangerous chemicals that cause cancer. I mean, you know, you're burning it into the air. What the, you know, you say it's poisonous, right?
Daily reports now about how many
but you're still burning the pollutants up in the air, and it goes into the clouds and it comes down. So what is the purpose of burning these pollutants away? It's like incinerating garbage, but people are still getting sick, and it just doesn't make sense. And the chemists should be doing something about this, because it really doesn't make sense, you know. I was working for I was a materials engineer, actually, and I was working with this chemist in this company. I don't want to put out the name, but they supposedly have to use a special type of garbage collection, but to save money, this company would dump these chemicals in the garbage as regular garbage. So, you know, there's some, you know, I was asking this chemist. He said, yeah, they're supposed to, but they are saving money not doing that. So there's, you know, pollutants should have a, you know, cap and trade is a sort of a good idea, but it shouldn't be run by the people that pollute it. I mean, this tax don't, you know, if you want to talk, you know, they should make these chemists find out new ways of using these harmful chemicals instead of burning it up into the atmosphere. And people wondering when they live close to these incinerators, why are they getting cancer? Because they're burning cancerous things into the air.
So Joe,
Yeah.
So with this new, you know, we can change subjects. With this new job, what is how many meals are you going to be providing to, you know, as a nonprofit organization?
Oh, it started in Brooklyn. I just started, so I really don't know everything yet. But when I do, I'll tell you what the plans are, because they were talking about food deserts in the inner cities where they can't get fresh vegetables. And I think this is New York State has done a very good thing to keep produce local. So then that's where the grants are coming from and how they utilize it. So this Stefano brought me to one of these farms in the inner city, basically they give out free produce in the middle of. It's actually behind a mission in Albany. So there's initiatives from the state to bring fresh produce to the inner city, and I'm probably going to be a part of that dream. I mean, this is what a chef dream is, to keep produce, fresh produce, and making sure their community gets what they need. It's something I ran into by fate, and it's something great. I think it's a dream coming true. I mean, I didn't think I would, but it came out.
Right, that's great. That's actually really good. How
How are you two holding up? Now I just put my earbuds
good.
back in, and I'm just checking in. Are you both doing okay?
Good. Yeah, we're talking about his new job.
Oh, good.
Job.
So I'll go mute again and continue chewing. Both of you seem to be holding out fairly well. Let me check the live stream here. And Chris Collins was sharing something about his girlfriend that he met on Plenty of Fish. I will say she didn't misrepresent herself or on there or anything, and we met in person within a few days. It just went way too far, way too fast. Understood, but at the same time, that's what it's for, right? I mean, basically, that's what people are generally seeking. I mean, but such being said, I'm going to shut up now, go back down, and let these two working men talk about work, because that's always enlightening. I mean, everybody works, right? Well, unfortunately, all too few of us do, but these two men do. So I'll leave them to speak about that. I'm here. I have the earbuds on. But I'll only jump in if I feel the conversation is flagging or something. But both of you seem to be going strong. So I'll go mute now. Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, my job, it really hasn't really truly materialized, in since I'm not hired yet. But I'm on the road to this, and I have met one of the co-chairs of this organization. So I'm in the process of it, but I still have to probably find a temporary job until I can proceed with this non-for-profit. But I'm working on it. I just applied on to a couple of other jobs, but we'll see where it brings me. How about you, Sam? Are you there, or I guess you're busy working? Yeah.
Well, right now, just a little update. I had to stop a shipment right now from leaving, from getting shit without being X-rayed. That would have been a big scandal. So sorry, I gotta.
Hey, don't worry. You got to do what you got to do. I just want to make
Right.
sure we're still on here, and we're fluffing the audience for Douglas.
Yeah, you're fluffing the audience. I don't like that term.
Okay. All right.
Yes, that's right. No need to take it to too pornographic a parallel, but for those of you, come on.
Take it to give it to the pastor's kid to know that lingo.
But by the way, for you youngins out there who may not be familiar with that term, that's what used to be used in the old sets of porn studios or the live stage performances of sex acts. You'd have one girl, it used to always be a young lady, who would basically give the guy a blowjob and basically toy with his genitals to get him erect in time for performance on the stage or in front of the camera. But these days probably half of them are young lads by now. And usually these professional pornographic actors, the men, the performers, are usually bisexual. As a matter of fact, many of them are actually gay, and they just do the performance with women for the earning of money. And many women who have been involved with the adult entertainment industry usually turn gay as well, because look at the men they deal with. You begin to think all men are scum, and you're usually right. So, such being said, yes, fluff is that term, and the fluff is the person who performs that act. So, such being said, you might say you're the warm-up band, as Peter Moon was saying, that there was a warm-up band for the Grateful Dead. Of course, I never saw why they needed one because their music was pure shit. It's kind of like, what's a warm-up band for lousy music? I can't imagine. But such...
That's a subculture. I actually went to one of these, you know, tribute bands, and it's very interesting because the Grateful Dead has a real subculture. It has a following, and it's interesting how they have survived for so long and still so relevant in this society. I heard they just got John Mayer into the band and trying to infuse new blood into this the Grateful Dead, but there is a certain magic to it because the tribute band I went to did have some of the old gears of the Grateful Dead when they play, and the speakers vibrate, and they do have a certain effect on a person's physiology that I haven't really felt from any live concert. So it's interesting because I had a bunch of 80-year-olds and 70-year-olds still dancing and taking Molly or whatever to get high as shit. And it's funny because I would not think like a 80 or 90-year-old guy would do such a thing, but I had, this guy right next to me who built, the Palace Theater in Albany, tell me the architecture and how he knew one of the players in the band as a former cook and became a part of the band. But it's a really interesting subculture that it might not be for everybody, especially, but everybody has a different taste. And the guy who got me into the to the tribute band was actually the guy whose grandfather got killed by the CIA. And and he married. His son is a mixture of black and white. I mean, he's open-minded and all, but when you talk about the history and then you tell him the real history of how America lost this war, he was pissed off at me. But I told him, hey, your grandfather got killed by your government, so do you trust me or his history, or do you trust the government? Then later on he started believing the stuff I told him.
Interesting.
So I had to convert him, but I told him I'll try out your Grateful Dead event and see the subculture, I'll do it, so, but it took some convincing an argument, but this is the white collar job of manufacturing pools. I got time to talk to my co-workers because I'm facing them in these plastic sealing machines, and you try to talk to some of them and figure them out and get to talking, and one day I'm with this Tony and I get to know that his grandfather got killed a couple months even before JFK got killed, and his grandfather complained the CIA was at fault there even before they killed Kennedy, and then I run into Trump tards, that refuse. You know what I tell them? I say, I actually love Trump because he makes you look like idiots,
But by the way,
that's it.
Go on. No, wait, are you there, Sam?
Yeah. No, he's probably busy. He has to do, he's supervisor, so he has to make sure things go well.
So do me a favor. I'm going to go mute, and you keep going. Keep spinning.
Yeah.
And
the Trump tards, it's like you talk to him. Trump is great. He makes you look like a bunch of retards, You know, it's so funny. You know, yeah, he's a great entertainer. Yeah, I have to admit, he knows how to sucker people into doing shit for them. You know. And if you don't wake up, you get yourself into trouble like January 6th. You know, a bunch of brainless zombie Trump cards. You
Yes.
know,
As a matter of
and
fact,
most
that
of
that
these.
was the man who owned the Gurn Radio Network, which is an acronym for Global Entertainment Radio Network. The guy who owned Gurn Radio, the black guy, Daryl Neely, the African American white supremacist, in the sense of, the brown guy who runs or acts as the face for the Proud Boys. You've got these people who are white
Actually, the
acculturated.
Proud Boys started here in Albany. You know that?
I'm not surprised. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Morbidly
It was
inbred.
actually next to Rain that there's one of these co-founders that ran this little tattoo shop in Lark Street,
Yeah.
and they closed them down because of the Proud Boy incident. It's
Yes.
very, you would think that New York has nothing to do with all these supremacists, but out in the boondocks, they talk like Southerners with a twang. I mean, up here in upstate New York, I was surprised.
I'm not. No. It's
You would think that it's in the South that they would have a twang. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Like the
I
Southern
fucking
twang.
get it. No. They got the twang up north. Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised. And you realize there's a lot of things that even Abraham Lincoln lived up here in Albany. He has a house up here. There's a lot of interesting things when I came up here to Albany. The first day I came up here to work, my bus blew a tire. So
Jesus.
there's some signs, and it's interesting. And it's a lot of things I learned up here I wouldn't be able to learn elsewhere. But I seen the cities of Trenton, why it was run down, but it's a different type of rundown up here, where it's only certain sections. But the city itself was dying when I was coming here. I think it still is because of COVID. But it's still alive in a sense that they got the concert venues. I think the time I met the Satanists is when they were trying to, when they were doing the movie Hail Satan. I think that's when Albany was filled with these Satanists, and I think one of the movie theaters had Hail Satan on it. It was on Delaware. It's one of these really old theaters that the only way they're going to get weird some customers is if they played some weird movie, and I think that's when they played the Hail Satan in this theater. I think it was next to one of these famous restaurants. It was called The World. I forgot. They closed down because of COVID, but it was owned by one of these chefs that beat Bobby Flay, Orlando.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Yes.
So take over. Joe will help you.
Oh,
And
sorry.
no worries.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Yes, and
Go
I'll be
ahead.
going mute. I'll be back soon enough. Thank you.
Yes. Hey, so Joe,
Yeah.
how's the weather where you live at in Albany right now? How's the weather there?
Oh, it's getting cool now. I mean, one thing about Albany is that it's very unique. I mean, the reason why I think I like the Four Seasons up here in the north is because now I know I don't want to be in the south where it doesn't kill the parasites that the south has, like the hookworms. I think that's what's keeping the hookworms from invading the northeast of America.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
hey, so I have a question because I'm just curious, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just to kill time.
Okay.
Is the girl you dating, is she Asian?
No, I'm done with Asians now. I'm gonna try uh, uh, Caucasian women for once.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand them.
So you like the snow, is what you're saying?
No,
You want to try the snow?
I've been indoctrinating to like white women.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, it's like, but when I was younger, I would love, I wanted something close to me, but I realized, it's sort of too incestuous. You got to change it up.
I mean, what if you don't mind me asking? I mean, wouldn't that be easier for you though, having an Asian girl?
Well, their ideologies, once they come to America, the one wife I brought over here,
Okay.
she had an infatuation with America, and
Okay.
she didn't. If she was a traditional woman, I would have stayed with her and made it work. But once they come over, they change. I realize that, and most women, even the second girlfriend I had with I
Really?
never had a kid with my wife, but I had a kid with my ex. She's been with me longer than anybody else for 25 years, but she still changed. She's the one that fell in love with me, but you know, then
Well, I mean,
then she
yeah.
started comparing herself to other Asian women that were bad influences on her.
Well,
And
what would be a good if? I mean, my thing is, women gonna change. I think this country, unfortunately, not unfortunately, I think this country. I mean, it's inevitable, in my opinion. I think women, they just evolve. I think,
I
no,
ran into a couple women. I was interested because I was amazed what white women aren't as. Some of them aren't as materialistic as the Asian women. I realize most of the Asian women are so materialistic. The ones that aren't born here, but I should try out dating a one that's born here and see if I can click with her because my ideology is so different from these Chinese transfers that transferred here.
could it be the class though? I mean, I know
No,
China had.
it's
Is it
the time when China was getting affluent and
right?
that women started comparing other people to them. So she would compare herself to other Asian women, and those Asian women from China were cheating on their exes and all
Can
this
you give me an
shit.
example? Like what? Lucy Liu? That's the only Asian chick I know in Hollywood.
Well, I think she's Americanized. I would have not mind have an intellectual conversation with Miss Liu
Right.
because she looks like she's I've been brought up to respect women, and all the
Right.
fights of feminism and all this stuff. You treat them like that, the Chinese women, they don't respect you.
Okay.
You're gonna have to put it down
Excuse
on
me
them.
for a second.
Who am I talking to?
Oh, it's the real techie.
Oh, what's up, bro?
Yeah. So yeah, Asian women are very. My wife is Chinese, so yeah, yeah, they become very materialistic, especially when they come to this country. Is absolutely
Yeah,
correct.
Oh,
because
okay, cool.
they're offered apartment buildings to get married, and
Okay.
Yeah,
they start
definitely that.
comparing, and that's the problem I ran into. But hopefully, the real tech geek doesn't have this problem, But it sounds like he's running into it.
Oh no no. It's the opposite for me. My wife is a very good caretaker, but
Which country
I had
was she? Is she
she's
Chinese or
Chinese. Yeah, she's
yeah?
Chinese. Yeah,
Which
she's
part of
traditional.
China? Huh?
Guangxi.
Oh, Guangxi, a little bit better. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're a little
yeah.
bit more impoverished, so and plus you're a foreigner, so they give you more respect than Asian.
Hey,
Woman.
so
Yeah.
can I tell you guys my small experience with Asian women?
What is it?
I actually met some of the stewardess from Cathay Pacific.
Oh,
Very beautiful women. I don't think they were Chinese though. They look more Japanese, Taiwanese type of.
oh, I haven't. I should give Taiwanese a try.
Well, what I'm trying to
But the
say is
mainland ones,
they didn't. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh no, they were very friendly. They were just very friendly. So, they look they're very friendly. They didn't have accents though. That's so interesting about it. Their accents were more American.
Yes, this is because they're trained so well. Understand that, as I said, in Asia, being a stewardess is considered a position of honor. They still have the attitude that America used to have and the West used to have about stewardesses when they called them sky hostesses. Back in the old days, you're representing the nation to the world when you're on that plane, and so they expect them to be beautiful, the best in presentation, diplomatically trained in foreign languages to the point of native speaker fluency. So, not only that,
makes sense.
Yeah,
it makes sense though because no, I wouldn't be surprised if they switched their accent because they did not sound. They didn't sound like Martin Yang. You know what I'm saying?
No, of course not. No,
They're mostly from Hong Kong or American-born Chinese ABCs.
No, but they're very attractive. Very attractive.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Also, what I've noticed.
Go on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yo, go on.
Also, I've noticed that in China, that with the nurses, they also wear traditional clothing.
Yes.
In the hospitals.
Okay. Yeah, by traditional clothing, you mean the old style nurse uniforms, or like?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Excellent. Yes, that's true, and so much better. The morale is so much higher, and and it reflects in the service, of course. So basically, I want to thank Real Tech Geek for joining us, I'm told, so I need feedback from our listeners. Diane Hillis-Buchberger is in Canada, and she says we're replaying. That stuff is going on where some of what I've said earlier is replaying. If that's happening, I don't know how that's happening. So I need help from other people. Let me know if that's isolated and this is only happening with her, or whether anyone else is experiencing this. So we need... she says it feels like she's in a time warp. That what was playing an hour ago is replaying now, so that is very strange. It could be just isolated in her area. Something is going on, or something has happened to there. But we need everybody's feedback to understand what we're dealing with. So everybody, tell us whether or not you're hearing us now, like Real Tech, Joe Tai, Sam Romero, and myself, or not. Right now, I'll return the narrative to these three gentlemen who are holding it well enough, I feel. And I think that, of course, Real Tech is married to a Chinese woman. So I assume that's why you jumped on, right, to speak about that? Or was?
And I have plenty of Chinese girlfriends also.
I like that, yeah. I'm married to a Chinese woman. I have plenty of Chinese girlfriends, too. That's is she aware of this, or is this like she has? You have an understanding.
She's got a boyfriend. Yeah, she got a boyfriend herself.
Okay. I see. Okay, interesting. Okay, so that's worked out well for both of you apparently. So that's interesting. That's good. I'm just curiosity. Her boyfriend white or Asian or what?
Asian.
Asian. Interesting. Okay. So okay, now I'll go mute, and I'll be back in a few minutes, and you're welcome to share more of the details on that if you wish. Depending on how far you're willing to go with what you share privately to the public, of course. But obviously, this is an unconventional relationship that has achieved a kind of balance. I'm impressed. So that's really mature in a way. That being said, let's see how these other gentlemen respond. And in the meantime, let me go mute so I can finish this meal up and then have calories in me to last the rest of the night. You're all lifesavers. Thank God you're all here, and
enjoy your meal.
Is yours. Yeah, thank you.
So,
Real Tech
Real
Geek.
Tech. Yeah, go ahead.
So Real Tech, are you poly then? You're polygamous?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay, cool, interesting. That's an interesting take. Oh no, I just wanted to confirm, but I didn't. I want to make sure I heard right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, Real Tech Geek is you. Which Asian? Which part of the Chinese Asians you dated? Shanghai, Hong Kong, the coastal regions, Guangxi. I think those people. Those girls were more traditional. But
Shenzhen, Taiwan,
Shenzhen, Taiwan. You dated Shenzhen, Taiwan.
Chongqing. Yeah,
Chongqing. Oh,
mostly the south. Yeah, the north. I think was one from the north that was brief, just like a month or two. But that's mostly the south in China.
okay. So how was the Taiwan one? I never dated the even though I'm from Taiwan, I never really dated a Taiwanese girl. So, what was that like?
Oh, she was nice. She was very cool. She well, she did have a bit of a temper though.
Okay.
That was also brief too, but she was sweet. I had a good time with her. It's a long time ago though.
Yeah.
She got me to a couple different Taiwanese heavy metal bands.
Oh, okay. Right. Interesting.
Catatonic. I like Catatonic a lot.
Yeah. Catatonic.
Yeah, that's a really good band.
Yeah, I gotta check it out. Yeah, they're into the heavy stuff. Some of the, I think they bring in Chinese opera, mass, and all this stuff, and sing metal. But
yeah.
So yeah, it's, I see. I realize a lot of these heavy metal guys like really special vocals. Like it doesn't matter what type of music. If it even sounds like Chinese opera, they love it or something like that. That's what I realized.
Chinese metal opera.
Yeah. So, how many kids do you have, Real Tech?
Nothing right now.
Okay, all right.
Not at the moment, but
how long have you been married for?
Almost 7 years.
Oh, 7 years. Okay. So where do you live, Real Tech?
I live in New York.
Oh, same state, huh? Oh,
yeah, Queens.
Where's about close to?
Queens.
Oh, Queens. Okay, all right. I understand. A lot of Taiwanese over there. Yeah. So, what's your favorite? Huh? What?
Yeah.
What's your favorite dim sum place in Queens?
The one in the New World Mall.
Okay.
I forget the name of the place. I always forget.
I'll figure it out. But
I had a dim sum when I was in LA.
Oh, okay.
It was decent.
Have really good ones.
No, it was decent. It was decent.
It was decent. Okay.
I don't know. We were just rushing around, eating quickly, and going to different places, and it just wasn't enough time to really sit down and enjoy a meal,
Okay, all right. I guess you didn't go to the top-notch ones around there. I guess just one on the way. Okay.
Just ones that were close to the hotel. You gotta be really careful in LA with all the homeless people and stuff. It's a disaster. It really is.
So, are you still in the tech field? Tech geek? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is your wife also in the tech?
No.
No.
Waitress.
She's a waitress.
Different odd jobs.
Oh, okay.
Real Tech.
Got one. That's good.
Yeah.
Real Tech. I have a question. Cybersecurity. I've been seeing a lot of advertisement for that. Is that a stable field as far as someone trying to move into that type of industry? Because like for example, on Instagram, you see a bunch of ads and stuff. Can you give me your take on that?
It's a very stable field. It's a growing field. There's always a lot of threats are going on, and you can get a degree within at least 2-year degree from a technical vocational school. And it's a lot of great stocks to invest into also. If you're interested in it, I mean, I like I said, I have my degree in it.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe I'm sorry. I spoke to Douglas one time. You probably remember you were listening.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So my son is interested in the tech field. So you think more schooling is needed after he gets out of the military, or should he just get certifications? You know.
No, just don't waste your time with school. Just get certifications as much as possible. Don't waste time with getting in debt and all that crap.
Oh, it's not even. Well, he doesn't have to for the school to.
No, it's different in the tech field. A lot of it's the certifications. I mean, if he already has the experience in the field in the military, then he's already got a foot in the door. He just needs to get certifications then.
Okay, he's already getting certifications. So if he goes into more school for that, it will be sort of useless. He just might as well just get.
It's going to be useless. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Just get more certifications.
Thought, because aren't they supposed to teach you everything in the military, anyways? You know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, I mean, not going to, but if you really have the experience, a lot of times it's this experience, which he has a great experience in the military. Going to be a lot of employers.
Yeah, he's already got offers. So I said, why go into that? Why don't you learn something more, another field, so you can put both of them together? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the only field I would for him to recommend for him to get into, look into, would be robotics.
Oh, okay.
And robotics and cybersecurity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I get like a degree in that.
Okay.
And like I told Sammy, the only thing I would recommend with that would be at least 2-year degree, a vocational school, technical school. Don't waste your time with a fucking piece of shit university that's just steal your money and fucking $80,000 in debt for bullshit.
Yeah. So he might as well learn something new because he already has the background. He already has a job in it. Also, the main reason you go for more schooling is if you can't get a job in the field, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and of course, you'd be a fucking debt slave. So forget that. How the fucking military pay for all that shit?
Yeah, they pay for it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just, maybe, just get more experience. I was trying to get him tell him to get him into Space Force or something, so he can get a more diverse employment background. So out of space, satellites, and all this stuff. So that's better, right?
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, robotics and satellites. Yeah. And a mixture of cybersecurity.
Yeah, that's always useful, is the cybersecurity. So any of these virus things I should use, that's free, or should I get McPhee or something that T-Mobile offers?
On your phone, you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, on your phone, Averia or I don't use it too much on my phone. I'm trying to think if you're
Averia. Okay, something.
Norton. T-Mobile has Norton. They use Norton also. That's a pretty good one. But the thing is, when it comes to viruses, is that unless you're looking at pornography, you're not going to be able to get a virus. And I get pirated in legal programs all the time, and I proceed to get them from private websites, not public websites. Okay. I mean, I one time I got, when I was a teenager, I got.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
There's something that came up in discussion with some of my friends. They said that most porn sites, especially like the major ones, like, and no free plug here, I've heard of these sites, wink wink, like Pornhub, they really don't get viruses, in a sense of, in other words, they're pretty safe, quote unquote, as far as not getting spam. Is that true?
Well, I use the app all the time. at least a few times a month, and nothing's happened to me.
That's
But
that's
that's the app.
yeah.
That's the app, and I download the APK and everything because of course, the App Store and the Play Store are not going to allow that to be on their store. So I download
Right.
the APK directly. I don't have any issues with that at all.
That's. I mean, in other words, I think that industry is pretty much mainstream. Is what I'm trying to say. I don't think it's quote unquote dark web. I'm not saying there's not sites like that, but as far as the adult industry, it's pretty much mainstream. I mean, um, it's just I don't know. Sometimes that stigma of I'm not saying those sites there's not sites like that, but for the most part, I think it's pretty safe. I mean, especially despite the pandemic, everybody was pretty much online.
Yeah, like if somebody's calling you.
No. Yeah. I'm just saying.
Go ahead, Real Tech.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Pornhub. They gave like a free everything was free for a month during the pandemic. I mean, yeah, that's what helped people get through the pandemic too, of course, and watching the cam models. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah. I heard you.
Sorry.
Good point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good point, Real Tech.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great time to invest a lot of those stocks too that were doing the streaming.
Okay.
Like Zoom, of course.
Yeah, Douglas doesn't like Zoom.
I don't either.
But everybody has to use it, right? It's part of the job requirements now. A lot of these companies use Zoom.
Yeah, but it's very reliable, and of course, yeah.
And this might get a little personal, but I'm just curious. When your girlfriend nags, do you send it to her other man? Like, is her nagging cut in half? Is she like happier because she has two men? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just curious because that's. You know what I mean?
Oh, I just walk away and we'll leave or something, or I'll come back a week later sometimes. I don't care. I've especially during the pandemic, I was with my girlfriend for months on the end, and I didn't go home for months. So I mean, I don't care.
So how do you speak Chinese, Real Tech Geek?
Yeah, I speak some Chinese. Not a lot, but it's an ongoing process.
Oh, okay. So is there something that sometimes these relationships it's because is her boyfriend from her city of Guangxi, or is it do you know what's going on?
I don't know. I don't care.
Okay. All right. So it's sort of an open relationship in a sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. So, what do you like to do for fun, Real Tech Geek? Besides,
like photography.
Huh? Hello? I didn't hear you that well.
I like photography. Oh, I'm sorry. I said I like photography.
Oh, okay. So what's your specialty? Cybersecurity or programming or robotics?
It's some programming and a lot of troubleshooting.
Oh, okay.
A lot of troubleshooting. I'm very good at doing that. So we got a problem, something I can figure it out.
Oh, okay, that's cool. So now I have
people really think yeah. I'm sorry.
Now we have a Real Tech on our team, on Douglas's team. So
yeah.
What drew you to Douglas? Is it the info he's giving, or what directed you towards Douglas? Hello?
I've always liked the history and things in the world that are not very well known. And his presentation on Coast to Coast AM, calling on there and being on the show, and about that America lost the Second World War, and it's mind blowing for me.
Oh yeah, that's great, right? You're getting the inside info, but most of America is so much in the matrix.
Yes.
So,
Yes, and I never believed in this alien stuff about Roswell.
Yeah. It does make sense, right? The they said it's a weather balloon, so it's close to the to the blimps that the Japanese had. So it does make sense about these Asians with 4 fingers, because they're being bald. And if they got burnt, they probably lost their nose, and probably did look like aliens. And yeah, as we are
and the
aliens. Yeah.
Yeah, the average Japanese foot soldier was with them.
Yeah.
This is before any of them were introduced to things like milk.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Makes complete sense.
Things do make sense. Yeah, you're right.
And they were mostly vegetarian.
Oh, yeah.
All they ate is fish and rice and things like that, and vegetables. They never ate beef. The only people that ate those things were the Okinawans. They ate pork.
Yeah. So yeah, you are Japanized, or Asianized. So yeah, you have an Asian wife, so you really understand the history. So it's going to be hard to convert. It's hard to reprogram the fake history they've been taught us in school. So.
Yeah. Well. The notion of Walter Cronkite and these people always saying that the Second World War was a good war and all these things and this indoctrination. It's very difficult. And even Doug Douglas at one time that people literally want to believe that it's aliens, and he comes and completely pops their bubble about Roswell.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. I mean, so what? How can I'm thinking that because we're basically Japanized, and as Americans, we still don't know it. I mean, like the state of Hawaii and Alaska, and most of the West Coast, the Asians are there, and but
yeah, I saw tons of people, Asian people in California and LA and San Diego. There's so many of them. It was very interesting.
It's mostly geography. They're so close to Asia. That's why they most likely landed in the West Coast more than the East Coast.
Well, a lot of them came over for the gold rush during the 1840s.
Yeah, you're right. And people don't know that there's the Asians had to go through a different type of Europeans had to go through Ellis Island, but Asian Americans had to go through Angel Island. And these Angel Islands are located one in the East Coast and one in the West Coast.
Well, Ellis Island is on the East Coast. Angel Island is on the West Coast.
No, we have an Angel Island on the East Coast too.
Oh, okay. I see.
And I'm telling you the history that I learned from Richard Liao. He was actually a lawyer whose father grew.
So you're saying that both these Angel Islands on either coast are used for Asians to process?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know the one on the West Coast was definitely the case, of course. So in other words, they wouldn't process the Asians through Ellis Island because that.
No.
Interesting. Okay. More bullshit. More racist.
Yeah, there's
bullshit.
one in San Francisco, in the San Francisco Bay,
yes.
Angel Island.
Yes, that's right.
And interesting, it was opened on January 21st, the day I got married.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. Say that again. I'm multitasking.
He said he got married on the same day Angel Island's anniversary is. So his marriage had the same anniversary as Angel Island on the West Coast.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. Yes. So, such being said, and again, forgive me. It's not. I still am not paying attention. Yeah. I'm actually surprised you gentlemen have managed to hold the numbers. So I'm impressed. I really didn't think you guys could do that. So what happened with Sammy? Did he disappear?
Yeah, he's probably very busy.
I think I hear him. He's checking in once in a while or something, right? I mean, that's not.
Yeah.
Yo,
Oh, there we
yeah,
are.
I'm here.
Oh, good. So
Sorry,
yeah.
I had to ask Real Tech Geek about his polygamous relationship. I found it interesting.
Yes.
No, it's not polygamous. It's an open relationship.
Yes,
Oh,
polygamous
okay.
would imply that they were all married, right?
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, no worries. Some people might say his relationship is worse. If you feel that marriage is a morally superior position, then yes, you would say that basically they're living in sin in a sense. I mean, they're not living in sin in the sense that he and his wife are married, so. But nevertheless, at any rate, it's obviously a situation that doesn't disturb myself. It is rather fascinating. I don't know how they got into what kind of discussion did the two of you have where you came to this agreement? This has got to be interesting.
I had to think about a short answer to meet a long-winded answer. How we got into agreement with that?
This is why the numbers stayed up, of course, was the subject. Of course, we need Realtek to be a bit more conversational in order to keep those numbers up. You don't need to say
There's
something.
a lot
of
different needs for mainlanders. They want to connect with other mainlanders. Like we like to connect with other Asian Americans in America. We have, I realize I probably don't have the mainland Chinese mentality as they might think because I was raised here, So we got a different concept, I think. And
Okay.
I think that's why Real Tech Geek is having this situation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, hello, Realtek. Say something,
Yes.
please. Or Sammy, yeah.
Yeah,
Anybody?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm here.
I mean, I finished my meal, but I'm still not totally
What?
with us yet. I'm still
What?
busy digesting it, so give me a chance to pull my head out of my
What were
ass.
you eating?
I'm sorry, what? What am I eating? Oh, it's just Meals on Wheels stuff. It's fine. It's just okay, but some pork and tomato base with some chicken noodle soup mixed together, supposedly.
Okay.
And so it's all right. It's just to get me calories to make it through the day. I mean, beggars can't be choosers, and their food is passable. But you realize that it's crap when you eat real food. At other times, it's okay though. It's survival food.
Yeah.
Basically, and that's why I would die without it in the sense that it's a filler food regimen to keep me going. But
That's why you got those vitamins. Gotta get your vitamins.
yeah, that's why I have to get supplements, to tell you the truth. I mean, it's not that this is not nutritious food. It's simply that it's not very tasty, and it's like, it is what it is. And to tell you the truth, I mean, I'll be bluntly honest about it. It can be really dangerous because the meat that they serve is often got chipped bones. The vegetables that they serve they just do not, no matter how much you heat them, they're just bad vegetables, and they tend to be very coarse, and they splinter in your mouth into these it's like wood chips. Honest to God, there's some of that shit in there that if you swallow that, it'll kill you. It's just the bone bits have the potential to smash teeth, crack them. My upper right molar, the back one on the right side. This is not the left side. I had all the work done on, which is just for those of you who out there, like we were talking about the gang stalkers earlier. I mean, this is a tangent I can dig into for a second here to buy our man Realtek some time to see how he's going to phrase what he says in response to how he and his wife came into this basically open relationship with other people. But you just wonder at the insanity of, say, for instance, the gang stalkers who tried to deny me my identity whatsoever, and they take my son and I and the various runway names we use for the photography, which you can find if you go around, like literally looking for us, like the gang stalkers do. Then they try to say that somehow that's not us, that it's that it's not our identity, that somehow Douglas Dietrich is not my real identity. We were trying to logically presume that they must have been trying to insinuate that my Chinese name is somehow my real name and that I need to be deported, because that was the Richard K. Cole Jr. angle. But then they keep claiming that they're using the name Douglas Dietrich to access all the information on me using FOIA, Freedom of Information Act regulations. So how can they be using Douglas Dietrich when that's not me? That's it just goes on and on in an endless cycle of insanity. But for those of you who disbelieve it's me, there's a photograph from the 9/11 anniversary of critical emissions. It was on Sunday, September 12th of yesteryear. And you can clearly see on that photograph my upper left molar, because my mouth is wide open. And you can see the upper left molar that was worked on, which was the one that got all fucked over during the COVID and had no end of problems because the stupid UCSF dental was all fucked up in how they were dealing with COVID, making you take a stupid test, 48 hours before they would see. It was just so fucking stupid. And but just having that done had me in ecstasy. At that time, that was paid for by, as a matter of fact, I didn't need to pay for it because they fucked up so bad they did it for free. But that being said, I was ecstatic over that being over, so you can see that in the photograph of that episode. But, this time it's the right molar that recently cracked, and I had to go to the dentist for that. This was like 2 months ago. But that cracked eating Meals on Wheels vegetables. That was literally, Meals on Wheels vegetables are that fucked that it's like chewing wood chips. That it cracked the upper right molar and the back tooth. I mean, that's this is not to diss Meals on Wheels. I would not survive without them. I owe them my life in a very real sense, but at the same time, we got to be real here. This is like the bottom of the line food that they're giving to people to survive, right? So it's free. It is what it is, and so a lot of it's just
Did
plain.
they give you salad?
What?
Did they give you salad?
No salads. No, I mean that's extraordinarily rare. No salads. It's like vegetables. It's just everything is 75% vegetables, and it's like, it's the kind of vegetables that they would throw away in a restaurant. But it's vegetables. It's like what it is. Like I said, it's the last thing on earth I need. So
all right, I gotta order you some DoorDash then.
DoorDash. What is that?
It's you order food online or drinks or things like that.
Oh,
and
okay, one of those mail order companies. Oh, see, I get it. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Thank you. I mean, really, it's not food that I need. It's just supplements, and then in my blood, really, is that I get like I got on Labor Day some, and I'll get again on the Moon Festival. It is what it is. I mean, it's enough and it keeps me alive, but honestly, it's like I told people, what if you only ate once every every time there's a holiday, even if you celebrate the holidays of 3 different cultures like I do. It barely is enough to sustain you, and it does what it does. But so all such being said, in the interim, I need supplements, and those cost money. They're not covered by any Medicare or Medi-Cal formulary. But the recreational drugs are free at the state. The prescription drugs are free due to Medicare and Medi-Cal, but the supplements, they're expensive as hell. So I need everybody's help with that to get through the month.
I can send you a custom one that like I told you, my friend makes. I have no use for it.
Great.
So I have my own that has specific things for me, but this one has turmeric and things like that bother me. So all you need is to drink like that twice a day, and water or something, and that can help you to rebuild your body.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, definitely appreciate that. And so that being said, I give the conversation back to you guys for a minute. for several minutes, and then I'll come back, with a vengeance, because I'll be talking about occult self-defense for a bit, and then segue to Izanagi and Izanami, which Crystal River asked me to speak about, and answering our lady Diane Hillis Buchberger, who's asking where your wife is from. So I'm letting her know she is from China, and then we are. Because she finally got back into the cycle of our narrative. She said that basically what had happened was that she what did she say here? She basically it was the medium she was listening on. So she had a horrible delay on one instrument, and so she went to a different instrument and was able to hear us in real time. So that being said, I'm going to go mute. If you guys get back into it, Sammy, Real Tech, yeah, okay, Joe, yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, what's up?
So they have you pretty busy today, Sam, and you are in and out a lot today. So
Yeah, I'm multitasking, fortunately. So it's just what I do.
yeah.
Are you working?
Yes, I am. I'm taking training and I'm helping out in my department. So it's just you're in and out, but it's whatever.
So this podcast really helps you keep you alert too, huh?
Well, it kind of you know what, meeting people like Real Tech Geek and yourself, Joe, it's actually pretty it keeps because look, one of the things about even this podcast is you meet many people, different walks of life, but really, it's I try not to be toxic. That's part of my thing is as long as nobody's toxic towards me. I'm I'm pretty much open to talking to people.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I
I'm the
was.
same way too.
Go ahead. Real
I
time.
feel the same way. I'm very open to people and people's moods. Sometimes at a convention, uh, taking pictures of two different people, and well, female or male, or and sometimes the moods can get very, very erratic, and all I want to do is just take the picture and get out of it. But I try to be as open-minded as possible because everybody can have a good day or a bad day. I'm finished.
Right. No, good point.
Well, how do you feel about the Bible if 25% of the Bible is not in the Bible? So it's basically a critical omission in the Bible too. So since your father's a minister of some sort, Sam, how do you feel about that?
Well, my father is, not in this world no more, but um, I really just take really one thing I did like about my father was pretty much anything regarding towards uh, the Bible. It was always related to mostly self-development in the sense of having a personal relationship with God. It wasn't, he never used it as a religion. What I mean by that is um, you have to know how to interact with people without being I'm using this word again, but toxic and disregarding people. What I mean by that is you don't have to agree on everything, but there's more that are things in common than not in common. And part of it is understanding your differences, but finding out what are similarities. And obviously, there's limitations, but in other words, share your testimony. And if people want to know more about your testimony, then great. If they don't, they don't. It's really that simple.
Uh-huh. Okay. So
as far
just
as
take
the
what you can from the Bible, right?
right. Well, as far as the Bible being 25% not being there, obviously it has been altered, but for the most part, there's some stuff I don't agree with the Bible, but at the same time, There's very, very constructive things that you take from it. But at the same time, there's more things in common than are not. Even in cultures like the Asian culture, me being of a Latino descent, there's very similarities to our cultures, rather the differences. So, at the end of the day, I'm not here on an inquisition trying to, make people convert. It's not, that's not how things work. I think, yeah, even with my association with Doug, I think kind of proves that I'm not a bigot when it comes to people not sharing my beliefs. And really, there's a lot more things in common than difference. Go ahead, Joe, or
Yeah.
Real Tech.
Yeah, Christianity just doesn't mean much for me. I mean, the Bible is very boring to me. My mother, the biggest issue with it is my mother is a religious fanatic, and always was, and always will be.
Right.
And it's always been very difficult for me to get close to any of these things. And then also, being in these churches when I was very young, she's always associated herself with crazy people, and they used to hit me on the head when I was a child, trying to get the demons out of me from my father.
Right.
It's just I believe in Jesus. You can call me a hypocrite. You can call me whatever you want to. I don't care. I believe in Jesus. I believe in the Bible, but it's hard for me to get to it, and to get close with it. I just can't.
It's understandable.
And I listen to Satanist music too, and all these things. So, whatever.
No, and I understand you, Real Tech. I think humanity and how people interpret their interpretation of doctrine is very, at times, and a lot of times, can be very dangerous in the way they project it towards people. I've always tried to remember that your experiences are your own experiences. Yes, they make up part of who you are, but you can't project that towards people. It's just not. It's not practical,
Okay.
So,
yeah. That is
go
the
ahead,
problem.
Joe.
Yeah. So I try to understand Christianity, but it keeps on bringing me back to reincarnation, and what Christ is a reincarnation, because we know he's going to come back. So, I mean, so the early religions, is Buddhism that comes up to my mind, because every time I listen to the story of Christ, would always think about the three kings, or the three wise men from the east. So, I've been questioning things. It just, it made sense how Douglas has interpreted how Jesus was found from these Asian Chinese kings. But yeah, this is, even before I heard the story, I knew there was a different perspective that the Western tradition has not really accepted through the tradition of Buddhism, because we know that in Tibetan Buddhism, every time a high teacher dies, they would look for the next reincarnation, and they would set up a bunch of these people that knew this previous Lama, and try to look for him and see what this child would not be a newborn. It would be at least 4 or 5 years old to be able to understand basic commands and pick certain things that the previous owner of these trinkets would pick as their child. And yeah, there's this missing part of Christ that I think I'm trying to make a connection with, because clearly Buddhism has reached early Western civilization long before Christianity.
And
Right.
it does make sense that Christianity started in China if they were looking for the next Christ, so.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that's I've always felt that the revelation of the Magi was very much a breakthrough. And as far as me understanding, some of the I want to say because the problem is with the Bible, it's written in parables, and it doesn't make sense at times. Meaning, three wise men walking through Asia, traveling across, hundreds of miles, and not get either mugged or have been challenged by all these civilizations. Well, really, what Doug talked about is this was actually armies joining with kings. Those three kings were actually, I believe he said, I know it was more than three. Is what he was talking
he said
about.
more like 12 or 13. He said.
Right. So this was an armada of armies. This is how they weren't really challenged. So it makes a lot of sense. When you kind of have to make it, you kind of have to pretty much break it down into what makes sense, because a lot of it is pretty much censored, especially the King James Version. I mean, it tells you right there, the King James Version.
Yeah, he killed all his wives. So.
Of course. So the irony of it, but
my ex was going crazy because she's like a Mormon, and I told her the King James Bible was the guy that wanted to get rid of his ex-wife each time he killed her.
Absolutely.
And she said, "Oh, please bring me back to Las Vegas. I don't want to hear this."
Anyways, so can we change the subject a little bit?
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Are you guys into movies? Are you guys into manga? For example, you guys see the new Dragon Ball movie?
Oh yeah, that's about chi, man. That sounds like all these special powers that
how about you?
Martial artists have.
Right. But I don't know. Just change the subject. But because religion kind of can get a little dicey. Like obviously, we're trying to. I'm trying to keep the energy a little bit more even keel. But anything else, Real Tech? Anything on your mind that you want to talk about? Oh.
Sorry, I put on mute and this, and I go to the bathroom, and I just want people to hear the noise. So.
Right.
What's your favorite Dragon Ball Z episode?
Probably has to be it has to be either probably the Frieza saga is one of my favorites, where Goku turns Super Saiyan for the first time. That's probably one of my favorites, or my favorite. Anyways, but yeah, that's. How about you?
Yeah, the Frieza saga is very good. It's also one of my favorite episodes. I like when he turns into Super Saiyan also. When he first starts talking to him and he's going to fight him, and Vegeta's crying and everything. Yeah, it's just incredible to see that.
But what I don't like is, like, later on, everybody started turning Super Saiyan. I think that kind of watered down the whole concept of it. I didn't like the fact that all of a sudden now people, everybody's turning Super Saiyan. I didn't really like that, but then again, maybe that's just that's up for debate. But I didn't like the fact that but then again, it kind of eventually, I think it would probably get there. It's just I don't like the fact that became instantaneously, like it came easy when it became easy to turn Super Saiyan compared to Goku or Kakarot. But anyways, Joe, are you familiar with any of this?
Oh, I have gotten away from a lot of these manga unless it's talking about real stuff. They got manga about Buddhists, and I did look at that
not the movie, but the books. It's interesting how they interpret things.
Okay.
Okay.
And how
How did
the
we...
novelty were off.
What?
I'm sorry, Douglas. I'm sorry.
What was that? No. Finish. What was your thought?
Oh, Sammy was saying about the novelty. I was saying about the Super Saiyan. Everybody became Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball Z, and I was saying the novelty. It became very boring after a while because everybody was doing it.
Oh,
That's
okay.
just Goku.
Okay. So, at any rate, I want everyone to know that I'm just about ready to jump in. It's about 10 p.m. in the California time zone. I'm going to rinse my mouth out from the taste of Coke that I was using to wash down the meal with, and when I come back, I'll start segueing in to monologue, but I couldn't do it without these wonderful gentlemen, and they were holding so well. Honestly, everybody listening to you has found you all informative and educational and fascinating. Certainly your alternative lifestyles are all quite fascinating. And by the way, Diane Hillis-Buchberger sends me a link to an article about Nepal, where that's the country where a woman can marry more than one man. So isn't that interesting? And, apparently there's 5 places. She sent me another link to a column which says 5 places where women have more than one husband. I mean,
Good.
I don't think she needs. If she dates me, I don't think she can handle just one, more than one of me.
Now that's confidence. Yes.
Same thing with me. Same thing. I'm a machine.
Yes. There we are. Yes, these are Energizer bunnies that we're speaking to tonight. They just keep going and going. So, what kind of batteries do you gentlemen use? Is it some kind of drug, variation of Viagra, combination of cocaine? I'm just curious. Or are you just organically so talented?
No, I think I'm addicted to porn like you, Douglas.
And somehow that helps. I'm not quite sure that answers the question about your performance.
Oh, it's just that I'm a practicing Taoist, so we don't like to. We like, I guess I like the dopamine more because that's the only. Why would you want to get rid of it so fast if you can last longer and keep that energy? It's a good energy to keep,
Yes.
So,
Yep, I'm the same way. Yeah, I'm naturally an energized bunny. I do take testosterone, but I have learned from Mentalk Chia, the multi-organic man, if that's called the title of the book, how to retain semen and retain your energy, sexual energy, and go on for hours.
Well,
Yeah.
there we are. Sam, certainly you have something to contribute to this, and you can do so while I go mute. I don't need to hear all of this technical... I'm so sorry, I got a private message from somebody. I'm not going to say
release it, but it takes me too long.
Yeah. Like I said, I want to keep that. Any comments I'm going to keep to myself. Go ahead.
Sammy's PG, okay?
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Those 2 guys who went on a stabbing rampage, apparently one was found dead and the other one died as soon as he was arrested. What the fuck? Are these guys programmed like they switched off or something? That sounds so suspect. At any rate, we just got a news flash of there is now evidence of the Russians are taking Ukrainian children. By the way, I don't know if any of you were able to hear my episode the other day when I spoke of the Moldova. I don't know if any of you had any impressions of what I said about that. Peter never had a chance to listen to it yet. Between you and I think I can share this. Really, it's not It's not something that I think is invasive, but just so everybody knows, Peter was very tired tonight because basically what happened was his wife Paula, basically a man was texting and his car ran into her supermassive SUV, and that was no fun. Basically, no one was hurt. Everybody's insured. But Peter went to the site and acted as kind of like the adult supervisor, and both of these people, the youngsters, he got made certain everything processed well, and it left him fairly tired. I hope everybody understands that. And that being said, aside from what we were speaking of earlier with performance tips, and of course some guys are just born so talented, the horrible news flash that I just got is Russia is deporting thousands of children from the Ukraine. Now, so far as evidence can be amassed, the children are as young as the age of 14. I'm surprised they're stopping at that age, really. They're basically forced to wait for transfer in inhumane conditions. They're being put through a very aggressive filtration process. These Ukrainian non-combatants are going into detention camps and ultimately even prisons. So these are the children are being separated from the people in the detention camps. And so all of this is obviously disturbing. That being said, it is the United Nations is amassing the evidence. So this is not like something from independent reporters on the scene. This is United Nations observers. So this is definitely happening. This is not rumor. Now that that's out there, I'll be back in about 5 minutes, or so, 7 at the longest. Back's going to be a little uncomfortable tonight because I didn't set up the throne of pillows that I normally do. Maybe I should do that, give these guys another 10 minutes.
Douglas. You're going to be the main guy. You got to get comfortable.
That's a good point. Why don't I do that? So it'll take me a good 15 minutes at the longest. Hopefully it's just 12 minutes, but, realistically, 15 just in case. Everybody stick with these gentlemen. Obviously, they've been providing plenty of entertainment, if not information. And the numbers seem to be holding. Again, surprised about this. By the way, Chris Collins calls the Meals on Wheels trays vegetable medley. Yes, it's something like that. Honestly, it's just I'm sorry, it's just awful. It's like what you would give to a rabbit. Okay, so what is that? I'll leave you guys here.
I said okay.
Yeah, what were you gonna say? Were you gonna say something, Real Tech?
I said okay. Yeah, like rabbit food. Yeah.
Okay, yes. So I'll leave you gentlemen to hold the stage. And again, all of you, you're doing well. And I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest. All right, or so. Bye for now.
So that's very interesting, Techie. You practice man talk cheese, practice of keeping your ejaculations in. Okay.
Yeah, I do. And I've also learned the 6 healing sounds.
Oh, okay. That's very interesting. I think he's located in Chatham Square, right where
Hong Kong.
No, he has an office in New York City, actually.
In
Chinatown, in Manhattan, Chinatown.
Oh, yeah, Chatham Square. Yeah.
Chatham Square. Right. That's where Trump's feng shui girl is too. I think it's the same building. Yeah, but that's very interesting. Huh?
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense, right? The Taoists in one building, because they have to pick the right feng shui.
Yeah, Dumb and Dumber.
But that's where Douglas's grandfather's statue is. There's a statue of Douglas's grandfather right there. So it's very
okay. I'll look it up.
Yeah. Dumber and Dumber. How about that? Americans are programmed to be dumber and dumber because they don't really they're not they can't process the true information, I guess. And
well,
but
I fell for that. I voted for Trump a couple times myself, so now I was very ignorant, and I used to listen to this all the time.
Yeah, but we were brainwashed with Alex Jones during that time, and I can understand. I don't blame you. I mean, first time you don't know until he gets into office. You see how he does shit. I can't blame him. Some people are, they gotta wake up. But ignorance is everywhere. It's just that you have to make sure you know the real truth because you don't want to be living a lie, right? That's then that makes you a sucker, right? And I don't want to be a sucker.
No, I forgot what he said, but sucker. I forgot the person who said it. A sucker's born every minute.
Yeah, that's basically it, and that's what Trump has made us look like, bunch of suckers. There's things, yeah, sure, he knows how to, I understand Peter Moon and how he thinks Trump has played the system, but that's how that's what he's been doing. He's been playing the system, and that's how.
That's the reason why. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
That's the reason why he wanted to become president anyway, so he could become immune to all the illegal things he did in the past.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So I was talking about this homeless guy. He actually got screwed out of $850,000 from helping him put in floors in the Taj Mahal for Trump, and he never paid. So I'm surprised he's not dead because this guy is a big ass football player and also in the military, and he's willing to screw this other white guy over. But it's interesting how these things work because I've been talking to this guy and figuring how they do business. You understand? Because I did business with one of these Michael Joseph Smith. Michael Joseph Schmidt. So Michael Schmidt is like sounds like the famous Philadelphia baseball player. I did business with him, but he's a sack of shit. He's like Trump, a consummate liar. He had this blue-eyed, and he does. It's like they get away with so much shit if they got blue eyes and some, brown hair, and if they're tall enough, they get away with even more stuff. But I think you're a stand-up guy, real tech guy, because you do have I guess Asian understanding of the Asian culture. But if I have to deal with these crazy blue-eyed white guys, it's I'm amazed how much they can get away with. So just imagine Trump. He's rich and he has more than this piece of shit I was dealing with that was in the army.
Well, actually, he's constantly broke. People just think he's rich.
Oh yeah, you're right. They end up owing the IRS a lot of money, but they know how to expunge that shit. They know how to use the bankruptcy laws in their favor. Yeah. But that's what I realized. This guy had IRS problems too. So I realized most of these super rich guys. They just know how they've been rich because they basically haven't really paid their taxes or owed so many people something, And Trump keeps on saying how Go ahead, Jack.
The Miles Guo, that guy, same thing. He's broke now also. Constantly Yeah, helping to pay Steve Bannon and bailing him out and all these things. And
He was using those funds to his personal use. I think he had to surrender himself, Steve Bannon, today.
Good.
Yeah, right.
That piece of garbage. Paying off people, all these white people to go and I forgot the name of the organization. But basically, he's one of the reasons why there was so much Asian hate crimes.
Oh yeah. Because he also brainwashed Trump to use the word kung flu and all this, and China bashing, doing the tax stuff. But it worked out for the better. China has to get rid of communism. It's a Russian idea, and it's
communism used with Chinese characteristics.
No, that was when Deng was in power. But you got this piece of shit, Xi.
Yeah, this guy's terrible.
Xi, yeah. He's more related to Mao, and he's trying to. He got rid of most of these celebrities so he can be famous as Mao. All this bullshit. And the Chinese should wake up, because it was the communists that had the Cultural Revolution that destroyed Chinese culture, and they're claiming that they're Chinese, and this is the bullshit. The communist. I think I coined that Chinese with the kind of Chinese characteristics, because that was during the time in the 90s. And it was later on used. I was listening to this after later on when they were talking. I was using that term in the restaurant because I was talking to this American politician, but afterwards I said, "Fuck that!" After I learned the real history, it doesn't make sense no more. Because if you're communist, you can't really be Chinese. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
You basically destroyed, through the Cultural Revolution, you destroyed all the artifacts, all the Chinese traditions, and basically now you don't even have funeral rights. And just recently, you couldn't have more than one kid. So this is bullshit. You gotta stop the bullshit where it started. And communism is not Chinese. They gotta stop the commies in China. Better stop that shit, because it's making a joke out of the Chinese. You know what I'm saying? Because they aren't Chinese if they don't practice Chinese culture. They're trying to make a Mao idol. This is the shit that
and the dragon chair, and they're taught the people are taught in the school that during the emperor times that it was a very selfish time period, and it's a really bad look for him to be in an emperor chair.
I think that's why he brought in Confucianism, because Confucianism allows for emperors. But he has a daughter that doesn't even want to go back to China. She's in
America. Yeah, I told my wife the same thing. Yeah. If China's so great with universities, then why did Xi Jinping send his daughter to Harvard?
Yeah, right. And now they're teaching they're reprogramming these young Chinese to not learn English and all this things.
Well, the other thing too, I don't blame her for not wanting to go back, because he's going to send her to a gulag.
Oh,
so that's why.
Yeah. Well, they're crazy.
So they're doing it to the Uyghurs.
Yeah, I know. It makes a Chinese look bad. It's like we as Chinese we don't have nothing to do with these crazy commies that believe in this bullshit. We like diversity. Chinese like diversity. They like new things and different
Chinese
things.
women. Yeah, Chinese women are. I'm sorry, to interrupt you. Chinese women are the most susceptible to be open-minded to dating and marrying different cultures.
Yeah. Yeah, same with guys, they like fresh things, We like new things, So how can that be Chinese? Communism can't be Chinese. I realize that. And you might think it's characteristic, but they went and destroyed Chinese culture. Communism destroyed Chinese culture. And I don't know how they can claim themselves to be Chinese anymore, It's fake. It's so goddamn fake, Right? No, because now I understand true communism. Because these are brainwash, I think Yuri Bezmenov, one of these defectors from Russia that became a journalist in Canada, was talking how they programmed Americans to be useful idiots. And the communist Chinese are the original useful idiots of the Russians. So.
I had to look that up.
Yeah. I think I sent, it's very interesting how the communists in Russia plan certain things that happen later on, because basically Trump is how they programmed America. These are
45. If you look up the 45 communist rules of takeover of government, and then you realize 45 is the 45th president. That's him.
Yeah, yeah, that's him. You're right. See? And they were talking how many generations they were they programmed to get Americans to be useful idiots, and now the Trump cards are the useful idiots. But I'm glad you didn't show up at January 6th because.
Go on. That was me. Don't worry about me. I just did that by mistake. In my lamp. By accident. Okay. Yes. So you were really glad he didn't show up at January 6th. Who didn't show up at January 6th?
Bill Geek, because he voted for Trump.
Oh, okay. Yes. By the way,
I would have been in prison for months. I've been in prison more than over a year now if I did.
Right. And by the way, yes, so just so people understand this, because I don't believe I finished this thought, and tell me if I did, because, sometimes I start a thought and I don't finish it. As a matter of fact, I do that a lot. And so what I was trying to say earlier about Penny Bradley Station during the Global Entertainment Radio Network, how it's basically shut down now. Because its owner, Daryl Neely, disappeared, the African-American white supremacist who would identify himself as one with Odin, quote unquote, basically alluding that he was a practitioner of the Nordic pagan religion, which of course has become, at the present time, rather affiliated with white supremacy. And not always, of course, but certainly many practitioners are, and he certainly was. He was one of the few black people who was present as one of the insurgents, one of the insurrectionists is the correct term, on January 6th.
I call them Trump-tards.
Yes.
Trump-tards.
Yes, definitely. And, well, he was one of those Trump-tards that was, basically there was an unconscious cop on the ground who may well have been dead. We really don't know, because you can't tell from the footage, and we do know that half a dozen police officers ultimately died as a result of the insurrection and the attack on our capital. So certainly at least a few of them were dead on the ground at the time that he was present. And there's a cop on the ground, and he loots the body. And this is Daryl Neely. He's caught on footage removing this cop's hat and putting it on his own head. And he's smoking a big-ass bunt the size of a cigar. Daryl Neely is, not the unconscious cop or dead cop. In which case he's desecrating a corpse, but he basically says, "Smoke 'em if you got 'em," and that's caught on footage, so there's no way this guy is escaping justice. Basically, he's identified, and he's running a goddamn subversive radio station, where he's got people like Penny Bradley claiming to be space pilots for the Reich. At the same time, she claims that the Reich claims Hitler was a traitor and shit. absolutely insane go-go logic that they use to try to make themselves not sound like neo-Nazis. But at any rate, so he was a fugitive for quite some time while producing, and is now caught. So the station shut down, and so there you go. This is, of course, the fruits of serving the great abandoner, the great forsaker. And there we have that. So all of you have done so well, and I thank you all. Couldn't have done this without you. Any further thoughts before I take over? And take your time.
Perhaps,
There's no rush.
perhaps that maybe AOC is right. People need to be sent to re-education camps.
Oh, I like AOC. I mean, she's pro Roe versus Wade and everything that America should stand for. You know, an immigrant that has become a part of the establishment of New York.
What is she an immigrant from? Is she from Puerto Rico?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, where is it she's from?
I think I don't remember. I forgot. But I think she's from Peru or something. I think.
Are we sure?
I don't remember.
Let me look this up. By the way, I'm not. You. It doesn't matter. It's just curious. Is AOC an immigrant? I mean, it certainly doesn't matter to me. But
She was born in New York.
She's born in New York. Okay. So
Immigrant parents.
Puerto Rican.
okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So by the way, just so people understand, certainly I probably will not get to it tonight, but I've got to get to it soon and talk about the similarities between Puerto Rico and Taiwan in terms of various territorial claims by the United States that people are profoundly unfamiliar with.
And the same name too, right, Douglas? Puerto Rico, rich, basically Golden Door and Jinmen and Mandarin.
Well, Formosa was the original Portuguese name for Taiwan, of course, when the Europeans ran across it and they named it Beautiful Island. Certain Puerto Rico has a certain kind of similarity in that regard. But just so people know, Puerto Ricans are Americans. I mean, that's so she's not an immigrant. Even if her parents immigrated from Puerto Rico, they're not immigrants. They're Americans. Just so people know, technically, I'm an American because Taiwan is defined by the Americans
as a renegade territory, right?
Yes, as a renegade territory. Yes, just the way the Chinese call it a renegade province, the Americans call it a renegade territory.
But we still got to get naturalized, and these Puerto Ricans did want separation from the United States.
Didn't or did?
Did.
Yeah, they did. They did want separation from the United States. And Taiwan's lucky to have it. Taiwan's lucky to be separated from the United States. Yes, but
with all they're doing, all these white people doing with trying to take over the land again in Puerto Rico, and all these rich people that because of the tax, they don't pay taxes. They live like 90% of the time.
I think they want to keep Puerto Rico separate too, because if they become a state, then they got to pay more.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. No. I mean, this more than anything has probably been a factor in. Oh, by the way, Mona Lee McRae is with us. The lovely Mona Lee McRae. Hello, Douglas. Long time. You don't sound the same, Douglas. Hope you are doing well. Just dropped in to say hello. Cheers, my old friend. I'm certain I sound awful. So. I hope I don't.
Yeah, right. Yeah. If Taiwan was a part, didn't have clout with the U.S., if the U.S. wouldn't sell them military arms, right? So this is defying unlogic, because if clearly the U.S. sells military weapons to Taiwan, it's part of the U.S., and the mainland commies still don't get this, It's like, get it. They sell weapons so they can shoot these commies in the ass, Wake the fuck up, commies,
Thank you. That was poetic. So Okay. Anyhow, you
Mao
both.
Zedong failed twice trying to take the island, and it won't have, and it will be a third time with this so-called wannabe Mao Zedong.
Mhm.
Yeah, this Mao Zedong's piece of shit, poo, you know.
Yes, yes. Winnie the Pooh.
Yellow shit, yellow poo, man.
Yeah, that's funny. Yes, yes. That's. Oh my God. How did we get so vulgar again? What exactly did we do? We took a wrong turn somewhere, and we wound up.
We were talking about Puerto Rico and how
I,
Puerto Rico is similar to
it was a
Taiwan.
rhetorical question. It was a rhetorical question, John. Don't worry about it. Yes, that's fine, Joe. Okay, both of you. Again, is there something else before I take over? I was going to go into basically a kind of occult self-defense. So I'll start with that. And I want you both to know how much I adore both of you. Hugs to both of you. Honestly, I set up the, the throne of pillows per your advice and felt much better for it already. Mona Lee McRae, for those who don't remember, is a wonderful human being, highly intelligent, talented artist, just a overall wonderful woman, and so glad she's back in the chat. And when she says I sound different, probably talking about how wary I sound. And yes, I'm definitely sure I sound world weary. And but such is the nature of the beast. I'm actually doing quite well considering everything that went down. My enemies are on retreat, and there's a certain, how would I say it? Let's just say it's interesting she showed up at this time. So, at any rate, Mona Honey, you're welcome to respond to what I said. Welcome back, and let me know what it is about my voice that particularly strikes you these days. So, that being said, what I will ask both of you gentlemen to do, can you gentlemen handle this? Both of you kind of leave the calls on so the call's quality of sound will remain with us. If either one of you hangs up, it like changes the quality of the sound for our listeners, for myself. Real Tech might need his computer for later or not, or what? What's your situation along
Yeah,
with
I'll leave
Joe?
mine on.
Okay. Now keep it plugged in so you don't lose all
It's
power.
plugged in, it's in 100%.
Okay, and just make certain that you.
I'm using my phone,
Okay.
so I don't know.
Okay. So Joe is going to leave it on then. So we'll ride the call on Joe. The call will ride on Joe, and
Okay.
So Real Tech. Thank you for joining in with us today and sharing what you were willing to share, and thank you to Joe for making this possible. You were actually the thread throughout the program was Joe Ty, really, today. And so he was effectively our producer, essentially. He was effectively the producer for today's show. So thank you, Joe. I mean, it's deeply appreciated. And
Absolutely. Anything for you, Prince Lim.
oh, bless you. Thank you so much. And so both of you gentlemen, have a blessed night. Joe, if you could go mute, along with yourself, Mr. Real Tech, you're welcome to hang up, of course. That way there will be no potential for interference or anything else. And but before you go, say good night to everyone, please. Both of you gentlemen, please.
Good night, everyone.
Yes.
Have a great time listening to Douglas.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Good night, guys. Nice meeting you, Real Tech Geek.
Nice meeting you too.
Thank you. Okay, so all of such being said, I do want everyone to know that basically anyone who's affiliated with myself has been increasingly linked to occurrences of black magical or psychic attack. Now, while many of those attempting to conduct these assaults in this destructive manner are occult dabblers, whom I would hardly classify as skilled adepts, this is not always the case. Even so-called dabblers can be remarkably talented. And I've sporaketh on such in the past. So I do want people to appreciate the fact that there is a lot of danger out there if you become affiliated with myself at all. I would be lying remiss if I did not share such a warning. Nevertheless, I want everyone to be encouraged to affiliate with myself wherever possible, because first off, I need your help, and won't get any of what we need to get done without you. And just secondly, it's not. You should never allow yourself to be intimidated by evil. So if you allow that, then evil triumphs. Evil triumphs where people are intimidated into doing nothing. That being said, let me make an entry here, and with such being said, I'll try and provide everyone a little hint at occult self-defense. This is actually a tricky issue in some ways, but we'll try and make sure that it's not. The first thing that I want you to understand is that in the past I've spoken about some people who are essentially dabblers that are naturally skilled or naturally talented. They have a natural born capability of harnessing magic. Now, a lot of these people seem to be prone to obsession and possession. The necro nerd himself may have no skill whatsoever, and the creature riding him may be the true source of the power and intent behind the attack. That's something to take into account. In magical self-defense, as in most areas of life, it is wise never to underestimate anyone or anything. But first of all, let me issue a warning. Do not assume you are under magical attack based on some isolated incident or misfortune. Just because somebody knocks over your coffee cup, do not assume that you are the victim of an occult conspiracy or that some terrible cosmic force is working against you. Only when you notice misfortunes of an unaccountable nature and patterned in a certain synchronicity should you become suspicious. Even then, you should use the most reliable form of divination that you have. If you are prone to divination at all, tarot, the I Ching, the Nordic runes, and so forth, to double check your intuition. Remember that the best defense is to take precautions and set up strong magical wards around your home and workspace. Don't become complacent or lazy where this is concerned, as I myself often have in the past. When all else fails, laugh. The forces of evil can stand almost anything except being the butt of a joke that leads to a good, hearty gale of belly laughter. Believe me, that is the magic of Halloween, is you're laughing in the face of evil. Now, having said all that, I'll try to present the types of astral creatures, alias Watchers, usually used in these sorts of attacks by devotees of the darkness. And these will generally fall into one of three categories. Thought forms, or egregores, created entirely from the imagination of the magician, spelled with a K to disambiguate them from stage magicians. Ensouled elementals, thought forms or egregores into which the creating magician has grafted part of his own soul or personality, or has ensouled by the invocation of elemental essence, sometimes referred to as artificial elementals, or artifices. Artificial elementals would be a portmanteau, a combination of those words, which is quite accurate and very much the descriptive that can be properly applied. Continuing with that theme, another form of this kind of assailing entity would be opportunistic qlipothic entities, or demons, that will happily take on any guise for a chance to be evoked into the earthly plane where they can hunt human prey. Now, easiest to deal with will be the basic thought form, or egregore. Always remember that these simple thought forms are a product of their creator's imagination and have no independent existence or identity of their own. Usually these entities will be repelled by a basic protective circle or ward, such as that cast by performing the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. So if you need to know what I'm talking about, you can look that up. You just go online and look up lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. I don't need to spook anybody by performing it on bandwidth. A simple visualization process can destroy them outright. The defender has only to visualize the attacking thought form exploding into fragments like a shattered glass figurine, or bursting into flames and being reduced to ashes. Now I'm going to refer to a lovely lady named Dion Fortune. Dion Fortune has said, "That which is thought into existence by the imagination can be thought out of existence by the imagination." This is the use of your imaginal talent to overwhelm that of others. If you have attempted to destroy what seemed to be a simple thought form by the visualization technique and find that it successfully resists your counterattack, you are probably dealing with an ensouled elemental. If this artifice, this artificial elemental, is ensouled with an elemental essence, earth, air, fire, or water, and in the case of the true chaos magicians, they would be using the forces of darkness such as void. Honestly, there are many elements beyond the classical four that you are familiar with and understand. In Asia, the 5 elements, there are 5 as opposed to 4, would be earth, metal, wood, water, and fire. But when it comes to the cults of chaos, then we add in other elements most people are completely unfamiliar with. Spirit, aether, void. Regardless, you're going to have to deal with it. I may talk a bit about some of these chaos elements, or anti-elements, if you will, at some point in the future. But if you become too much of an expert in all this, you might overthink the process. Too much information can be a bad thing. So understand that whatever the element, if this ensouled elemental, this artificial elemental is ensouled with an elemental essence, regardless what it is, it can be banished by the use of the upright banishing pentagram. That's something, again, you can look up. If the ensouled elemental is imbued with the personality of its maker, a different technique may be required. Now, this would be some of what I've hinted at: aether, spirit, void, different elements which are not part of your classical workings. In other words, the maker imbues themselves. The book titled Psychic Self-Defense, which was written by Dion Fortune, which is really, of course, a pen name for those of you who don't know. Dion Fortune was the pen name of, oh God, what was the young lady's name who took that name so that she could basically assume the role of a man so that her books could even be published. We live, of course, in an unforgiving patriarchy, and many women have been forced to do this throughout their lives. Her real name was Violet Firth. Violet, like the flower, Firth, or the color, Firth, F-I-R-T-H. And she wrote the book Psychic Self-Defense, which is a classic. And in there, she recommends an absorption method that I consider intolerably dangerous, even for a highly accomplished and experienced practitioner. Now, where she got this from is the self-sacrificing Christian concept that is imbued throughout the rite of exorcism in the Roman Catholic Church. In the Roman Catholic Church, the priest offers himself as a hostage to the devil. This is the title of a book by Malachi Martin, which is probably the most read book on exorcism that is out there. Having read the book myself, I can tell you to skip it entirely. There's nothing you will learn about the rite of exorcism in that book. It is just morbid entertainment, just case studies, if you will, or rather relations of case stories as opposed to studies. There's nothing to learn therefrom. However, the introduction is excellent and recommended reading for what it's worth. So read the introduction, and the rest of the book you can skip unless you're just interested in, case histories for the sake of human interest. But in there, one thing it does explain is that the priest tries to assume the role of Christ in the most respectful manner, the manner of emulation. He's not putting himself in the place of Christ in the position of godhood or assuming the godhood. The priest is emulating his Lord and Savior by offering his soul for eternal damnation in the place of the person possessed. So this is what a priest who has dedicated his life of sacrifice unto others is expected to do. This is what makes the rite of exorcism in the Roman Catholic Church so profoundly dangerous, and the only way it works is that you have the backing of a multi-thousand year institution behind you. An entire church behind you adds a lot of weight to whatever it is you're doing spiritually, believe me. And so with that kind of momentum, you can afford to take some risks. You don't have that backing. So this is something that Dion Fortune basically picked up from a Roman Catholic background. Do not follow her particular bit of advice in psychic self-defense about that. Other aspects are worthy of your attention, but not that. Instead, I advise the practitioner to evoke a powerful goddess or god form for defense or counterattack. A sufficiently powerful divine entity can annihilate an ensouled elemental, with the added bonus of the devastating effect such destruction may have on the attacker, who will feel whatever part of himself he put into the elemental being destroyed. Any benign yet militant god or goddess with whom you feel sufficient rapport will be appropriate. Christians may call upon Jesus himself, or the warrior archangel, Michael. Norse pagans upon Odin, or Tyr, Thor. Wiccans upon Morrigu, or Lugh. Practitioners of the Vedic traditions, Hindus in other words, or Tantrics upon Durga, and so forth. Use your imagination as well as your faith. If you have no particular belief, you may need to experiment within the bounds of time limitations caused by the emergency of psychic attack. Now, folk tales of cantankerous demons irate at being summoned by black magicians, even I've promoted this. In effect, practical terms, they're really just a load of bullshit. Those demons attacked the magicians that summoned them because it was fun, not because they were angry. Qlipothic entities like nothing better than to be evoked into the earthly plane, where they hope to run amok and cause as much suffering as possible. Denizens of the Qlipoth, the lower shells on the extestinal tract of the Tree of Death, are willing to adopt the guises of any Lovecraftian creatures that suit their natures. He wants Cthulhu? I'll give him Cthulhu. Stupid, gullible, unethical practitioners will sometimes accidentally evoke these Qlipothic entities, even when they think they are only creating a thought form. He wants a Shoggoth? We'll give him a shoggoth. Interestingly, the Cthulhuid disguises forced on some Qlipothic entities by their naive summoners may actually hamper their activities. Lovecraft's great old ones were not actually gods in the sense of divine spirit beings. Despite their ability to travel interdimensionally, the Cthulhu Mythos crowd were essentially a bunch of science fiction space monsters, ignorantly worshipped as gods by primitive or degenerate humans. You can exploit this materialistic Achilles' heel by evoking a militant pagan god or goddess, far older and more powerful than the Cthulhu Mythos, to defend you and or counterattack the Qlipothic entity. The pseudo-Sumerian demons of the Peter Levinda's Simon Necronomicon book offer a more convenient role for these Qlipothic vermin to assume. He wants a watcher? I'll give him a watcher. But even the watcher is no match for the ancient true gods of humanity. These demonic Qlipothic entities may sometimes be easier to deal with than ensouled elementals, since they are almost always susceptible to banishment by use of the pentagram. They may, however, be more persistent, since they are independent creatures with minds of their own. You should be aware that magical attack may affect not only you, but also members of your family and friends. Try to shield them as best as you can. Hunting wolves will circle the herd, waiting to pull down and devour its weakest members. Qlipothic spirits will do the same. Now, long ago, and every once in a while, I recount the case history of a girl who was attacked in dreams by a hideous spider-like creature. This arachnid entity could have been either an ensouled elemental or a pre-existing demon. That girl tragically lost her grandfather to a sudden illness during the same period of magical harassment from the cult leader who victimized her. She told me that her grandfather's house was the setting of the dream in which she was attacked by the arachnid creature. Perhaps the house of the dead, well, rather in this case murdered man, was the site of its most recent victory. Now, other cases of psychic attack related to the use of the Necronomicon in particular, which is always the general go-to for those who would do harm, are reputed to involve psychic vampirism, as they call it. Obviously a term that I find racist and offensive towards my own subspecies, but it serves a purpose. We should use the term psychic parasitism. There was an article for Fate magazine, which was an occult magazine that was around forever. Sadly out of print now, no longer in circulation. The internet has killed everything. But within that article, if I remember correctly, the occultist and writer Michelle Ballinger was her name, cited the case of a young man in the United Kingdom who opened himself to possession by an astral parasite through his use of a false Necronomicon, which they're all false. Anything you or anyone else other than myself can get a hold of is not going to be the true Necronomicon. Maybe there's 2 or 3 other people on Earth besides me who could get a hold of the real copy. No one else. Now, such being said, none of that has to do with ego, none of that has to do with anything other than circumstance. Now, Ballinger, and by the way, I think of him as a female because his name was so feminine, and I deal with so many people to whom gender really is not an issue. Michel Ballinger was really a man, French name, Michel, for Michael, kind of a very feminized even at that, but still, he never named names in the version of the Necronomicon he himself used, but she, the feminine author, because of the sex change that came later, basically, there's some private history here between us I'm not going to share. But male at the time she wrote it, female later, okay? Using the very effeminate name because she later had the sex change. I know these people through my son, and of course, many other people who have these sex changes that Peter Moon was kind of basically saying was unhealthy, but he watches too much Fox News. And trust me, all of these conservative stations, Fox or any of these other places, they've got a few people who went through a sex change, regretted it later, went back to being what they were before, and they parade these horror stories around as if that's the norm. Like, you're going to regret this. Anybody who wants to go through something so drastic as to change their sex, this obviously statistically is not going to be something they regret. There's just too much thought and foreplanning that goes into this for that. Peter, of course, because he would never dream of changing his sex, has no idea about what it's like, gender dysphoria, the desire to change your sex. So, all himself and anybody else who has no concept of this, it's not like you just flip a switch, like you go in and change a wardrobe, okay? It's something that takes, like, an enormous amount of pain, surgery, effort. If you don't decide to change your mind going through that, you're not going to change your mind at all. And the people that do, these truly are the exception, and they truly are disturbed at the time that they're going through what they're doing. Like Peter says, there are people out there who are saying, hey, you think you might be a girl? Okay, this is what I was trying to point out to them. This is innate, okay? If a child is not born with already an idea that, gender is not an issue, they're gender neutral, or that they really want to be something else. All right, somebody coming up to you and saying, hey, you think you might be something other than you are is not going to sway you. It's just, yeah, that's not going to happen. So the idea that people are somehow swayed, like convinced, like, oh my God, I want to go through this. Well, they would obviously be dissuaded once they confronted two things, the cost and the physical pain. In other words, the two types of pain, which are impossible for anyone to stand unless they wanted to go through the fires of hell itself to accomplish something, the physical pain and the financial pain. These are stresses your average person just doesn't need. So, okay, all such being said, so Ballinger went through that, and she describes the man using the Necronomicon as basically opening himself to possession by an astral parasite, using it to open a spirit gate. That's obviously the Simon Necronomicon book written by Peter Levenda. And the astral parasite used its possessed victim to drain energy from all his friends. Often he would appear to them in dreams, pulling their auric energy into himself. This is a lot more dangerous than, say, boring conversation, okay? Where you just have to pry yourself away. No, when somebody's showing up in your dreams and you wake up enervated, yeah, that sucks. Couldn't resist the pun. Now, there was that time, Brandon Young first began to investigate Peter Levenda's slander of his family name. And at that time, when, Peter and I were working on our book, basically, Peter Levenda he's prone to writing threatening emails. He wrote one to Brandon Young, and he wrote one to myself, which I never shared with anyone because it's one of those things that I don't care about, but just as a reference so you understand. He said, well, this was his ominous warning. The book protects itself. He was referring to his own Necronomicon, written under the pseudonym of Simon. I think it has a life of its own. Now, and has not been put out of print a day since that fateful December in 1977. Matter of fact, fuck the memory. Let me call up the actual email right now. Looking it up right here. The book protects itself, I think. It has a life of its own now, and has not been out of print a single day since that fateful December in 1977. What does it want? Where is it going from here? None of us. None of the original band. Here he's referring to Michael Aquino and himself and all of the Kabbalists with the U.S. military have the foggiest idea. We have projections. We have hunches. But we don't know. In other words, it's totally out of their control. This is off the rails. A life of its own indeed. I will not belabor the listener with an itemized list of the uncountable depressions, vicious psychic attacks, 40 overworked coincidences, and occurrences of bizarre, all too oftentimes tragic, synchronicity that have entered my life since I became a public informant. And especially since Peter Moon and I began this project. One good example here will suffice. There was that time that we were publishing the original Red Undead, which you can find online, has an ISBN number, was published and not a single copy ever made it to a distributor. And at that time, my manageress was Lorien Ann Fenton. The supposed co-author was the individual named David J. West, who we fired early on in the project. But it was during that time that, well, we were all, at one point or another, rendered grief-stricken over the loss of a close friend. And it was that same week, a hard drive in my computer crashed, just as I desperately needed it to make revisions. A friend of mine was on his way to install a new hard drive when both front tires on his car blew out simultaneously while he was driving through a clean, well-paved parking lot at the breakneck speed of but 15 miles per hour. Now, these material occurrences can hardly be dismissed as psychological delusions, though they might be written off by the lame and shop-worn explanation of coincidence. However, at the same time, these seemingly mundane disasters were occurring. A menacing, unclean psychic entity was detected in the upper floor of my house, which at that time had been unoccupied, was unoccupied for years. The thing had to be rigorously banished by the efforts of several people. What is really interesting here is the synchronicity of these incidents. They all occurred just as the Red Undead was about to go into publication. A publication which occurred after which not a single hard copy made it to any distributor, and I certainly challenge anyone out there to find one. I must point out that these occurrences have no similarity to the plagues that supposedly accompanied the translation of the so-called Simon book. The Simon Necronomicon itself has no power. Instead, these incidents were created by certain individuals with a stake in the Simon hoax, because it's a hoaxed Necronomicon, not the real thing. And, of course, by something else. Rather, it is a certitude that the Simon Necronomicon is defended by an egregore, created by the mass of people rather than one lone magician. Further energy has been added to this Necronomicon egregore by devotees who have pumped their energy into it over the years since the publication of the Simon book. Like the maddening novel of Sutter Kane from in the Lovecraft short story titled In the Mouth of Madness. The Simon Necronomicon takes its strength from new readers, new believers. As Peter Levinda himself has pointed out, the Simon book has not been out of print a single day since the initial date of its publication. That would be remarkable enough when one considers the number of profoundly valuable books on occult topics that have been allowed to slip quietly out of print. When one considers the relative lack of criticism the Simon book has received, however, it is truly amazing. No topic is more overpublished than the occult, and no group of people more outspoken in their opinions than the occult community. And yet, at this point in history, nigh half 100 years, at least 40 since its publication, 1977, no one has written an in-depth scholarly deconstruction of that book. Only I have ever provided such online. This, despite the fact that the Simon Necronomicon is at once a bestseller and a flagrant hoax. Aside from the casual comments of a few occultist authors, the inconsequential flame wars on the internet, there has been no criticism of the book at all. What is everyone afraid of? Now, there was a magician who encountered in his experiments with the gate-walking rituals an egregore whose boundaries and ultimate nature remains a mystery, something nearly unique in modern times. And in a subsequent personal email communication, he warned me that this egregore appears in many respects pre-human and does have teeth, and because of its ancient nature, was unpredictable and could not be defended against by regular magical means. Now I knowest that this egregore, or one like it, aggressively defends the Necronomicon from its critics. Its primary weapons appear to be fear, hatred, and disease. This Necronomicon egregore may seem formidable, but it is hardly invincible. And contrary to the magician's views, which he communicated to myself, it can be easily defended against by conventional magical means, provided one doesn't grow lazy or complacent. While I don't usually encourage those defending against psychic attacks to expend their energy on counterattacks, I make an exception in cases involving the Edomite cults of chaos, or any of their nihilo-chaotic cultists. The nihilo-chaosists, those who combine nihilism with their chaosism, well, essentially they're both the same principle. One philosophical, one physical. But ultimately, the boundaries of the philosophical and the physical merge in metaphysics. So understand that when it comes to the metaphysicians of decay, disintegration, and destruction, the parasite cultists who gang-stalk myself, understand that only an effective course of action for those who know themselves to be harassed by someone evoking entities of entropy is to launch an attack. Not on the human being using the Necronomicon book, which is their cult classic, but on the hoax grimoire itself, or rather on the egregore what guards it. Again, I advise the practitioner to evoke powerful avenging deities against this Necronomicon egregore, which, though intimidating, is of pathetically recent origin and low voltage power compared to the mighty goddesses and gods of the ancient Mesopotamian, Indo-European, Hebrew, Semitic, Native American, Asian, and African pantheons. This chaos egregore will eventually be broken down and annihilated by a steady bombardment of this type. The practitioner who must defend himself against magical attack is encouraged to consult several books. I realize that those embroiled in a magical war may not have the leisure to run about collecting a library. Therefore, the books will be articulated. I'll name them out in order of importance, with those most immediately useful first. Try starting off with Spiritual Cleansing. That's subtitled A Handbook of Psychic Protection. I'm going to have to spell the author's name for you. Draža Mikarić. That's Draža Mikarić. That's Serbo-Croatian. It's either Serbian or Croatian. Or Slovenian. Draža is spelled D-R-A-J-A. Mikarić, or Mikarić, that's spelled M-I-C-K, like Mick, you can get that far, A-H-A-R-I-C. Aha Rick. Mick Aha Rick. Mikarić is the correct pronunciation, but at any rate, you've got it. This is a good book on psychic first aid techniques. It's published by Samuel Weiser Incorporated, W-E-I-S-E-R, back in 1982. And then there is Psychic Self-Defense, which I named earlier, by Dion Fortune. Again, published by Samuel Weiser Incorporated in 1996. It was first published in 1930. And it is the seminal book on defense against magical and psychic attack, and still required reading. Violet Firth, the young lady who wrote it, had to publish under a man's name to get published at all in those days, was a survivor of the magical lodge scene of the post-Golden Dawn period at the turn of the century. Much of the occult skullduggery she describes in case histories will show you that things really haven't changed. Though her Victorian morality will not allow her to name names, you can tell that some of her anecdotes involve the occult rock stars, like Crowley himself and Leadbeater. Then there is the Llewellyn Practical Guide to Psychic Self-Defense and Well-Being. Llewellyn is again an impossible name. That's two L's, E-W-E, double L again, Y-N. L-L-E-W-E, like you, like female sheep or something, I think. Double L again, Y-N. Practical Guide to Psychic Self-Defense and Well-Being. Writ by the co-authors Melita Denning, singular, and Osborne Phillips. Llewellyn Publications, of course, back in 1993. A grimoire for yuppies. Good advice on fending off not only deliberate magical attacks, but also the constant, stressful psychic noise of postmodern urban life. So that makes it alone a survival guide. Also, there is Silver's Spells for Protection, written by Silver Ravenwolf. Those are three separate words. Silver, Raven, and Wolf. Yes, the author's name, or authoress. Llewellyn Publications. Llewellyn Publications, again, I already spelled that. Silver makes a good use of the powwow system for cleansing and defense. Don't ask me to talk about that right now. You can purchase the book and read about it at your leisure. Then there is a book titled Castings, The Creation of Sacred Space. That's written by Ivo Dominguez Jr. Okay, and along with that, he's got another name, Panpipe. That I don't quite understand how that fits in there, but Dominguez is spelled D-O-M-I-N-G-U-E-Z. Ivo as, or Ivo, I-V-O, Ivo Dominguez Jr., Panpipe, P-A-N-P-I-P. I don't know if that's the publisher, because the publisher's name is Sapphire Productions Incorporated, 1996. But I do know this book provides good instruction on the casting of protective wards, and covers more than a dozen different types of castings. Though it's written from a Wiccan perspective, the author definitely has a background in Kabbalah and other types of ritual. Then there is the book titled Modern Magic, with a K, magic spelled with a K, subtitled 11 Lessons in the High Magical Arts. That's written by Donald Michael Craig. Craig spelled with a K, K-R-A-I-G. Llewellyn Publications again. 1993 was the year it was published. Perhaps the best introduction and trading manual for ceremonial magic in print anywhere. For the beginner, it contains the best instructions for performance of the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, as well as good pointers on self-protection. It also contains instructions on the creation of artificial elementals, so you know what you're dealing with. There is another book. Don't be fooled by its title, which sounds quite negative. That title being Condensed Chaos, and subtitled An Introduction to Chaos Magic. Even though they don't spell their magic with a K like they should, that's written by Phil Hine, a surname spelled H-I-N-E. That's New Falcon Publications from way back in 1996. Now, this is not a grimoire for the enemy. Rather, it is definitely the best introduction to the then comparatively new science of chaos magic from its most articulate expositor at the time. Well worth reading for many reasons. Pay special attention to the chapter devoted to the creation of thought forms, which Mr. Hine calls chaos servitors. So, this is what your enemy uses. The agents of chaos, the chaos cultists, who serve the anti-gods. You need to understand your enemy in order to defend yourself. Simple as that. There's another book titled Path to Power by Roger Heisler, surname spelled H-E-I-S-L-E-R, published by Samuel Weiser Incorporated back in 1990. It provides good advice on the importance of banishings, as well as a ritual for the creation of artificial elementals. Then there is a wonderfully titled, or shall we say, at least quaintly titled book, A Witch's Guide to Fairy Folk. Fairy spelled properly here, F-A-E-R-Y. That's written by a lady, of course, Edain McCoy. First name spelled E-D-A-I-N, surname McCoy, as in the real McCoy. Llewellyn Productions, 1994. Besides advice on approaching the fairy folk and making alliances with them, this book contains good instructions for building artificial elementals. And then there is a book titled, appropriately enough, Interceding Against the Powers of Darkness. This was writ by Kenneth E. Hagin, surname spelled H-A-G-I-N. Christians may recognize him. He's Kenneth Hagin of Kenneth Hagin Ministries of Tulsa, Oklahoma back in the day. And, of course, it's published by Faith Liberty Publications. You'd probably think they were a militia group. And aside from being one of the few media evangelists who was on radio at the time, who is not a fraud, Hagin taught unique countermeasures to use against the forces of darkness, against qlipothic entities, demons, in effect, particularly by effective use of the powerful name of that ancient magus called Yeshua ha-Nazarei, better known as Jesus or Jesus of Nazareth. Having studied myself for a short period of time directly under this venerable mage, I can attest to the efficacy of his magical powers. Of course, he would call them gifts of spirit. It's really all the same in the end. And it's all a matter of faith. Even the enemy is working on their faith in their anti-gods and the ultimate disillusion of the creator divinities, own product that you know of as the universe you live in. And of course, I would be remiss if I did not recommend Sun Tzu Speaks. Yes, the great Chinese general, subtitled The Art of War. I recommend the copy adapted and illustrated by a Chinese person, of course, Cai Chi Chung. This is, of course, translated into the English for you by Brian Bruya. Tsai Chi-Chung's name is spelled T-S-A-I, like the weapon, the Tsai. Middle name, Chi, C-H-I-H. And surname, Chung, C-H-U-N-G. Think of Chung King and you'll be able to spell it for all you Westerners out there. Tsai Chi-Chung, without the Chung King. Just the Chung part of the Chung King. And translated by Brian Bruya, surname spelled B-R-U-Y-A. Published by Anchor Books Doubleday back in 1994. Sun Tzu's advice is good for any kind of warfare, physical or non-physical. And this is a comic book version of the ancient Chinese classic that makes it accessible to even a 5-year-old. Now, finally, there is a book titled Necronomicon, which is subtitled Workbook Guide to the Necronomicon, written by Darren Fox, like Fox News, appropriately enough. First name Darren, spelled with 2 R's, and he published this back in 1996 via the IGOS Research Society, IGOS Research Society, IGOS. It's not worth the $150 price it used to sell at back then. God knows what it's selling for now, but it does provide valuable insight into the probable worldview and mentality of your attacker. As Sun Tzu said, by understanding both the enemy and yourself, you can engage in 100 battles without ever being in danger. So, I hope this helps. This is for the people who have asked for advice in occult defense, and I will see if I can contact Sammy Romero for a moment. And good God, he seems to have really disappeared off the map. And that being said, it's obvious that he's very busy at work. But let's see what's going on here with him. Okay, how is everything? There we go. All right. See if he responds. And with that, all right. Let's see now. We've got some other incoming news, perhaps. This is always, shall we say, just one of those things that, how do I say it? I have to buy myself some time to get my head out of my ass again. Whenever I talk about a subject like that, of course, I hope you all understand. It's never pleasant for me, and it brings back a lot of flashbacks. I've been involved with this throughout my life, and it hasn't been easy. All right, so Mona Hawk is Mona Lee McRae as well. Oh, by the way, George Knight says, great, thank you. Little hungover. What's going on here? Okay, so apparently there's been some activity in the chat room. And George Knight says, much love, Douglas. Real Tech Geek says, sex changes are individualistic choices. Nothing wrong with it. Thank you. Hey, George Knight, how are you doing? Mona Lee says, good to see you too, Douglas. I will try to pick the show up on my laptop. I'm an old fuddy-duddy now and go to bed early. Cheers, Douglas. George Knight says, great, thank you. Little hungover. How are you? Mona Hawk says, okay, you're on a different computer. Can listen for a bit. Bless you, honey. Love you dearly, dear Mona Hawk. And so she has a different avatar on that computer, obviously. So let me tell her, love you, honey. All right, Mona, honey. And so there we are. Well, I said that to her already, but it doesn't hurt to say it again. Okay. All right. Been such a long time. And as she said, and she knows I've been pretty much blitzed out of the Facebook timeline world. So, darling, friend me over at the Sora Aoi timeline that was gifted to me by the Japanese actress. So, just find me there and see if you can friend me. I'll try and look you up as well. See if I can send you a friend request. If you get one from Sora Aoi, that's myself. Aside from that, George Knight was here earlier. So, do you want to come on, George? or I'll call him, bring him on, see if he wants to come on for a few seconds here, and catch us up, and then of course I'll talk a bit about England later tonight. I hope Vivian Sanchez is okay. And here we are with the participants. George, you can jump on. You know, we called you earlier, but you know, let me see if I can add him on anyway. And that might help myself for a minute here. Geo, I think he's already on the call. All he needs to do is jump on. So George, jump on the call. And let me see now. He says, George Knight, just still exhausted from my vacation. Jeez, all you guys get so tired so easily. Peter Moon, George Knight. George, jump on. George, jump on bandwidth. Jump on bandwidth. Okay. Let's see what he says to that. Hungover. His wife's not around to monitor him. See, this is what happens to guys when they live alone. Yeah, just another drink. And, all right now. What am I dealing with here? There we are. Okay, still trying to get my head together. It should take only a few more breaths, but, Joe Tai, you're on the call. Jump back on for a few minutes. Let's see if we can get him on for a second here. Okay. And that's if we can get him on at all. Maybe he fell asleep. And I can understand that. But
hey, Douglas.
There we are. Okay. Now, tell me, what's up with yourself? Catch me up on everything.
Yes, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. Oops.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, I didn't realise I got a invite. I didn't check the Skype call. But, yeah, thank you for sending that to me. Yeah, it's, yeah, I do apologise. I'm a little bit hungover, so I do, if I'm a bit, I'm feeling a bit fragile, just a tiny little bit. But I went out last night with a few friends, so it was nice to have a little, you know, I needed to, the word, unwind, so to speak.
Yes.
Just to, yeah. Oh, but no. All good, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, how's everything your end?
Everything's fine, actually, doing quite well. As I told you, the enemy is in retreat everywhere.
Yeah,
so, I could give you some further details on that when we speak privately. I was looking forward to a chance to speak with you privately during the Labor Day weekend for a bit, but, you know, obviously you were out enjoying yourself, and that's fine. So tell us a bit about how this came to pass. This was spontaneous, totally organic. They just came by, you know, rode up in a car and said...
Yeah, thank you. It just, it was one of those things that was just spontaneous. It just, it just happened organically. Yeah, we just, me and my friend who lives just literally up the road, he was one of my groomsmen, and we just went out for some food, ended up having a few drinks, ended up having more drinks, you know, a few drinks end up having, you know, ends up being like several drinks. So he's feeling it today. I'm all right. I don't have to start work till 9 o'clock, so it's about just 5 minutes before 7:30 in the morning, so I've got a good hour and a half to.
Well, I don't think
before I have to start.
Yeah,
and I'm working from home, so it's nothing. I've got a bed day today, so I'm all right.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't think I need you for that long, but definitely I'm glad to have you with me to cover me for a few minutes at least, and just kind of, you know, catch us up on everything going on with your country.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about the expenses in terms of energy. Liz Truss, the energy crisis that she faces. Catch us a bit up on that. I don't know if you were able to hear what I said about everything the other day about England, but I'll try and cover a little bit about it again today. Your torturous politics there. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Douglas. And I will catch up with what you said. I will catch up with your transmissions. I know they're all time-stamped. But she was, I knew she would get into office. I knew she would be elected. She got like 80,000 votes or something like that, where Rishi Sunak got like between 20, 30, 40, between that range. I can't remember, but I was like, I knew Liz Truss would get into office. And I saw the pictures of her being appointed by the Queen as well. She went to go get greeted, and you know, what I'm trying to think of what they call it.
The kissing of the hands.
Yeah, did you see the Queen's hand? It was just bruised. It was an awful, obviously, like, she's got bruises all over her hands. It was just, if people zoom in on the image of those two shaking hands, you can see Liz Truss is like barely, grabbing her hand, because she like looks at it and think, oh my God, how frail she is. So I know her health is deteriorating, slowly. So I don't think she'll be with us for much longer.
Understood.
And she's lost a lot of weight. She doesn't have much meat on her anymore, so she looks very frail.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a tragedy. It is a tragedy.
I mean, she's been around a while, so I don't know if it's a tragedy, but it's definitely definitely going to be sad, simply in the sense that she's like been there forever, right? So it's kind of like it's just another big change in England that's going to be just part of the change of. I mean, England's going through so many changes. This will be like the shock moment. However, the true traumatic moment. It's like having one's mother die. Truly, it really is.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Prince Charles. He's been the longest reigning heir apparent in history. He's been waiting for such a long time.
Yes. Oh my God. And there was such a long period of time that everybody thought he was never going to be king. So
including my Sarah. She always said that William should be the next king. I was like, no, it's not going to be William. It's going to be Charles. Charles is definitely the next king. He's definitely going to be the next the heir of the monarchy. So he's going to be head of state. Eventually. I'm thinking sooner than later. Most people think, and then it's interesting. I remember looking up about what would happen when the Queen passes, and it's called Operation London Bridge is falling down. So that's what they've codenamed it when she passes. So it's so we just see what happens with that. And then Liz Truss is our new Prime Minister, which I said on the other transmission, like you said, Douglas, she's going to be appointed the next Prime Minister. We'll just see what she does with that. She's got a lot on her plate, and she's got to deal with this cost of living crisis, this energy crisis. So we'll see what manifests from that. I think what I've only read just briefly, just glazed over, was she's not going to increase. I think it's the what's it called? So you got taxes, and then you've got national health, the health insurance. So she's not going to increase that rate. So which equates to like billions. It equates to billions a year. So they're losing that. And so I've just seen from the Labour Party, some of their MPs are debating whether or not it's a good idea. This is what happened. So yesterday, I know that she was in the House of Parliament having the live debate with Keir Starmer. So I didn't see any of that, but I know that was going on yesterday. So we just got to see what manifests, really. And then hopefully I'll have a better understanding about everything that's going on. I could come back and then, relay it back to the audiences and yourself, Douglas. So we'll see. Yeah.
No, definitely. I appreciate that. And and aside from that, of course, you were mentioning the other day the incredible expenses facing the British public. So if you could go over any developments there, that's appreciated as well.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, it's because of course everything I try and say and relay is everything that I actually know, and nothing that I've got a second source from, or anything that's an external source. I like to say everything that is quite factual, but so it's really difficult where I don't know anything and I can't explain it to the audience. But when it comes down to how people are, the crisis in this country, it's it's far worse than what people actually realise. And when I was out last night, you just look around, and we're at it's called the Ivy House. It's a Wetherspoon, so it's cheap as anything because they purchase all their barrels before their end of date, so they have a shelf life, and they purchase these barrels on the cheap because it reaches the end of their shelf life. So they purchase it. The guy, Mr. Wetherspoons, he purchased these barrels and he sells them across his chain of bars and restaurants, because it's like a bar restaurant chain. And so it's dirt cheap. And then there's just people it was packed last night, and this is like midweek night. It's like a school night, and everyone's back to school now, so it was just a lot of people just drinking. But you can get 2 drinks for £5, so it's really cheap. 2 pints of lager for £5, £2.50 each. So and just people were just out, and it's amazing to see. I was in a really good, happy mood last night. I was just, you put everything behind, but most people, they're just out and they're just trying to ignore everything. And I didn't actually get into any topic of discussion last night about anything, which is what I usually do. Unfortunately, that was the night. It was sort of it was just a night to just unwind and then just forget about everything. But it's what's happening, and like with the supermarkets, shelves are becoming more and more empty, and things are just going to get far worse before it gets better. So we're going to have like we're going to have like a basically a massive crash, a low, and then it's going to pick up again. It's time, and I've explained that to a few people. I've explained to Sarah, things will get worse before it gets better, but then it will get better eventually. It will have to, and it's just to see what happens, what manifests, see if any solutions can actually manifest and actually solve any of the issues. But this is just what I'm just relaying is just peripheral. It's nothing, but it impacts everyone. It is impacting everyone, and it's because it's like what we've been saying for years. It's because of Brexit. We're separated from the European Union, the largest market in the world. We've separated from that, and it's trying to. And with Liz Truss, I know that she was very much a Remainer, but then when she was a Liberal Democrat, and then when she came to when she joined the Conservative Party, then she had to become a Brexiteer. She had to come up with this we're going to get Brexit done. So that's when she had to re-edit her manifesto. So we'll just have to see. And you hear some of the comments, people are like, oh yeah, you can't trust anything she says. You can't trust anything she says. Oh man, it's because of her, because basically she has to change her stance because of the party that she was just a part of. But when we live in a democratic society, and when people vote Brexit, then you have to you have to go by that democratic vote. You have to go with what the people said. But the people were deluded. They were very much deceived in the first place by these Russian disinformancia agents like Nigel Farage, who was pro separating from the European Union for decades.
That creep. I saw him the other day just trying to talk about Britain's economic problems now, and I was thinking, you're one of the primary causes of them, you motherfucker.
Yes.
I mean,
thank
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But just so people understand my stance on this in the most immediate sense, I honestly, when it came to the Brexit thing, the reality is that the vote was, for all intents and purposes, 50-50. The difference, the victory of Brexit was by such a split hair that it's one of those things that really is understandable cause for civil war. The only thing that really prevents that is the fact of Ukraine. It has kind of basically bought Britain time, in a sense, because Britain was able to focus, to stabilize. But then when it did, it's still dealing with now all of these new challenges. And like I said, these are the birth pains. They're both death throes and birth pains. It's the death throe of an old Britain that with the Queen is going to die forever, and it's the birth of a new Britain that I don't know if you saw my private messages. Did you see my private message? Oh yes, you did. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what what I said showed was really simplistic. It's really those other European nations that I show as part of a neo-NATO centered on London, like France and Spain and Italy in particular. They really would not be part of it. It would basically be Britain with its new Raj in Russia and its influence over North Africa and the Arab world that will be the core of its new environment, and the Mediterranean to a degree, either side of the Mediterranean, with Israel in the east and Gibraltar in the west, which will likely be the first casus belli, or cause of war, between Britain and Spain, which I think is just inevitable. That's like as inevitable as the Falklands War was with Argentina. As a matter of fact, it will be interesting to see if Britain could handle two fronts at once. If Spain attacked Gibraltar and Argentina attacked the Falklands again, then that would be Britain would truly be challenged. Yeah, so we'll see what happens, and I think that this is like a point of true challenge for Britain, and the British will have to. Well, this is what the Brexiteers wanted. They had this nostalgia for the struggle of war in World War II, and they're bringing me back there. So go on, yes, and so with that observation, I'm just glad you were able to kind of lose yourself last night. What you're telling me is that basically everyone out there was just trying to forget everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my impression. That was just what that was my perspective on it. I was just looking around. You observe people and you think, wow, they're all having a good time. They're obviously, holding. They're trying to reserve themselves, holding everything back. They obviously, don't want to talk about these things. Yeah, but I've noticed online on Facebook, people are getting more and more rowdy, as in like they are becoming more and more. You can just see they are really going for it. Anything that's pissing them off, you can see they are really expressing themselves now online. I just browsed it yesterday. I wasn't on Facebook much yesterday, but when I did, it was just like, oh wow, they're talking, because one of the things that were in the news was these vegans, these vegan protesters were basically what would you call it, creating a barrier around these supermarkets, and they had these signs up, and I don't know what the signs were saying, but they were basically where the milk stands were, where you can get the milk from the refrigerated areas. They were literally sitting and protesting that to stop people from getting their milk. So yeah, and this was like, I could see like people on my friends list just like going, oh my, what some people were like, oh, I could just reach over and grab one and then walk off, and then there was other people going, it's wrong what they're doing to these cows. It's just, these people. Oh, I was like, oh my God. And I could just see this. It was just crazy to see this in front of my eyes. Just like, I'm just scrolling down and looking at all these comments from people on my friends list. Just like, wow, they're really, really going for it. Something's really triggered them big time. And that was just one example. It was just like everything was triggering everyone. And then, everyone went out last night and everyone had a good time.
There we are. Yeah.
Go on. They just block everything out. They just block everything. And, they blame everyone. It's like, they blame it on the others. They don't take responsibility for themselves or accountability for themselves, but everything is other people's blame. Oh, it's Boris Johnson's fault. It's the Tory government for the last 2 decades. And then they blame.
You got to admit there's validity to the. You got to admit there's validity to all of those. Go on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the people in power that are, absolutely. But it's just you can just see how it impacts people really, really deep down. It does big time, but a lot of people don't want to talk about it. But yeah, it's just what we're going through in this country. I'm just relaying what impressions I've got from everyone. Yeah. And that was just and it's something every day. It's something new. It's something different. There's a lot of bad things going on in the news. There was this a small girl in Liverpool. I forgot her name, but Sarah knows it. She's been reading the stories. She got killed, and they can't find the killers. There was 2 male suspects, but the 2 suspects have been released on bail. They concluded that they weren't even the ones involved in it. So there's like this investigation going on. It's just everything every day something's going on. Yeah. So this is just collateral. This is just what's going. The way that the economic crisis that we're going through, it will have, like Sarah calls it, a domino effect. The crime and deaths will go up. Everything. It will just have collateral, damage. It's damage control. It's going to be, like I said, it's going to be far worse before it gets better. But we're just going to see what everything that happens. I'm trying to, it's hard for me to express this though, because like I'm still hanging out. I'm like, I still feel like I'm intoxicated to a degree. My mind is burned. So it's really hard for me to try and express myself and trying to get everything out that sounds, that makes sense.
But don't even worry about it.
It's like I'm dribbly-drabbling. I just wanted to come on.
We had 2 guys on earlier, Joe Ty and the Real Tech Geek, who were bragging about their sexual, how would I say it, virility and...
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I mean, God, if we got two guys, on going on about that, I mean, you're hardly going to be able to beat that in terms of
Thank you.
shall we say, being a little bit off topic or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I do want to say that Mona Lee McRae is quite right. She says, I don't think I've ever been a little hungover. Yeah, there's no such thing, really. I mean, it's always a pain. It always feels like a mountain's colliding on you or something. But she says, she's been as dry as the Sahara for decades now. And congratulations to her for that. She says about the Queen. She says, I think she's trying to outlive Charles, so William will become king. That may have been her intent originally, but I doubt she can do that now. And then Mona Hawk says, who is Mona Lee McRae, says, I thought London Bridge was the name of the Queen Mother's funeral plans. Yes, it's all together. It's all together. Basically, so people understand, the Operation London Bridge, well, understand that the Queen has several different code names. When she's out and about, she's referred to as Sharon or simply S when her handlers are communicating with each other. But should she ever pass away, the code used to indicate her death will be Operation London Bridge. And then basically Operation London Bridge, which is also known by, as our man George Knight has just said, the proper name for the code phrase is London Bridge is down. That's the plan for what will happen in the United Kingdom on and immediately after the death of Queen Elizabeth II. And it includes the planning for the announcement of her death, the period of official mourning, and the details of her state funeral. And I like the way it's phrased. By the way, when I look up British Heritage Travel says, should the Queen ever pass away, as if there is a potential that she would not. This is incredible, but this is, I like that. I like the attitude. Yeah, there you go. And by the way, they actually have out there primers on the secret code names used when royals die. So this is something that this is like when Emperor Hirohito died in Japan. Is what it's going to be like. You'd agree, right? This is equivalent to that. I mean, she was alive during World War II. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, she was. Yeah, thank you, Doug. Yeah, no, absolutely. She was. When Churchill was giving his speech on the. She was there on the balcony with her father, King George, and then when Churchill was giving his speech, that we're gonna have more blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah. Something to look forward to for everyone. Yeah. Basically. Fuck you all! Yeah, I want war! I can't get enough war! Yeah, he was like, oh my god. By the way, Pixie Princess Star Fox, Danielle McCary, love you dearly, honey. Thank you so much. She gives a little sign of the money with the wings, so goddess bless her. And, obviously, as I said, couldn't make it without all of you. I mean, oh my god, Jota was telling us about a new guru he kind of found, which is a guy living in a tent. George Knight says he'll be back with us in 2 minutes. He just had to run and do something. So that being said, I do want people to understand that Britain is going through a yellow alert right now. They are expecting some very heavy rains. I'll ask him about that when he returns. And of course, here we are about on the frontier west. We're all, we're expecting wildfire conditions to worsen, obviously. And so Peter brought that up a bit, and I was astonished at how tired Peter was today. Oh my god, I hope he's okay. Sure he is, but man, you never know. We've got things happen that, as my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, used to say, things will happen so fast they make your head spin. So everybody maintain all of us in your thoughts and prayers, and of course we maintain you in turn. I think it was kind of appropriate that I hope Sammy Romero's okay. Whatever the fuck happened to him at work, they dragged him away from us. And, usually when something like that happens, it might be serious. He's at the Los Angeles airport, essentially. That's like, oh my God, that's got to be, I guess it's an okay place to work. The other day I called him. He said he had to escape from the two lovebirds that were at work, and they always make out during lunchtime, and he just can't bear watching that while he's eating. I understand. I get it. I try to keep sex and food separate from each other. At any rate, so as I said, whatever's going on in Canada with those mad stabbers, that's who was it that I was talking to? There was somebody who said something very funny about that. I mean, this is horrible, but it's quite funny. He said I was really bad, and the first time that I heard about the stabbing, I thought those guys were Muslim. That was the first assumption he had, but it turned out he was just shocked seeing that they were. When he saw their faces, he says, what are they? He thought they were Latin Americans, like a couple of mad cholos or something. But then, yeah, it turned out they're Native American. There you go. Just a strange situation. I think both those guys are dead now, right? One was found dead, and the other one died. Certainly, the other one died when he was taken into custody for whatever reason. So there you go. Oh, and there was that man sought in multiple shootings in Memphis. He's been captured. Some more breaking news there. Well, at least that guy's off the streets. And such being said, all right, let me breathe, prepare myself. Going to... Oh, by the way, here's something interesting. People experiencing psychological distress are more likely to develop long COVID after infection. So, oh my God, make certain that you're psychologically balanced. Don't let yourself get stressed. Oh my God. And this is the evil, of course, that I'm dealing with when it comes to the enemy. They're always trying to put me in psychological distress. This is the nature of psychological warfare, which Michael Aquino wanted to wage 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, an eternal state of psychological siege to break everybody down into blithering idiots that he would rule over in his dystopia. All right, I'm going to get started on Izanagi and Izanami soon enough. And I'm going to, of course, wait for our man to return so I can have him say goodnight to our listeners. And hopefully he'll, be okay and, move on from there. Let's see now if that's him or anybody else. Check live streaming again. So we have, here we are. So she was talking about, oh yes, so she says the Queen, this is Mona Lee McRae, shares with us that the Queen worked as a car mechanic during World War II. That makes sense. And and then Pixie Princess Star Fox was talking about some spies. Says, all my sounds cut off. Instant I heard that. Interesting. So then Mona Hawk says, Britain has 2 Russian nuclear subs cruise through the channel the other day. Really freaked them out? Of course. And she says, anger and fear breaking down the immune system faster than anything. Pixie says, God doesn't answer my prayers. Oh, honey. Don't be like that. You'd be amazed, really. It's though I understand. It's and I even I appreciate people who become atheists. I think we need that kind of alternative perspective as well. And God knows, I could easily see myself living a lifetime with an atheist, just because I wouldn't need to talk. I wouldn't need to talk theology all the time, as I normally do with others. Yes, so advantages and disadvantages to everything. But you know, we all have to have faith in something. So that being said, if our man doesn't come back any moment now, I'll start in on Izanagi and Izanami, as was requested by Crystal River, and basically take us through the rest of the night. After all, we've got less time left than what we had in the past. Kind of like what people would say would be the arc of my life. Theoretically, there's less time ahead than there is in the past, but I argue with that. I want to live as long as the Queen did. So, you know, that probably gives me a little bit more time in the future than I've had thus far. Of course, I was emphasizing my age far too much in the past, and now I got kids calling me grandpa and shit who are writing me and sending me, you know, a couple bucks each. You know, whatever the psychological satisfaction they get in that is. Not in calling me grandpa, that doesn't bother me. It's sending me, like, $4. The $1. But hey, every little bit helps. It does round out the figures, you know, that from all the crap that the pound of flesh that was taken out by PayPal earlier from other contributions, it rounds them back up again. So hey, definitely appreciate it. No doubt about that. And I like when they were naming people I don't know. First of all, naming people I do know that I would never want to suck my dick. Hope J-Mo sucks your dick sometime. And changing that with the next contribution of $1. They paid $1 so they could add another message. Sorry, we got confused by all those fuckers. Hope Julie sucks your dick sometime. Like, you know, whoever that is. But, like we speculate, probably referring to Judith Hager. At any rate, so Judith, if you're out there, your birthday's coming up. I haven't forgotten. Get in contact with me. Alright, we'll get started. Although many questions about the origins and early development of the Japanese people remain unanswered, archaeologists have done particularly impressive work since World War II in tracing the existence of human habitation in Japan to a vastly earlier time, perhaps hundreds of thousands of years before Christ walked the earth than previously thought. Among the sources of our present knowledge of prehistoric Japan are chronicles written by Chinese scholars in the first few centuries of the Christian era, or the Chinese knew of the islands, the home islands of Japan, and their people from a very early date. And although their historians deal with Japan only briefly, and as a distant and rather insignificant tributary area, their accounts give many clues to the growth and culture of the early Japanese state. Those accounts show that during the first 5 centuries of the Christian era, the central and southern areas of Wa, which means a sense of inner peace or a state of personal harmony, equilibrium, as the Chinese called Japan, were occupied by numerous communities of fairly closely related people who kept some contact with the mainland. Later accounts point to the rise of the kingdom of Yamato in central Honshu, and by at least the 5th century, the Yamato ruler was called King of Wa by the Chinese. Yamato was securely established, and the stage was set for the true foundation of the historic Japanese state. The Japanese did not begin to write histories until the 7th century, inspired by the written histories of China. Scholars worked for years assembling information, most of it oral, on the myths, legends, and true stories of the Japanese past. The oldest extant histories are the Kojiki, the records of ancient matters, published in the year 712, and the Nihon Shoki, or Nihongi, the Chronicles of Japan, which was completed very shortly thereafter in the year 720. Since the authors of Kojiki and Nihon Shoki made no sharp distinction between myth and history, there are set forth the early Japanese beliefs about the creation of the universe and the Japanese islands. And therein, we are introduced to the first beings, the gods of the Japanese, who are called kami. Now, just so you understand, there are older books than even the Kochiki and the Nihon Shoki. But of those, they are unrecognized. These are works that are unrecognized by academia. One of them is the Shinwa Taizen, the Book of Myth, or the Book of Truth. And this is what adds context to much of the Japanese experience that has led to the creation of state Shinto, which of course has become much more regionalized since the Second World War and must be reinvigorated as the state religion in the near future. Now, these gods called kami, these are entities. No matter what kami may once have been, the most pressing concern for many people in the most immediate sense would be how kami can impact their lives. So there needs to be an understanding of how kami operate. While their perspective is alien to human understanding, kami more or less protect the Japanese nation, and their memories span over 25,000 years of history. So, I can tell you a bit more in the sense that while kami technically fall within the classification of ghosts or specters, these free-willed entities are leagues more powerful in what they can do and have the ability to regenerate. In terms of attacks upon human beings, should their ire be provoked, kami most often favor bark over bite, trying to scare a victim, and sometimes driving them insane in the process before they actually harm a victim. Now, when an interloper is simply too dense to perceive the threat, as most foreigners are, then kami often command the elements, such as lightning and wind, and potent psychic effects, such as telekinesis or pyrokinesis. And the most direct interface humans will ever have with kami are by channeling them, summoning kami, and banishing kami. Trained Shinto priests and shamans are able to perform the first two functions at great risk to their own physical shells. Banishing kami is possible by trained Buddhist priests and those with the proper ritual wards and spells. Now, what I'm going to do is try and go into the foundation myths of the Japanese Empire. First, I'll read a message, and this is our man Sammy. Just saw my message. He was busy with work stuff, and hopefully he'll review what I said about occult protection later on. I'll certainly timestamp. And our man George said, sorry, I had to leave the call. So both Sammy and George got busy. That's fine. I have a lot to talk about tonight, so I've got to get to it. God bless you both. So both of these men are wonderful men. I'm just glad they're doing well. So what I will do is recount the myths, which are the sources of the trois important traditions: belief in the divine origin of Japan and in the divine descent of her emperors. So I think the most profound thing to understand is that Izanami and Izanagi are the Japanese gods of creation and death. Specifically, the goddess of creation becamest the goddess of death. In Wuvea, opening, Izanami and Izanagi are two of the most important gods in the Japanese pantheon. Not only did these primordial gods give birth to several other gods and kami, and make the earth suitable for living, but they also created the islands of Japan. As such, they're at the very heart of Japanese mythology. Just like Zeus and Hera, spelled as if it were Hera, but the H is always silent in the Hellenic Greek. But just like Zeus and Hera in Greek mythology, or Odin and Frigg in the Norse myths, and Osiris and Isis in ancient Egyptus, Izanagi and Izanami are the father and mother deities of Japanese Shintoism. They are the gods that created the islands of Japan, as well as all the other kami gods, spirits, as well as the Japanese royal bloodlines. Now, just like Shintoism itself, however, Izanami and Izanagi are far from stereotypical one-dimensional creation myth deities. Their story is a mix of tragedy, triumph, horror, life, and death, and perfectly showcases the morally ambiguous nature of the deities in Shintoism. Now, state Shinto, of course, is something that most people know nothing about. It's only been known as Shinto since the importation of Buddhism in the 6th century of the Christian era, when the indigenous religion of Japan was also known by a more ancient term, Kami no Michi, or the way of the gods. Of course, few can actually pinpoint when Shintoism first arose in Japan, but it easily predates the arrival of Buddhism. Shinto is believed to date many centuries back, at least to the middle of the first millennium before Christ walked the earth. At this time, the first agrarian societies settled on the Japanese archipelago and began to push out, ethnically cleanse, the first settlers of Japan, the Caucasian or Caucasoid Ainu peoples. The first people to inhabit the Japanese home islands were purely Caucasian, very white, and this white race was pushed into the northern island of Hokkaido, Japanese frontier territory. And in terms of the Kami no Michi, Shintoism in its original form, which only became Shinto when there was another religion in competition, Buddhism, to compare itself to. It encompassed a whole range of practices, including nature worship, shamanism, fertility cults, divination, and worship of famous heroes. The animist aspect of this religion worships the forces of nature as divine. This divinity is embodied as kami, gods which exist within the rocks, the trees, the mountains, the seas. Kami inhabit all things, both living and inanimate, the greatest inhabiting the sun and the moon and other celestial or celestial forces. In ancient times, when the Japanese were pure and in tune with nature and their land was known as Wa, the state of equilibrium, they could see the multitude of spirits glimmering within every animal and plant, each having a unique voice with which to speak. Over time, only the shamanesses maintained this rapport with the kami, and eventually could only do so within the sanctity of dedicated shrines on sacred places of power. Before Buddhism, Shinto enfolded all things, having no doctrines, no founder, no specific philosophy or moral codes. It was forced to define itself only when the developed doctrines and beliefs of the Buddha arrived in the capital of Nara in the 6th century of our Lord, adopting the name of Shinto to distinguish the native religion of Japan from the foreign religions of Buddhism and Confucianism. It nonetheless gradually became a syncretic faith, embracing Buddhist deities and rituals into its own traditions. Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines shared the same compound and around sacred sites. Soon, Buddhist priests began to preside over Shinto rites. But Shinto was not subsumed by the new faith. Rather, it maintained its importance with the Japanese peoples by transforming into a shrine faith overseen by a priestly caste who replaced the ancient clan shamanesses. So, within this context, understand that the principal reason Shinto maintains its importance to the people of the Japanese Empire is its intimate ties with the cycle of daily life, national identity, and cultural attitudes of the Japanese peoples. Highly dependent upon rice for their entire history, the Japanese people's seasonal festivals for planting and harvest have always been vital to appease and petition the kami for favor. The head of the Shinto kami, Amaterasu Omi Kami-sama, the sun goddess, exemplifies the sunny disposition of the Shinto faith. The divine, human, and natural all exist in a state of harmony. Humans are naturally good and pure. Evil stems from impurity and pollution from outside sources. The anti-gods, worshipped by the Edomites. Shinto further defined itself through the Kojiki, which I've already referenced, the record of ancient matters, and the Nihon Shoki, the Chronicles of Japan, co-published at the same time, both written in the 8th century of this Anno Domini. They legitimized the Shinto creation myth of the Japanese islands by the kami Izanagi and his mate Izanami. Izanagi dipping his spear in the ocean, generally assumed to be Izanami herself, created the islands. The Tuakami went on to birth an entire pantheon of gods headed by the sun goddess Amaterasu Omi Kami-sama, who in turn gave birth to the first emperor of Japan, beginning an imperial family which exists in an unbroken line to the present day. Living emperors fulfill the role of head priest of the Shinto faith. And the 12 books I've referenced further detail a dualistic cosmology detailing Yamato, the high plane of heaven, and Yomi, the gray land of the dead. With a focus on the life cycle, it should not be surprising that Shinto's religious emphasis has remained upon celebration of life and the art of living, shifting the role of Buddhism in Japanese culture to deal with issues of death and dying. Shinto priests oversee blessings for births, marriages, and new endeavors in the community, such as a business. Shinto inspires a deep respect for life, great awe in the power and beauty of nature, which is known as musushi in its holistic totality, and a desire for purity in all things, outward cleanliness, and inward sincerity, a pureness a purity inside and out. Makoto. Now, within this context, of course, some people might ask for a comparison to other religions and other faiths, so they can simply have a context that they can comprehend. This would be something that would take us on a little bit of a tangent, but since I'm getting some communique to that effect, if you were to say in a nutshell what some other religions were in comparison, the global faiths, the paradigms of Christianity would be a linear, monotheistic religion centered around a savior, spiritual hero with teachings that favor the poor, the meek, and the nonviolent, but which has a definite notion of judgment after death. The Sermon on the Mount, sloth, anger, envy, pride, lust, gluttony, and greed. That and the Ten Commandments. Buddhism would be the cyclical religion, the religion of the cycles. A cyclical religion that is essentially atheistic, the non-religion, kind of like the Uncola, without gods, but with a great unifying oversoul, which includes reincarnation, karma, and nirvana, and which teaches the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, and the importance of meditation in gaining enlightenment by freeing the mind of the distractions and delusions that desire creates. The story of the Buddha teaches one to have no expectations. Now, traditional Shinto is an animistic religion that original creator deities, the male Izanagi, the force of yang, and the female Izanami, the force of yin, created the islands of Japan and countless kami, the spirits that inhabit everything in nature and are the moral basis of good and evil. This religion also holds that humans becomest kami when they die, and were in fact created by the gods. So, an American who would claim to espouse the ideal of equality and individualism, the idea that everyone should have equal opportunity and freedom of expression in the pursuit of happiness, this paradigm would be embodied in superheroes such as Captain America and Wonder Woman. You would find the American religion in comic books and films that are franchised by Marvel and DC. They would claim that Shinto is nationalistic when in fact it's traditional. And the greatest affinity for Shinto and the greatest antithesis of Americanism, which is a religion unto itself, would be the divine bloodline of the Europeans, believing in the Merovingian bloodline from the children sired by Christ, who became the royalty of Europe primarily through the dynasty of Charlemagne. This is, of course, what infused both National Socialism and National Shinto, or National Shintoism. The belief that humans in a culture have the same sacred blood as a creator god or goddess, and that because they do, the god or gods are on their side in wars, and that other cultures can never understand them because they do not have the sacred blood coursing through their veins. The Japanese, of course, are of the dragon bloodline. Certainly, the closer they are to nobility, the purer the lineage. To the Hachurui, the serpent people who ruled ancient Mu, the continent that sank beneath the seas in the epic war that almost destroyed the original world. Within this context, just who are Izanami and Izanagi? Izanami's and Izanagi's names translate to she who invites, Izanami, she who invites, and he who invites, Izanagi. As the creator deities of Shintoism, that is fitting, but the pair are not actually the first kami or gods to come into existence. This brings us to the creation of the universe itself, or rather my paraphrasing of the creation myths in the Kojiki and the Nihon Shoki. According to the Shinto myth about the creation of the universe, in the very beginning, that is, before the beginning of beginning, heaven and earth were one and undivided. Together, they were like an egg, but an egg without limit. All of existence was once empty and chaotic darkness, with only a few floating particles of light within it. Eventually, the floating lights were attracted to each the other and started forming Takamagahara, or the plane of highest heaven. The finer matter easily came as together to give its shape to heaven itself, but the coarser matter was sluggish and consolidated itself with difficulty. Thus, the finer matter was diffused and eventually became as heaven, which was formed before the earth. After that, the remaining darkness and shadow also coalesced below Takamagahara, whilst the coarser matter settled down to form the earth. When heaven and earth were divided, the divine beings were produced between them. Out of a mass of vague and contradictory details emerged a mythical picture of the creation of Japan and its people. For generations, the story was transmitted orally and finally written down. It beginneth thus with the age of the gods. I read therefrom, or translate for you. Now when chaos had begun to condense, but force and form were not yet manifest, and there was naught named, naught done, who could know its shape. Nevertheless, heaven and earth first parted, and the three deities performed the commencement of creation. The passive active essences then developed, and the twa spirits becamest the ancestors of all things. And the kami are born. Because meanwhile, in Takamagahara, the first kami started to be born from the light. They were both genderless and dual-gendered, and were called Kuni Tokotachi and Ame no Minakanushi. The pair quickly started procreating and created 7 generations of other genderless deities. Note the genderlessness here, whereas one of the original partners was dual-gendered. Now, among these divine androgynous beings were the 7 generations of gods, of whom the last, the 8th generation, however, were included a male and a female kami, the first who were ever sexed. These last twa were the brother and sister pair, Izanagi, the male who invites, and his younger sister, Izanami, the female who invites. When their parents and grandparents saw this pair had comest into being, they decided that Izanagi and Izanami were the perfect kami to shape and populate the earth below Takamagahara. Upon Izanagi and Izanami, the command was laid by all other heavenly deities to give rise to the drifting land, the islands of Japan. To read therefrom, the orders stood to make, consolidate, and give birth to this drifting land. So the twa deities, standing upon the floating bridge of heaven, pushed down the jeweled spear and stirred with it. Whereupon, when they had stirred the brine until it curdled, and drew the spear up, the brine that dripped down from the end of the spear piled up and becamest an island. And so the twa divine siblings descended down to the misshapen rock that was the earth at the time, and got to work. From the union of Izanagi, the male who invites, and Izanami, the female who invites, camest the islands of Japan, the first part of the world to be created. From them also camest the gods, including the god of fire. From that birth, Izanami did not recover, but was mortally burned. Here we turn to the creation of the world. Izanagi and Izanami were not given many tools when they were sent to Earth. All that their ancestral kami had gavest them was the jeweled spear, Ame no Nuhoku. The twa kami made good use of it, however. Standing upon the floating bridge of heaven, the twa deities thrust down the spear and stirred the brine until it curdled. Izanagi used it to churn up the darkness on the earth's surface and create the seas and oceans. Then when they drew up the spear from the seas, the several drops of brine-wet soil that dripped down from it formed the island of Onogoro, the first island of Japan. The twa kami then descended from the sky and made their home upon it. Once on solid ground, the pair knew they had to marry and start procreating in order to create more islands and patches of land. 14 islands the pair created, 8 great islands, the 8 islands of Japan, and 6 lesser ones. The island with 1 body and 4 faces was called the Lovely Princess. Others were called by such names as Prince Good Boiled Rice, Brave Good Youth, Luxuriant Sun Youth. Last born was Great Yamato, the luxuriant island of the Tombo, the dragonfly, the national symbol of Japan. By the way, today, as in the past, when I was sorely vexed for financial assistance, in the past I felt I was visited by my mother in the form of a pigeon. Certainly, in Shinto belief, of course, the spirits can do such things with the animals, being cognizant of their spirits and their sentience. And this pigeon stayed at my door and would not move, which is something most pigeons would never stand for when you open the door and by mistake kick them, as I did gently by accident with my toe. That pigeon sitting on my very doorstep, but it stayed right there. And I let it stay there, opened the door, closed it, went out and did my business, came back in, and it stayed there. And it stayed there throughout the night. And, of course, then left a lot of its droppings in the day, which is considered the greatest fortune. As I've explained in the past to the Asians, birds overhead that happen to lay their droppings upon you, it's considered a blessing from the heavens or the skies. Certainly, especially if they fall into incense that you're burning on behalf of the gods, that's considered a response from the messenger of the gods themselves. It was after that I was able to actually, I can't remember where the money sourced from, but I somehow wound up with enough money to pay for my expenses at that time. There was this beautiful butterfly that was outside my door today that again did not move. Very large, comparatively speaking. Black and orange and white and yellow, multicolored. It didn't seem to be your average monarch butterfly. It was far too large. And stayed there, folded its wings. God knows how long it had been out there. But when I went outside today, It was there, and it stayed there. I wasn't frightened when I put my food bin out for the Meals on Wheels so that they could dump their food meals in it. It's my home delivered meals into it in the morning. I'd have to put it out at night, of course, because otherwise it just gets too late, and I just don't want to deal with what might be lurking out there. So I definitely put out the food bin, locked it to the rails without disturbing the butterfly at all. Later on, when I had to go out and make a run to purchase some beer, which I can drink in the morning after the show is over, after transmission is over, as I head towards my bedtime, my own bedtime, it was still there. I, of course, sat down to it, essentially acknowledged it as essentially the spirit or messenger for my mother, and certainly expressed my love towards it, and it was only after that it flew away. It seemed to acknowledge what I was saying by the flap of its wings. So a very Shintoist spirit experience today, and very grateful. And of course, that's hopefully a sign from my mother for help from elsewhere with what would otherwise be a financially challenging month. At any rate, when it came to the Japanese, their national symbol is the fertile dragonfly, and truly an expression of life itself. And on Onogoro Island, Jima meaning island, like Iwo Jima, simply means Iwo Island, or volcano, sulfur island, really is what it means. Iwo meaning sulfur. Iwo Jima, Sulfur Island, the original island of Japan, Onogoro Jima, Onogoro Island. Izanami and Izanagi built themselves a magnificent palace with a huge central pillar that reached to heaven itself. Then the male who invites said to his spouse, "How is thy body formed?" The female who invites answered, "My body is completely formed, except that one part is incomplete." Her spouse replied, "My body too is completely formed, except that one part is superfluous. Let us supplement that which is incomplete in thee with that which is superfluous in me, and thereby create the world." Izanami replied, "It is well." Thus did Izanami and Izanagi marry. Or rather, the first marriage ritual they came up with was simple. They would walk in opposite directions around a pillar, greet each other, and proceed with intercourse. Izanagi said, "Let us proceed around the heavenly pillar, and, meeting on the other side, let us become united in wedlock. Go thou around the left, and I shall goest round from the right." This they did, and, when they met on the other side, as they circled the pillar, Izanami was the one to first greet her brother as she exclaimed, "How delightful! I have met a lovely youth! What a fine young man!" And Izanagi said, "How delightful! I have met a lovely maiden." But he thought to himself, it was inauspicious for the woman to speak first. After the now married pair were done consummating their marriage, their first child was born. It was born without bones, however, and the Twakami had to put him in a basket and push him into the sea. This was the first of their rejected children that would later become the enemies of all life, the entities of entropy, the anti-gods. They tried again, but their second child was also born deformed and had to be rejected. These represent not only a parallel, as I've described, between Adam and Eve, but a parallel as well between the failed cosms of our divine creator that were cast aside before the final creation of our universe. So there was a redoing of the marriage ritual. Crestfallen and confused, the Twa begged their ancestral kami for help. The kami told them that the reason for the deformities of their children was simple. Izanami and Izanagi had performed the marriage ritual incorrectly, as it was the man who had to greet the woman. Apparently, incest was not considered as a possible cause of the problem. But then again, no one considered that with Adam and Eve either. The divine duo redid their marriage ritual by circling the pillar, but this time Izanagi first greeted his sister by telling her, "What a fine young woman." Their next attempt at procreation was much more successful, and Izanami's children were born well and healthy. The pair got down to business and started birthing both the islands and all the continents of the earth. Having given birth to the islands of Japan, the creative pair produced the numerous kami gods and goddesses who populated them. That is, until one fatal birth. The last of these was known as the deity of fire, Kagusuchi. Kagusuchi are Hino Kagatsushi, is the Shinto kami of fire, and a son of Izanami and Izanagi. He is also the kami whose birth caused Izanami's death. After his birth, Izanami retired to Hades, leaving the process of creation to be carried on by Izanagi alone. She therefore descended into the underworld, and Izanagi was forced to seek her there. The fire kami was not at fault, of course, as it was an unfortunate death at childbirth. Izanagi was upset at the death of his beloved wife. He killed the newborn child in anger, but from this death, more deities were born. From the newborn child's sword, his belt, and other articles of clothing were born various deities. The three most illustrious among them were the sun goddess, the moon goddess, and the god of force, or impetuous male, the essence of yang. Little more is written of the moon goddess, but the sun goddess and her brother, impetuous male, carried on the task of creation by biting off and crunching parts of the jewels and swords which they wore and blowing them away. From the fragments were formed numerous gods and goddesses who became the heads of various clans. Thus was man created to inhabit the islands. Finally, the sun goddess and her brother quarreled violently. The climax of the quarrel came when impetuous male broke a hole in the roof of heaven, over the place where his sister and her celestial weaving maidens were sitting at work. Through the hole he let fall a piebald, a black and white horse. The sun goddess, infuriated, retired into a cave, and darkness prevailed over all the universe. To read from the Kojiki itself. The plain of high heaven was obscured, and all the central land of reed plains darkened. The 800 deities, terrified at the darkness, undertook to placate the sun goddess. For this purpose they met in assembly. They ordered iron to be taken from the heavenly metal mountains. Then they called in the smith, charged the again forging old woman to make us a mirror, and commanded his augustness grand jewel ancestor to produce a string 8 feet long of 500 curved jewels. They hung the newly wrought mirror and the jewels, together with white and blue offerings, upon the branches of a tree. His augustness, grand jewel ancestor, recited rituals concerning her highness, the sun goddess, and danced wildly. Amused at his antics, the 800 deities shook the plain of high heaven with laughter. The sun goddess was thus surprised out of her seclusion, and came forth asking how it was that, with all heaven and earth darkened, the deities could indulge in laughter. They answered that they rejoiced because there was a deity more beautiful than her augustness. But, while they were speaking, the mirror was brought forward for her to see this most beautiful one. When she looked, she was so surprised at the beauty of the goddess mirrored there, herself, that she camest forth from the cave, drawn by her own light. The plain of high heaven and the central land of reed plains, Japan itself, were again alight. Thus were light and darkness created, as well as all the imperial regalia. What I've just described are the artifacts. The Sanshu no Jingi, the Ami no Murako Kumo, no Tsurugi, the sword of the billowing clouds, also known as the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grass cutter, the Yasukani no Magatama, the necklace of jade, and the Yata no Kagami, the mirror of the eight-handed flower. These three items are ancient Muvayan magical artifacts that accompanied Amaterasu Omikami-sama in her journey to the archipelago of the Japanese home islands, which consist of 7,000 islands altogether, many of them artificial, created by the Japanese government or the military in World War II, simply mimicked by the communist Chinese, creating artificial islands in the South China Sea today. These were the magical regalia, the artilica, which the Americans sought to destroy after reverse engineering to empower themselves. But having lost the war, the Americans were never able to realize their mad dreams. Now, for his misdeeds, impetuous male was banished from heaven. He wandered on the earth and begged food he begged food of the deity princess of great food, Cornucopia, who tookest all sorts of things from her nose, her mouth, and other parts of her body, yes, including her vagina, and turned them into food for him. Thinking she was offering him filth, however, he killed her. After her death, the deity-producing wondrous ancestor commanded that these useful things born from her body be used to propagate food and clothing forevermore. Silkworms from her head, rice seeds from her eyes, millet from her ears, beans from her nose, barley from her torso. Besides looking for food, the impetuous male deity performed many wondrous deeds while wandering about on earth. At one time he camest upon an old man and an old woman who were crying. Inquiring the cause of their sorrow, he found that the eight-forked serpent of Hoshi had been visiting them each year, and on each visit had devoured one of their 8 daughters, until now only one was left, and they were full of apprehension about the fate of their last daughter. When impetuous male heard the story, he asked for the hand of this last daughter in marriage. Having been granted his request, he turned the girl into a comb which he stuck in his hair. He then lay in wait for the coming of the eight-forked serpent, whom he overpowered and cut in pieces. But when he cut into the middle tail, the edge of his sword broke. When he looked to see the cause of this accident, he found concealed in the serpent a sharp great sword, over which he marveled, and then presented it to the gods of heaven. This became as known as the herb-quelling great sword, which I've just described, the grass cutter, which still serves as one of the emblems in the regalia of Japanese emperors. So, the origin tale of the sword of the billowing clouds, the Sanshu no Jingi, or the Ame no Murakumo. I'm trying to translate from the characters here. It can be difficult sometimes because these characters are very ancient. These are not modern Japanese characters. If I weren't trained in discerning them from my mother, God bless her, your average modern Japanese cannot read these characters, by the way. The Ame no Murakumo no Tsurugi, the sword of the billowing clouds. Yes, this is its origin point. Thus do the myths account for the symbols of the imperial power. The mirror, the jewels, and the sword, which the Americans sought to capture, reverse engineer, and destroy as a primary war objective. That's the fact. That's the truth. This is written out, an official American stated objective, a primary military objective, which, like so many others, they completely failed in. One of their other objectives being the total extermination of the Japanese peoples. Finally, impetuous male sought a permanent home upon the earth. It is said that he sought in the land of Izumo for a place where he might build a palace. Then he arrived at a place called Suga and said, "On coming to this palace, my august heart is pure." And in that place, he built a place, well, a palace to dwell in. So that place is now called Suga. His descendants continued to live in Izumo until the descendant of the 6th generation was vested with the sovereignty of Japan itself. Now, this position that 6th generation son was not allowed to hold, however. For Amaterasu Omikami-sama, the sun goddess, who had never forgiven her brother for his pranks and misbehavior, felt that none of his children should rule the central land of Reed Plains, in spite of the fact that they had so long been wandering upon them. She therefore decided to send a grandson of her own, who should rule the earth. For this task, she chose a prince. Here again I read from the Kojiki itself. Giving him as parting gifts the 8 feet of curved jewels and the mirror which had lured her from the cave, and also the herb-quelling great sword, which her brother had presented to the gods of heaven. By the way, you might wonder, why is this great sword called a grass cutter, of all things, like it was a lawnmower or something? In those days, there were enormous trees that towered into the heavens, that choked off all sunlight and oxygen from the ground. They sucked all the oxygen out of the earth and generated an ice age that froze the earth for 100 million years into snowball earth, a fact you can look up geologically. This is the sword that took them all down. Hence the herb-quelling sword, the grass cutter, the sword of the billowing clouds, because they could finally see the clouds billowing again when that canopy of trees was cut down. These are the tree stumps which were brought up by that young lady who had spoken of the trip she had taken, where there was a giant tree stump that was seen, such as you might imagine with the Devil's Tower in that movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Thought to be the stump of a giant tree. These were taken down by the grass cutter sword that cut down these giant mutated plant growths that would have made life impossible for man. Again, to read from the Kojiki. After receiving these, the sacred imperial regalia, the prince left the heavenly Roxy and descended to the peak of a mountain on the island of Kyushu. Then began the struggles between the grandson of the sun goddess and the descendants of impetuous male. The conflict ended when the god, retaining spiritual power, only gave up his temporal power to the sun goddess's grandson. From the latter descended a prince, who is known as the first emperor of Japan, Jimmu, whose reign the Japanese have fixed as beginning in the year 660 years before Christ walked the earth. Thus was created a divine sovereign who is still worshipped as the first in a lineal succession, unbroken for ages eternal. So here we are, gods in conflict. Kami versus Oni. The impetuous male, yang, the yang energy, personified. Throughout Japanese history, this secret battle has raged between the forces of light and darkness. The kami being spirits, gods, forces of nature. The oni being devils dwelling outside our reality, seeking footholds here since before the age of man. The kami struggled to hold the oni back by using humans as their tools of war. The distinguished heavenly kami, the Koto Amatsu Kami. The Koto Amatsu Kami comprised the greatest powers of the spirit world, dwelling in the higher celestial plane. They empowered human agents, teaching them magical techniques and rituals that formed the basis of the Shinto religion. To support their human followers, the sun goddess Amaterasu Omi Kami-sama sent her own grandson, Nenigi no Mikoto, bodily to do battle with the Oni-spawned beasts of the earth. Being a man, this kami took a wife and sired a bloodline that would eventually rule all of Japan, beginning with Jimmu Tenno, the first emperor. Now, of course, I always check incoming notifications, so bear with me while I do that, making certain that all is well. Check into live streaming here. Here we are. Let's take a look at what's going on. Okay. Here. Star Fox DDD gives me a bat and a kiss and a heart. God bless her. Monahawk says, sometimes it takes a while for the answers to make sense. Fate or whatever about the answering of prayers. Yes, you may look back and be grateful that the answer was no. So Princess, Pixie Princess Star Fox says, respect. Now she gives me a black heart just now. Wonderful. Bless her heart. Pixie Princess says, never reading, it's to D. So Douglas, sometime, this is Mona Lee McRae speaking, I'll have to tell you about my Bigfoot encounter. Don't think I ever told you, quite a shock. Oh, I remember quite well, but you're always welcome to tell it again. Okay, honey, I'm off to visit my pillow, but I subbed with notifications, so I look forward to hearing you again soon. Love, yes, love to you too, honey. Blessed be. The Real Tech Geek says, when I was a kid, walking with my grandmother in Manhattan, the bird took a big dump from the sky. Luckily, I had my hat on. Laugh out loud. There we are. Yes. Well, okay. So, that being said, returning to the arc of narrative for tonight, I hope everyone appreciates explaining to them aspects of Japanese culture they probably never heard. Now, we were speaking of the gods, but not to be outdone or outflanked, the Oni also bred with human captives, spawning an awful race of ogres, who made war against humans from that day on. Humanity's defenders were great warriors that upheld a strict code of honor, the samurai, and those that revered the kami and drew strength from their spiritual power, the priests of Shinto. After centuries of war, humanity at last smashed the great ogre armies, but only because the Oni withdrew their support of the monsters. Unbeknownst to either side, the devils had found new servitors within the weak heart of humanity itself. In the Great Ogre War, humanity used righteous, highly trained agents as long-range scouts, undercover operatives, and, if need be, assassins. Over the years, the training of these agents was codified into the Ryu teachings of the mysterious and deadly ninja, of which bloodline my mother was born into. On the Japanese side, which had connections to the Chinese side, as I've explained. Now, when I go into subjects like this, I can go very deep, and that could take us on a totally different tangent of the warrior cult of the ninja. So, rather, I should return, for the sake of Crystal River, for whose sake I'm going into the subject at all, to the recounting of Izanami and Izanagi in the Land of the Dead. Because, meanwhile, throughout all of this, Izanami was buried on Mount Hiba. However, Izanagi would not accept her death and decided to find her. Devastated, Izanagi decided to go to Yomi, the Shinto land of the dead, and try to bring his wife back. The kami wandered the shadowy realm until he found his mate in the land of the dead. But in darkness they met, and he could only make out her form in the darkness. He asked Izanami to come back to the land of the living with him, but she told him that she had already eaten from the fruits of the shadowy realm and that he would have to wait for her until she had asked permission to leave. Izanami begged her husband to be patient and wait at the door of the underworld, and upon no circumstances to bring light into the world of darkness. Izanagi waited for his wife, but his patience was running dry. He waited for as long as he could, but he eventually decided to light a fire so he could see his wife, and so lit the tooth of his comb. Then, bearing his torch, he entered the palace, seeking Izanami. At last he found her, but to his horror, he beheld her undergoing the process of decomposition. He was revolted by what he saw. Izanami's flesh had started decaying, and had maggots crawling through it. To make matters worse, just as Izanagi looked at her, she gave birth to more of Izanagi's children, with the kami of thunder and wind, Raijin and Fujin, respectively, being birthed from their mother's rotting corpse. Panic-stricken, horrified beyond words, Izanagi turned away from his wife and started running toward the exit of Yomi, pursued by his wife. Izanami called out to her husband and begged him to wait for her, but he couldn't stop, and finally emerged into the upper world. Furious that her husband had left her, Izanami ordered Raijin and Fujin to chase him and to wreak havoc upon the earth in her name. Izanagi managed to get out of Yomi before his sons could catch up to him, and finally he placed a mountainous rock over the aperture to the underworld, blocking the exit with this supermassive stone, whilst reciting the chant of separation. Then were they parted forever, Izanagi and Izanami, himself then perambulating to a nearby spring to try and cleanse himself in a purifying ritual precepts his parting to dwell among the gods in heaven, and she to reign in the land of the dead. Izanagi managed to cleanse himself in the spring, and also gave birth to 3 more kami gods himself. Thus, the sun goddess Amaterasu, the moon god, or goddess, he is ambisexual, Tsukuyomi, or Ji to use the gender-neutral pronoun, and the god of sea storms, Suzano. When Izanagi alone in the land of the living was creating more kami and humans by himself, he became the Shinto god of creation. Meanwhile, Raijin and Fujin managed to get out of Yomi despite Izanagi's blocking of the exit. Unable to locate their sire Izanagi, however, the twain simply started roaming the earth, creating thunderstorms and cyclones in their wake. Literally left to rot in Yomi, Izanami became the goddess of death. Still furious at her husband, Izanami vowed to kill 1,000 humans every day. To counteract that, Izanagi vowed to create 1,500 humans every day. So what is the symbolism of Izanami and Izanagi? Given their dark tale, Izanami and Izanagi symbolize several important concepts. one is creation. First and foremost, they are the creator deities in Shintoism. All islands and continents, all other earthly gods, and all people come as from their flesh. It's even said that the emperors of Japan are direct descendants of these Twa Kami. It is interesting to note, however, that the Shinto creation myth specifically points out that Izanami and Izanagi are not the first gods to come into existence. In fact, they are the 8th generation of kami to be born in Takamagahara plane of high heaven, with all their ancestors still living in the heavenly realm. This is important because it shows that even the father and mother gods of Shintoism are not the first or even the strongest gods. This underlines an important theme in Shintoism. The gods or kami of this religion are not all-powerful or omnipotent. There are many rules in Shintoism that allow humans to control even the most powerful kami, such as Raijin, Fujin, and the other children of Izanami and Izanagi. This shouldn't detract from the divine pair's obvious power, of course. If you can give birth to a continent, you definitely deserve respect. There is also the symbolism of the patriarchal family dynamic. This other small but curious symbolism of their story lies in the initial mismanaged wedding ritual. According to that, if the soon-to-be wife speaks first during the wedding, the couple's children will be born deformed. If the man speaks first, however, everything will be fine. This does inform the traditional patriarchal family dynamic in Japan. The Twa Kami's tragic story in Yomi is their final major piece of symbolism. Izanagi cannot muster enough patience to trust his wife, and thus he dooms them to a tragic fate. Meanwhile, Izanami suffers as she performs the duty she was given by her ancestors, giving birth. Even dead and in the underworld, she still has to continue giving birth to more and more kami, themselves born deformed. So this is all about life and death. The Twa gods symbolize life and death itself. The quarrel of the Twa gods inevitably led to the very cycle of life and death that all humans have to go through. In terms of parallels with other myths, Izanagi's quest to retrieve his beloved from the underworld has parallels with Greek mythology. In Greek mythology, Persephone is not allowed to leave the underworld because she has eaten a few pomegranate seeds given to her by Hades. Izanami faces the same situation, as she says she cannot leave the underworld due to having eaten some fruit. Another parallel can be found in the myth of Eurydice and Orpheus. Orpheus goes into the underworld to bring back Eurydice, who has been untimely killed by snakebite. Hades, the god of the underworld, allows Eurydice to leave after much convincing. However, he instructs Orpheus not to look back until the pair had made their way out of the underworld. Due to his impatience, Orpheus turns back at the last moment to make sure that Eurydice is following him out of the underworld. She is taken back into the underworld forever. This is similar to Izanami beseeching Izanagi to remain patient until she's ready to leave the underworld. However, due to his impatience, she has to remain in the underworld forever. Eurydice, for those of you unfamiliar with aspects of Greek mythology they didn't add into the film franchises, was the wife of Orpheus, who loved her dearly. On their wedding day, he played joyful songs as his bride danced through the meadow. One day, a satyr saw and pursued Eurydice, who stepped on a venomous snake, dying instantly. Distraught, Orpheus played and sang so mournfully that all the nymphs and gods wept and told him to travel to the underworld and retrieve her, which he gladly did. After his music softened the the hearts of Hades and Persephone, his singing so sweet that even the Erinyes wept. He was allowed to take her back to the world of the living. In another version, Orpheus played his lyre to put Cerberus, the guardian of Hades, the three-headed dog, to sleep, after which Eurydice was allowed to return with Orpheus to the world of the living. Either way, the condition was attached that he must walk in front of her and not look back until both had reached the upper world. However, soon he began to doubt that she was there and that Hades had deceived him. Just as they reached the portals of Hades and daylight, he turned around to gaze upon her face, and Eurydice vanished back into the underworld. Many scholars have noted the similarity of key Japanese royal myths to Greek ones, including the renowned British historian Sir George Bailey Sansom, who, in A History of Japan to 1334, wrote the following. This myth of Izanagi's search for his wife in the underworld is sometimes compared to Orpheus and Eurydice, but a closer parallel is that of Persephone condemned to remain in Pluto's kingdom because she had eaten there. Izanami tells Izanagi that he is too late because she has eaten from the cooking pot of Yomi. Now, the Kojiki also compares and finds the marked similarity between the two versions. Or rather, not the Kojiki itself, but many analysts thereof. In fact, there's a website called JapaneseMythology.jp, which is a Japanese net. And on there, to translate for you from the Japanese, it says, after Izanami's death, the reason she gives for not being able to go back with Izanagi is that she ate the food of the underworld. Persephone's abduction by Hades in Greek mythology shares this idea that once food of the underworld is eaten, it affects the one who has eaten it. Because she had eaten 3 seeds of a pomegranate, Persephone has to spend 3 months out of every year in the underworld. During this time, Persephone's mother, Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, is sad and nothing will grow, which is how Greek mythology explained the existence of winter. Samson, however, also notes that the Japanese tradition is different from the Greeks in that the Japanese myth is related in a matter-of-fact way, lacking the poetic imagination of the Greek Persephones. The Eurydice-Orpheus myth differs from the Japanese myth in the ending, where Orpheus was later killed by the Maenads on Dionysus' orders, and ends up reunited with Eurydice in the underworld after all. In the Japanese version, Izanagi rejects a reunion and chooses life. Next, I will focus on the seasonal winter solstice regeneration motifs, the Shikome demon hags of hell, and on the purification ablution rituals. You see, Izanami is also given as Izanami no Mikoto, meaning she who invites, is both a goddess of creation and death, as well as the former wife of the god Izanagi no Mikoto. Now fast forwarding past the episodes of their dance, the euphemism for their union, around the cosmic pillar and the creation act, to find Izanagi no Mikoto lamenting the death of Izanami no Mikoto, and undertaking a journey to Yomi, the shadowy land of the dead, Yoni being the Vedic or Hindu reference for the vagina, but then again the land of the dead is like returning into the womb, yes? Which is why many cadavers were buried in a fetal position. You come into this world in a fetal position, you exit the world in a fetal position, was the burial rite. He searched for Izanami no Mikoto and found her. At first, Izanagi no Mikoto could not see her for the shadows hid her appearance. He asked her to return with him. Izanami no Mikoto spat out at him informing Izanagi no Mikoto that he was too late. She had already eaten the food of the underworld and was now one with the land of the dead. She could no longer return to the living. The news shocked Izanagi no Mikoto, but he refused to leave her in Yomi. While Izanami no Mikoto was sleeping, he took the comb that bound his long hair and set it alight as a torch. Under the sudden burst of light, he saw the horrid form of the once beautiful and graceful Izanami no Mikoto. She was now a rotting form of flesh with maggots and foul creatures running over her ravaged body. Crying out loud, Izanagi no Mikoto could no longer control his fear and started to run, intending to return to the living and abandon his death-ridden wife. Izanami no Mikoto woke up, shrieking and indignant, and chased after him. She also sent Shikomi, foul woman, to hunt for Izanagi no Mikoto and bring him back to Yomi. Izanagi no Mikoto burst out of the entrance and pushed a boulder in the mouth of the Yomotsu Hirasaka. The Yomotsu Hirasaka cavern that was the entrance of Yomi. Izanami no Mikoto screamed from behind this impenetrable barricade and told Izanagi no Mikoto that if he left her, she would destroy 1,000 residents of the living every day. He furiously replied he would give life to 1,500. Looking at the selected elements here, we find that the Greco-Japanese myths also seem to have cognates in the Sumerian, Akkadian, Inanna, or Ishtar and Dumuzi legends. Inanna's Akkadian counterpart is Ishtar, or Isis. In different traditions, Inanna is the daughter of Anu, or she is the daughter of the moon god, Nanya, or Nana. In various traditions, her siblings include the sun god Utu, the rain god Ishkur, and Ereshkigal, queen of the underworld. Her personal assistant is Ninjubar. She is never considered to have a permanent spouse, although Dumuzi is her lover. Yet she is also responsible for sending Dumuzi to the underworld in Ananya's Descent to the Underworld. Inanna also is regarded in astral traditions as the morning and evening star. The putrefaction aspects of Izanami are reminiscent of the version found in The Descent of Ananya to the Underworld, as translated by Joanna Stuckley. Here I read therefrom. My mistress abandoned heaven, abandoned earth, and descended to the underworld. Before she left for the underworld, Inanna put on her divine regalia and took up the appropriate divine decrees. She instructed her minister, Ninjubur, that after 3 days she was to ask help of the great gods. At each of the 7 gates of the underworld, Inanna removed part of her regalia, until, naked and bent, she came before the 7 judges of the underworld, and her elder twin sister, Ereshkigal, whose name means Queen of the Great Earth, all gave her the look of death, and they had her dead body hung on a hook. 3 days later, Ninjubur began to seek his help, but neither the chief god nor the moon god, Inanna's father, was sympathetic. However, the god of wisdom instructed 12 creatures to sprinkle over Inanna's corpse both a life-giving plant and life-giving water. When the creatures sympathized with Ereshkigal, who was groaning in misery, she offered them rich rewards, but they asked only for the corpse on the peg. They sprinkled it, and Inanna lived again. However, before the judges would let her leave the great below, they insisted she provide a substitute, and so demons ascended with her to bring her substitute back. Inanna refused to give them several faithful servants, but she surrendered her bridegroom Dumuzi because he was not in mourning for her. For a while, Dumuzi escaped the demons, but finally they carried him off. Then Ananya mourned for him. Finally, Dumuzi's sister arranged to take his place in the underworld for part of each year. Now, particularly illuminating for an understanding of the similar context of the Japanese versions is the context there's a commentary I'll read from on the descent of Ananya, on the solstice connection, but also particularly on the purification and/or anointing rituals that Izanagi has to perform when he has left the underworld. You see, I'm reading from this book, Commentary on the Descent of Ananya. This myth has appeared several times through many different evolutions of Mesopotamian civilization. Some scholars assign its celebration to the spring season at the time of the Babylonian New Year. Others place its enactment during the summer months. As it is a tale of death and rebirth, of the dismantling and reintegration of spirit. The Akkadian story is first attested in late Bronze Age texts in both Babylonia and Assyria, and later from the palace library at Nineveh. It is a short composition of some 140 lines and seems to end with ritual instructions for the Taklimtu, an annual ritual known from Assyrian texts, which took place in the month of Dumuzi, Tammuz, or June, July, and featured the bathing, anointing, and lying in state in Nineveh of a statue of Dumuzi. The Sumerian version, The Descent of Ananya, which I don't read ancient Akkadian or Sumerian cuneiform, so I've got to read you the English from the Myths of Mesopotamia by Stephanie J. Daly, is attested earlier and is much longer, consisting of some 410 lines. It is a fuller, more detailed account, and shows clearly that Dumuzi periodically died and rose, causing seasonal fertility, a fact which had been doubted until 1963, the year my late sister was born, the year Kennedy was assassinated, when a newly published fragment disclosed the crucial evidence. This version contains no ritual or incantation. However, like the Akkadian story, it seems to represent the goddess as a cult statue, and it has been suggested that the goddess's statue makes a ritual journey from Uruk, her hometown, to Kutha, seat of underworld deities. From the cuneiform texts of the British Museum, we are able to learn of the attributes of the Sumerian demons with which the Japanese archetypes also have close parallels. They are gloomy, their shadow dark, no light is in their bodies. Ever they slink along covertly, walking not upright. From their claws drips bitter gall. Their footprints are full of evil venom. The shivers and chills of death that fritter the sum of things, spawn of the God of heaven, spawned on an evil spirit, the death warrants, beloved sons of the storm god, born of the queen of the netherworld, who were torn out of heaven and hurled from the earth as cast-offs, are creatures of hell, all. Up above they roar, down below they creep and cheep. They are the bitter venom of the gods. They are the great storms let loose from heaven. I'm reading from The Treasures of Darkness, an apropos enough title, I'm sure you would agree, subtitled A History of Mesopotamian Religion. This is translated by Thorkild Jacobson. How's that for a fucking name? Thorkild. Thorkild. Heavy metal rock stars should have names like that. Now, all of the aforesaid references the sons of the storm god and the great storms let loose from heaven. They're also interesting as they ring a bell, for they are the same attributes to be found in the Japanese Susanoo, who as spawn of Izanagi is storm god and ruler, well, the ruler of the land of Yomi, the netherworld. Susanoo, or Susanoo, I'm trying to pronounce these characters I'm seeing to see if I'm getting the right pronunciation for the name. It really doesn't fucking matter because nobody speaks this ancient Japanese language anymore. Also known as Takehaya Susano no Mikoto, is interpreted to be the Shinto god of the sea and storms. He is also considered to be ruler of Yomi. According to the oldest sources, circa 680 years Anno Domini in the Lord of our dominion, in the dominion of our Lord, I mean to say, Kojiki, and circa 720 AD, the Nihon Shoki text. Susan no O was born from Izanagi's nose when he washed his face clean of the pollutants of Yomi, the underworld. Now, we can all wonder at Greek Near Eastern motifs arriving in East Asia. Now, Susano might be interpreted as Susano, meaning of Susa, or out of Susa, indicating an Akkadian, Elamite, Hittite provenance for the Japanese myth cycle, perhaps as the Akkadians fled Susa, heading east, following the foreign invasions. Susa was controlled by King Shulgi of and later by Mesopotamian rulers, and in the 4th millennium, the Uruk period, the city became as the capital of Elam, and later fell to the Archaeomenid Persians before being taken by the Greeks. At the beginning of the Tumuli building period, the only square of rectangular tombs indicating Ziggurat or Persian and or Sasanian, Zoroastrian, Mazdaean fire temple influences, perhaps from refugees in Bactria or Iran, who may have transmitted them to the Indo-Saka Wusun horsemen nomads who were to migrate to East Asia, that were distinctly different from the slightly later keyhole-shaped or round tumuli, the tumuli that were out of Shimane, the stronghold of the Susano-o and the land of Yomi myth of Imperial Japan. The largest tombs in the world, in terms of sheer size, not height. According to Matteo Comparetti's Traces of Buddhist Art in Sogdiana, the Sogdians, and Iranian Central Asians, to read from his work, Traces of Buddhist Art in Sogdiana. And yes, it's spelled Sogdiana, Diana, my mother's name, had a very important role in the process of transferring artistic typologies originally extraneous to Chinese and barbarian dynasties, such as the Wei, meaning anyone else other than Chinese was barbarian, until the Sui. This is 581 through 618, the years between. Such receptivity toward Central Asia had been active in China since the 2nd through the 3rd centuries, even for the works of Taoist art, especially sculptors, such as Ji Wangmu, Queen of the West. Image. This image was created around the 2nd century of the Communal era, or the Kongwangshan rock reliefs in Jiangsu. Comparetti also writes of a famous 6th century painting from Temple Il, or the Second Temple, at Panjakand, is considered to be an indication that the Sogdians knew about Buddhist architecture. It is the so-called funerary painting of a figure lying inside a building similar to a stupa at Panjakand. The painting, commonly identified as funerary mourning for the corpse of Shavush, was recently reinterpreted as representing mourning of the body of a Mesopotamian deity connected to the seasonal cycle. Thus, Sogdiana and nearby Bukhara or Bactria are thought to have been the gateways for Mesopotamian ideas, as well as Northern Wei period Buddhist and pre-Iran Mazdaism and Manichaean influences into China, all the same ideas that were filtering into Japan in roughly the same periods. Jiwangmu images are also found in the Kofun period tumuli in Japan. It is also possible that out of Bactria and Sogdiana Kushan, or in the region of northwest to northeast India, came as an entire cultural package of mixed Near Eastern, Iranian, Hellenistic, Edest, Greco-Thracian ideas and beliefs that influenced China and East Asia. So we find that the compilation effort of the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki Chronicles and the manner of assembling the mixture of myths of early creation, deities, epic hero, sage kings, genealogies, resembles the Kayanian or Kayanid tradition of the Sasanians, the Sassanids, using court poets to compile historical epics that were related by professional minstrels and poets in the oral tradition that was employed by the Achaemenids. The Achaemenids being the original Shahs of Iran, the Sassanids and Parthians, the enemies of the Romans, that defeated those Romans that eventually found themselves in China. Touraj Darye wrote in great detail in his own work titled National History or Khayanid History, subtitled The Nature of Sassanid Zoroastrian Historiography, about the style of historiography undertaken by the pre-Iran, Iranians, or Persians, in which he says, according to Strabo, Persian boys were educated by the wisest men, or the wisest of men, who used mythical stories rehearsed with song at times about the deeds of gods and the noblest men. Many have also noted the woolly beginnings of the Kojiki genealogies that begin with a mention of a host of heavenly but nameless and uncharacterized faceless deities who precede the better-known creator deities of the royal clan lineages, Ninigi, Izanagi, and Izanami, Ametarasu, and Susanoo, who in contrast have detailed epic stories, etc., etc., etc. This woolly style of establishing a celestial ancestry of Japanese kings and a genealogy establishing their descent from the gods is identical to the method employed by the Sasanian court called Khayanid historiography. The vagueness of and impetus for the Sassanid style of establishing genealogy and clan history is explained by Sarah Mashayek in her work titled Epic of Kernamag and the Late Sasanian Period. Thus, reading from her book here, in the English, we do not see any name that goes further back than 12 generations, with the exception of an obscure and unknown figure called Lord Shashain Zwade, who has been interpreted as father of Pebag by some scholars. What we could conclude from all that is that the Sasanian monarchs were either from a humble background, where no ancestor worth mentioning existed, or they did simply not care and did not realize the importance of mentioning their lineage. The second possibility becomes stronger when we look at the inscription of Sheber's son, Narze I, in Paikuli. We can be certain that Narze knew about his great-grandfather, Pebag, yet he too, similar to his father, sees it sufficient to only mention his own father and grandfather and does not go any further back than 12 generations. Sounds like myself concerning my father's side. Additionally, the behavior of the early Sasanian kings is in sharp contrast to those of ancient Persia rules such as Darius I, whose inscription in Behistun names his ancestors as far back as possible in order to demonstrate his legitimacy as the king. One might be able to interpret this silence on the issue of ancestry as a lack of interest on the part of the Sasanian monarchs in creating an earthly lineage for themselves, and the desire instead to promote a grander and much more important lineage for their family. While no male ancestor prior to the grandfathers is ever mentioned by any of these kings, something far more interesting exists on their coins and inscriptions, which is much more majestic and awe-inspiring than any ancestry they had or could create for themselves. These early kings all refer to themselves as one who is from the lineage of the gods. Ke Chur Az Yajdan. A clear claim of divinity, which is once again very different from what we know of from the previous Iranian dynasties, such as the Achaemenids. In any case, whether it was the goal of establishing a celestial lineage or lack of any substantial earthly ones, or both, the way issue of lineage is being treated by the early Sasanian kings is in sharp contrast to how it is presented in the epic of Carnaimag. Now, starting with the claim of lineage from the gods, we have the first major contradiction between the Carnaimag and the reality of the kings it is claiming to portray. Amid all the extraordinary and supernatural activities accomplished by Ardashir in the Carnaimag, such as slaying a dragon, and in spite of all the honors being bestowed upon him and his descendants as true and legitimate kings, nonetheless nowhere does a claim exist about any celestial lineage. In the Carnaimag, Ardashir is a K, K-A-Y, and thus is a member of the family of ancient legendary kings, the Kayanids, through his descent from Darayan, and is being chased by the glory of the kingdom of his ancestors. It is suggested here that the need of the Sassanids to establish a celestial lineage by descent from the gods stemmed from a feeling of inferiority or pedigree envy in not being able to establish their earthly lineages beyond their grandfathers, as opposed to the earlier ancient Persian Aryan kings with their K pedigrees that went back to a family of ancient legendary kings who could declare themselves true and legitimate kings. We see in the case of ancient Persia rulers such as Darius I that this inscription in Behistun names his ancestors as far back as possible in order to demonstrate his legitimacy as the king. Ergo, if one looks up the genealogy or family tree of the Kayanian, Aryan kings of the Kayanian dynasty of Aryans, well, I myself would suggest that it is no coincidence that the nature of the society of the Kofun period Japan is closely tied to the Kaya tribes of Korea, and the so-called Kaya society is, in fact, either descendants related to the Kayanians or the K-fixated Sassanids of pre-Islamic Iran, or people of Iranic stock, possibly the Indo-Saka, Wusun, Ashina, Rajput, Cambodia, or Bactrian Kushan lineages, all of which groups have affinities to each other. This is what Joseph Goebbels said was the Aryan connection between Germany and Japan. Now, anon are extracts of writings that shed further light on the influence of the Greeks from South to Central to East Asia. Hellenistic culture in the Indian subcontinent, Greek clothes, amphoras, wine, and music. There's details from the Shakil Igundi Stupa, Hada Gandhara in the 1st century of our Christian calendar, in which we are told the Kushan king Kanishka, who honored Zoroastrian, Greek, and Brahmanic deities as well as the Buddha, and was famous for his religious syncretism, convened the Fourth Buddhist Council around 100 years into the Christian calendar, 100 CE, meaning Christian era, in Kashmir, in order to redact the Sarvastivadin canon. Some of Kanishka's coins bear the earliest representations of the Buddha on a coin, around 120 AD, in Hellenistic style and with the word Buddho in Greek script. Buddho meaning Greek for Buddha. Kanishka also had the original Gandhari vernacular, or Prakrit, Mahayana Buddhist texts translated into the high literary language of Sanskrit, a turning point in the evolution of the Buddhist literary canon. The Kanishka casket, dated to the first year of Kanishka's reign in 127 AD, was signed by a Greek artist named Agesilas, who oversaw work at Kanishka's stupas, or Ketya, confirming the direct involvement of Greeks with Buddhist realizations at such a late day. The new syncretic form of Buddhism expanded fully into Eastern Asia soon after these events. The Kushan monk Lokaksema visited the Han Chinese court at Liaoyang in 178 AD and worked there for 10 years to make the first known translations of Mahayana texts into Chinese. The new faith later spread into Korea and Japan and was itself at the origin of Zen. The Kalash people of northwestern Pakistan are unique in their customs and religion, although surrounded by Muslims in all directions. Pakistan is essentially a Muslim state. They believe in ancient Greek gods and goddesses such as Zeus, Aphrodite, Hestia, and Apollo. Their language is principally a mixture of Sanskrit and Greek. They grow grapes and make us wine. That's an illegal action in an Islamic country. And their diet is rich in fruits, vegetables, and nuts. Unlike their neighbors who sit on the ground, they use stools and chairs, and their carpentry is decorated with Macedonian stars and suns. The Macedonian sun you find as a symbol in the Macedonian flag of today. The geographical, cultural, and historical context of the rise of Mahayana Buddhism during the first century, before Christ walked the earth, in northwestern India, all point to intense multicultural influences. According to Richard Foltz, in his own words, key formative influences on the early development of the Mahayana and Pure Land movements, which became so much part of East Asian civilization, are to be sought in Buddhism's earlier encounters along the Silk Road. As Mahayana Buddhism emerged, it received influences from popular Hindu devotional cults, Bhakti, Persian and Greco-Roman theologies, which filtered into India from the northwest. Now, let's talk a little bit about those Greco-Persian cosmological influences. A popular figure in Greco-Buddhist art, the future Buddha Maitreya, the Buddha to be, has sometimes been linked to the Iranian Yezata, the Zoroastrian divinity. Mithra, who was also adapted as a figure in Greco-Roman syncretistic cult under the name of Mithras. From Mitra to Mithras, Maitreya is the fifth Buddha of the present world age, who will appear at some undefined future epoch. According to Richard Foltz, he echoes the qualities of the Zoroastrian Soashiat and the Christian Messiah. However, in character and function, Maitreya does not much resemble either Mitra or Mithras. His name is more obviously derived from the Sanskrit Maitr, kindliness, equivalent to Palimet, the Pali and probably older form of his name. Metea does not closely remember the name Midra. Now the Buddha Amitabha, literally meaning infinite radiance, with his paradisiacal pure land in the west, according to Foltz, seems to be understood as the Iranian god of light, equated with the sun. This view is, however, not in accordance with the view taken of Amitabha by present day, today's Pure Land Buddhists, in which Amitabha is neither equated with the sun, nor, strictly speaking, a god. This brings us back to Greco-Buddhism. Buddhist monks from the region of Gandhara, where Greco-Buddhism was most influential, played a key role in the development and the transmission of Buddhist ideas in the direction of Northern Asia. Blue-eyed Central Asian Buddhist monks basically roamed the Tarim Basin in the 9th through 10th centuries. Kushan monks, such as Lokaksema, who lived around circa 178 years after the death of Christ, traveled to the Chinese capital of Luoyang, where they became the first translators of Mahayana Buddhist scriptures into Chinese. Central Asian and East Asian Buddhist monks appear to have maintained strong exchanges until around the 10th century, as indicated by frescoes from the Tarim Basin. Now, two half-brothers from Gandhara, Asanga and Vasubandhu, in the 4th century, created the Yogacara, or mind-only school of Mahayana Buddhism. Yogacara. Yoga is like, a school discipline, Kara mind or something like that. Anyhow, which, through one of its major texts, the Lankavatara Sutra, from which we derive the name suture, stitching from, because these books were stitched together, became as the founding block of Mahayana, and particularly Zen philosophy. In 485, years after the crucifixion of the Christ, according to the Chinese historic treatise Liangshu, 5 monks from Gandhara traveled to the country of Fusang, the country of the extreme east, beyond the sea, probably eastern Japan, although some historians suggest the American continent, where they were introduced. Now, this brings us to a chapter on Buddhism here, in which it says, in the Chinese, 福生在大韩国东二万余里，地在中国之东，继续具无佛法。宋大明2年，兵国常有，必求无人有心之结果，流通佛法，经常教令出家。In other words, Fusang is located to the east of China, 20,000 li, that's 1,500 kilometers, east of the state of Dahan, itself east of the state of Wa, meaning Japan, the state of equilibrium, in modern Kyushu, Japan. In former times, the people of Fusang knew nothing of the Buddhist religion, but in the 2nd year of Da Ming of the Song dynasty, of 485 in the year of our Lord, 5 monks from Kipin, the Kabul region of Gandhara, traveled by ship to Fusang. They propagated Buddhist doctrine, circulated scriptures and drawings, and advised the people to relinquish worldly attachments. As a result, the customs of Fusang changed. Basically, people are asking me, chapter of what am I reading this from? Liangshu of the 7th century Anno Domini. Now, Bodhidharma, the founder of Shan Buddhism, which later became Zen from the original Shan Buddhism, Shan Zen, is described as a Central Asian Buddhist monk in the first Chinese references to him, Yan Zhuangji, who lived around 547 years after the death of Christ, although later Chinese traditions describe him as coming from South India. So these are all about intellectual influences in Asia. Through art and religion, The influence of Greco-Buddhism on the cultural makeups of East Asian countries, especially China, Korea, and the Empire of Japan, may have extended further into the intellectual area. At the same time as Greco-Buddhist art and Mahayana schools of thought, such as Jhana, were transmitted to East Asia, central concepts of Hellenistic culture, such as virtue, excellence, or quality, have been adopted by the cultures of Korea and Japan after a long diffusion among the Hellenized cities of Central Asia to become as a key part of their warrior and work ethics. So this is also tracing back to the Indo-Grecian kingdoms. After Alexander the Great, several Greek kingdoms were created covering most of Afghanistan, Pakistan, and parts of India that lasted for 3 centuries. The inhabitants were called Indo-Grecians. Only one ancient city has been excavated so far, and it lies on the shores of the Amu Darya River. The city exhibits temples, a gymnasium, a palace, numerous buildings, and a huge theater sculpted on the side of a hill with a superb view of the river valley and the tall mountains of what is now Tajikistan across. These many kingdoms, ventured into India and expanded as far as the eastern parts of the Indian peninsula. Place names are still preserved today. However, the legacy of these kingdoms outlasted the kings in culture and art and that are still admired. Greek techniques of stone and metalworking began to be used in India. Greek coins began to appear in the bazaars, and settlements of Greek type were found as urban islands in the Sea of Indian native villages. The most important example of Greek influence in India is the upsurge of Buddhist art in Gandhara during the early Christian era, since called the Gandhara art. The Greco-Indian school of art played a catalytic role in the development of Asian art. By creating the image of Buddha with the features of Apollo and wearing an ancient Greek tunic, the artists established an art religious in its meaning, but naturalistic and humanistic in its forms. But most importantly, Buddha became an Aryan white. Examples can be admired today in the museums of Tazila, Peshawar, Swat, and Lahore, in the giant Buddha statues that were recently blown apart by the Taliban without a vigorous opposition from the civilized world. One important piece of ancient art that is still alive today is the amazing overabundance of coins of the Indo-Grecian kings, which are continually being unearthed by Afghan farmers and provide sometimes their only source of income after they are sold in the bazaars of Pakistan. These coins represent some of the finest coin making of all time. They depict the kings on one side with some ancient Greek god or goddess on the other. The abundance of gold supplies from Central Asia for several centuries before the arrival of the Greeks resulted in the minting of numerous coins as well as some enormous coins. In Afghanistan, one can find the largest gold and the largest silver coins ever minted. The silver coins had a diameter of 65 millimeters. Imagine trying to pocket that. In some of the coins, they incorporated nickel with a technique only known to the Chinese at that time. And of course, along with wealth comes precious stones. Northeastern Afghanistan has been a supplier of precious stones since at least 5,000 years before Christ walked the earth, and its ancient name was simply the Vault, or Valashkia. The precious cargo was making its way through the so-called Silk Route to ancient Persia, Greece, and Rome, and later to the Byzantines, Europeans, and now mostly to the Americans. In fact, the name Kalash is the ancient Greek name for lapis lazuli, possibly the only place on Earth where it exists in abundance. The area is also rich in emeralds, rubies, spinel, and others that provide a substantial share of the world production even during years of war when the income from these stones becomes essential for the survival of the Afghan people, who have no money since the Taliban took over. Salman the Sheikh fishes people. Salman the Sheikh rejoicing when the Taliban considered themselves the victors when the Americans retreated. But this brings us to the subject of the Kalash people. Greco-Buddhism refers to the cultural syncretism between Hellenistic culture and Buddhism, which developed between the 4th century before Christ walked the earth and the 5th century in the year of our Lord, in the area covered by the Indian subcontinent and modern Afghanistan, Pakistan, and northwestern border regions of modern India. It was a cultural consequence of a long chain of interactions begun by Greek forays into India from the time of Alexander the Great, carried further by the establishment of Indo-Grecian rule in the area for some centuries, and extended during flourishing of the Hellenized empire of the Kushans. Greco-Buddhism influenced the artistic and perhaps the spiritual development of Buddhism, particularly Mahayana Buddhism, which represents one of the two main branches of Buddhism. The Buddhist religious system was then adopted in Central and Northeastern Asia from the 1st century of our Christian calendar, ultimately spreading to China, Korea, and the Empire of Japan. Buddhist manuscripts in cursive Greek have been found in Afghanistan, praising various Buddhas and including mentions of Logo Ash Farora Yabvado. It is the Mahayana Lokeshvara Raja Buddha. These manuscripts have been dated later than the 2nd century of our Christian calendar. By the way, it was Nicholas Sims Williams who wrote a book about this that I'm deriving this from, titled A Bactrian Buddhist Manuscript. Now, some elements of the Mahayana movement may have begun around the 1st century, before the Christian era, in northwestern India, at the time and place of these interactions. According to most scholars, the main sutras of Mahayana were written after 100 years before Christ was born, when sectarian conflicts arose among Nikaya Buddhist sects regarding the humanity or superhumanity of the Buddha and questions of metaphysical essentialism, on which Greek thought obviously had some influence. In fact, it may have been a Greek-influenced and Greek-carried form of Buddhism that passed north and east along the Silk Road, via the Kushan Empire, which lasted from the 1st through the 3rd centuries on the Christian calendar. Now, the Kushans, one of the 5 tribes of the Weiji Confederation, settled in Bactria since around 125 years before the birth of Christ, when they displaced the Greco-Bactrians, invaded the northern parts of Pakistan and India from around the 1st century in the year of our Lord. By that time, they had already been in contact with Helleniki, or Hellenic, i.e. Greek culture, and the Indo-Grecian kingdoms for more than a century. They used the Helleniki, or Hellenic script, to write their language, as exemplified by their coins and their adoption of the Helleniki alphabet. The absorption of Hellenic Greek historical and mythological culture is suggested by Kushan sculptures representing Dionysiac scenes, or even the story of the Trojan horse, and it is probable that Greek communities remained under Kushan rule. Now, as for the importance of Izanami and Izanagi in modern culture, where Crystal River likely learned of them, as the father and mother deities of Shintoism, it's not surprising that Izanagi and Izanami have found their way into quite a few pieces of popular culture. Both are featured in the famous anime series Naruto, as well as the video game series Persona. Izanagi also has a whole RPG or role-playing game named after him, while Izanami is also featured in the anime series Noragami, the video game series Digital Devil's Story, and has a character named after her in the PC or personal computer or player character Mporg, or Morpig, I forget, MMORPG, the massively multiplayer online role-playing games. And it's a type of video game that combines elements of role-playing games, the RPGs, with the gameplay of multiplayer online gaming worlds. In this case, it's the game of Smite. There we are, which has Izanami. Izanami's in Smite. Yeah. So, All right. So all of that, hopefully, well, you've gotten an education in anthropology you've never had before. Nora Healing says, "Yay! Catching a live transmission." And Pixie Princess Starfox says, "Thank you, much needed. Gives me pictures of ghosts and aliens and skulls and crossbones." To both you lovely ladies. Okay, and all right. Honestly, I understand that was tough for a lot of people who really don't have an interest in the culture of Japan per se, but you know, life is hard. Yes, and all right. Let me see. How many hours have we got left? 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got 3 hours left. Not much time to cover the whirlwind of subjects that we need to cover. In terms of the latest, as I mentioned, evil is in-recessional right now, and we've got a new day on Downing Street. Today, or yesterday by now, was also Brazil Independence Day. I just, have a hard time talking about Brazil these days. Largest Japanese population in the world outside of Japan is in Brazil. But, the Brazilians, they just have a dictator in charge now, the Trump of the tropics, Bolsonaro. If this fucker wins again, he's vowed to exterminate all of the indigenous peoples of the Amazon rainforest and to completely turn it into the Amazon desert. I mean, this is just, you talk about the cultists of the anti-gods. This man is exemplary of them. So it's just the enemy. And I can't bear to speak of them now at this point in history. All right. Surprising numbers considering how late it is and the fact that it's a weekday. But in terms of the latest, as I was talking about with our man George Knight, Britain's next leaderess will be Liz Truss, a right-wing favorite who inherits a dire energy crisis from scandal hit Boris Johnson. Liz Truss was once a liberal who wanted to abolish the monarchy. Now, after meeting with the Queen, she's Britain's new right-wing leader. Liz Truss will be Britain's next Prime Ministress after she was elected leader of the ruling Conservative Party on Monday, opening this work week, ending a race to succeed the scandal-tarnished Boris Johnson. Truss was named the new United Kingdom Prime Ministress on Monday after an internal Conservative Party contest following Johnson's resignation in July. Liz Truss has taken over from the scandal-hit Boris Johnson as Prime Ministress of the United Kingdom. She shed her liberal roots, whilst evoking the image of the British right-wing hero Margaret Thatcher, and forged a path to power. She defeated Rishi Sunak, a former banker who served as Johnson's finance minister. She clinched victory by appealing to the right-wing party faithful as a tax-cutting, anti-woke candidate who would take a hard line on dealings with the European Union and will inherit a country facing a dire winter energy crisis, widespread strikes, and economic recession. Liz Truss took over as British Prime Ministress on Tuesday after being formally appointed by Queen Elizabeth at a castle in Scotland during a ceremony known as the Kissing of the Hands. Though no hands were actually kissed, and outgoing leader Boris Johnson threatened to upstage Truss in a valedictory speech in which he used an obscure classical allusion to hint at a possible comeback. The 47-year-old Truss became the third female prime ministress in British history after Margaret Thatcher, who ruled from 1979 through 1990, and Theresa May, who ruled for a mere, a short span of time between 2016 and 2019. Following the meeting at Balmoral Castle, in Aberdeenshire, where the Queen usually spends her summers. Photos released to media showed the 96-year-old monarch wearing a cardigan and tartan skirt and leaning on a walking stick as she greeted Truss, shook her hand, and invited her to form a new government in the wake of Johnson's resignation. With that simple interaction, Elizabeth Truss became the 56th British Prime Ministress. During the Queen's 70-year reign, she has done this, kissing of the hands, 15 times before, although this is the first time her participation in the ceremony took place outside London. The event was moved to Balmoral Castle amid what Buckingham Palace described as the Queen's mobility issues. Johnson also made the 1,000-mile trip to tender his resignation, which the palace said the Queen was pleased to accept. So, what are they all saying? Biden congratulated Truss in a tweet. "I look forward to deepening the special relationship between our countries and working in close cooperation on global challenges, including continued support for Ukraine as it defends itself against Russian aggression." Now, referring to Britain's departure from the European Union and a number of lingering issues that exit has caused, including disagreements over what to do with the border between Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom, and Ireland proper, which is part of the European Union, Bronwen Maddox, director of the London-based think tank Chatham House, said Truss's priority, in his words, should be serious, strengthened relations with the EU, using the language to match. At the heart of her political identity is a notion which is both a strength and a potentially calamitous weakness, a love of the notion of being a disruptor which injects a deliberate unpredictability into her approach towards a world in extreme flux. If she indulges this without good judgment, she could do real damage to Britain's prospects and standing in the world. In the Russian Empire, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said Truss would not be good for the greater British Empire. "I don't think this will help to maintain or strengthen the position of the country. London has for quite a long time been actively trying to compensate for the loss of identity and influence in the EU by taking drastic steps on the world stage, including aggressive actions over the situation that has developed around Ukraine." Vladimir Zelensky, by contrast, said he looked forward to working with Elizabeth Truss. "I believe that together we will be able to do a lot more to protect our nations and to thwart all Russian destructive efforts." As Liz Truss takes over, Boris Johnson looks in the mirror and sees a Roman leader. In his Tuesday farewell speech, Johnson compared himself to Roman statesman Lucius Quintius Cincinnatus, a military leader in the early days of the Roman Republic. Cincinnatus was a symbol of civic virtue, especially in times of crises. As he spranketh outside Downing Street, the Prime Minister's official office and residence, Johnson said, "That's all, folks." Yeah, he should have said that, like Porky Pig, but no, he said, "This is it, folks." Pretty much the same. "Like Cincinnatus, I am returning to my plow, and I will be offering this government nothing but the most fervent support." But the Cincinnatus name drop could be a coded reference to Johnson's ambition to one day lead the empire again. Cincinnatus resigned from power. He was a dictator, only to return later on, because, dictators can do that. Now, Johnson will, for now, remain a lawmaker. In his speech, Johnson added that he was proud of what he regarded as his achievements, such as steering Britain out of the European Union, support for Ukraine in Russia's illegitimate war, and a fast rollout of the coronavirus vaccine. To quote his T, "On the subject of bouncing around in future careers, let me say that I am now like one of those booster rockets that has fulfilled its function, and I will now be gently re-entering the atmosphere and splashing down invisibly in some remote and obscure corner of the Pacific." He really said that. I didn't make that up. In her first major speech as Prime Ministress, which was short and to the point, Truss paid tribute to Johnson for, in her words, delivering Brexit, the UK's exit from European Union, the COVID vaccine, that rollout, and standing up to Russian aggression in Ukraine. Now is the time to tackle the issues holding Britain back. Truss said she would build roads, homes, and make sure the country had quicker internet services. You know, that's where our man George Knight comes in. He's serving Truss's directive directly. Truss said she wants to turn Great Britain into an aspiration nation by cutting taxes and boosting growth and investment. Well, aspiration means to breathe. So she's gonna get Pete Moon over there to teach them all how to breathe. So what happens now? Well, as a self-described Thatcher acolyte, Liz Truss favors a combination of low taxes, which I always consider catastrophic. I mean, you can't go anywhere from there. You know, Peter Moon was saying that we don't need taxes. I mean, well, what can a government do without taxes? I mean, he points out the government can just print money, but, you know, I don't know. I'll take a lot of convincing on, no taxes equaling anything good. Look, you get services. You want services. You want cops. You want firemen. You want paramedics. Okay, all this takes taxes. You're paying for a service. You want something? Nothing is for free. Okay, let's use some sense here. These people say, we don't need to pay taxes, and then they can't afford to give you any services. So this is already bad. She wants a smaller state. That's bad. And like Johnson, feels Britain's EU exit will enable the country to prosper in ways that the bloc did not allow. Meaning, well, now they've got to wage some wars of conquest to get their ass back in gear. Now, over the coming hours and days, Truss will start appointing a pro-growth cabinet that shares her right-leaning ideology. Kwasi Kwarteng is widely expected to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, similar to Finance Minister. If Kwarteng gets the job, he would be the first black person to hold Britain's second most powerful job. Kwarteng has promised a lean state under Truss. Lean and mean, like back in Africa. This is so horrible. I am ashamed. I hang my head. Mea culpa, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. Okay, I gotta say it. He's a black guy from Africa. He's promising a lean, mean state. He says, yeah, we'll have you eating your relatives. Yeah, you'll be picking your teeth with your relatives' bones in no time. Lean and mean. You'll be eating each other. You're like, I hate to say it, like certain places back in Africa. That is so bad. I'm sorry. This is just, I embarrass myself, but that's what comes to my mind. I'll have it lean and mean like back on the home continent. Yeah, the darkest parts. You people will be eating each other. Now on Wednesday, that was today, Truss was subject to a political baptism of fire when she took part in the Prime Minister's Questions, the PMQs, a weekly event broadcast live in which the serving Prime Minister squares off against the leader of the opposition for a series of mostly spontaneous, open-style questions from lawmakers. The sessions tend to get rowdy and shouty. Previous prime ministers have said, after leaving office, that they dreaded the PMQs. She went through her first today. Truss served in Johnson's government as Foreign Secretary. She is familiar with many world leaders. It's not clear of her counterparts around the globe whom she was going to call first. British media have suggested it could have been Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. Truss has advocated a hardline approach to Russia over the Ukrainian war. President Joe Biden plans to speak with Truss. Well, I think he actually already did so yesterday, the day before yesterday by now. That was according to the White House spokeswoman, Karine Jean-Pierre. Truss is under pressure to intervene in Britain's energy markets to relieve spiraling household energy costs, which are some of the highest in Europe. She said in her speech on Tuesday, yesterday, day before by now, that she would take action this week. Economists have predicted Truss could move to freeze the cost of rising energy bills. Meanwhile, to get to the heart of the rest of tonight's transmission, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping and his Russian puppet president Vladimir Putin are set to meet next week. That's according to Russian state media. I can understand the Russian. Your journalists can't, so you're hearing it first here. This would be the first face-to-face meeting between the two world-level dictators who have established a close relationship since the Russian Empire invaded Ukraine earlier this year. Experts concur the meeting also signals the importance of the Russian relationship for the Communist Chinese Empire in the face of international blowback for Moscow's unprovoked military actions. Separately, an investigation at the Ukraine's largest nuclear power plant determined that safety principles were violated at the site, as was reported by the United Nations nuclear watchdog in a report released the day before yesterday by now, on Tuesday of this work week. The agency has called for a safety zone to prevent a nuclear accident amid sustained shelling. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, amidst all this, confirms that 243 children have been killed so far in the Russo-Ukrainian war, 446 have been critically injured, and 139 are missing, adding that it could be more as his government doesn't have a full picture of the situation in areas occupied by Russian troops. He then described the deaths of 11 children, calling them by their first names and saying how they were killed. Most disturbingly, even beyond that, he confirmed that 200,000 children are among the Ukrainians who have been forcefully taken into Russia itself and dispersed across the vast empire. They include children from orphanages, children taken with their parents, and those separated from their families. In his nightly video address to the nation on Wednesday, which was International Children's Day, Zelensky said Ukraine would punish those responsible, but first it would show Russia on the battlefield that... I'm going to sneeze. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. So, 68 degrees. All right, temperature's not that bad. Let me cross-reference that with some other sources. See how things are. And then go back to, shall we say, the world situation at hand, which of course is dire. Though, as I said, my situation is pretty good. Evil is in-recessional, personally and worldwide. 68 degrees Fahrenheit from this other source as well. Okay, check back into live streaming. And nothing particularly new there. Getting some, as I go into current affairs, I notice the numbers are picking up. People prefer this to ancient history. What can I say? I thought a lot of people were into the paranormal, which of course ancient anthropology proves is just basically ancient history is always relevant. It's why we are in the struggles we're in today. Now, 67 degrees according to this other source. Definitely, it's still a very good temperature. And whenever I check into the weather or temperature, I get some weather trivia. The world's largest snowflake was recorded in the Guinness Book of Records at 38 centimeters wide and 20 centimeters thick. Holy shit. That snowflake was, well, it fell at Fort Keogh, Montana, in the USA on January 28th in 1887. Holy shit. Anyhow, 68 degrees. That's what it says. So everywhere it's 68 degrees, so it's not bad. I don't know. All right. Have to check that to confirm whether or not I got to blanket up, which, no point in doing that right now. I think I'm okay. Maybe switch to longer sleeves. Let me do that. But, okay, as I was saying, Zelensky was obviously outraged, and, Brendan Zogit doesn't like him. He was talking about how, he can't stand him because he feels that he's not sincere because he's an actor, like Donald Trump or Ronald Reagan. But understand that politics is performance, right? It's Hollywood for ugly people. So, what do you expect? That's what a politician does. He's simply an actor who has found his ultimate role, like Ronald Reagan, who was a far better actor as a president than he ever was in the movies. His movies are intolerable. But as president, hey, he found his role. Same here with Zelensky. So, Zelensky said it would punish those responsible for abducting 200,000 children. But first, it would show Russia on the battlefield that Ukraine cannot be conquered, that our people will not surrender, and our children will not become the property of the occupiers. The purpose of this criminal activity is not just to steal people, but to make those who are deported forget about Ukraine and unable to return. Now, all of this, believe it or not, is it's heartlessness, it's inhumanity, it's cruelty, and it's callousness, is really about the rise of a commu-sinocentric world order. Cold War 2.0 and World War IV combined. As I said, World War III being effectively the first Cold War was effectively the Third World War, which America fought and won. Now, a new 21st century foreign policy is being written in the background of the battle lines being drawn in the Indo-Pacific. The Great Game now stretches from Afghanistan to the vast area of immense geopolitical significance in an arc from South Africa to the islands of Japan. The Indo-Pacific is marked by a precarious geometry of fault lines and historic strategic mistrust. It has become the center of the Communist Chinese Empire's efforts to establish its preeminence as the dominant, indeed sole superpower. What is the geographic scope of the Indo-Pacific? Beyond what I've already described, it is generally agreed that it extends from the east coast of Africa to the west coast of the Americas. Drawing precise geographic borderlines is not important since the Indo-Pacific is primarily a geostrategic concept. It is the core and nerve center of international geopolitics and a new global power game. It is encircled by major population centers. 8 of the top 20 economies are situated here, giving it immense geoeconomic importance. New threats and challenges to the existing world order have emerged in this region, led by a resurgent, aggressive, and militaristic communized China. A determined and crafty Xi Jinping is plotting the central positioning of the Middle Kingdom at the expense of the existing world order, led by the American Empire. Central to that ambition is to establish dominance in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait, and prepare for the future annexation of my Taiwan. Cold War 2.0 has been upon us. China's perspective is clear. Red China sees neighbors as either vassal states or enemies. Asian India is a natural check to its ambitions. Red China wishes to alter the power equation with Asian India permanently in its favor. This lofty ambition that Communist China is trying to achieve is by constant tension along the LAC, the line of actual control, especially in eastern Ladakh. This is the Himalayan region of Kashmir. By trying to extend the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, to Afghanistan, and by actively countering India's influence in Nepal, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives Islands. The threat is not just land-based, but also from the sea. Red China considers itself to be a major maritime and continental power. Its aggressive posturing in the Indo-Pacific, the South China Sea, and now in the Taiwan Strait is an ominous indicator of the threat it poses to my Taiwan and Asian India and to the Western Alliance, ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and the Quad. Now, the quadrilateral, the Quad, consisting of Australia, the Empire of Japan, Asian India, and these United States, with its commitment to a rules-based order, represented the first realistic response to Red China's aggression by sea and by land, especially in the Indo-Pacific. Indian policymakers are redefining India's strategic autonomy as an objective that is attainable through strengthened partnerships, whether bilateral with the United States or through Quad. To Asian India, the Quad represents a strategic alliance, corresponding to the challenges of these times. Now, Quad was followed by AUKUS, AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States, as an acronym. Both represent a pushback by the West and emerging powers to the Communist Chinese Empire's efforts to militarize this strategic region. AUKUS was intended to provide Australia with the necessary military support to contain Red China in the Indo-Pacific. It was a confrontational Indo-Pacific strategy with containment at its core. Prior to Ukraine, the West's focus had shifted to a better realization of the threat Red China posed to the Westphalia order established after World War I, the Napoleonic conflicts. Even after the European Union, after tortuous negotiations, announced an EU Indo-Pacific strategy on the 16th day in September of yesteryear, which the anniversary thereof will be approaching this week next. For the EU, from shying away from the term Indo-Pacific 12 years ago to now, the transition was remarkable and long overdue. Brussels, capital of Europe, was aware that the absence of a robust EU Indo-Pacific policy impacted the EU's position. The economic priorities could not be overlooked either. The Indo-Pacific region represents the second largest market for the EU outside Europe. The majority of European trade crosses the sea lanes in the South China Sea to reach 4 of the EU's top trading partners. For the first time, the EU publicly acknowledged the futures of the EU and the Indo-Pacific are inextricably linked, given the interdependence of the economies and the common global challenges. Of greater significance was the assertion I read next. The Indian Ocean is the principal passage for Europe to and from Indo-Pacific markets. Stability and freedom of navigation in this area are therefore vital. That means they will go to war to protect their vital interests. The Ukrainian conflict cast a long shadow on these positive developments. The first major war fought on European soil since World War II, it initially diverted the attention of the West from China to the Russian Empire. It was a sharp reminder that conflicts need not always be fought out in distant lands. The response was an overreaction by the West per the Asian Indian profile. The Russian Empire must be punished, its military machine destroyed, and with punitive unilateral sanctions, Russia's economic development be pushed back 500 years. The West did not take into account that Russia was a great criminal power, a rogue state connected to Europe through history and geography, and a P5 member with a formidable nuclear arsenal, albeit all of it to work only if driven on trucks to the front line. P5 being those 5 powers with nukes as recognized by the United Nations, which is no big fucking deal. There are powers that are not, that have nukes, such as North Korea. The Russian Empire could not be punished like Iraq or Libya, however. In an interconnected and globalized world, the expectations of the West were thus belied almost from the beginning. Because of asshole continental powers like the subcontinent of Asian India, who basically are great partners with the Russian Empire. By great partners, I mean that they're far more loyal to the Russians than the Russians ever would be to anyone else. If Putin is a puppet to Xi Jinping, well then Narendra Modi of Asian India is a puppet to Putin. Russia obviously has not lost this war yet, but most certainly Ukraine never will. So what happened? A short war where Ukraine fought off the fall of Kiev has been followed by a much longer war. It has drained Ukraine's weapons, lives, and wealth, displaced the civilian population, and destroyed the infrastructure. Not losing now looks uncomfortably a lot more like Ukraine may ultimately lose territory, and the war, if the West should flag, rather than winning. Not losing may yet not translate into victory for Ukraine unless we all mobilize behind it. President Putin was also able to divide the European Union on the sanctions issue by drastically curtailing gas flows through NS1, Nord Stream 1, a pipeline from the Russian Empire into Germania itself. This prevents the EU from building up reserves for the long winter ahead. These tactics appear to be very effective. Annalena Baerbock, Germany's foreign ministress, ruefully noted, if Germany's gas were to be cut off, we won't be able to provide any support for Ukraine at all, because we will be busy with popular uprisings. Timothy Garton-Ash in The Guardian of the 5th of August, this 2022nd year in our Lord, wrote, Putin is counting on Russia's 2 traditional wartime allies, Field Marshal Time and General Winter. The Russian dictator is weaponizing energy, reducing gas flows through the Nord Stream 1 pipeline so United Germany cannot fully replenish its gas storage before the weather turns cold. Then he will have the option of turning off the gas entirely, plunging the United Germany and other dependent European countries into a desperate winter. The Ukraine conflict also changed the current power equations. Russia has become a junior partner of the Communist Chinese Empire. The strategic balance shifted in Red China's favor. This was underscored in the recent tensions in the Taiwan Strait following U.S. Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit. China conducting military drills in the Taiwan Strait and simulating a military invasion of my Taiwan was a wake-up signal to the West that NATO alone can no longer guarantee the current world order. Red China's missiles were landing very close to my Taiwan and within the Empire of Japan's exclusive economic zone, its EEZ. The international situation had become increasingly volatile. Red China's neighbors followed these developments in stony silence and increasing alarm and dismay. As Red China faces increasing isolation, the greater becometh its belligerence. Is Asian India next on Red China's checklist after my Taiwan? Only time can tell, but Communist China's behavior giveth no room for optimism. Is war over my Taiwan inevitable? The historical record suggests war is more than likely not. More troubling, the military balance in the Taiwan Strait has been transformed in the quarter century since the last Taiwan crisis. Former Deputy Secretary of Defense Robert Work recently publicly acknowledged that in the Pentagon's most realistic simulations and sensitive war games, in conflicts limited to my Taiwan, the score is 18-0 in favor of Red China in a limited and non-nuclear conflict. Now there's much they're not factoring in here, such as the Dietrich Artilect in particular. But all of that aside, they're acting on brute numbers. Of course, if that were the case, then the Allies would have won World War II, which is what they claim, that it was all based on overproduction. I've explained, well, I've given the lie to all that. The events leading up to World War II itself demonstrate that appeasement can delay a war, but can never prevent it. History reminds us that the cowardly and time-serving appeasement of Stalin with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact made World War II inevitable, and the Japanese Empire was neutral until America's conspiracy to bomb their home islands forced them to preemptively strike Pearl Harbor. It was finally my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, who chose confrontation. A visit down memory lane should suffice to remind the West that history can repeat itself. Red China's ambition to become the only superpower, unless checked, could lead to another great war, with the probable deployment of nuclear weapons. There are many instances of an autocratic dictator like Xi Jinping embracing revisionism as a doctrine and choosing war instead of peace. Graham T. Allison from the Harvard Kennedy School recently wrote, "The past half-thousand years have seen 16 cases of such Thucydidean rivalries. 12 resulted in war. But beneath these were underlying structural drivers that Thucydides highlighted in explaining how the 12 leading city-states of classical Greece destroyed each other in the Peloponnesian War. Thucydides wrote, "It was the rise of Athens and the fear that this instilled in Sparta that made war inevitable." And Graham Allison himself morosely concludes, to read from his book, The Thucydides Trap, "If the best the current U.S. and Chinese governments can manage is statecraft as usual, then we should expect history as usual. Tragically, history as usual would mean a catastrophic war that could destroy both." Is confrontation then the answer? The world is coming out of an unprecedented pandemic, and economic recovery has been severely hit by the Ukrainian conflict. Appeasement of Red China may buy time, but cannot prevent war. Alliances and security arrangements are the answer. The Pelosi visit was a turning point. Red China's overreaction was a rude reminder that a flashpoint in current tensions could escalate into a major conflict. The Quad is a viable option for the future security of this vast region. It is a forceful idea whose time has come. It rejects appeasement and recognizes the challenges of Red China's unimpeded rise. Quad marks the emergence of a new world order based on the security of the Indo-Pacific. NATO is an institution of Cold War 1.0. Quad represents the response to Cold War 2.0. If the new Great Game is to be won, such arrangements like Quad and AUKUS must focus on containment of the Communist Chinese Empire, reassertion of the global balance of power, and simultaneously the search for resilient and alternative supply chains. A major setback to global recovery is the Ukrainian conflict. It must be brought to an early conclusion. The West must learn to deal with Putin and the Russian Empire. And the Asian Indians be damned, seek to bleed and ultimately destroy it as it stands. An alliance of the communist, Chinese, and Russian empires, with the latter as a junior partner, is an even greater threat to international peace and security. In a recent article, Henry Kissinger, at the age of 99, had predictable pablum to offer the West. The question will now be how to end that war. And at its end, a place has to be found for Ukraine, and a place has to be found for Russia. If we don't want Russia to become an outpost of China in Europe. Yeah. It already is, you dumb fuck. Asian India's time has also comest. What are India's options? India had not referred to the One China policy since 2006. On the 12th of August this year, India broke its studied silence on the Taiwan issue and expressed concerns over the cross-strait relations and tensions, as relations had ceased to exist. India called for restraint and for avoiding any attempt to unilaterally change the status quo. When questioned about Asian India's One China policy, the Asian Indian spokesperson, A. Bagchi, significantly said, India's relevant policies are well known and consistent. They do not require reiteration. Asian India, despite an asymmetrical balance in favor of the communist Chinese with regard to the size of Red China's nuclear arsenal, has effectively stood up to the communist Chinese empire in the LAC. No other option is available or even possible. Appeasement is not an option for a hostile neighbor busy salami slicing India's territory. By the way, I'm getting a flash from Asian Indian news here. The arrests came as separately after police followed tip-offs and narrowed down the accused following seizure of 28 blotting papers of LSD, 12.6 grams of MDMA, that's ecstasy, 84 grams of curated marijuana, and 220 grams of Malana cream hashish. This is in New Delhi, the capital of Asian India. Hard drugs sourced from the dark web, home delivered. Holy shit. Yeah. Wow, Amazon's giving you everything these days. Anyhow, well, we see what they're ordering in Asian India. You got a lot to escape from there. Confrontation appears inevitable to stop a revisionist power on the march. Quad is Asian India's partner. Alliances are necessary to ensure that Asian India is not alone and can stare down the communist Chinese empire. Another great war looms uneasily on the horizon. And Red China's Pacific Plan is seen as a regional strategic game changer. When the communist Chinese empire signed a security pact with the Solomon Islands in April, it raised concerns from the American empire and our allies that Beijing may be seeking a military outpost in the South Pacific, an area of traditional American naval dominance. But Red China upped the ante further in May, reaching out to the Solomon Islands and 9 other island nations with a sweeping security proposal that, even if only partially realized, will give it a presence in the Pacific much nearer Hawaii, Australia, New Zealand, and on the doorstep of the strategic American territory of Guam, the island which America vows it will relocate the United States government to in the event of the fall of these United States as a republic on the American mainland. China insists its proposals are targeted at regional stability and economic growth, but experts and governments fear that beneath the surface, it is a brazen attempt to expand its influence in a strategically critical area. A draft of the proposal obtained by the Associated Press proves that Red China wants to train Pacific police officers, team up on traditional and non-traditional security, meaning terrorism, and expand law enforcement cooperation. Red China also wants to jointly develop a marine plan for fisheries and raises the possibility of a free trade area with the Pacific nations. It targets Solomon Islands, Kiribati, the nation that straddles all four hemispheres on this planet, Samoa, Fiji, Tonga, Vanuatu, Papua New Guinea, the Cook Islands, Niue, that's Easter Island, and Micronesia, and pointedly leaves out the Marshall Islands, Nauru, Palau, and Tuvalu, all of which recognize my Taiwan as the one true China. Like many other nations, the American empire has a one China policy, which does not recognize my Taiwan, but also opposes any unilateral changes to the status quo. The islands, targeted by the Communist Chinese in the Pacific, dot a vast area of ocean between the continental United States, acronymous as the CONUS, C-O-N-U-S, Continental United States in military parlance, and Asia, and were a center of the Pacific theater of operations and all the combat that took place therein during World War II following Imperial Japan's strategically preemptive surgical strike on Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. An occupied kingdom, an American-occupied kingdom, the Japanese would help to liberate. After the Japanese decisively beat the United States Navy at the Battle of Midway in 1942 by invading Alaska and occupying the Aleutian Islands while the Americans floated helplessly on the sea, it forced the Americans to embark upon a campaign to take the tropical Pacific back from the Japanese Empire, starting with the invasion of Guadalcanal in the Solomon Islands and including fierce battles for the Tarawa Atoll, now part of Kiribati, Peleliu, which is one of the Palau Islands, and Guam, what is, as I said, the secondary capital of the United States, should the Republic fall on the mainland. Though the nearest of these islands is thousands of kilometers and miles away from my Taiwan, they are nonetheless strategically important to the Communist Chinese Empire, should it invade my island. From a military perspective, a Commu-Chinese presence on some of the Pacific Islands means a better ability to delay American naval assets and disrupt supply lines in case of conflict. Red China dispatched its top diplomat, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, this week to visit 7 of the island nations and hold virtual talks with the other 3 in the hope they will endorse the agreement on May 30th at a meeting in Fiji. Rather, what I mean to say, because, for me, time becomes rather conflated. I live in the cosmological scheme of time rather than the chronological schematic most of my time when, I'm partying and in an environment where I can indulge in whoring and blood drinking. Basically, what I can tell you is that much of this action took place in May. We have repercussions this week where there's follow-ups based on especially the Solomon Islands banning the American Navy from ever landing on their islands again. Of course, that'll change when you change the regime. By force, by invasion, that's force majeure, divine right of might. Basically, it was in May that Wang Yi made his hurricane tour, if you will, of the South Pacific so that he could endorse the signing of surrender to Communist China by May 30th in the Fiji Islands, the former kingdom. The diplomatic blitz came just after the regional powerhouse Australia ushered in a new government, and Beijing obviously decided to act then to try to catch the new Prime Minister Anthony Albanese off guard. Juan Graham, first name spelled E-U-A-N, a senior fellow with the International Institute for Strategic Studies in Singapore, asserted that he did not think any country would see the Commu-Chinese proposal as a need to choose either Beijing or the West, but that even if a few countries signed on, it would have significant effects. To quote his T, at length and verbatim, "Now this is China in the most visible, high-level way, literally on a door-knocking tour of the region to try and lock in whatever gains it can. This follows a period of shadowboxing between Australia and the United States and Red China for the last few years, in which there were clear suspicions that the Communist Chinese Empire was indirectly trying to make inroads through dual-use and infrastructure investment deals, but not doing so in an overt government-to-government way. You only have to look at a map to deduce the basic logic of what China is up to. This is prime real estate. Most of it is water, but if you connect up those islands, archipelagos, that's an island chain that runs between Australia and these United States, between Australia and the Empire of Japan. If they could get the Solomon Islands, Kiribati, and Vanuatu, that right there is some pretty important real estate. From a purely geostrategic point of view, that would change the odds. That would dramatically alter Australia's future defense planning and isolate it from the United States." Albanese, however, was sworn into office in record time so he could take part in meetings with U.S. President Joe Biden and the leaders of Asian India and the Empire of Japan in Tokyo, and swiftly dispatched Foreign Minister Penny Wong, the ethnically Chinese Australian ministress, to Fiji in her first week on the job, himself telling the Australian Broadcasting Corporation that Australia dropped the ball in its relations with these islands, largely over outgoing Prime Minister Scott Morrison's stance on climate change, and pledged to re-engage with them. Many of the low-lying Pacific Islands consider climate change their most pressing and existential threat, while Morrison continued to be a big supporter of Australia's coal industry. To quote the Prime Minister Albanese, "We need to respond to this because this is China seeking to increase its influence in the region of the world where Australia has been the security partner of choice since the Second World War. We need to be offering more support, and likewise, we can see the consequences with the deal that was done with the Solomons. We know that Red China sees that as the first of many." Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Wang Wenbin defended his country's proposal, in the month of May, saying it was, in his words, "is based on the principle of mutual benefit, win-win cooperation, openness, and inclusiveness. Our relations are not exclusive, are posing a threat to any third party, and should not be interfered with by third parties." Wang started his tour in the month of May in the Solomon Islands, where a news conference was restricted to selected media, and only one question was permitted of him from China's state-owned CCTV, or Communist Chinese Televisual Broadcaster. In the month of May, he was in Kiribati as well, where the government announced in November it plans to end a commercial fishing ban in the Phoenix Islands Protected Area, a UNESCO, a United Nations World Heritage Site that would basically, they would rebel against international law. They would be fishing in United Nations educational, scientific, and cultural organizational waters. In other words, UNESCO, by acronym, is a specialized agency of the United Nations aimed at promoting world peace and security through international cooperation in education, arts, sciences, and culture, and beyond that, now the preservation of nature. And so what they declared a marine reservation for preservation of entire species. Kiribati is going to allow the Communist Chinese to come in and fish dry. Already there be fears that Red China's proposal may give its massive commercial fishing fleet, which is completely militarized and armed, the only armed fishing fleet in the world, unfettered access to fragile grounds where they will exterminate entire endangered populations forever. Extinction is irrecoverable. The Communist Chinese want to end the world. The more species they destroy, the closer we come to extinction. There are also concerns that any kind of base for Communist Chinese commercial fishing fleets in Kiribati would also be used as an additional hub for Beijing's surveillance activities. All Russian fishing trawlers were spy ships. So too with the Communist Chinese. The Solomon Islands and Kiribati both shifted their allegiances from My Taiwan to mainland China in 2019 and are seen as among the most amenable to the Communist Chinese Empire's proposals. Vanuatu is also seen as likely in that camp, having just signed a contract with Red China for a runway extension at its Peikoa Airport. Noting that Red China has not ruled out using force to take my self-governing island China, which it claims as its own territory, David Panuelo, the president of Micronesia, one of the nations targeted by Red China, warned the others against signing on in a letter obtained by the Associated Press, stressing to the others that Micronesia would reject the Commu-Chinese proposal, and saying, in his own words, that it threatens to bring a new Cold War at best and a world war at worst. Aside from the impacts on our sovereignty, it increases the chances of Red China getting into conflict with Australia, the Empire of Japan, and the United States and New Zealand on the day when Beijing decides to invade Taiwan. Geopolitics like these are the kind of game where the only winning move is not to play. Anna Paulus, a senior lecturer in security studies at New Zealand's Massey University, emphasizes that Paulus said Panuelo's letter echoed strong overall concerns about the Communist Chinese proposal, and that there are significant areas of concern about many areas, including the increased engagement in fisheries and the security cooperation agreements. To quote as she, "It will only change things if countries agree to adopt this communique, and it doesn't sound like people are particularly happy about it." Well, nevertheless, some of them have, well, gone all in with the Communist Chinese and are now vassal statelets of its empire, now extending into the Pacific and promising a second Pacific War. Now, checking into live streaming for the time we have remaining, about 2 hours and 10 minutes. Let's try and cover what we can about the situation, shall we? All right, now, taking a look here. Somebody participate in the chat room. Let me know how I'm sounding. Checking to make certain we're still streaming, of course, and it looks like we're doing so. As I said, you can see on my photograph embedded in tonight's live stream that I'm sweating. You can see the bead of sweat right in front of my ear. And that was the temperature earlier today. Yet I seem to be sneezing throughout the day. God knows what that's about. At any rate, out in the Pacific Islands, an eerie silence has reigned. At least one exception to the rule is Vanuatu, which noted that Vanuatu reiterates Taiwan is an inalienable part of Red China's territory. Perhaps worryingly, only one of Taiwan's 4 remaining diplomatic partners in the South Pacific region, the Marshall Islands, Nauru, Palau, and Tuvalu, has expressed its support for Taipei so far since the Communist Chinese military engagement exercises after the Pelosi visit. The Marshall Islands said it remains a true friend and ally of my Taiwan, and it condemned recent military actions in the Taiwan Strait, without specifically naming the Communist Chinese Empire. Taiwanese Foreign Minister Joseph Wu, however, claimed that all of Taiwan's 14 remaining diplomatic partnerships, 4 of which are in the South Pacific, are sticking with my Taiwan over the Communist Chinese Empire. I'm sure they were bribed to do so, and that's fine. That's politics. My Taiwan lost 3 Pacific Island states, the Solomon Islands, and Kiribati to mainland China in 2019 alone, making further diplomatic shifts a real concern. New Zealand, a close partner of these United States in the Pacific that has, at times, been viewed as being soft on Red China, also weighed in, though ambiguously at best. When Foreign Minister Nanaia Mahuta met with the Communist Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi on the sidelines of the ASEAN meeting, she emphasized the importance of de-escalation, diplomacy, and dialogue, but without reiterating one China or support for my Taiwan. A few days earlier, before the crises, New Zealand's Prime Ministress Jacinda Ardern gave a speech on the Communist Chinese in which she said cooperation would continue even with a more assertive Beijing. Her future travel plans to Red China may be playing a role in Wellington's forgiving message. So fuck her. Finally, there are several Indo-Pacific nations that have offered either no statement or doubled down on their support of Beijing. Outer Mongolia has yet to address heightened Sino-American tensions over my Taiwan, though Beijing claims that its northern neighbor re-endorsed one China. Unsurprisingly, North Korea and the ruling military junta in Myanmar, Old Burma, both stalwart Communist Chinese satellite states, staunchly expressed their backing of Red China and blamed the American empire for stirring up trouble in the region. Although Red China is finding most of the Indo-Pacific supportive of its cause, there are several countries, certainly Australia and the Empire of Japan, and perhaps to a lesser extent Asian India, that have becomest increasingly concerned over Beijing's behavior and are thus directly or indirectly backing my Taiwan. Normally, Beijing could simply write this group off as a few objectors in a sea of loyalty. But the problem is that these three nations, along with these United States, comprise not only the quadrilateral security dialogue, but also the key powers in the region besides Red China itself. They can hardly be ignored, and Beijing might want to consider tweaking its strategy going forward. If anything, Beijing would want to avoid the establishment of an overt democratic coalition to support my Taiwan. Rather, getting one or multiple of these powerful countries to dilute their support for my Taiwan would be a major victory and a sign that Communist Chinese ambitions for what it calls reunification cannot be denied. Fortunately, opposition among them persists and is only growing louder. Asian India's Taiwan policy no longer reflects reality, as mainland China's Taiwan strategy could impact Asian India's economy. Realities in the Indo-Pacific region have changed, and it's time for New Delhi, capital of Asian India, to deepen its political ties with Taipei, the capital city of my Taiwan in which I was born. Asian Indo-Taiwanese bilateral trade was already worth an estimated 7 billion United States dollars, with the 12 countries considering a free trade deal and working towards creating a semiconductor manufacturing hub in Asian India itself. Now New Delhi has a key opportunity to reevaluate its strategy, and it would be wise to seize it. This is Asian India's Taiwan moment. Now, as the world was gripped by the possibility of another Taiwan Strait crisis during U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit this month last, yestermensis, Asian India maintained a studied silence. Now that was broken last month when New Delhi's foreign ministry spokesperson made a short and measured statement. Much of it was standard diplomatic fare, but two things stood out. Asian India offered a guarded critique of the Communist Chinese Empire by urging an avoidance of unilateral actions to change the status quo. It also still refused to mention Beijing's One China principle, the view that it has sovereignty over the mainland, Hong Kong, Macau, and my Taiwan. The Foreign Ministry statement largely avoided pointed questions by saying that New Delhi's policies on Taiwan were well known and consistent. The omission of the One China principle has more to do with Asian India's position, articulated in 2014 by then Asian Indian Foreign Minister Sushma Swaraj, that Beijing could not expect New Delhi to verbalize its support when Red China has ignored Asian Indian sovereignty concerns in Kashmir and Arunachal Pradesh, which is an area of land, a conflict zone on the other side of the South Asian subcontinent. And the Communist Chinese Empire took no. Shortly after the latest statement was publicized, the Communist Chinese ambassador to New Delhi called on the government to reiterate its support for the One China principle. The debate, sparked by Asian India's veiled criticism of Communist China in the conservatism, in their own statement, has raised more questions than answers. Is Asian India shedding some of its conservatism on My Taiwan? And are more political signals likely to follow? Is New Delhi ready to risk incurring Beijing's wrath? Now, let's see here while I search for something. Even before U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan yestermensis, Beijing had been aggressively pushing countries around the world to reiterate or adopt a pledge of allegiance to its One China policy. Since 2019, Kiribati, the Solomon Islands, and Nicaragua have all switched recognition from My Taipei to Red Beijing, driven in large part by the latter's political and economic support for their respective regimes. In the wake of Pelosi's contentious visit, that effort has only intensified. Early this month, Beijing asked Asian India to reiterate its One China policy. In his press briefing, Asian Indian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Arindam Bagchi responded to that merely by saying, Asian India's relevant policies are well known and consistent. They do not require reiteration. Now, Asian India's ambivalent and taciturn stance sets it slightly apart from the American empire and our partners. A few days after Pelosi's visit, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken went to the Philippines to strengthen military ties with that country. While he was in Manila, Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos backed Washington's assertion that Pelosi's visit to Taiwan was consistent with long-standing American policy and that it did not shift the status quo. In New Delhi, by contrast, the Asian Indian government was unwilling to make any comments in support of Pelosi's visit. Instead, it merely urged the exercise of restraint, avoidance of unilateral actions to change the status quo, de-escalation of tensions, and efforts to maintain peace and stability in the region. Despite all the careful talk, for years, Asian India has been ramping up its own ties with My Taiwan, both politically and economically. When Taiwan's presidentess, Tsai Ing-wen, first won elections in 2016, Asian India's ruling BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party, sent an official to attend her inauguration. That year, New Delhi's Raisina Dialogue, a forum co-organized by the Asian Indian Foreign Ministry, featured a former Taiwanese foreign minister as one of its speakers. This May, after Tsai Ing-wen was re-elected, 12 parliamentarians from the BJP virtually attended her swearing-in ceremony, pandemic accommodation style. Arguably more important to New Delhi is the economic component of its engagement with My Taiwan. Yesteryear, bilateral trade between Asia and India and my Taiwan was estimated to be worth over 7 billion United States dollars. Taiwanese firms have also invested over 2.3 billion US dollars in Asian India. The 12 countries are even talking about a free trade deal and working out ways to create a semiconductor manufacturing hub in Asian India itself. Notwithstanding Asian India's cautious and non-committal diplomacy, much of this economic cooperation is now at stake as Taiwan remains on the knife's edge. Mainland China's Communist Party views my democratic Taiwan as its territory, despite never having controlled it. Uniting Taiwan with the mainland is a cornerstone of Commu-Chinese policy, and dictator Xi Jinping has never ruled out the use of force to bring my island under Beijing's control. In the aftermath of Pelosi's visit, the Communist Chinese Empire conducted several military drills that effectively encircled my Taiwan, restricted access to civilian ships, and endangered our role in trade and the global supply chain. And those drills were not an isolated instance, and they were also not the first time Beijing has attempted strategic encirclement. In May, the CHICOM, Chinese Communist State-run Global Times, reported that Beijing had dispatched warplanes and ships, thereby surrounding and enclosing the island. Okay. These maneuvers increasingly seem like a prelude to a potential future pressure tactic from Beijing. Short of an outright invasion, which could pull the American empire into a war and bring serious costs to the mainland, Beijing may well seek to restrict and threaten my Taiwan's economic ties with the outside world, and thereby progressively weaken my island's position. Red China's military exercises prove Beijing doesn't need to invade my Taiwan to control it. Rather, it can strangle my self-ruled island, cutting us off from the outside world. The PLA, the People's Liberation Army drills, which officially began in the early Thursday, the first Thursday of the Estermenses last month, focused on 6 zones that essentially encircled Taiwan, restricting access to civilian ships and aerocraft in area as forces conducted live fire drills and missile launches. Meng Jiangqing, a professor at the PLA National Defense University, accorded that the 6 areas were chosen to show how Red China could cut off Taiwan's ports, attack our most important military installations, and sever access for foreign forces that may come to Taiwan's aid. Noting that the northern exercise areas had successfully sealed off my Taiwan from Okinawa, the island where both the Empire of Japan and the American Empire based substantial military assets, and adding that in the eastern areas, Red China's forces showed that accurate Chinese missile fire could force foreign warships back away from my Taiwan's waters, whilst in the southern areas, the PLA showed it could control the Bashi Channel. Meng concluded in an interview with state-run broadcaster CCTV, Communist Chinese Television, that, in his words, "This is an unprecedented encirclement of Taiwan Island. The only way to enter and exit the South China Sea. Connect the 6 areas in a line like a noose, with the knot of the noose right in the southwest direction." And then, thereafter, Red China opened the very next work week, issuing a notice to say drills were continuing. The exercises kicked off after U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi angered Beijing by visiting Taipei yesterday, last month, to show her support for democracy on my island China. According to Taiwan's defense ministry, Beijing flooded the seas and skies around Taiwan with ships and jets. So many, well, as many as 80 Chinese warplanes and vessels were detected in the Taiwan Strait that weekend, Sunday of that weekend, in which she visited. On previous days, the PLA also fired rockets toward small Taiwan-controlled islands near the mainland, and launched ballistic missiles farther afield, with some flying over my Taiwan and falling into the ocean east of my island. 5 splashed down in the Empire of Japan's exclusive economic zone, its EEZ, a message to one of Taiwan's key supporters as well as the government in Taipei. Commercial ships and aerocraft were warned to stay clear of the exercise zones, forcing shippers and airlines to arrange alternative routes. While the military exercises gave Xi strong visuals to support his resolve, Red China also hit Pelosi and the United States government with a range of sanctions. And we were all just greatly inconvenienced, as you can see. Now, these measures include the cancellation of future phone calls and meetings between Commu-Chinese and United States military leaders, and the suspension of cooperation on matters including the repatriation of illegal immigrants, legal assistance on criminal matters, and the combat of transnational crimes. Talks on climate change were also suspended. While continuing exercises will allow us, the PLA, to refine its tactics and operations, they also can provide an opportunity for adversaries to learn about the modern Commu-Chinese military. With last month's drills, Xi had to demonstrate he would not waver on his commitment to bringing my Taiwan under Beijing's control. Pelosi's visit to the island China posed a direct threat to that by presenting an alternative vision of democracy. Indeed, Carl Schuster, a former director of operations at the U.S. Pacific Command's Joint Intelligence Center in Hawaii, emphasized that he expects the PLA will continue to put pressure on Taiwan and could also send a message to the Empire of Japan with more drills to the north of the island, with much of what Beijing demonstrated had long been in the works, the drills coinciding with standard military exercises on the PLA's training calendar, but Pelosi's visit allowing Red China to make a bigger statement, while concurring that the blockade of 6 zones have betrayed that any takeover of Taiwan could begin with an isolation strategy, with new exercises are also likely in the South China Sea, the 1.3 million square miles of water, almost all of which Red China claims as its sovereign territory, where Beijing has built up military fortifications on contested islands. To quote ST, that is Carl Schuster, former director of operations at the U.S. Pacific Command's Joint Intelligence Center in Hawaii, Pelosi leads the democratically elected branch that originates America's government funding and economic policies. Her position and role makes her commitment to Taiwan's security particularly significant. Unable to bully her, Xi had to demonstrate Red China's power, diplomatic, economic, and military. The goal is intimidation via the application of all elements of Chinese power. The size, geographic expanse, and complexity of the exercise reflected months of planning. This exercise marks the latest escalation in China's expanding military exercise and Taiwan intimidation campaign. The exercise demonstrated that blockade in a conflict need not require a constant naval presence offshore, but rather shipping and aero traffic can be deterred by aero and missile threats in support of a maritime blockade. The exercise suggests Beijing would first isolate Taiwan and resort to aero and missile strikes in hopes of breaking Taipei's political will. A costly invasion probably is a last resort. On Twitter, Nick Ryan, an adjunct fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies and a former Australian Army general, wrote that the map of the 6 Chinese exercise areas clearly plots out where the Chinese think the key operating areas are for their strategic intimidation of Taiwan. Nothing provides better insights into the actual capability of a military than seeing them deployed. Such a strategy would also significantly threaten Asian India's own long-term economic plans and partnership with My Taiwan, and it appears likely to materialize. As he centralizes power in Beijing and grapples with economic distress both at home and abroad, Communist China's dictator Xi Jinping may rely increasingly on militarism and warmongering. In doing so, Xi may be more willing to take on ever bigger economic risks in pursuit of a military advantage over my Taiwan. So far, Asian India has been unwilling to engage with these dynamics officially, choosing instead to walk on eggshells around Beijing's sentiments, while focusing on their troublesome bilateral border in the Himalayas. In New Delhi's assessment, wading into the Taiwan debate may elicit more Chi-Com aggression in the Himalayas. But if the Taiwan crisis boils over in the months ahead, New Delhi is unlikely to escape unscathed regardless. So first, it helps to unpack Asian India's vested interest in my Taiwan. According to Asia India's foreign minister, their government encourages ties in trade and investment, tourism, and education, among others. Economics has remained New Delhi's top priority. Bilateral trade with my Taiwan stood at 5.7 billion United States dollars in 2020, whereas Taiwanese foreign direct investment in Asian India, once outmatched by a country like Belgium, has registered impressive growth. Asian India and my Taiwan concluded a bilateral investment agreement in 2018, although talks of a free trade agreement seem to have sputtered. Nevertheless, the countries have committed to cooperation in areas spanning from agriculture to technology. Despite all these efforts, Taiwanese diplomats have complained about Asian India's painful gradualism in building ties. In our telling, Taipei's foot is on the accelerator, whilst New Delhi hits the brakes each time our relationship gains momentum. There is, at the least, a kernel of truth to be recognized and acknowledged about this, because Asian India's engagement with my Taiwan seems both driven and constrained by its own paradoxical relationship with the Communist Chinese Empire. Since the deadly clashes in the Galwan Valley on the Commu-Chinese-Asian Indian border, for example, there has been sizable interest in and support for my Taiwan within Asian India. Semiconductors are another trigger point for Asian India. My Taiwan's supply to the global market is essential to the world economy, especially the automotive sector. The COVID-19 pandemic and Beijing's weaponization of supply chains had already pushed New Delhi to begin reducing critical technology dependencies and build up domestic capacity. Mainland China's aggression in the Taiwan Strait sparked fears of a disruption to the vital supply of semiconductors from my Taiwan, leading Asian India to court my island China's semiconductor manufacturers in the hopes of setting up a fabrication plant in Asian India itself. But public enthusiasm, and even semiconductors, do not make a bilateral relationship. Asian India has approached ties with my Taiwan cautiously, aware that it is testing Red China's reddest line. One can appreciate how deepening these ties may seem like more trouble than it's worth for Asian India. It shares a 100 billion United States dollar trade relationship along disputed borders with the Communist Chinese Empire, which is also a close ally of Pakistan, Asian India's nuclear rival. My Taiwan's diplomats argue that Asian India is happy to court trade and investment, but is unwilling to grant one of my Taiwan's requests, an expression of political support. New Delhi has so far shied away from openly backing Taipei's bid for observer status in bodies like the World Health Organization. Not everyone in New Delhi supports this degree of caution, pointing out that Asian India's ties with my Taiwan could serve as leverage in its dysfunctional diplomatic dance with the Communist Chinese Empire. In 2018, Asian India's own Parliamentary Committee on External Affairs urged the government to reconsider its deferential foreign policy towards China, so stating that if Red China was unwilling to reconsider its stance on outstanding border issues and sovereignty concerns, Asian India should contemplate using all options, including its relations with Taiwan. That committee is onto something. Asian India's old baseline for its Taiwan policy, focused on trade, tourism, and other uncontroversial themes, no longer reflects the reality in region. A successful CHICOM, Chinese Communist blockade, or invasion of my Taiwan would disrupt its semiconductor supply, humiliate Asian India's partners like the Empire of Japan and these United States, bolster Beijing's position in the Western Pacific, and prove fatal to any idea of a free and open Indo-Pacific region. Although that is an unlikely scenario for the moment, it is altogether enough to force Asian India to rethink its strategy. A new Asian Indian approach to my Taiwan should focus on both economics and politics. Although trade volumes have increased, they remain pitifully low compared to Taiwan's 113 billion United States dollar exports and 82 billion United States dollar imports from mainland China, as well as its multi-billion dollar investments in Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia. As Asian India continues its march to becoming a 5 trillion United States dollar economy, it faces increasing concerns about jobless growth in sectors such as electronics manufacturing. Taiwanese investments would lead to thousands of new jobs, while helping to meet burgeoning domestic demand. Foxconn, the Taiwanese electronics giant, has big plans for its presence in Asian India. Sectors like tourism and education also remain largely untapped markets. All of this will require strong economic diplomacy on Asian India's part, and bureaucrats and business people on both sides will look for political signals before taking the plunge. Asian India should consider trois immediate changes to its policy. First, it should join the G7 in backing observer status for my Taiwan in technocratic international bodies. This public support would firmly establish Asian India as a friendly player to Taiwanese businesses. Second, regular political interactions should be restored. The Asian India-Taiwan Parliamentary Friendship Forum, established in 2016, is rarely active, and parliamentary visits are largely ad hoc. There is a window of opportunity here. Even Taiwan's pro-mainland opposition Kuomintang Party, whose supporters have approached New Delhi with caution for fear of offending Beijing, is considering a rethink of its relationship with Communist China and the wider world. Should New Delhi move quickly with its diplomatic offensive, it may find a warm reception in Taipei. Asian India's Taiwan moment has arrived, and its leaders would be wise to seize it. That said, conversations with Southeast Asian experts reveal concerns about the unprecedented escalation of Red China's military activity in and around the Taiwan Strait. Beijing's activities directly impinge on important regional maritime and aerial passageways and signal the PLA's heightened capacity to escalate tensions in other sovereignty disputes, particularly in the South China Sea. Some scholars even suggest that Beijing's newly fielded capabilities could encourage states bordering the South China Sea to build up their own military capabilities. The bottom line is that the new status quo in the region will be one of increasing volatility, if not further escalation. And ending the escalatory spiral will be increasingly difficult, particularly in light of the breakdown in military dialogue channels. Now, Beijing may have concluded that dialogue alone is not enough to deter the American empire from following a fake one China policy, which Foreign Minister Wang Yi accused the American empire of pursuing last October. Suspending dialogue constitutes a dangerous escalation at a time when communication is crucial to clarify intentions, reduce mistrust, and prevent a full-blown conflict. If there be reason for optimism, it might be that the PRC has yet to officially suspend political communication channels at the executive and diplomatic levels. So a conflict could be de-escalated through high-level interventions, as happened during the EP-3 spy plane incident in 2001. Biden and Xi could also agree to appoint presidential envoys tasked with the specific mission to ratchet down tensions in the Taiwan Strait. The United States and Red China will also need to develop a longer-term framework to reverse the escalatory action-reaction cycle on Taiwan. This could begin with a process laid out by former White House National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley, wherein the United States and the Communist Chinese communicate their respective views of actions by the other side perceived to be undermining the status quo. From that starting point, the two sides could begin to back it down through phased and corresponding de-escalation steps. One area the United States could potentially ease up pressure would be with respect to publicity around high-level contacts between Washington and Taipei. As Evan Medeiros noted in a recent conversation with Carnegie China, Washington should say less and do more on Taiwan. Beijing often views the publicity surrounding Use Taiwan, it is Amero-Taiwanese contacts, as a provocation over and above the contacts themselves. Reducing symbolic support for Taiwan while raising tangible support could do more to deter Beijing's resort to force and raise the potential for continued peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. The mainland, on the other hand, should recognize that resorting to military means to change the political calculus in Taiwan is unlikely to advance its own goals. Beijing should seek to gradually reduce its military activity in the Taiwan Strait and return to a policy that relies on carrots rather than sticks to win the hearts and minds of the Taiwanese people. But right now, neither side is taking the political steps necessary to defuse the crisis. So being ready is the best way to prevent a fight with the Communist Chinese. Ergo, America must prepare for a war over my Taiwan. Why isn't the United States doing more to prepare for war with China over my Taiwan? Precisely to deter and thus avoid war. The visit to Taiwan this month last month by now, by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Beijing's dramatic response to it have crystallized the gravity of this issue. A war with Communist China over my Taiwan has gone from what many regarded as a remote scenario to a fearfully plausible one. Yet the disquieting reality is that the United States does not appear to be adequately preparing for such a conflict despite a strengthening commitment, especially by the Biden administration, to the island China and its autonomy. Given its public statements and strategies, it would make sense for Washington to be behaving as though the United States might well be on the verge of major war with a nuclear-armed superpower rival. But although the administration may be making moves in the right direction, the changes it has made so far appear to be unequal to the urgency and scale of the threat Red China poses. As a result, the unnerving truth is that the United States does not seem to be backing up its strong and in many ways commendable rhetoric with the degree of effort and focus needed to be ready to defeat a communist Chinese assault on my Taiwan. even though we've gone from remote possibility to conventional wisdom here. Until just a few years ago, many argued that Red China was not such a daunting threat to these United States, and that its threat to my Taiwan was modest or far over the horizon. Some voices still hold to those views. But the Biden administration has repeatedly made clear it does not. Instead, the administration has assessed that Red China is the most significant challenge in the world to American interests. Moreover, senior leaders are increasingly forceful and direct in their assertions that mainland China's military is a near-peer rival. As administration officials and senior military officers compellingly point out, the People's Republic is in the midst of a historic military buildup, one that includes the dramatic expansion of its nuclear forces, rapid advances in critical military technologies that in key respects outpace American innovation, and the construction of the world's largest navy. Overall, official and expert assessments have made clear for several years now that the U.S. military advantage vis-a-vis Red China has eroded significantly, and that China is continuing its daunting buildup. The Biden administration has also been increasingly forthright about the growing threat of a Commu-Chinese invasion of my Taiwan. As recently as yesteryear, many eyes rolled when Admiral Phil Davidson, then commander of US-Indo-PACOM, that's an acronym for United States Indo-Pacific Command, warned that Red China might be able to successfully invade my Taiwan by 2027. Now, Davidson's assessment now appears, however, to be the administration's official position. As Director of National Intelligence Avril Haines testified in May, there is an acute threat of a communist Chinese attack on Taiwan. In using the specific term employed by administration officials to describe the threat from Russia after its invasion of Ukraine, Haines signaled a nearer-term threat from Beijing. Meanwhile, Bill Burns, director of the Central Intelligence Agency, stated that Xi Jinping had in no way dispensed with his goal of seizing Taiwan. More recently, in July, he stated that Beijing is determined to take over Taiwan and is prepared to use military action to do so. He also judged that Beijing would conclude from Russia's experience in Ukraine that overwhelming force would be the right way to resolve the Taiwan issue in its favor. Department of Defense officials have also emphasized that a Commu-Chinese fait accompli against Taiwan is a real and pressing danger. At the same time, there are serious questions about whether the United States can actually win a war against the Communist Chinese Empire over my Taiwan. Against this worsening backdrop, the Biden administration has signaled that the United States will commit to my Taiwan's defense, further strengthening perceptions that American credibility in Asia is linked to my Taiwan's fate. Most prominently, the president himself has indicated on no fewer than 3 separate occasions that the American empire would defend my island China. Moreover, despite staff-level disavowals of those comments, the fact is that his administration has telegraphed a strong commitment to Taiwan through a wide range of other avenues. Exempli gratiae, the State Department has repeatedly described American commitment to my Taiwan as rock solid. These statements have not been confined to the political level. On the military side, the administration's 2022 National Defense Strategy maintained its 2018 predecessor's identification of Red China as the Department of Defense's top priority. The Pentagon has formally designated my Taiwan as the focus of a pacing scenario and underscored its commitment to being able to deny Red China's ability to successfully pull off such an attack. Senior officials, including Kathleen Hicks, Deputy Secretary of Defense, and General Mark Milley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, have meanwhile affirmed that a strategy of denial is the best way to deal with the threat Red China poses to my Taiwan. But here's the rub. The Biden administration's actions to field a military that could actually deny a Commu-Chinese invasion of Taiwan do not appear to match its rhetoric. We can see the gap between words and actions by examining 4 critical levers the United States could pull: spending more on defense, transforming the American military to be better suited to taking on the communist Chinese, using the force in ways more focused on the threat posed by Beijing, and getting American allies to contribute more, directly or indirectly. You'd have to start with spending more. Setting aside the economic and political merits and demerits of such a course, spending much more on defense would give the American military more resources to address the Red China threat. Bear in mind that Red China's economy dwarfs those of the Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, or Imperial Japan, and that Red China has increased defense spending from year to year by 6 to 10% for a quarter of a century. It has sustained these spending increases even in the face of slower national growth in recent years. Beijing's defense outlays are now at least a third of the United States defense budget, with some respected analysts arguing that the real figure is much closer to parity. Moreover, Red China has the advantages of proximity, technological catch-up, lower personnel costs, and focused attention on Taiwan and the Western Pacific, reducing the American empire's advantage of at least nominally higher defense spending. Despite Red China's growing military power, however, the Biden administration's defense budget request for fiscal year 2023 was set below the rate of inflation. Its request for the previous fiscal year was also essentially flat. In effect, the administration proposed shrinking the defense budget. Although Congress beefed up the 2022 defense budget and seems likely to do so again for 2023, these actions still fall well short of the consistent year-on-year real growth of 3 to 5% deemed necessary by the 2018 National Defense Strategy, with its call for prioritizing the Communist Chinese Empire. Thus, that prioritization does not appear to be happening. In light of this, we can conclude that the administration has left the option of spending significantly more on defense to address the growing Communist Chinese threat to Taiwan essentially unused. And we need to start overhauling the force for China. As for overhauling the military to focus much more on defeating a Communist Chinese attack on my Taiwan, the military is undertaking a range of promising initiatives, but it is far from clear that the Pentagon is investing adequately in developing and fielding the capabilities required to defeat an invasion, especially those needed in the coming decade. Yesteryear, for instance, Congress lambasted the Department of Defense for trying to use funds from the PDI, the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, an effort specifically designed to meet Indo-PACOM's urgent requirements for improving American ability to defend my Taiwan, to finance programs that were not even on the requirements list and would in fact be used across many regions. Although the department made better use of PDI this year, it is still left Indo-PACOM, the Indo-Pacific Command, with $1.5 billion United States dollars in unfunded requirements. To make its matters worse, the Department of Defense continues to procure key munitions at insufficient levels to for a conflict over Taiwan, even as the war in Ukraine has made clear that deep inventories of vital munitions are essential. Exempli gratiae, the U.S. Navy recently informed Congress that the Air Force and Navy had chosen not to produce critical long-range anti-ship missiles at the maximum rate that can be sustained by the American defense industry, despite lacking a near-term substitute. Similarly, the Navy opted not to fully fund acquisition SM-6 missiles or naval mines, both of which are critical for defeating Communist Chinese naval forces in a Taiwan invasion scenario. The story with major defense platforms is just as troubling. In May, the Chief of U.S. Naval Operations, Michael Gilday, testified that even the most optimistic option in the Navy's latest shipbuilding plan would be unable to meet the operational requirements for defeating a communist Chinese attack against Taiwan before the 2040s. 15 years after the date when Davidson warned that Beijing aims to have the capability to take the island China. Meanwhile, the Navy is rapidly reducing strike capacity by divesting itself of cruisers, destroyers, and submarines that could contribute to a Taiwan fight, albeit at a higher cost, despite not having any plausible capacity to replace them for years to come. Both the Air Force and the Army have relegated key programs for such a fight, including critical spare parts, long-range fires, watercraft modernization, and assured precision, navigation, and timing systems, to their unfunded requirements lists, indicating they are a lower priority. This is a far cry from the major investments needed to restore what the war in Ukraine makes clear is necessary: a robust and active defense industrial base. To be sure, there are important steps occurring within the Department of Defense to address the Red China threat. The Marine Corps' Force Design 2030 is a clear example of such an effort. Crucial efforts are being made within the Air Force, Indo-PACOM, the U.S. Strategic Command, the Office of the Secretary of Defense, and a few other places as well, but these appear to be less the norm than noble exceptions in their urgency and resolve to overhaul the military to meet the challenge. Most other signals, including those from the department's most senior leaders, give the impression of something closer to business as usual than the all-hands-on-deck approach that the situation merits. Key American officials and our nation's most highly regarded defense experts warn that the changes required to deter Communist China effectively are not occurring at the necessary scale and pace. Defense strategist Andrew Krepenovich, for instance, has repeatedly pointed out that the Joint Force has not yet developed and implemented an operational concept well suited to taking on the Communist Chinese Empire. In June, David Ochmanek, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, wrote, "Neither today's force nor the force that will exist in 2027 have all of the capabilities called for by the emerging joint operating concept, which is needed to defeat a communist Chinese invasion of my Taiwan." Other highly informed and credible analyses point in a similar direction. So it's all about more Asia, less elsewhere. A third way for the United States to focus on Red China's military threat to my Taiwan would be to redirect and carefully husband American military forces for that prospect. For instance, it was widely anticipated that the Department of Defense's flagship Global Posture Review would announce significant new initiatives for the Indo-Pacific and shift the overall focus of American military activity to that region. Yet the administration did not do so. Indeed, in some critical ways, the United States has actually gone backward in its force posture. For example, the administration has increased U.S. forces in Europe from 60,000 in 2021 to more than 100,000 now. Moreover, according to General Christopher Cavoli, commander of the United States European Command, these levels are likely to remain at least until the cessation of hostilities in Ukraine. Given that the administration has judged that the war in Ukraine is likely to be protracted, this may well mean indefinitely. Even worse, the administration has increasingly signaled that it intends to re-engage in Southwest Asia, the so-called Middle East, as if to leave little doubt about what this will mean for American forces. General Mikhail Kurilla, commander of the United States Central Command, said, "This region is at the center of America's strategic competition with Russia and China. This is especially disturbing because a high demand for the diversion of forces to Central Command helped undermine the Department of Defense's implementation of the 2018 National Defense Strategy during the Trump administration. As a result, the overall deployment and positioning of American forces is not enough to address the worsening military balance with respect to my Taiwan. So we've got to be getting allies to step up, inducing far greater military contributions from important allies, both in Asia concerning the Communist Chinese Empire itself, but also in other theaters such as Europe and the Middle East, would free up American forces to focus on Asia. With the exception of some valuable efforts within Asia, however, the administration does not appear to be pressing allies to take on much more. Instead, much of the administration's rhetoric and engagement appear focused on reassuring allies that the American empire will continue operating as it has in the past, as a dominant military presence across multiple theaters. For instance, Washington has not seriously pressed European allies to take on a greater role in the conventional defense of NATO or meaningfully sought to raise the level of expected defense spending, even though it should now be evident that the standard of 12% of each country's gross domestic product should be regarded more as a floor than as an aspiration. By not insisting on greater allied assumption of responsibility in Europe and the so-called Middle East, Southwest Asia, the administration's message is far from what would seem to be needed to enable the Pentagon to concentrate more on Asia. The writing's on the wall. Stepping back, then, and surveying these four areas, we can see a fundamental mismatch between the administration's stated goals and assessment of the threat and what it appears to be doing to address it. While commendable and important initiatives are taking place, there does not appear to be anything like the kind of fundamental change needed to produce a joint force ready and able to deny a communist Chinese assault on Taiwan in the shorter or longer term. It simply does not add up, especially when compared with the awe-inspiring and historic military buildup Red China is undertaking. To be clear, the Biden administration is not alone in having allowed the American empire to fall behind in preparing to meet the communist Chinese empire's increasingly dire threat to my Taiwan. To the contrary, the responsibility is generously shared across multiple administrations and Congresses dating back for decades. Moreover, making a strategic shift is hard. Both the Obama and Trump administrations struggled in their efforts to shift focus to Asia. Nor is it the Biden administration's role alone to act. Congress, as well as the United States' allies, must also do their part. But President Joe Biden and his team are the ones in charge now, when the situation is clear and urgent. It falls to them, therefore, to act to avoid disaster. That said, we simply do not know whether the Communist Chinese Empire will attack my Taiwan in this decade. But it is a reasonable presumption that Beijing is much more likely to strike if it concludes it would succeed, and significant factors indicate that it may judge this decade to be the most propitious one. The United States and our allies are now approaching, or perhaps already facing, a window of vulnerability over my Taiwan. They cannot afford to only focus on the distant future and must confront both the near and longer-term threat. Even if it turns out that Beijing believes waiting until the 2030s is advisable, urgency is critical. Defense strategy is not a short-term matter. Decisions taken now will often take us years, if not decades, to bear fruit. Accordingly, the United States must act swiftly and sharply now, not only to confront the immediate threat, but even to hope to be ready for the 2030s. The administration seems to share this view of the threat and what needs to be done. Yet what it is doing does not seem to add up to a solution. If this assessment is accurate, this is a recipe for disaster. We do not have access to all the facts, so let's give administration officials the benefit of the doubt. How are they addressing this apparent mismatch in the coming decade and over the long term? Perhaps some of this cannot be publicly discussed, but surely the broad outlines can be. The voting public and its representatives must understand this nation's overall plan and how it will be put into effect if they are to provide the support needed for an urgent shift to deter and thus avoid a war with the Communist Chinese Empire. During the Cold War, Washington provided very detailed and rigorous public explications of its strategies to deter and, if necessary, defeat Soviet's aggression. Surely the current administration can at least approach the clarity and seriousness of such presentations. Without such clarity or evidence of a sharp change, however, Americans must ask themselves, is this how their government should be behaving if it actually thinks a major war with a pure superpower is looming? Surely not. And that should worry us all. Because international relations theory concludes great power war is coming. This week, thousands of university students around the world were beginning their introduction to international relations courses for the first time. If their professors are attuned to the ways the world has changed in recent years, they will be teaching them that the major theories of international relations warn that great power conflict is coming. For decades, international relations theory provided reasons for optimism, that the major powers could enjoy mostly cooperative relations and resolve their differences short of armed conflict. Realist IR theories focus on hard power, and for decades they maintained that the bipolar world of the Cold War and the unipolar post-Cold War world, dominated by these United States, were relatively simple systems not prone to wars of miscalculation. Oh boy, we sure fucked ourselves over with that with Iraq and Afghanistan, but such having been said, they also held that nuclear weapons raised the cost of conflict and made war among the major powers unthinkable. Of course, they didn't realize the nuclear warheads were all a load of shit and the Russians were all selling theirs off to everybody who would buy. Meanwhile, liberal theorists argued that a triumvirate of casual variables, institutions, interdependence, and democracy facilitated cooperation and mitigated conflict. The dense set of international institutions and agreements, the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, etc., established after World War II and expanded and depended on since the end of the Third World War, the so-called Cold War, provided forums for major powers to work out their differences peacefully. Moreover, economic globalization made armed conflict too costly, right? Why quarrel when business is good and everyone is getting rich? Well, that was the case before World War I, but everyone went all in for the abyss anyway. Finally, according to this theory, democracies are less likely to fight and more likely to cooperate, and the major waves of democratization around the world over the past 70 years have made the globe a more peaceful place. At the same time, constructivist scholars explained how new ideas, norms, and identities have transformed international politics in a more positive direction. In the past, piracy, slavery, torture, and wars of aggression were common practices. Over the years, however, strengthening human rights norms and taboos against the use of weapons of mass destruction placed guardrails on international conflict. Unfortunately, nearly all of these pacifying forces appear to be unraveling before our very eyes. The major driving forces of international politics, according to IR theory, suggest that the new Cold War among these United States, the Communist, Chinese, and Russian empires is unlikely to be peaceful. Let us begin with power politics. We are entering a more multipolar world. To be sure, the United States is still the world's leading power according to nearly all objective measures, but the Communist Chinese Empire has risen to occupy a strong second-place position in military and economic might. Europe is an economic and regulatory superpower in its own right. A more aggressive Russia maintains the largest nuclear weapon stockpile on the Earth. As useless as it is in terms of delivery mechanism, as I said, they can blow up everyone around them should they wish by driving the missiles to the front lines on flatbed trucks and simply blowing them on sight if their drivers are willing to commit themselves to suicide. And major powers in the developing world, such as India, Indonesia, South Africa, and Brazil, are choosing a non-aligned path, it as aligned with the enemy, the Sino-Slavic synaxis, in effect. Realists argue that multipolar systems are unstable and prone to major wars of miscalculation. World War I is a classic example. Multipolar systems are unstable in part because each country must worry about multiple potential adversaries. Indeed, at present, the U.S. Defense Department frets about possible simultaneous conflicts with Russia in Europe and China in the Indo-Pacific. Moreover, U.S. President Joe Biden has stated that the use of military force remains on the table as a last resort to deal with Iran's nuclear program. A three-front war is not out of the question. Now, wars of miscalculation often result when states underestimate their adversary. States doubt their opponent's power or resolve to fight, so they test them. Sometimes the enemy is bluffing, and the challenge pays off. If the enemy is determined to defend its interests, however, major war can result. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin likely miscalculated in launching an invasion of Ukraine, incorrectly assuming that war would be easy. Some realist scholars warned for some time that a Russian invasion of Ukraine was coming, and there is still the possibility that the war in Ukraine could spill across NATO's borders, turning this conflict into a direct Russo-American conflagration, which is something I look forward to. In addition, there is the danger that communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping might miscalculate over my Taiwan. Washington's confusing strategic ambiguity policy as to whether it would defend my island, the island China, only adds to the instability. Biden has said he would defend my Taiwan, but his own White House contradicted him. Many leaders are confused, including possibly Xi Jinping. He might mistakenly believe he could get away with an attack on Taiwan, only to have the American empire intervene violently to stop him. Moreover, after several U.S. presidents have threatened all options on the table for the Iranian nuclear program without ever backing it up once, Tehran might assume that it can make a dash for the bomb without an American response. If Iran is mistaken in doubting Biden's resolve, war could result. Realists also focus on shifts in the balance of power and worry about the rise of Red China and the relative decline of these United States. Power transition theory says that the fall of a dominant great power and the rise of an ascendant challenger often results in war. Some experts worry that Washington and Beijing may be falling into this Thucydides trap. Their dysfunctional autocratic systems make it unlikely that Beijing or Moscow will usurp global leadership from the American empire anytime soon. But a closer look at the historical record shows that challengers sometimes start wars of aggression when their expansive ambitions are thwarted. Like the Greater British Empire in World War I and the American Empire in World War II. The Russian Empire may be lashing out to reverse its decline, and Red China may also be weak and dangerous. Some people might argue that nuclear deterrence will still work, but military technology is changing. The world is experiencing a fourth industrial revolution as new technologies, such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and communications, additive manufacturing, robotics, hypersonic missiles, directed energy, and others, promise to transform the global economy, societies, and the battlefield. Many defense experts believe we are on the eve of a new revolution in military affairs. It is possible that these new technologies could, like tanks and aerocraft on the eve of World War II, give an advantage to militaries that go on the offense, making war more likely than ever. At a minimum, these new weapon systems could confuse assessments of the balance of power, contributing to all the aforecited risks of miscalculation. The Communist Chinese Empire, for example, is leading in several of these technologies, including hypersonic missiles, certain applications for artificial intelligence, and quantum computing. These advantages, or even the false perception in Beijing that these advantages might exist, which they don't, could tempt Red China to invade my Taiwan based on phantom resources that they are communistically propagandized into believing they have by a deceptive dictator. Even liberalism, a more optimistic theory in general, provides a reason for pessimism. To be sure, liberals are right in that institutions, economic interdependence, and democracy have facilitated cooperation within the liberal world order. The United States and our democratic allies in North America, Europe, and East Asia are more united than ever before. But these same factors are increasingly sparking conflict on the fault lines between the liberal and illiberal world orders. In the new Cold War, international institutions have simply become new arenas for competition. Russia and Communist China are infiltrating these institutions and turning them against their intended purposes. Who can forget Russia chairing a meeting of the United Nations Security Council as its armies invaded Ukraine in February? Similarly, Red China abused its influence in the World Health Organization to stymie any effective investigation into COVID-19's origins. And dictators vie for seats on the UN Human Rights Council to ensure their egregious human rights abuses escape all scrutiny. Instead of facilitating cooperation, international institutions are increasingly exacerbating conflict. Liberal scholars also argue that economic interdependence mitigates conflict, but this theory always had a chicken and egg problem. Is trade driving good relations, or are good relations driving trade? We are seeing the answer play out in real time. The free world is recognizing that it is too economically dependent on its enemies in Moscow and Beijing, and it is decoupling as fast as it can. Western corporations pulled out of Russia overnight. New legislation and regulations in these United States, Europe, and the Empire of Japan are restricting trade and investment in the Communist Chinese Empire. It is simply irrational for Wall Street to invest in Commu-Chinese technology companies that are working with China's People's Liberation Army to develop weapons intended to kill Americans. But Red China is also decoupling from the free world. Xi is prohibiting Commu-Chinese tech firms from listing on Wall Street, for example, but he doesn't want to share proprietary information with Western powers. The economic interdependence between liberal and illiberal worlds that has served as a ballast against conflict is now eroding. Democratic peace theory says democracies cooperate with other democracies, but the central fault line in the international system today, as Biden explains, is the battle between democracy and autocracy. To be sure, the United States still maintains cordial relations with some non-democracies, such as the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula. But the world order is increasingly divided, with these United States and our status quo-oriented democratic allies in NATO, the Empire of Japan, South Korea and Australia on the one side, and the revisionist autocracies of the Communist Chinese Empire, the Russian Empire, and Iran upon the other. One does not need a stethoscope to detect the echoes of the combined axis of nations conflict against the Bolshevik Soviet Union, the imperialist Greater British Empire, and the world-domineering United States. Finally, constructive arguments about pacifying effects of global norms were always plagued with doubts about whether these norms were truly universal. As Red China engages in genocide in Xinjiang, and the Russian Empire issues blood-curdling nuclear threats and castrates prisoners of war in Ukraine, we now have our gruesome answer. Moreover, constructivists might note that the democracy versus autocracy cleavage in international politics is not simply an issue of governance, but entire ways of life. The speeches and writings of Xi and Putin are often ideological rants about the superiority of autocratic systems and the failings of mass democracy. Like it or not, we are back in a 20th century contest over whether democratic or autocratic governments can better deliver for their people, adding a more dangerous ideological element to this competition. Fortunately, there is some good news. The best understanding of international politics may be found in a combination of theories. Much of humanity prefers a liberal international order, and this order is only made possible by the realist military power of the American Empire and our democratic allies. Moreover, 2,500 years of theory and history suggest that democracies tend to win these hard power competitions, and autocracies flame out disastrously in the end. Unfortunately, the clarifying moments that bend history in an arc toward justice often only emerge after major power wars. We can all hope that today's incoming students are not reminiscing at their graduation ceremonies about where they were when World War III, or rather World War IV, began. But IR theory gives us plenty of reasons to be concerned. Just 10 years ago, while the West was trying not to drown in its financial and sovereign debt crises, the Communist Chinese Empire was being painted as the economic model of the future. Moreover, its economic soft power seemed to be gradually taking over Asia, Africa, Latin America, even the Balkans and the South Caucasus. Let's start with the power games in the Balkans to end tonight's transmission in our final hour. In the hour we have remaining, and again, I see we have an excellent connection, just checking all transmission stats. All right. With the European Union gradually walking back its promises to integrate the Western Balkans, the region has begun seeking other allies. Bruxelles' capitale, Brussels, erstwhile capital of Europe, has done little to stop the progress of the Communist Chinese, the Russians, and the Turks in cultivating closer ties with Balkan countries. In a nutshell, a new EU accession round is less likely than ever. China, Russia, and Turkey hope to boost their influence, and Beijing could make its headway if the EU does not react. The Balkans were first described as Europe's powder keg before World War I, and the expression was commonly used again during the violent breakup of Yugoslavia in the 1990s. Later, commentators and politicians often used the moniker to highlight the dangerous nature of the conflicts at the borders of the European Union. At the same time, at that time, the prevailing opinion was that only the integration of all southeastern European states into the EU and NATO could ensure lasting peace. In 2004, Slovenia joined the Union. Then in 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Dietrich, was terminated, Bulgaria and Romania. And in 2013, Hrvatska, or Croatia. That's Peter Moon's genetic homeland. Since then, there has been no further expansion. So it's incomplete enlargement. At the 2003 Thessaloniki summit, the EU heads of state promised the 6 countries of the Western Balkans, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo Metohija, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia, the prospect of EU membership as the next major development goal. This Thessaloniki promise has been renewed several times, most recently on October 6th of 2021 at the EU summit in Kranje, Slovenia. However, little progress has been made. Accession talks with Serbia and Montenegro are stalled, and they have yet to begin with Albania and North Macedonia. Bosnia and Herzegovina are still waiting for an invitation, as is Kosovo Metohija. The EU and the Balkan states all regard accession as the only way forward. But the process has failed so far because of the EU's growing skepticism about enlargement, because of the simmering conflicts between the Balkan countries themselves, and because of their failure to align with the European Union's legal framework. The argument many in Brussels are making against admitting these countries is that the EU first has to absorb the previous accession process, which admitted 13 states. At the EU Western Balkans Summit in Kranje in October of 2021, the United Germany and Austria, as well as the Eastern and Southeastern European countries, had to push hard to have the term enlargement included in the final document. France was strongly against it, and the Netherlands and Denmark would have preferred using the term European perspective instead of committing to enlargement. Among other things, these countries fear that the region's accession to the EU would accelerate mass migration to the West. The EU remains the region's largest economic partner by a large margin. Red China's Belt and Road investments in the Western Balkans having fallen short of expectations, with the consequences that economically, the Western Balkans are closely linked to the EU, which is by far the most important trading partner and investor in the region. I'm kind of going in circles with that thought, but you get my point. The bloc will make a further 30 billion euros in funding available over the next 7 years. However, as a result of the constant delays and elusive convergence criteria, confidence is waning that EU accession is any real prospect. The more this impression solidifies, the weaker support for pro-European political forces becomes, and the greater the temptation for the region to play off rival powers against one another for its own benefit. In the Balkans, it is not only shortcomings in the areas of rule of law, freedom of the media, protection of minorities, and the fight against corruption and organized crime that are hampering the accession process. National conflicts weigh more heavily against them. Serbia refuses to recognize Kosovo as an independent state, as do 5 EU member states: Bulgaria, Cyprus, Greece, Romania, and Slovakia. Red China and the Russian Empire support Serbia, while Turkey has diplomatic relations with Kosovo. Bulgaria, in turn, demands a declaration from North Macedonia that there is no Macedonian minority in Bulgaria and that Macedonian is not a language of its own, but only a Bulgarian dialect. Sofia's veto, that's Sofia being the capital of Bulgaria, Sofia's veto against North Macedonia also blocks the start of accession negotiations with Albania, as the EU wants to give both countries the green light together. In the 18 years since the Thessaloniki summit, it has become more difficult, not easier, to integrate the Western Balkans into European Union. This has geopolitical consequences because non-European actors are filling the power vacuum. Russia and Turkey have fought for supremacy in the Balkans for centuries and are now taking advantage of the EU's apathy to increase their influence. The third major power expanding its position in region is the Communist Chinese Empire. The growing engagement of these three states also further complicates accession because it favors Balkan politicians who model the Commu-Chinese, Russian, and Turkic authoritarian and state capitalist model. Let's start with the Russian Empire. In the 19th century, Russia used the decline of the Ottoman Empire and the struggle for independence of the Balkan countries to its favor. The conflict culminated in the 1877 Russo-Turkish War. Turkey had to surrender areas in the Caucasus and the Balkans to Russia and grant independence to Bosnia, Montenegro, Romania, and Serbia. The Russo-Serbian or Serbsky-Russian alliance played a role in the outbreak of World War I, but collapsed in the wake of the Russian Revolution when the Kingdom of Yugoslavia adopted an anti-Soviet stance. Only after the collapse of Tito's Yugoslavia in 1991 could Moscow seize new opportunities to exert its influence. Economically, it is helped by the region's strong dependence on Russian natural gas and oil, as well as Russian majority holdings in regional energy suppliers. Apart from the energy sector, however, Russia is much less present than the EU. Its economic influence is often overestimated. In Serbia, Montenegro, and Bosnia's Republika Srpska in particular, the prevailing opinion is that Russia contributes more to economic development. This is in large part due to Russian involvement in the mass media, which stirs up anti-Western sentiment, and I should actually say resentment. Again, in fact, at this point, it's only on the gas of propaganda that everybody inhales, like some sweet fart that they believe the Russians are providing more money for their infrastructure than the Europeans. Moscow cynically abuses the close ties of the Orthodox Balkan Slavs to the Russian Empire. The strategic aim of this influence is to stop the rapprochement between the Western Balkan states and the EU and NATO. In 2016, Russian agents orchestrated a coup d'etat attempt in Montenegro to prevent the small country from even joining NATO. Russia also supports Serbian separatist efforts in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in Kosovo as well, the Kosmet or Kosovo Metohija. In the summer of 2021, the dispute between the Serbian Orthodox and the Montenegrin Orthodox Church over ownership of churches escalated in Montenegro. The Kremlin abuses such conflicts to prevent the region from ever stabilizing. Serbia is the closest Russian ally in the Western Balkans and the only country that does not seek NATO membership. In 2007, that year, the man who raised and guided me was effectively murdered. The Serbian parliament decided that the country would maintain military neutrality. Albania, Hrvatska, or Croatia, and Montenegro are already all in NATO. Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina want to join the alliance as soon as possible. The region is surrounded by NATO countries, on land by Slovenia, Hrvatska or Croatia, Magyarország or Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and Hellas or Greece, and on the high seas by Italy. But that brings us back to Turkey. I'm thinking of the Battle of Lepanto when the seas literally turned red with blood. That stopped the Turks in their tracks in their conquest of Europa. As the successor to the Ottoman Empire that was staunched at that time, Turkey relies on historical, cultural, and religious ties to the Balkan Muslims, who mainly live in Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo Metohija, North Macedonia, and the Sanjak region of Serbia. Relations with the Albanian ethnic group are particularly close. On January 6th of 2021, Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama and Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan agreed on a strategic partnership to intensify cooperation at all levels. Unlike Russia, Turkey has recognized and supported the independence of Kosovo-Metohija at the United Nations. On July 19th of 2021, Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić reacted by stating that Turkey is a great power. Erdogan is a great dictator. I am small and negligible, but Serbia is not so small that it would not attempt to stand up to that. In March of 2021, there was a change of power in the Kosmet, in Kosovo. Prime Minister Hashim Thaçi, a Turkish-friendly politician and personal friend of Mr. Erdogan, had to hand over his office to the nationalist Albin Kurti. Relations between Ankara, the capital of Turkey, and Muslims in the Western Balkans had deteriorated somewhat after the attempted coup d'etat in July of 2016, when dictator Erdogan began to persecute the followers of cult leader Fethullah Gulen. To force their extradition to Turkey, he exerted massive pressure on the states of the region, where the Gulen movement had gained considerable influence. Turkey is competing with the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, whose involvement is increasing. Balkan Muslims are closer to the religiously moderate Turks than to the radical Saudi Wahhabis. The formation of Salafist communities supported by Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud, was therefore followed with great suspicion in Ankara, capital of Turkey. Saudi Arabia is also an economic rival. To boost its precarious food supply, Saudi companies are buying large quantities of agricultural land and processing plants in the Balkans. Politically, Riyadh's influence is very small compared to Turkey's, but President Erdogan's chances of pushing through his Neo-Ottoman project in the Balkans should not be overestimated either. Turkey's great power imperial ambitions, which extended from the Caucasus and the Middle East to the Western Mediterranean, as well as all the way to northwestern China in Xinjiang Wajaria, to support the Caucasoid Turkic Muslim Uyghurs, do not match the possibilities of the economically ailing state which occupies Asia Minor, or Anatolia, in the same sense that Israel is but an occupational state over the Levantine. That brings us to Communist China. The third major power intervening in the Balkans has no historical, religious, or cultural ties in region. Unlike Turkey and the Russian Empire, it does not rely on certain ethnic or religious affiliations, but offers itself to everyone as a partner. Red China does not attempt to thwart the rapprochement between the Western Balkans and the EU. On the contrary, Commu-Chinese leadership sees the Balkans as a bridge to the EU, their most important trading partner. Beijing hopes to expand its economic and political influence over all of Europe and create a positive image of Red China as an emerging great power. Commercial interest in the Balkan markets is secondary. Red China's financial backing for its geopolitical ambitions exceeds that of the Russian Empire and the Turkic Empire as well. But the share of direct investment from the EU in the region is at 70%, significantly higher than from Red China, which is less than 6%. Mask diplomacy, passing out COVID masks, and the supply of Chinese vaccines to the Balkan states have improved the public's perception of Red China, although the quality of the products supplied left a lot to be desired. Red China was quicker to deliver aid than the European Union. When the EU banned the export of protective clothing in March of 2020, the Serbian president, Aleksandar Vučić, was quoted as saying, "European solidarity does not exist. It's only a fairy tale on paper. The only country that will help us is Communist China. With the exception of Kosovo, which has not yet been recognized by Red China out of consideration for Serbia, all Western Balkan countries take its part in the 17+1 format operated by Beijing, as well as in the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative. The Greek port of Piraeus serves as a showcase project. The Commu-Chinese state-owned shipping line, COSCO, COSCO, all uppercase, it's an acronym for China Ocean Shipping Company, operates the port and is expanding it. Like the Russian Empire, the Communist Chinese Empire is focused on Serbia. Since 2005, 10 billion United States dollars in Commu-Chinese direct investments have flown into the Western Balkans. Struggling to receive EU funding for infrastructure projects, countries in the region have turned to Commu-Chinese loans. Commu-Chinese investments are particularly popular because the tax transparency requirements allow its local oligarchs to profit from the flow of money. The cooperation between Serbian and Commu-Chinese universities and the Confucius Institutes in Beograd, the capital of Serbia, White City, to be transliterated, and Novi Sad, the Athens of Serbia, or the Serbian Athens, to use a more euphonic syntax. Well, Novi Sad has had some success in promoting Chinese state propaganda, as has Beograd. In fact, they both echo Commu-Chinese agitprop or agitational propaganda. Serbia is a growing hub of Commu-Chinese influence in the region. However, Commu-Chinese ambitions have also met resistance. On the one hand, this is because the volume of BRI, or Belt and Road Initiative, investments fell short of the recipient country's expectations. On the other hand, as part of its anti-Commu-China strategy, the United States is warning the region against Commu-Chinese attempts to play American allies off against each the other. The Commu-China financed Montenegrin highway from the port city of Bar to the Serbian border demonstrated how dangerous dependence can become. The cost of the project has risen to more than 1.3 billion United States dollars, increasing the small country's debt burden to 93% of gross domestic product. Commu-Chinese banks account for 25% of the debt, which is guaranteed by the Montenegrin government. To avoid the debt trap, Podgorica, the capital of Montenegro, which transliterates into Black Mountain, was forced to raise taxes, freeze public sector salaries, and cut social benefits. Well, fuck that shit. So there be scenarios. Trois scenarios are currently emerging. In the first, the EU steps up its engagement in the Balkans, taking the Thessaloniki Promise seriously and thereby reducing the influence of non-European powers. There is little to even suggest that this could happen in the foreseeable future unless new violent conflicts force EU intervention in region. In the second, the Red Chinese gains ground over Russia and Turkey, making the Balkans the flagship of its ambitions in Europa. This should arouse fears not only in Ankara, the capital of the Turkic Empire, and Moscow, but also in Brussels, capital, and especially in Washington. And Armenia is playing a dangerous game by falling into a debt trap with the Communist Chinese Empire. As I said before, this is incredibly important to me because of my son's Armenian descent to a great degree. Nora Healing says, "This is the most clear and understandable explanation of what is actually going on in Europe I have heard so far. It keeps getting weirder around here. Much love from Switzerland." Oh, goddess bless you, Nora Healings. Thank you so very much. Loving you dearly, believe me. Blessings to Switzerland, of course. You know, some of my own descent. Sources from the French cantons of Switzerland on my father's side. Well, of course, I'm not really descended from the man who raised and guided me, or at least 75% or 80% sure I'm not. But if I am, then, hey, I've got some bloodline tracing back to there as well. Now, as for those of you who don't know, Switzerland has 4 languages. One of them is Romansh, which almost nobody speaks anymore, but I hope they preserve that. It's a distinctly European language, but Switzerland, of course, is a combination of the Italian, French, and Germanic cultures. Overwhelmingly, it's Germanic in its function. That is why it functions so well, in disambiguation from the more Mediterranean powers. But anyhow, as construction resumes on the north-south corridor, a large number of ethnically Han Chinese contractors, that means ethnically pure Chinese, can be spotted mingling with local workers near the small industrial town of Maralik. This highway project, the largest undertaken in Armenia's independent history, is expected to plug the country into the world economy by providing better access to seaports in Poti and Batumi, which is, of course, part of Georgia. It was once part of the Third Reich, a major port that was in a foreign land in the same sense that the little strip of land that the Russians claim in Europe. Oh my God, for some reason it's escaping my name. My brain to name it. That strip of land, how could I forget that? Strip of land in Europe, strip of Russia in Europe. In Europe. Don't do drugs, kids. You'll wind up like me. Kaliningrad. Batumi in Georgia. This port on the Black Sea was the Kaliningrad of the Third Reich. Anyhow, so like I said, this highway is supposed to provide better access and an outlet to the Black Sea for Armenia, as well as Iranian markets in the south, because the Armenians trade heavily with the Iranians. Sinohydro, that's a commu-Chinese state-owned construction firm, has taken responsibility for completing a stretch of road connecting Armenia's second-largest city of Gyumri to the Georgian border to help accelerate this much-delayed project. Now, this undertaking is not PRC, or People's Republic of China's, only significant investment in the tiny Caucasian republic's transportation infrastructure. Another commu-Chinese firm recently concluded a feasibility study for the construction of a rail line linking Armenia to rail hubs in Iran. Armenia, it turns out, oh my God, just got a news flash. So, taking a look at this and kind of agreeing with it. No need to bring it up. Basically, they're saying, end Biden's epic unprecedented suppression of oil and gas leases. I mean, it's war, and we need fuel. So, kind of there. But of course, if this impinges on nature reserves, obviously I'm hardly sympathetic. It's hard to tell. Anyhow, as I said, when it came to all of this, Armenia, as it turns out, is strategically located to benefit from the Communist Chinese Empire's much-touted Belt and Road Initiative. This trillion-dollar undertaking, a flagship project for Communist dictator Xi Jinping, aims to reorient the flow of global trade toward the Middle Kingdom by financing and constructing of a series of highways, rail links, and shipping routes across much of Eurasia and Africa. Yu Zhengxing, chairman of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, explained this policy like this. China is willing to work with Armenia to consolidate the political and public opinion foundations for bilateral relations and jointly push forward the Belt and Road Initiative and practical cooperation. Now, this newfound interest was symbolized yesteryear in a groundbreaking ceremony attended by the People's Republic of China's Assistant Foreign Minister Li Weilai on the site of a new 40,000 square meter embassy compound expected to become the second largest in the former Soviet Union. The compound's emplacement, just down the road from the U.S. Embassy, itself once the largest American diplomatic structure in the world, serves as a visual manifestation of Red China's growing interest in Armenia. Diplomats in Yerevan and Beijing have penned cooperation agreements for agriculture, energy production, infrastructure development, and even military assistance. Yesteryear, former defense chief Vigen Sargsyan returned from a diplomatic visit to Beijing, with pledges totaling $1.5 million United States dollars in additional military aid. Red China's presence stretches to education as well, or should I say, indoctrination. Over the summer, Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan joined Communist Chinese Ambassador Tian Erlong at the inauguration of the Chinese-Armenian Friendship School in Yerevan, the capital of Armenia. This state-of-the-art school, which cost $12 million United States dollars to build, will accommodate up to 1,000 young Armenian students who will learn Mandarin Chinese language and Communist Chinese culture on top of the regular Armenian curriculum. The school is not the first Communist Chinese educational institution operating in Armenia. The Confucius Institute, a controversial Mandarin language center with links to the Chinese Communist Party, has been running 12 branches in Armenia since 2009. Communist Chinese universities have also begun competing with their European and American counterparts for Armenian students. Armenia has been more than welcoming of this attention. The Sargsyan government had already been pursuing a quiet policy of rapprochement with the Communist Chinese Empire for years. For Yerevan, capital of Armenia, the benefits are apparent. The Armenians would gain access to no questions asked financial assistance from Communist Chinese banks and import Communist Chinese technology at a fraction of the cost than the original IT or informations technology trade. The strategic advantages are just as straightforward. The good gracing of a rising world power, which could act as an alternative for the country's traditional balancing act, a policy known as complementarism, between the Russian Empire and the West. Now, Red China is already Armenia's third largest trade partner, trailing only behind the European Union and the Russian Empire. This 41% year-on-year increase in trade turnover comes as Armenian producers look to the Communist Chinese market for Armenian wines, technology, and agricultural products, while Communist Chinese firms take advantage of Armenia's lax environmental regulations to invest some $500 million, $500 million United States dollars in at least 3 Armenian mining operations. The Pashinyan administration looks set to maintain this strategic leverage, with a high-level intergovernmental conference taking place last fall. Armenian policymakers have been discussing increased economic and political cooperation with their Communist Chinese counterparts. Though Beijing repeatedly touts the mutually beneficial nature of its infrastructure and trade projects abroad, experiences in other developing countries have proven that closer ties with Red China usually come as with strings attached. According to all analyses, Communist China's behavior can best be described as predatory and crypto-colonial. Observers have exposed Beijing as exploiting underdeveloped countries through a strategy known as debt trap diplomacy. Yesteryear, Sri Lanka was forced to hand over a newly constructed seaport to the Communist Chinese People's Navy after defaulting on loans owed to Communist Chinese banks. In the meantime, newly elected governments in Pakistan, Malaysia, and Nepal have turned down fresh loan offers from Red China and promised to open investigations into previous contracts. Rant Abeyan, Armenia's trade representative to Red China in Beijing, doesn't appear to be too worried about all this. According to him, Armenia has everything to gain from closer relations with the Communist Chinese Empire. He told interviewers, "There are no compromises because there are no problems. There are no issues that don't match up, that don't match each other. China has always been a friendly nation for Armenia. We are in a great relationship." Now, Abeyan's collective ideas are not universally shared. 12 years ago, Armenia extradited 78 Taiwanese nationals, my countrymen, suspected of fraud to the People's Republic of China, rather than rival Taiwan under pressure from Beijing. The PRC, the People's Republic of China, has been known to pressure states in which it has a substantial presence for solidarity in the international arena. Questions have also been raised about the business practices of some of the Chinese state-owned companies operating in Armenia. Sinohydro, the company tasked with building 3 sections of the North-South Highway, has been tied to human rights abuses and shady business agreements across the world. Meanwhile, the Red Chinese consulting firm, which published the feasibility study for the railway link to Iran, is at the center of its own controversy. With the North-South Highway already dramatically over budget, it remains yet unclear how Yerevan intends to pay up. A study by the Center for Global Development warned that Armenia may be at risk of falling into Red China's debt trap, which owns over $340 million United States dollars of the country's public debt. According to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, this high share of foreign debt is a source of continued vulnerability for Armenia, despite sustainable rates of public debt. So far, the advantages of this new relationship with the Communist Chinese Empire may seem to outweigh the risks, but for policymakers in Yerevan, the question is, for how long? All of this requires a mental shift. For more than 30 years, the Karabakh conflict of Artsakh, eastern Armenia, has been central to the modern national identities of both the Armenians and the Azerbaijanis. It has dwarfed other, arguably much more important considerations about their international ambitions or the challenges posed by their larger neighbors, Iran, Russia, and Turkey. Both sides still use language that excludes the other. For example, the Armenians call Karabakh by the old Armenian name Artsakh, implying a region without Azerbaijanis. And the Azerbaijanis call the Armenian populated town of Stepanakert by an Azerbaijani name, Kankendi. To overcome this legacy, a mental shift is needed. By the way, Nora Healing says, "I appreciate you." Oh, thank you, honey. Yes. There you are. Oh, my God. Yes. I should travel to Switzerland sometime. Oh, my God. We've only got a few minutes left. So let me draw some conclusions here for now. To overcome this legacy, a mental shift is needed. Armenian officials say that Pashinyan, their president, is now signaling the start of such a shift, weathering a fierce domestic backlash for doing so. Aliyev, the Azeri, that's the correct name for the Azerbaijanis. I say Azerbaijani because then people are going to ask me otherwise, who the hell are the Azeris, right? So, at any rate, the Azeri president, Aliyev's position is more ambiguous. From time to time, especially to international interlocutors, he makes conciliatory statements. Speaking to his own public, however, he is much tougher, continuing to deliver triumphal victory speeches that mock the Armenians. For example, speaking on April 22nd in the town of Susha, which was recaptured from the Armenians at the end of the war in 2020, Aliyev proclaimed, "Armenia was brought to its knees before us, bowed its head. was forced to sign an act of capitulation, and it is still in that situation now. Now, these remarks smack of the macho stubbornness that has marked both sides for 3 decades. They reflect a belief that only force, not diplomacy, has achieved results in this conflict. In the 1990s, both sides employed systematic ethnic cleansing. No Azerbaijanis remained in Armenia or in Karabakh and its surrounding Azerbaijani regions, which were then completely leveled when they came under Armenian control. No Armenians remained in the city of Baku, effectively the capital of Azerbaijan, where they once formed a large community, or in any regions under Azerbaijani control. Many in Azerbaijan evidently believe that it is still possible to solve the conflict by employing those tactics yet again and forcing the Armenian population to leave Karabakh. They might even succeed. But this would undoubtedly lead to a new cycle of violence and deepening resentment in Armenia. For the first time in years, the parties now have some space to pursue a peace deal, thanks to the mediation of the European Union. But it could all easily unravel, especially given the unstable geopolitical environment. It will become as clear in the next few months if both sides of the conflict, and especially Azerbaijan, the victor of 2020, decide they want to make the most of a chance to seek an elusive peace. Now, in the few minutes I have remaining, and with a good number of listeners, comparatively speaking, having come back, well, I guess we got 15 minutes. I can go on with the subject. Everybody knows I need financial help, so by God, if you can afford a contribution, please do so. And of course, that is on the screen, paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. Let me know if you're having problems with it. Peter Moon tried to use it and says he couldn't even use it, so he had to provide contributions through the business. What do they call that again? Account. That escaped my mind there for a minute. It's been a long night. Paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich without the D in the middle. So, it is what it is. One or the other, whichever works for you, but let me know if you're having problems trying to use one over the other. At any rate, the personal account will eliminate PayPal taking out their pound of flesh, extracting their blood money. So to avoid that, slam it in the personal account, which I have to call him and ask if I can change the name on that to something more memorable, easy for people to remember. Now, all such having been articulated, okay, let's see now. If we are to use the last few minutes constructively, because I can't just keep, asking for money in the last several minutes. I mean, I could, but who the hell wants to listen to that? We got enough time. I guess I could try and just say this much. All that I've articulated about Armenia and Azerbaijan thus far, Moscow itself also faces new problems in Georgia, which has not troubled Moscow greatly, despite simmering resentment over Russia's 2008 military incursion. In the wake of the Ukraine war, Georgian leaders initially stated that the country would not join Western sanctions on Russia. However, the political opposition, identifying strongly with Ukraine as a victim of Russian aggression, attacked the government for trying to undermine Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Opposition pressure appeared to succeed, insofar as Georgian President Salom Zurabichvili, that's his name, Zurabichvili, subsequently pledged to join international financial sanctions against the Kremlin. Georgia's foreign minister reaffirmed that stance, saying, "We are in full compliance with the financial sanctions imposed by the international community against Russia. The National Bank of Georgia has already made it clear that Georgia is complying with its obligations and international standards." Appearing to move even further toward the opposition view, Georgia's ruling party announced plans to immediately submit an application to join the European Union after the bloc's parliament backed Ukraine's bid for membership amid Russia's invasion. Now, some of Moscow's allies in the pro-Russian breakaway regions of Georgia seized on the Ukraine invasion as an opportunity to move. The Russian-backed breakaway region of South Ossetia immediately sought to hold a referendum on joining Russia. Abkhazia, the other Kremlin-backed breakaway region, did not take similar action. The Georgian government called the planned Ossetia vote unacceptable, and Russian leaders immediately denied having instigated the referendum attempt. It is not clear whether the South Ossetian attempt to legally join Russia will even proceed. For those of you who don't know, Abkhazia and Ossetia were parts of Georgia that were invaded by Russia. They claimed they had a Russian population that was under threat of extermination by the Georgians. And then they carved up Georgia and basically conquered parts of its territory. However, the increased polarization of Georgia's own politics, including new calls by many Georgians to recapture South Ossetia and Abkhazia from Russian control, might complicate Putin's reported plans to redeploy 1,200 to 2,000 troops from the Russian-occupied Georgian territories to the Ukraine. For Georgia's government, the effort to find middle ground evidently failed when Zelensky decided to recall the Ukrainian ambassador from Tbilisi, claiming Georgia had not done enough to punish Russia for the invasion. The reignition of supposedly dormant disputes in the Caucasus has demonstrated that Putin's decision to invade the Ukraine has had significant unintended consequences that might outlast the war. Now, it is thus that German and European forbearance toward Russia's misbehavior on the Dnistru, which be the Moldovan name for the Dniester as a transboundary river in Eastern Europe, running as it does first through Ukraine and then through Moldova itself, finally discharging into the Black Sea on Ukrainian territory again, and in the North and South Caucasus, have borne fruit neither in domestic nor in foreign policy terms other than the bitterest droop for Germany and Europe. All of this is why it is high time, indeed past such time, to recognize Russia as the eternal European enemy. Berlin had hoped to promote a pro-Western change of direction in Moscow, but the opposite has been the case. The Ukraine is in aftermath. Russia's annexation of the Crimea and the intervention in eastern Ukraine in 2014 appeared to many observers as unprecedented aberrations in Eastern European geopolitics after the end of the Cold War. In fact, these developments were simply the continuity of older trends. In some respects, they were the logical outcomes of earlier domestic political dynamics within the Russian Empire, which had repercussions for Moscow's foreign affairs and Western responses thereunto. With Angela Merkel's assumption of the chancellorship in 2005, it seemed that United Germany had an ideal occupant in its highest office of government to respond to the new challenges in Eastern Europe after Putin's rise to power back in 1999. But it gradually became all too clear that the new chancellor was unwilling or unable to abandon the track Germany had taken in its Russia policy under Schröder. Merkel's diplomatic engagement in Eastern Europe did increase and was particularly notable in 2014 through 2015. It may be thanks to her that Putin did not push deeper into Ukrainian territory at the time. However, the paradigm shift in the United Germany's Russia policy, the necessity of which became most obvious in 2014, failed to materialize, a fact that became most manifest with the start of the Nord Stream 2 project in 2015. In any event, for the moment, with Italy and Germany hardening their positions, there is effective unity in the European Union and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It did not come easily. After days of dithering, Scholz's Social Democratic Party, along with its partners in United Germany's coalition government, pulled the plug on Russia-centered Ostpolitik. In a series of meetings, the week before last by now, the party decided to back the European Union in placing formerly unthinkable sanctions on Russia. The measures include banning some Russian banks from the SWIFT, the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications, the financial transfer system that facilitates rapid cross-border commercial payments, a freeze on Russian central bank transactions, and restricting high-technology exports to the Russian Empire. Scholz also delayed putting into operation the Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline, a decision that upended his predecessor Angela Merkel's decision made earlier this year to put it into operation. For weeks, United German officials had insisted that Nord Stream 2 was simply a commercial tool, not a geopolitical weapon. Finally, for the first time in post-World War II history, the United Germany is sending military weaponry into a European conflict zone in the form of anti-tank weapons and SAMs, the surface-to-air missiles, to Ukraine. In a speech to the parliament delivered last Sunday, Scholz berated Putin for igniting a war of aggression in cold blood. Germany also scrambled to cobble together ground forces to send east. Timothy Garton Ash, a British historian, has so wrote, and here I read therefrom, "Had it not been for the Ukraine crisis landing on Scholz's desk within hours of his becoming Chancellor, the tanker of Ostpolitik could gradually have turned, in the slow consensual fashion characteristic of contemporary German democracy. But history, that cruel taskmaster, has not left Scholz the luxury of time.